Good morning, Predictor. Holy fucking disgusting group of people. If you're in here, tap the screen for a little while, please. Do the heart me. You can come up, Predictor. Are you working or something? We're just listening to another live, done, disgusting piece of shit human being. And Penny's crew, man, TikTok is being inundated with a bunch of racists and fascists. But maybe that's what I need to do. Just go all out. Say some racist shit. Seems to get people in. Not sure why. Good morning, Rabbit. Just waiting for someone to come up and yell at. Good morning, Nat. I don't ever want to go live anymore in the mornings. Then it takes me going into some other panel and listening for a hot minute and then just hearing disgusting bullshit. Wish those people didn't travel in packs. I wish they left their rivers and lakes that they were used to. He doesn't want to come up. Our predictor does not want to come up. Shame him into coming up. Said it's not silent. I haven't even looked at the news, I guess. What? Meta to pay up to $17 billion in landmark settlement over social media addiction claims. Are we all addicted to social media? Are you addicted to social media? That's pretty wild. And do they do it to you? Meta settles federal trial over claims Facebook, Instagram addict children. Okay. All right, keep tapping, share the live, do the heart me, all the nifty stuff. Maybe somebody will come up sometime. Come up and yell at me about sound money. Steal. White House brags about Lake America
Yeah, I can't wait to go to Lake America soon.
in the middle of it puts DC in the middle of North Carolina. What? White House released a map labeling Lake Ontario as Lake America.
Let's go.
That's so fucking stupid.
It's not. What the hell? This is actually the fire. Actually hope he renames it. He can actually rename it, right?
uh, he can call it whatever he wants, I suppose. It can be changed at any time, though. Anybody in the
Renamed
future
the
can
lake to
change it.
Lake New York because it's our lake, but it's our state.
What the heck? Nah, Lake of
Rename,
America sounds better,
yeah, name
bro.
it to Lake New York.
No, Lake America sounds better.
Lake America is all 5 lakes.
Hmm.
Lake America is all 5 lakes in the Great Lake region. That's Lake America to me, you know?
This is
But we
stupid as
want these
shit.
Canadians to always think of America, not New York. Like
This
America,
is
that's gonna sting.
Yeah, this is stupid as shit. Austin, can I get your age and who you voted for?
24, I voted for Chase Oliver, but I've come to support Trump more, believe it or not. And the reason for that is because everything Trump has done either is good, or if a Democrat or left winger did it, the left wouldn't care. So I'm not going to care if Trump does it.
Such as
Like that's sort of my standard. I think it's pretty.
you're breaking up, dude.
Trump,
You got Trump mobile there.
all right.
You got the Trump
Can you
phone.
hear me?
You're gonna have to get yourself a better phone. Your Trump phone's not working very well.
I got Apple. I'm just walking.
Okay. Well, your Trump phone's not working very well. All right. So what do you? Okay. First of all, Chase Oliver.
Or it's just body Wi-Fi. But anyway,
First of all,
so
first of all,
for
first of
example,
all,
I'm gonna
first of all, first of all, Chase Oliver, libertarian. Why? Why libertarian?
Oh, the reason for that is because I didn't like Trump saying Haitians are eating pets, but I also didn't like Kamala Harris's war in Ukraine. And Chase Oliver had the best plan to pay off the debt out of everybody there. Because I'm from a safe state, I voted for Chase Oliver.
Okay. Harris didn't start a war in Ukraine. What the fuck is wrong with you? That war is still going on, by the way, and we're still sending all kinds of fucking money to that. Or as we should be.
Yeah, I don't like
Since
either
Russia
one of them
is our
doing it.
since
No,
Russia is our enemy.
you call some foreign country an enemy, you can justify unaliving strangers. So like, let's not have
except
enemies.
we're not killing anybody though.
Russia's doing it, but Ukraine's not our problem.
They're a good place to give a bunch of our old weapons to make sure that Russia gets hammered down a little bit and we can save sovereign nations. But either
Why do
way,
I
I
care
wouldn't
about
I wouldn't
Russia?
support. You don't have to care about Russia. You don't have to care about Ukraine either. I don't really care much more either way. But we are just handing them old weapons, and we're protecting sovereign nations. I think that's
But
probably a
why
good
would
thing.
we want to send them old weapons?
Because we have to recycle them or throw them away otherwise.
We could disassemble them, sell them to private sector people for like things that are completely unrelated to war. Like weapons are made of stuff. Disassemble it, take the stuff, take the parts, sell the steel to like a mill company or something.
Our proprietary military equipment can't be done that way. We would recycle them in some way, shape, or form, or we would throw them away, destroy them and throw them away. That's what happens with our military surplus.
All right. I mean, we could still do that. I just don't like the concept of taking sides in foreign wars in general. You know.
I don't
But
necessarily disagree.
The main reason why, but the main reason I've come to like Trump so much, and you probably, there's a good chance this will make your blood boil, but I like Trump talking about annexing all of Canada. That's what I like. And I've sort of realized that from the Canadian perspective, it seems that these people value identity, their Canadian identity, whatever that means. It seems that they value that over everything else, and I think that's absolutely bonkers. You know, like an identity is this vague, abstract concept. Why would you value that over your pocketbook?
Why did we form this country?
You formed it because you didn't like what...
Wait, you?
What?
Why did we form it? You're American, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did we form this country?
Why you formed Canada? It was
No, I don't live in Canada. What the fuck?
Oh, you live in the United States.
Why did we form the United States of America? I don't know what's wrong with you.
Oh, we formed the United States of America because we didn't like the idea of taxation without representation.
We didn't like the idea of having a king. We didn't like the idea of having colonies. We didn't like the idea of being a colony. And here you are wanting to turn around 250 years later and say, let's go ahead and colonize other countries.
That's literally what Manifest Destiny was. We expanded.
That was all part of the same landmass. That was all part of this country. I'm sorry, Canada's a sovereign nation.
For now. And we'll see if that changes.
So you want imperialism. That's fucking wild. You don't want to get involved in other countries' affairs, but you just want to take them over.
Because if we take over Canada, that benefits America because more people, more land, more GDP.
Everything we do on a world stage benefits America. But you are suggesting that we should take over sovereign nations instead of helping other countries save themselves as sovereign nations or take over other sovereign nations themselves.
I mean, taking over sovereign nations is a much more direct way to benefit America. So I'm like, yeah, take over Canada without violence,
Well, then
right?
why don't we take over Russia? And it will be violent, by the way. Why don't we take over
No,
Russia?
we'll do it without violence. We'll do it without sufficient violence. But
Yeah,
Russia
I'm
doesn't
sorry.
even.
Sufficient. What is sufficient violence? What does that mean?
I mean, I would say like I'm just ballparking a number. 300K dead or more is sufficient violence. I'm just ballparking that.
What the fuck? Boy, you're a fascist.
Yo,
Well, it depends on how you define fascism. Because here's sort of how I see
No,
it.
no,
Let's
you are an
say
actual fascist.
how so.
Well, I don't know. You tend to think that we are better than everybody else, being Americans. I'd assume if I dig far enough, you probably base that on skin color, ethnicity.
Well, that's wrong.
You want to
That's wrong.
imperialize, and you want to imperialize the rest of the planet. You want to make every country on the planet part of the United States of America at some point in time, because you know America's the
That's
best.
wrong.
I would say that you sound a little bit like Hitler or Mussolini right now.
The only thing that made boy, the only thing that made him bad was the Holocaust. That was literally it. If it wasn't for that, then he'd be like Otto von Bismarck. Like nobody.
You are a literal fascist. That's fucking wild.
I would deny it, but it all depends on how you define fascism at this point. So
You know, if you gotta try and nitpick over how you define fascism to call yourself a fascist, I think you've already lost the plot.
I'm gonna say that you're a fascist because you don't support the taxation
I'm a,
rate being 80% on the billionaires. I'm gonna call
I'm
you
a
a
Mar-
fascist.
I'm a Marxist.
Well, Marxism is worse than fascism, if we're being honest.
That's an idiotic statement. What the fuck?
Why? Why?
Okay, you are a child. I mean, at some point in the future, you'll grow up and you'll realize that
I'm
your
not a
ideas.
child.
You are a child.
More insults from the left, like they do anything. They don't.
You are a child. At some point in
I'm
time, you
not
will
a
grow up.
child.
You are a
I'm not
child,
a
and at some
child.
point, you are a child, and at some point in time, you're going to grow up and realize that you're
What
fucking the
if I
shit you're saying right
identify as an
now.
adult? What
The shit you're
if
saying
I
right now is absolutely and utterly ridiculous. At some point in time, you're going to realize this. I'm not sure when, but goddamn, for everybody's sake, I hope it's sooner rather than later. What's up, B?
Good morning.
identify as an adult, you don't
Whoa.
respect that, you're a transphobe. And I'm
Uh,
24, so yeah, I am an adult. You don't respect that,
yeah,
you're a transphobe.
you're
Congratulations, you're the
you're a
fascist now.
child. You're a child and a fascist, and
Define a child.
someday you'll grow out of it. Your brain isn't
What is a
fully
child?
developed, kid.
What is a child?
Your brain isn't
Really?
fully your brain. Shut the
Define
fuck up.
fully developed.
You all right?
Oh,
You're
shut
gonna
you.
have to shut the fuck up. Okay. What the fuck? No, I don't like Canadians either.
what? Based?
What the fuck?
Do you like
That he's on your
Vietnam?
side, by the way.
Huh?
That guy was on your side.
No, he's a what he said. He's a social. What he said? He's a
Uh,
socialist.
he's a fascist. He's an imperialistic
He said.
fascist.
He said depends on your definition of a
You have
fascist.
to understand that some of the stuff you said he agreed with, like taking over Canada and shit like that. So you got a little fascism in you too. You know that, right?
Wait. I maybe okay. Am I a fascist? If I don't want to take them over, I want them to give us consent, and they kind of come to our side. Like they kind of
You
fold,
want
if anything.
you want to force them into consent. You realize
Not
that's kind of like raping a woman, right?
no, because that's horrible. But imagine where you.
I didn't do it.
Oh, sorry, you're forcing them to a good situation because what you just said is horrible. What you just said was that's a horrible thing you can
I
do.
know, but you think it's a good situation, and I'm sure you think that you're God's gift to women too. So I'm going to assume that you
I mean,
think
my
that's
wife
a good
says.
situation too.
I
Yeah.
mean, my wife
So
says I'm amazing, but I'm
So
just saying Canada will.
forcing consent is okay as long as you're God's gift to women, right?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, what if Canada's like, you know what? We can't do this trade war. If anything, like Trump said, we want it to be treated like a state. Let's just do it, and we all win. And hear me out. All these Canadians are liberals, so you guys win too. So be quiet. Let's take over Canada, and you guys get all these liberals. This is going to backfire on these
No,
people.
I'm
Canada's full of liberals.
I'm just not in support of fascism or imperialism. Don't support that shit. You can't
So
talk me into it.
so you're against us having Puerto Rico?
Um, yeah, as a matter of fact, I think Puerto Rico should be free, or at the very least, get to decide for themselves whether they want to be free or not.
Hmm.
You don't like that idea? You think we should control their destiny?
I'm just saying, I don't see them complaining, right? When they start getting that U.S.
They
citizenship, they don't really
wait.
complain.
They do complain. They complain on a regular basis. They vote to either be part of the U.S. or to leave the United States protectorate. I don't.
But they want to keep the citizenship. They can't have it both ways.
I don't think they want to. I think you're wrong.
They do. If you talk to
No, I
them,
think you're wrong.
they want to keep the U.S.
I
citizenship, but they want to be their own
I I
country.
have I have talked to many of them, and no, most of the ones I talk to just want the United States to leave them alone and let them run their own country.
Yeah, I just ask. Well, maybe, but what I do is I ask them, "Are you willing to give up your citizenship and get like a Puerto Rican passport?" And they all like hesitate. They're all like, "Oh, I mean, I don't know about that." I'm just like, "Well, I mean, there you goes." Because all these Central American countries, I mean, if the America was like, "Do you want to be a territory?" I feel like lots of them would be like, "Hell yeah, let's go, let's
I,
roll with
I
it."
f- I feel like you say that without actually talking to anybody or understanding anything.
I talk to people. I ask lots of questions. Do you like Vietnam?
I've never been there. I don't know.
Well, I mean, because you're a Marxist, do you like Vietnam or like Cuba, Laos, North
I've
Korea?
I've never been to any of those places, so I don't know.
But do you like how they're led?
I don't really care how other countries decide they want to run their country. It's really none of my business, right?
Mm.
Right?
It's not, but like as a Marxist, like don't you start like like okay, as a Marxist, like China does it, Vietnam does it, Cuba does it. Let me look into these countries and compare it to our
What
country.
do they
Bring
do?
the
Huh?
What do these countries do?
Whoa,
they're like
damn.
communist and also they're like Marxist. What like they lean towards Marxism or whatever, right?
Hold on one sec. NSAP, are you a fascist?
I'm a national socialist. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
good.
okay. What the fuck, man? You're the Canadian, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
kind of grossed out listening to El Predictor. Guy has TDS, Trump devotion syndrome. Try to get him to concede on anything that Trump's done bad. He won't. This guy's insane.
I like
What?
I like Predictor. But hold on, the Neo Rebel, are you a fascist?
Am I a fascist?
Yeah.
No.
Um, do you think the United States should control the world? Do you think
I
it should
think
be
the
white?
United
Do you think it should be
States.
Christian?
Carry on.
Do you think the United States should control the world? Do you think we should be white? Do you think we should be Christian?
I think that's up to the people, don't you think?
I don't. Yeah, of course, I think that. I'm asking you.
Yeah, I think that too.
Okay. Who'd you vote for?
I wrote in Ron Paul.
Okay. Libertarian.
Eh, I don't believe in libertarianism that much. I'm more of a national socialist.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Fucking children. Little fascist children running all over the place.
Yeah, what the hell's wrong with these kids? These kids are, but give it, Mr. Mojo. Be honest though, these kids are smart nowadays. Like these kids are like fascists. They know all this stuff. Then you have people like I got introduced to Jesus Whatnot. He's 19. He destroyed born again atheists. These kids are just younger and younger, getting smarter, or knowing stuff.
Younger and younger, getting smarter. I don't disagree. Well, hold on. I'm not going to call them smart. I'm going to say that they have the capacity to be smart. They just have really bad ideas. I'm not sure why that they've been propagandized in such a way, but um, I I think that it's pretty stupid to fall into that kind of trap. So
Mm,
it's pretty hard for me to call them smart.
okay.
Mojo, could I ask him a quick hypothetical and then I'll drop down?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
All right. So let's say El Predictor that hypothetically that Canada all of a sudden came up with an invention of a boom boom that was extremely intimidating that the US didn't have, couldn't compete with, and we knew that that was our power and we had power over you. And our prime minister started touting that we want you guys to be the 11th province. That sounds okay with you and be
And
like a
then you wake up. No,
yeah, okay.
this
So you
sounds like
can't deal with a hypothetical, then what the
no. It's
fuck
just
we
a
doing?
funny hypothetical. But if that was the case, let's just say Canada hasn't come close to that for a reason. I feel like we tell them, hey, you can't do that. Come on.
This is why I can't talk to you.
Require
So
all
this
that.
guy
Also,
does
why did you say have Trump something? Come on, bro. This isn't about
because
Trump.
man, you go from panel to panel, and it does not matter. They can tell
And
you
what do I say
anything.
panel to panel?
What? Well, you
What
let
do
me
I say
talk, I'll
panel
say
to
it.
panel?
If you let me talk, I'll say it. It doesn't matter what anyone says to you. You find a way to pretzel yourself into convincing us that Trump's okay. He did that for this reason. He did that for like you justify anything the guy does. That's derangement, man.
No. I just support him not doing mass deportations. I've been called out Trump for the horrible things he
I've
does.
heard you
And I
say
get
that.
educated every day about Trump.
You're roaches for raid, man. Like you're
How?
okay with it. You say I don't like
Oh
that he's
Lord, we're not
anyway.
going
I
down
gotta
that
go.
path.
Mojo, I like you, man. I gotta go.
Run,
That's
run,
cool.
run.
Thank you, WTF, man.
Take care.
But Mojo, I only came up because NSAP down there is saying nationalists, socialists are not fascist. I mean, that is worth debating.
If you want to, I just wasn't in the mood. I was listening to Anthony's earlier, and I don't know. I find people pretty disgusting right now. But if you want to, you can.
Yeah, okay. It seems like one of those ideologies that seems to want to try to justify things. So, like, prying into where they get the justification from is usually the most interesting part.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to pull them up, that's fine. You can have a conversation. I'll jump in if I think something's really ridiculous. But I don't know. Just wasn't in the mood.
That's
But
fair. I
either
think you
way,
bailed anyway.
okay. Well,
Mr.
there's somebody.
Mojo.
That Austin kid is still in the request box.
Hey, I just
Are Marxists materialistic? Materialistic?
Materialistic? I'm not sure what
Yeah.
you
no
mean by that.
Okay.
have to have
It says
stuff. All about the
materialism.
stuff. Sorry.
Well,
That's okay.
predictor, would you consider owning a house materialism?
It, the, if you want like a mansion or if you're really focused on certain things of the house, but if you just are humble for
What's,
four walls and a roof, no, you're not materialistic for a house.
well, then let's go into your little definitions there. What are you calling a mansion?
Well, for example, you're materialistic if you're saying, I want a house with a pool. I want a 3-story house. I want 5 closets. I want 7 restrooms, even though you only have maybe 4 people in the house. You say you're gonna have 2 guest rooms, but they're never ever used. Um, then you start
I
buying
mean,
things for the house, like a trampoline that never gets used and all that. Like I don't know, just that's materialistic. Like when you start saying that.
so if you go and live in a 500 square foot apartment, there's 1,000 units, only 900 people are in there. You got community access to a pool, a trampoline. Uh, there's obviously 1,000 toilets there for every unit. There's that aren't being, like, 9 out of the 1,000, 100 of them aren't being used. The 100 units aren't being used. Like, you're essentially just calling an apartment complex a mansion.
No, because that's an apartment complex. You're renting. You're not. You're not owning the property. And also, it's a what did you say? Community. So everyone's pitching in, really.
No, not really. None of the community is building it, maintaining it, or any of that other stuff. I'm just using your bare bones definition. You're saying unused bathrooms, unused rooms. Uh, that's more than what you particularly need just for yourself or individuals that you are aligned with closely, like a family. Uh, that's what you're calling a mansion. So the 100 units that are unused are lending to your credence of a mansion
No, why are they unused? These units?
because nobody's renting them, nobody's living them.
Why? Because of rent control. Because there's no people. There's cockroaches. Why?
There's no why that's needed. It's just simple parallel to your definition. It fits your definition of what you just described as a mansion.
Well, I guess I'll have to work on the definition then, because it's because I'm doing research on Marxism and the Catholic Church, and it's very interesting the history of both of them. And the Catholic Church says that Marxists are they're materialism, and also they reject them because of the atheism and all that. So I just was
Which
asking Mr. Mojo,
also
are
fascinating.
Marxists materialistic? I mean, materialistic.
No, the
Also
ideology
fascinating.
is rooted
Minimalist.
in material conditions. So when you say they're materialist, I mean,
Right?
I don't know if you really understand what the term material conditions means and the way it's utilized. If you want to understand Marx, you should probably read Marx.
I often
Read
view
Marx.
many
Like that's what it's called,
philosophies.
Marx.
I
No,
often
that's
view
the
many
author.
philosophies as religious kind of in nature. There's a certain devotion in there. Now, whether or not they believe in something they cannot prove is like the delineating factor. But if we want to look at like your cathedrals and stuff from Christendom, they have many rooms, many bathrooms, and often do not have anybody living there. Those would be considered mansions.
No, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Um, I would say Marxism is the exact opposite of materialism.
So why does it say Marxism is materialist? Is materialist
Materialism.
and ultimately seeks collective ownership of productive resources. As a Catholic, please reject this. So, I mean,
That would be anti-materialist. If you seek collective
what?
ownership of resources, if you seek collective ownership of resources, you are against materialism. You want everybody to own resources. You don't want just you to own resources. You don't want just you to have access to the pool. You want everybody to have access to a pool.
Mm,
That's collective ownership over the pool, not individual ownership. That's the opposite of materialism, the way you're putting it anyway.
yeah.
Because I want everybody to live a nice, happy life. I think human beings are capable of amazing things. I think the only thing that stops us from doing amazing things as a species is the fact that we have to get our basic needs met. So everybody spends their entire life working on getting food and shelter and water and security and love and whatever else they need for their basic needs. And they spend no time actually self-actualizing or becoming what they should be or doing the things that they're good at. It just
But do you
becomes a
know,
And
Mr.
getting
Mojo,
sidetracked with I need to have the best of this, the best of that, that name brand purse.
the
That
big truck that blows, that rolls
yep.
coal, the fucking white picket fence, the mansion,
Mm-hmm.
the swimming pool that's bigger than the neighbors. Yeah.
Right.
Mr. Mojo, but do you know what turns people off from your views? And you're probably gonna be like, I don't care. You're gonna roll your eyes, but your views on like, and also Marxism, because I've done research, because as a as a Catholic, how I should see Marxism. You guys just shit on religion as a whole. You guys say it's stupid, evil. And for lots of people, I know you're going to roll your eyes and be like, I don't care. Who cares? But for lots of people, religion is huge. So then when you start like poop poo the idea of it, because you guys are all atheists, right? Marxism or no?
No,
Yeah.
there are many. Well, I mean, Mojo is, but there are plenty of creators on here and people throughout history who have been Marxists that have been Christians, that have been Muslims. There's a woman on here who's called Lady Isbahar. She's Muslim. There are Christians. I think that the way that Marxists typically view religion is that it is the sigh of the oppressed creature. So what that means is essentially people who are on difficult times, whether that be war-torn countries or financial or economic resources are difficult, tend to turn to religion for relief. Because even though this life sucks, your life won't. So I don't view religion negatively. I view religion in the West negatively because we typically have more than the average person and we utilize religion as a way to oppress people. But people who are in the global South and the East, they utilize religion as a source of hope. And I understand that.
That's not true. I wish I can defend the gospel strong, but lots of people view religion as Jesus whatnot said it perfectly. Like the start, you guys are way smarter. The start of things, the fuel, the domino effect. Like people see religion as the start, the point of life, not just oh, I mean, it gives me hope for heaven and a peaceful afterlife. Like for some people, the point there has to be a meaning of life, and that's what God is. So
Well,
it's not just peace and all that.
if
What
you look at the
meaning do
way
you
that
derive personally?
if you look at the way that religion was started, Christianity specifically was started for the poor. That religion, Christ, is essentially a radical political figure who utilized religion to get his point across. Prior to Christ, there wasn't much in the way of sort of standing up for or representing people who are impoverished. The second thing that he talks about in the Bible the most, besides saying you must follow God, is helping the poor. So that religion was essentially started so that people who were poor could feel some sort of relief and comfort in life.
I
So regardless of
I
disagree.
the way
just
that it's taken
I
now, I think that's
disagree.
where it starts.
I'm gonna disagree too. I'm gonna
It
disagree
was for
too
the
because
Gentiles.
I think that Christianity and all religions are a tool utilized by the wealthy and the powerful in order to control the populace. And if you can convince
Yes.
poor people that being poor is somehow holy, then you can convince them that their lot in life is not that bad and they're not going to revolt. It's a way to control people. Religion's always been a way to control people.
And to say something to ruin what he just said beautifully, um, I'm not even gonna say it. Mr. Mojo said
No,
it
you can
perfectly.
say it. No, because you have a different idea. I think religion's bad or it been used as bad.
No, I'm just saying that Christianity wasn't like what she's like said. Like it was a lot of Christianity was for it was for Gentiles. It says there it was for the Jews and Gentiles to form this, and also apart from the poor, it like on John 3:16 further, it says we people saw there were eyewitnesses of the Son of God, Jesus. So it's not just poor, it's not just feeling better. There's witnesses of Jesus by the Holy Bible, the Judaism, Torah, and also Roman sources. So if you're not even a religious person, go look at the Roman sources at the time. So people saw the Son of God, and I just disagree. It's not just poor people and all that crap. And also, last look real quick, why I'm saying you guys are mostly atheists, and why I'm but what I said earlier is because the the main guy, Karl Marx, or sorry, Marx, he's the main guy who created this thing, I think, and he's the one who said the horrible things about religion. So that's why I'm asking,
What horrible
Instead
thing
of
did he say
going
about
back,
religion?
huh?
What horrible thing did he say about religion?
He said they were stupid and evil. and that's
When
like
did he say
bad. That's
that? In
bad.
which book did he say that? Or which speech did he say that?
Let me look it up.
He didn't specifically say that. I can save you the time. He said that religion was the opiate of the masses. But instead of going back to Rome, why don't it go even further? That way you can gain some understanding. Go back to ancient Egypt before all of your modern day religions.
Oh,
And how did they use their religion?
Well, I do, but I'm very interested in the new covenant as a Catholic, and also, yeah. But you're right. I gotta do some research on the old stuff.
Well, if we go back to the time of the pyramids being built, which, I mean, by most of your definitions that you've given up here so far just today, those would be mansions, even though they're mansions for the dead.
Bro,
Uh,
I said those weren't mansions anymore, whatever that is.
oh,
You
okay.
keep holding on to that.
Well, I'm just
Um,
using what we've talked about so far. But I mean, removing that, uh, those religions like in to Horus and all of their uh, deity figures, it was to create a caste system and subjugation of the masses. They didn't have words like slave or citizen or any of that other stuff. They were all just subjects.
Take him off of the screen. Damn it, Scott. You need to stop. Someone please remove Scott. He just showed his poo poo in the toilet.
Was it at
um,
least in the shape of an L?
I have the
Hello.
source. You said what? What you said, Brobot?
Nothing. It's a poop joke.
Oh, um, I have the source of where Karl Marx said it's stupid and evil.
Yeah, go for it.
1843/44, Introduction to a Contribution to the Critique of
Yeah,
Hegel's
Hegel's
Philosophy of
philosophy.
Right.
Yes. Let me read the
Okay,
entire
okay,
let me read the
okay.
entire thing to you. Religious suffering is at one and the same time the expression of real suffering and a protest against real suffering. Religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of the heartless world, the soul of the soulless condition. It is the opium of the people.
Okay, that means
Meaning,
it's stupid
so
and
prior
evil.
to, no, that's not what that means. Prior to Christianity, so Christianity was a poverty cult. At the end of the day, that's essentially what it was. But prior to that, when we're talking about Judaism and who the Canaanites followed and even Roman religions, these are sort of ways to justify suffering that is happening in a world, and as a way to sort of be able to understand that life is cruel.
Oh, okay.
And that's all he's saying. And
Hmm.
it's a way to manipulate. And Mojo is right. It was also a way to control people. But I am of the firm belief that
How do you control people?
you can control people through religion, but also there is
Like
some
how?
benefit to it.
No,
Well,
no, but how do you like
telling
as a
people they
like
must tithe 10% of their wealth to the Catholic Church. That's a method of
what?
control.
telling
When
people that
what?
telling people that they should be happy when they're poor, telling people that they shouldn't murder lest they go to hell, telling people that this is the way you live a good life so that you can't steal from me. These are means of
What's wrong with those
control.
teachings? If you
I
don't,
don't.
5 more seconds, please. You just said um, telling people don't be happy when they're poor. So you're saying once you get the money, you're gonna be happy.
I
Jesus
didn't say
teachings,
no.
but what's wrong with
I
that?
said the exact opposite. I said telling people that they should be happy when they're poor
Yeah,
because
exactly. What's
only
wrong with that?
because only the poor get into heaven. What's wrong with that is then you end up with a large class of poor people that are happy with their lot in life and never seek to get any better, which allows the rich people to take advantage of them.
Um, or it's seen as an average person is not rich, right? Like more than 7 figures.
I don't know what that
So
means.
like a person is not a billionaire millionaire usually. Like on this panel, we're not billionaires here. So with that teaching isn't really, hey, if you're poor, just be happy, don't do much in life. It just means be humble with what you have, be grateful for what you have. And also the people who keep saying, why me, God? Why am I poor? They're gonna inherit the earth after, especially people like that. Because guess what? life is unfair because of what you said. Rich people doing horrible things, and these rich people. I mean, if you're a Christian or if you believe in religion, mostly you have to believe in an evil spirit or whatever that's called.
I think that's kind of odd how you frame that. Are you saying that simply because somebody is poor, that they are the meek that will inherit the earth?
No, I said people who are poor are going to especially inherit the earth, especially the ones
Well,
who are the
the
strongest
the
soldier of
text
God.
actually says that the meek will inherit the earth, and this is after Revelations. But are you saying that simply because they're poor, that they are the meek that the Bible talks about? And that time, that particular word, the meek, would be
Right?
the faithless, the godless. Are you saying that the poor are just faithless, godless heathens?
No, because meek didn't mean poor.
Correct. You used it in that
Right?
manner, though. You
No,
said the
I'm
poor
not.
will
I
inherit
never
the
brought up
earth.
meek. I never said gentle. I said poor people are humble. That's all. But I never brought up gentle, patient, or like I said, poor people. They're mostly humble, and especially the religious ones. People like that. When in Jesus' teachings, when people start saying, "Why God? Why me?" That's where the Jesus teachings is don't start saying that. Be grateful for what you have. Be grateful that you we find I find a way to feed you. Just like the what he said, just like the birds. You see the birds in the sky, they find a way to eat and drink every day. Just like I'm gonna give you food and water every day. Don't worry about how you're gonna get the next meal. You're going to eat.
Yeah, and do you see how
Come
that
on,
can
man.
quell and do you see how that can
Well,
quell rebellion? Do you understand how having that ideology at the time where the poor significantly outnumbered the wealthy during the times of Christ, and how that ideology essentially quells rebellion? It says, you know what? Don't worry about being poor because we promise you that you will be rich in the afterlife. Don't worry about it. And if you're rich right now, even give up all your riches. That'll even help us out even more so that you can get into heaven. So
Yeah.
only is it
Sorry.
convincing poor, let me finish. Not only is
Yeah.
it
Sorry.
convincing poor people to remain and be happy with their lot in life, even though their lot in life may be disease, poverty, and slavery, but it's also telling rich people, hey, if you also like this religion and you want to feel good about yourself, give all your riches away so that you can also, get into the kingdom of heaven. That quells rebellion because historically, people who are poor, when they've outnumbered the wealthy, if it gets bad enough, they will rise up, they will rebel.
What do you mean? So when you start saying that, what do you mean rich in the afterlife mean? When you start comparing it to
Christ says
the
you're going to have a house in heaven with many
no,
rooms.
no, that's not what that means. If you're a true Christian or a Catholic, what rich in the afterlife means is eternal life with God in heaven. That's it. It doesn't
Yeah.
mean a big house. It doesn't mean anything materialistic. Nothing. Not Gucci clothes, not nice shoes, not gold, not jewelry, not a steak, not the finest fish. Eternal life with God in heaven. That's it. Not anything what you just said that you think rich in afterlife means. And if you maybe heard wrong, I don't know. Maybe you grew up with Protestant people or something like that. But rich in the afterlife doesn't mean house or materialistic stuff. I'm not gonna repeat myself anymore. My bad.
there, there it is. We kind of, well, I'm not sure if B realized that, but I kind of figured that you were going after the other sects of Christianity.
Sorry.
The way that you're describing some of these texts biblically don't actually fit the biblical definitions of the words that you're referring to. Like how
How
you said,
so?
well, you said the poor would eventually inherit the earth. The biblical text is the meek will inherit the earth, the godless, the
No, it doesn't.
faithless.
There's other things than meek. On Matthew, I might get it wrong. Matthew either 4:16 or 6:16. It says, "Do not get like build yourself up to the treasures of earth, but store up the treasures in heaven." So I don't know why you keep going back to a specific passage, maybe of meek or meek this. There's many passages in the Holy Bible, especially the New Testament, where rich in the afterlife means being closer to God forever, eternal life, having joy and peace with God. That's it.
Sure, and I'm sure you'd like to move away from those points. I'm only using what you said. The way that you're describing certain passages, you're using as a political weapon.
No, not at all. And also, I said many times I maybe messed up on the gospel, and I have to learn how to defend it properly. But I'm trying my best here, especially with four atheists up in the panel. It's
I'm
hard,
Sure.
you know.
Well, I'm not
Stargazer
attacking
I'm
you as
is
Lutheran.
Christian.
Stargazer as
He's
a
a
I'm
Lutheran.
Christian.
Christian. I'm Lutheran, and my mother's maiden name was Meek, so I assumed that I was going to inherit the earth until I got old enough to realize the difference. So
Yeah.
That's cute.
Meek isn't necessarily poor. It's just humble and
Yeah, that's what I told him.
giving, loving. And Jesus never wanted religion. He just wanted us to love each other. That's all he ever wanted.
Facts. Amen, sister.
So yeah, that's why I don't believe in I don't believe in Catholic religion at
Oh,
all. So sorry.
it's also a fascinating
No, it's
reinterpretation.
okay.
So through Revelations, after Satan essentially takes over and you have the second coming, suddenly the humble or the most charitable are going to inherit the earth, which factually wouldn't be true. The rapture already happened. All the
Actually,
humble and the faithful have already returned upon heaven.
the rapture was made up in the late 1800s, robot.
Oh, I'm aware. It's
Yeah.
it's just one of those things, like it's a reinterpretation from what was originally, I guess, written down, which uh, El Predictor would call the Old Testament, and I've heard El Predictor before say he works off the New Testament, so he would believe in the rapture.
Right. And
No,
it's
I
just
love the. I
it's a
sorry.
way to double down on controlling the masses. I agree with that.
um,
I have another passage for you, Brobot. Luke 6:20. Blessed are you who are poor, for yours is the kingdom of God.
See that
For sure.
that kind of shit is freaky to me.
Let's go. It's supposed to be. Let's go, Mr. Mojo.
That's supposed to
Inshallah,
be
you become
freaky.
Christian.
No,
Inshallah.
because you're telling everybody that they need to be poor, otherwise they won't get into heaven.
No,
And
he's talking to the people who are poor.
yeah, so you need
Blessed
to
are you
remain
who are
poor.
poor, for
So
yours is the
yes, I
kingdom of God.
understand. I understand. So then you are telling poor people that they should remain poor and be happy with their lot in life, meaning that they will never revolt, meaning that they will never try and get more, meaning that they will never compete against the wealthy. This is what the wealthy use to control the poor.
Sure. Well, it's also more of a pacification in other regards as well. Specifically, it is shedding that light that if you are poor, you have a like almost a guaranteed ticket into heaven as long as you follow the other commandments and things within the Bible or the other teachings. Uh,
And
it was so that people do not uh, essentially find a difference in material condition. Like you see the wealthy being, just absolute abhorrent like human beings, you can overlook that or turn the other cheek, as the Bible reference would go.
true. And
Mr. Mojo, did Jesus command people to help the poor?
He
yes.
No, I
he
asked Mr.
command
Mojo.
um
why
sure
why
why
sorry.
You
sure
said
why
what?
sure why
Well, I mean, you keep saying that it's to control people to remain poor.
yeah
That passage, which in Luke 6:20, does not just it does that doesn't mean Christians should stay poor. It does not say that at all. I'm just saying that contradicts what you're saying because Jesus, which is God, repeatedly commanded people to help the poor, and he criticized people who were greedy and exploited the ones who were working a lot. They were vulnerable. And what's it called? I have another passage for Brobot too because I like Luke a lot. Luke 4:18. I write these down. Um, I'm gonna keep it short though, because this one's long. The whole passage is the good news to the poor. And it's a lot, so I won't. I talked a lot. I won't read the passage.
Well, you know, for the stuff for the time Jesus's times, I believe that he was telling the people, do not not try to get ahead, but be okay with who you are, no matter your lot in life. But he never says, do not aspire for more.
No.
He says, be at peace. Be at
Um.
peace, not be,
Yeah. One of Jesus' teachings was always to give to the poor. I do lots of charity,
right.
and I don't do it. I don't do it for social media. I don't do it for a pat in the back. I don't do it for validation. That's where it's bad. You have to do these things to come at the heart, not just during the festive holiday. Jesus taught to help the poor all the time, not just money. Like it's not just giving the homeless $5. It's telling the homeless, "Hey, let me buy you a coffee. Let me buy you something to eat."
It didn't only mean financially poor; it meant spiritually poor as well.
So I don't know, man. This I'm as a Catholic, because I'm interested in Mr. Mo. Like I learned a lot from Mr. Mojo, but the Marxism. I just wish he didn't say certain things about religion, or I wish you guys were just more cool about religion. But you guys are all atheists,
Wait,
so
I'm
I
cool
understand
about
the I
religion,
I'm
understand where
not
bro.
you guys
an
come from.
atheist. I'm not an atheist.
No. Wait, but you're not a Marxist, right?
No, I'm a Lutheran.
Okay, but these people who are Marxists, they're atheists. And I'm not saying that as a bad thing. I'm just saying I know where they're coming from now. So it's very hard when like the main person, Karl Marx, is like,
Hey, El Predictor, do you know that God loves us even if we don't believe in him?
um, he castrates a few people or whatever that's called.
He loves us even if we don't believe in
Wait, he
him.
castrates a few people?
Yeah, that doesn't make
Yeah,
sense. Oh, Tim
maybe
Furry passed away
maybe I
once.
said the word wrong, but I don't think I don't know if he
No
loves
way.
everyone. Do you think he loved the Austrian painter?
Austrian.
Yeah, he did. Most
No, he didn't.
definitely in the Bible, it says to love thy enemy. If he considered the Austrian painter his enemy, then yes, he loved him. And the Bible says that
I
if
never
the
said
if the
enemy.
Austrian painter,
I
if
never said
he,
enemy.
let me finish. And the Bible says that if you give your heart to the Lord before you pass, you'll go to heaven. So if the Austrian painter made a prayer to God that he accepts Christ in his heart, he went to heaven. That's your religion, not mine.
No, you're just very anti-Christian.
No, it's not anti-Christian. I understand the Bible. It most
Did
literally
God
says that
hate? Did
all
God
those
hate
who
sin?
accept, I didn't get to finish. It most literally says that all those who accept
Yeah.
him into his heart will make it into heaven. And if the Austrian painter accepted Christ into his heart before he passed, then he went to heaven.
Okay, so just because God had love for him, does that mean salvation for him?
Yes, according to the
No, it
Bible,
doesn't.
absolutely.
No,
Yes, dude.
God can no. As a Catholic, he could have he could have not given him salvation. Also, I asked you another question. Did God hate sin?
Yes, he does.
Okay, then. So
You could still go to heaven if you sin, though.
Was the Austrian painter a serious type of evil?
Oh
Did
yeah,
he
he was a
do
sin. Yeah,
all
yeah.
right then? So he didn't give him
You still want
salvation.
to? I mean,
I don't know why
if
you're
he got
speaking for God. You don't know
salvation, if
what
he
God did
got,
with him.
Wait a minute. Wait a
God
minute.
knows what he does. God can
El
do whatever he
Predictor.
wants.
it's
El
John three
Predictor.
sixteen. You quoted it earlier. John 3:16
Yes.
most definitely, literally says that all who accept him in
And you
his
know the
heart
passage, right?
will. Yes, I know the passage.
But you don't know anything in the Torah. You don't know anything in the
I
Quran.
do know the
You're
Torah. I
very
do know the Torah.
anti-Christian.
I don't know the Quran, but I do know the Torah because the
All
Torah is
right
the first
then.
five books of the Bible:
That's part
Genesis,
of the
Exodus,
that's
Leviticus,
exactly. You're
Numbers, and
only
Deuteronomy.
anti-Christian for some reason. And I'm having a good
I'm not a
faithful
fan of
conversation
Jewish
and you're
either,
saying
but
that God loved Austrian painter and he gave him salvation. You're wrong.
no, God
You're
loves.
speaking out of your butt, to be honest.
Wait
No,
a minute.
Stargazer explained it to you earlier. God
I wish
loves
Pope Leo can
all
maybe
of
talk
his
about this
children.
thing.
Yep. And Jesus died to save us from our sins. We are all sinners. And no sin is any worse nor better than another sin.
Okay,
They
but we're
say,
not all saved, Mrs. Stargazer. And that's what my point is. This Austrian painter, I don't speak for God. But if I had a
What do
prediction,
you
I don't
what
think
do
he
you
was
mean by
saved.
saved? What do you mean by saved?
Salvation.
You don't know that for sure. You don't know what his last thoughts were. You don't know what his last
Exactly.
words were.
You
They could
don't
have
know
been
that
Jesus
either.
Christ. I
You don't know
accept
that
you.
either.
But
You're an
I'm saying,
atheist. You
yes,
don't even
El
believe in
Predictor,
him.
let me
You're
finish.
gonna mess
Please
up
stop
like
interrupting me. El Predictor, please
I
stop
was
interrupting
talking.
me. No,
No,
you
you're
were
getting
not.
emotional.
No, you are not. I am getting emotional because it's really annoying when you interrupt. It really is. So
I
yes, maybe
wasn't
I am being
interrupting. I
emotional.
was talking.
Stop
Do you
talking.
want to change the subject?
I just wanted to say, Al Receptor, I appreciate you and how you represent Christianity. I think people shouldn't oppose, I mean, wanting to help poor people and be voluntarily, like, if that's how you interpret the Bible and you believe it, why would I be against that? Or why would
No one's
anybody be
against
against that?
that. No one's
No,
Right.
against that.
Well,
no
so we
one's
should
against
support the
it.
message then.
Yeah, I support the message.
Yeah.
Were you not up here when were you not
Right.
down in the comments when I was quoting Marx in his entirety of The Opium of the Masses? I
No, I
believe
did hear
that.
that. I thought you were quoting Hegel too. I caught that part as well.
No, it's a response, his contribution to Hegel. It's a piece that he wrote.
His contribution to Hegel?
Yeah, it's a piece that he wrote. And that's where that I'm working at it. That's where that fucking quote comes from. Jesus Christ, I'm struggling right now.
Yeah, I don't think Marx didn't really agree with Hegel, though, in most senses, but sure.
No, this is Marx's most literal quote. This is
Mhm.
where you get the, oh, Marx says that religion is the opium of masses, which he definitely does, and he definitely says that. But the entirety of the quote is what I said earlier: the sigh of the oppressed people, expression of real suffering, protest against real suffering.
Yeah.
That's Marx's ideology.
I think Marx just created a religion for people who are atheists to try to like subjugate and take power as well. I think it was pretty crazy.
It's not
Well,
religion when it's based in scientific socialism. That's how he defines it. You must observe the material conditions, right? So the way a scientist observes something and then creates a hypothesis. That is
Yeah,
the
no, I get
method.
that.
And he essentially creates the scientific method prior to the scientific method being invented, but he creates it for material conditions.
Yeah, I
Where
understand that.
does
I'm just saying
where
that his doctrine is really just a doctrine for atheists to seize power.
can I ask a
No,
question about that? Where does agnosticism come in to play in that?
In what?
Like being agnostic as opposed to being atheist, does that factor into the Marx at all?
The only thing I know about agnostic is the band Agnostic Front, and they're pretty dope.
Oh,
But I don't.
it's not sure. It's not neither believing nor denying that God exists. It's not knowing.
I
that
was
would
making a
probably be
joke.
the most accurate, right? Because again, Marxism, we have where you're supposed to observe material conditions. So Marx would probably say that would be the most accurate stance to have, is to be agnostic, to say, I truly don't know. I can't observe God, but I can observe the absence of God.
Right.
Right. So from the scientific point of view, that is the most logical. I say I'm an atheist, but in reality, I sort of do adopt the Christopher Hitchens ideology of, I'm actually agnostic because I have not witnessed God, but I have not witnessed the absence of God and what that can fully mean for me. I just say atheist because it's easier.
But I
Yeah.
also haven't uh, seen the sort of contradictions and like revolution that Marx like talked about either. I haven't seen that happen yet. So when's like I don't know when that's going to happen. I'm waiting for it.
It did happen. It happened in Russia. It happened in China. It happened in Cuba. We just haven't
Hmm.
seen it in America,
So
which,
you're going to
those
describe
things take a long time.
wait. So you're going to describe China as the beacon of like Marxism as it relates to the scientific method. Yet Mao had the entire private market dismantled and under the proletariat, and we've seen history work unfolding the opposite direction of how Marx described it. So I would say China's probably a pretty bad example. I would also say Russia's a pretty bad example because they actually eliminated, you're probably familiar with this, they eliminated markets and all that stuff, and then they had to come back in with the NEP and genocide in Ukraine in order to try to uphold their system. And now they've reverted back and away from socialism. So, yeah.
Yeah, Russia is not communist, and neither is China.
Right.
They
Right. But they
never
had the
fully
revolution.
reached. Yeah, but that communism is not a end stage. Communism is not the end stage. It is the process at which it takes to get there. right? So they never reached the actual end stage, which would be a moneyless, classless, stateless society. They never reached that point. So they never fully reached communism. They tried
Yes, they
to, but they
did.
didn't do it.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't, because they still
Well,
had a
they didn't
state.
go stateless. That was the problem. They went moneyless, right?
No, they
They
did
tried
not.
to get there.
No.
None of them. The only place that ever really went moneyless was this small little, and George Orwell writes about it, small little town in Spain called Patagonia. And that was more of an anarchist society than anything, actually, not truly. And that's the closest that we've probably ever seen in recent history to an actual moneyless, stateless society.
For
Well, I didn't
somebody
say they
that
were
really
stateless.
likes, for somebody that really likes money, like you, Dr. Galt, I
Hmm.
think you would have been aware that the Russian ruble's like the second oldest currency next to the British sterling pound.
Hmm. Yeah, I was talking about in the market. Almost 100%. You can fact check me that Lenin, when the revolution occurred, he eliminated the use of currency in trade. And then he had to go to what was called the NEP to revert back his policies. So, yeah, the currency may have existed, but it wasn't being functional in commerce. Thank
It
you.
was functional the whole time.
No, it wasn't. Then what was the NEP then? Why did they go back to the NEP if it was functional the whole time?
That trade was on a national level. They weren't trading for other countries' currency.
Yeah, I understand that, but domestically, they eliminated the use of currency in trade.
But that's on a national level. Like domestically, they still had money. They still had the Russian ruble. They
No,
never
they weren't
stopped
using it in
printing it either.
commerce. That's what I'm telling you.
And they also had a state. So even if they eliminated commerce, this point is mute because they had a state.
Yeah, they had a state that the people who were telling them it needed to go away, like all the revolutionist women that were critiquing Lenin at the time, were just murdered and exiled.
Yeah, I don't know where you got that from, but it sounds like
What do you mean? I
American
can send
CIA
you a
propaganda.
list of women.
But
I can send you a list of women that were murdered
I
for
mean, it
critiquing
doesn't
Lenin.
matter. It was not communist. It never fully reached the end stage of communist, which requires three things intersynced with each other: moneyless, stateless, and classless. It missed two of those things, which is moneyless and stateless. So it was not end stage communism. Did it try to get there? Yes. Was it successful? No. Was Lenin an actual Marxist? Absolutely. I'm not going to argue that. But it was not. I mean, I think people just think we can slap a label on something and say it's communist, but you can't. It is a staged process that has an end goal.
Yeah, and I'm just saying that Marx's prediction of these stages is incorrect, and we've seen this historically speaking in North Korea, China, Soviet Union, like example after example, where they've attempted this sort of stage and they've now reverted back, and in some cases haven't reverted back, and actually just an authoritarian government like North Korea. Like, when's North Korea going to be like stateless, moneyless society? When's that going to happen post-revolution?
They don't claim to be a communist society, so I don't care what North Korea wants to be. They don't claim to be communist. They don't have any goals towards communism. So North Korea means nothing to me. It is the Democratic Republic of Korea.
Yeah, they actually do have. They actually consider themselves the proletariat, and they consider themselves working towards it. So does China. Like, what are we talking about?
Get off.
That's not true. That's not true at all. North Korea venerates their leader. They think their leader is a deity.
Okay, I'm not debating that people there like think he's a deity because, again, the state's never going to wither away. I'm just saying that that's never going to happen because the playbook is to get into to rise up with the proletariat, take charge of the government, and then the idea of the state withering away never happens because no one's going to relinquish power.
There's there's not supposed to be power associated with this ideology. Even the CIA admits that their understanding of the way communism works was a failure, and that Stalin was not a dictator by their own definition of dictatorship, and that they utilized America's inability to understand the communist model against them as a way to propagandize to the American people that he was a dictator. These are CIA redacted documents. You can go onto the CIA.gov website, type in Stalin, and you will find this document.
I was talking about Lenin, and I think you're just coping for the fact that the scientific process is not unfolding as
I don't think you understand the scientific process because you have not listened to Marx. You didn't even know that capital was a very difficult, long read. So I don't
Sure,
think you
yeah.
understand the process very well.
So then, okay. So I'll grant you that I don't understand it. Can you then tell me why we were in the imperial stage of capitalism 100 years ago and why it hasn't come to fruition?
I mean, Marx doesn't actually give a timeline,
Well, I wasn't
right? So
talking
like
about Marx.
you're well, if we're talking about communism and you're talking about why this hasn't come to fruition, why the contradictions have not been shown yet, which the contradictions have been shown. I gave you 3 examples of where they were shown, and the failures of the leaders or the party to move the needle more towards communism is multifactorial. We cannot blame it on one thing. This is, you're talking about Western communism, which is very ideologic, and Eastern
Hmm.
communism is very different. It is what is actually practiced and how they can actually achieve it.
No, I was asking you about the imperialist stage as Lenin had wrote and disagreed with Kautsky. I was asking your interpretation of that and why you don't think that's come to fruition yet over the last 80 years. Like, that's what I was asking you.
What do you mean by the imperialist stage?
How Lenin described it. I don't know. You're the smart communist. You tell me.
No, I'm trying to understand what you mean by imperialism, because Lenin defines imperialism very differently than we define imperialism.
Well, yes, at the time
Which
he
I
was arguing
disagree.
with Kautsky.
I disagree with his definition of imperialism. I think imperialism
What?
is wrong.
You don't think imperialism is a
I'm
stage
not a
within
Leninist.
capitalism? Hmm?
No, that's not what I'm saying. His definition of imperialism, he justifies certain types of imperialism that aren't necessarily for power or exploitation of resources, but are for influence, right? So
No,
the
no.
ideology is we want worldwide communism and we will imperialize by different means. So we see this with the USSR and their failed attempt in Afghanistan.
Yeah, no, you're talking about policy as far as imperialism. I'm talking about the definition as far as the stage within capitalism, as Lenin had talked about it and critiqued Kautsky.
Did you want to say something, Stargazer? Sorry, she
Yeah,
had her
I
hand
have
up,
to
and I
drop.
feel like we.
I have. That's right. I had to drop down, but I just wanted to say that Chinese hackers broke into the Justice Department, NASA, and the Federal Reserve. I just read
Whoa,
that
what the
highlight.
fuck?
And Tim
Say a
Curry
second.
passed away. Somebody wrote down that Tim Curry passed away.
And Dolly Parton.
Yeah.
B, I'll help you out. There was 5 conditions. You can Google them. I don't remember them off the top of my
Yeah.
head. So if you want to Google them, read them, and then let me know what
Bye,
your
Stargazer.
thoughts are. That's fine.
Bye.
I don't expect you to remember it off the top of your head. But if you want to Google the 5 conditions, which in the phase of capitalism that Lenin had talked about as far as the imperialist stage, you could do that and then give me your opinion. I'm not like trying to get you or gotcha. So if you want to do that, go ahead.
Sorry, my kids are like going crazy.
Oh.
Dr. G, are you a Catholic?
Am I what?
A Catholic?
I'm not, but I'm on a journey, bro. Like, I don't reject the position. And I think there's
Right.
a lot of like good, and I'm trying to search out like the knowledge in order to like position myself to where I think I can make a decision on that, a better decision. If that makes
Okay.
sense.
Yeah, I know it
Can't
does.
call you can't call him Dr. G. It's Dr.
What?
Gout.
That sounds
Dr. Gout.
gangster, right? Dr.
No, it's
Gout.
Dr. Gout.
No, I don't want to disrespect him. Like,
No, you can disrespect me, bro. I don't care.
I like the
no,
gout.
I like
That's
Dr.
funny.
G more. It sounds gangster. Dr.
That
G.
does sound
Oh,
pretty gangster.
The
Yeah,
gout was
Dr. G.
I like the
I am brolic, so I'm gangster.
That's how you know it's gangster. Mr. Mojo doesn't want me to call you that. He's like, nah, don't start giving him some aura.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I read the Bible and it didn't convince me. So I'm trying to read it again, but I'm not overly convinced yet.
All right. Not yet. There's still a chance.
So
Yeah,
you're saying there's a chance.
Yes,
Yeah,
you're
I felt
saying
like
there's
I
a
needed.
chance.
I've been an atheist my whole life, and I felt like I needed to be like I like to seek knowledge and then make decisions based on the knowledge. And I felt like I needed to give the Bible a fair read, which I feel like I did. I'm gonna give it another read and probably like read some things that are sort of anti-Christian, and then see where I land.
I don't mean this in a disrespectful way. When did you start being an atheist? Like angsty teenager? Did you grow up with a bad church or a grown adult?
Probably when I saw my best friend unalive himself with a weapon in front of him when I was 14, and then my brother got MS like 6 months later, and then I saw my father like shooting up the H, and then like I was just like growing up, I dealt with a lot of things that like when people would tell me, "Oh, just believe in God and like pray," I'm like, no, because like why is God doing this to me? During my childhood. So like I had a very bad childhood as it relates to like tragic events. So like people consistently telling me like, "Oh, just pray to God, it'll be all good," and I'm like, yeah, but no, like this fucking world sucks, bro. What are you talking about? So that's why I became like that was sort of personal, but that's why for me I've like just been an atheist.
Okay.
But now all the conservatives, all the MAGA, all the Millies and Pennies are trying to talk you into something else, right?
No, actually, listening to Suni, who I think is a very good Christian, and how she handles herself got me interested. But again, nobody's talking me into it. I seek knowledge. Like I like reading shit and challenging my position. I do it all the time.
I don't think you like challenging your position, but I don't disagree that you like listening.
Then why do I come here, Mojo? I come here to challenge my position.
No, you come here to try and challenge mine.
No, Mr. Mojo.
I'm not sure what your position is, Dr. Galt.
Freedom and liberty and individual
69.
rights and self-ownership.
So I think individual rights are absolutely ridiculous and infantile, honestly.
Well, besides that low-hanging fruit, what do you call self-ownership? Like, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, like self-ownership would be like you not having like the right to own me as like a slave. That would be number one. Like I am my own self, and like you can't own me in like that sort of fashion.
You don't own me.
So
yes.
bodily
So
autonomy.
like I believe like and also the government doesn't own me either, right? So it can't infringe on me, and you can't aggress on me either. So that would be self-ownership to me. The recognition
So bodily
of that.
autonomy.
Bodily autonomy, yeah. Like if you want to ingest something into your body, go ahead. I don't really care.
So you would be pro-choice.
Yeah, actually, I am pro-choice.
Bruh.
I mean,
Rare Dr.
It's a solid
G L.
W.
No, that's a rare L.
Well, I'm pro-choice in the sense that like I think other people can make their decisions and live with them. Like I'm actually not pro-choice personally. Like I wouldn't make that decision because it would be against my virtues and values. But like I don't know, if you think that it's the right thing to do, then I don't know.
Well, it's unalighting baby, so it's not the right thing to do.
Well, then people ought not do that then, right?
Yeah, I know it's horrible.
I can't do it in my body, can I?
No.
Right. So like
we're not blessed to do that.
Right. I'm not going to aggress on another individual. I would strongly encourage them not to do it. I wouldn't try to coerce them.
Wait, which individual? The baby or which individual? The baby or the mother? Because there's two
the
now.
woman. Like I wouldn't try to coerce a woman into doing something because like I don't.
You okay?
Sorry, I got
you cut out Dr. G.
Yeah, Mossad
with the man got him.
The Zionists called me. They're looking for me. Sorry.
Mossad?
Yeah, Mossad's looking for me. Yeah, like I would just simply say like I wouldn't coerce other people into like what they should do with their body. I try to stay away from that topic.
Earlier, Dr. G, I'm sorry for what you went through when you started saying all that. I'm not gonna be that annoying Christian and start saying like God does his reasons or bring up the crucifixion and all that, but I know where you're like I can't understand where you're coming from. Lots of atheists have gone through stuff like that. Sorry for what you went through.
Yeah, no, it's all good, man. And look at I watched my mom deal with it. I watched my mom own her business and like be a capitalist, right? Which is why I believe in the free market, because my mom didn't have to rely on the government. She didn't have to rely on my father. She was able to go out in society and open up a business free from a lot of government intervention at the time and be a strong woman. And I talk about this a lot on my own platform. And I think that's why I hold my position, because I think a lot of women, and I get a lot of these views from my mom that like to be able to go out and not be reliant on anybody and be able to produce for their children, for themselves is like one of the most proud things I've ever been able to experience in my life, bro.
Imagine if she
So
could have stayed home and like been able to spend more time with you instead of always worrying about the bills, where the next meal was going to come from, how to keep the lights on. Because it's not just about you and the way you observed your mom. It's about the stress that your mom had to go through unnecessarily
actually,
that you didn't get to see.
So insensitive.
no, actually, I would disagree with that. So even my mom today would tell you that she feels a void in life because she's older now and people are taking care of her. So like for her, the most amount of happiness she ever had in her life was taking care of my grandfather who was blind, taking care of her children, like being able to go out in society, produce and come home and be with us and provide for the family. So like to me now she actually looks back and she misses that stuff. So I think her being able to do that was valuable to her, and it was also valuable for us because it was a great life lesson, and I'm very proud of my mom, and we spent a lot of time together.
No one's disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is that you're painting it as rainbows, sunshines, and butterflies, when in reality, there is a lot of stress that comes with having a child that you are alone with, that you don't have support other than maybe familial support. But when it comes to finances, again, the struggling and wondering like, oh shit, if my lights get turned off and the heat gets turned off, or the air conditioning, depending on what your weather's like, uh, that's good for me. I'll be fine. Maybe I can go sleep in my car and use up the leftover gas. But if it happens to my kid will die. And so there's a lot of stress in that is completely unnecessary, especially when you
Um,
pay taxes.
yeah, I mean, when you say
Oh my
unnecessary, right?
god.
Like, I don't think my mom was ever like, I'm sure she was stressed out, but like, I think the challenge, like, for her was something that she enjoyed. And for me as a young buck, it was something that helped me sort of learn how to persevere in like overcoming bad situations. So, listen, I had a lot of friends who were super wealthy, and a lot of them are now like not alive because again I gave you the example, the one that used a weapon. I have other ones that OD'd, like that had all the material conditions in the world. Most of them are unalived or now like shitbags. So like I don't know, I think we are a product of our environment, we learn from it, and I think sometimes struggle can help us sort of acknowledge the more important things in life, which is valuing one another. Like that's the most
That is
important thing,
such
and
a
valuing
privileged
time.
way of thinking
Huh?
of it. It's the way the Christians say, oh, it's okay that your kid's dying of
Here
cancer.
comes the
It is God's will.
anti-Christian.
It's an absolute insane way of viewing suffering and the way that people actually suffer. And I don't know what you've been through. I can only imagine, but I don't know that you interact with people who actually suffer on a daily basis, because I will
You're
tell
very
you,
insensitive.
they're not, well, I deal with them on a daily basis. They're
That's
not
not
No,
true.
but
My
you're
thankful
brother
very
for,
has
you're very
hold
insensitive
on.
though.
Let me finish. I deal with them on a
You
daily
cut everyone else
basis.
off.
I didn't actually. I was still talking. I didn't cut anybody else off.
Yeah,
Dr.
she's
Galt
been
finished
fair. Don't
talking
be a
and then
dick.
I started talking. So when you ask them, are you thankful for your suffering? What do you think they're going to say? You think
Well, I
they're
don't
going to
think
say,
anybody's
yeah, it's all
I don't
good?
think we're thankful. I'm not thankful for my suffering. Sure, I would have much rather have had an easier life, no doubt. But like, I think we all suffer no matter what, and I think how we learn from that suffering and how we deal with it, it represents our values. Like when you say you don't think I see people who suffer. Like I help my brother out every day who has MS. I drive him to the doctors. Like I grew up with a grandfather who was blind. I grew up with other people. Like my mom now has many
You don't
disabilities, and
have
I
to
take
tell her all this. Like
what? Well,
she doesn't need an explanation, to be honest.
yeah, I don't care. It's like that's fine.
That's so sad. No,
But
it's just
like,
sad there's people like her though.
well, but the thing is like we enjoy our time together, and that's like material things don't matter to me. It's the time we get to spend with each other, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
material things. What about that healthcare that your brother gets for his MS? Does that material thing matter? Because I think that fucking matters.
Yeah, I mean, again, a lot of the healthcare he gets is actually I privately fund that because the government insurance actually doesn't cover.
No, that
Uh,
wasn't the question. The question was, does
yeah,
it
the
matter?
question is I privately fund
No,
majority
the
of his
question
healthcare.
was, does it matter? You said material things don't matter. And I
Uh
said,
huh.
this material thing of healthcare, does it matter? I didn't ask how you funded it. I asked if it mattered.
Does it matter to what? Like our happiness together as two
Does it matter
individuals?
to your
No.
brother's survival? Does it matter to
Yeah,
your
sure.
happiness that your brother lives?
Yeah, I mean, again, you're just simply saying that material things are required to be happy. I don't believe that.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying no. So you're saying your brother would be happy without his health care. And you would be happy if your brother didn't have his health care still. You would still find happiness in your watching your brother suffer.
No, I don't think watching somebody, it's happiness enjoying time with people. Like you're just trying to tie like somebody suffering because of something. Like it's just time
No, I'm
spent
trying to
together.
tie a I'm trying to tie a real life scenario to you in which material conditions absolutely do matter, and they are absolutely the center of whether people are happy or not. This whole idea
But
that money does not buy happiness is bullshit. Money buys you a
well,
home,
I hope
money
you win
buys
the
you
lottery, B.
food, money
I hope
helps
you get
you
all the money
drink
in the world,
water,
B.
money helps you with healthcare. Like, this is a ridiculous argument.
I hope you win the lottery, B, and I'm gonna pray that you get
I
all the
really don't
money.
need your
I hope you
help.
get all the money.
I'm a
No,
well,
no,
champagne
I
socialist,
hope
buddy.
you're
I don't need your
rich.
help.
No,
but
I
B, if
hope
that
you
was
get money
true, B,
is happiness. I'm gonna pray
but
for
B, if
that for
that's
you.
true, then why are some of the most richest people like some of the saddest people and end up like ODing and like being completely unhappy?
I mean, I wouldn't really look at them. I would actually look at some of the saddest people and realize that they are usually people who have experienced immense suffering. I don't care about the rich people and they're whiny, like, oh my God, I can't, I don't know, do stupid shit. Like, I don't care about that. I care about the people who are suffering and how money can buy them absolute happiness.
Yeah, but like life is suffering, right? No matter what, like we desire things and then we achieve them and we're in a constant state of suffering. I think that's why for me it's valuing the time
So if
beyond anything else and the
Imagine
time you
having a
spend with
victim
people.
mentality.
Huh?
so imagine that your
I
brother,
just
let's
can't
say I was
imagine
taking,
living as having a victim mentality. Like everyone
yeah,
suffers.
yeah,
Like
everyone
I can't
suffers. So
imagine just victim
that's
mentality, just bitching and complaining it's just so pathetic and sad. And then to think that money is the way of like happiness and also materialistic things. Dr. G, you make so much sense to be honest, man.
Well, and to
okay.
be fair to
Again, money
B,
buys his brother his treatment for his MS, which is an extremely difficult disease
You
to
interrupted
deal with.
Dr. G. If that happened to you, you'll get
Why
so
are you?
emotional.
All right.
Why are you interrupting me, buddy? I
Yes.
didn't get to finish. Money does matter because it keeps Dr. Galt's brother alive. It absolutely matters. This idea that it doesn't, you're just one propagandizing to people that they don't need money. For those who, so those who are poor can be
Who's
satisfied with it.
bashing
Very
on
Christian of
somebody?
you.
well, and
Um,
I'll grant you B that money definitely can enhance your situation to make you more happy. But when I view the world, I don't view it through like a materialist world. I just view it through the world of which like how do I add value to people's lives? And it doesn't always have to be through like material conditions, nor do my material conditions need to be met in order to find some sort of happiness. It's more about just like spending time and having good
and
conversations.
that's why your position is inherently privileged because you
What?
get to say, yeah, you get to say, you know what, material conditions don't matter. But I guarantee you say that to a single mom of 4 fucking kids who's coming in with diabetes, got to get her fucking fingers chopped off because she can't afford insulin. You telling her that does nothing for her. She
Well,
would
I
probably
didn't say
spit in
it
your fucking
means.
face.
Yeah, I'm
So
saying that it
money
can
does
enhance
matter.
it.
It is the root of all evil, but it is also the root of all happiness. And it doesn't only enhance it, it ensures in this society in which we have a monetary system, it ensures survival.
Money is not evil. People are evil, first of all, number one. And number two, I'll grant you that sure, you if you increase your material like world or whatever, it could lead to being happy. But I don't look at the world that way because I don't look at through a material world. Like I just don't. I don't value things that way.
Wait, B, fun little question. Just to because you guys are going in circles. Do you think Mr. Beast is evil? Just a fun little question.
No, I think that Mr. Beast should not have to exist, though. The fact that he has to sit here and do charity for people, like to have to build wells in places that don't have clean drinking water, or to be able to like buy people homes who don't have homes, or buy people cars who don't have cars. That's a beautiful thing to be that charitable, and I commend him for doing that with his money. But the fact that society has to create a Mr. Beast to meet people's just inherent basic
Well,
needs is a failure of society.
Well, he's choosing to do this. What do you mean? We created him. Like he chose to do YouTube. He continues to do YouTube. He wakes up every day wanting to do what he does. And I'm gonna pronounce the word wrong, but yeah, like you said, he's a what's philanthropist, right?
Phil,
Philanthropist.
Phil,
Philanthropist.
Yeah, thank
Yeah,
you,
you're
Phil.
close.
thank you.
I might have got it wrong too.
And
Phil. It's a
yeah, go ahead, Mr.
philanthropist.
Major.
Philanthropist.
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 Go Mojo.
Fucking wild.
Thank you, Mr. OJ. And also you don't see it as a game show like The Price is Right. Him doing because that's what he does. It's not like he like it's like a game show. People volunteer and
Like the Hunger
win
Games.
prizes.
Yeah. Okay, El
No,
Predictor. This is where you
no one
start to
has
get real
spent.
trolly.
I'm not trolling. You're the one actually trolling. In Hunger Games, people get unalive. No one gets unalive in a Mr. Beast video. So you're the one actually trolling. And I'm not trolling. I just asked a little funny question. Do you think Mr. Beast is evil? Because he has a lot of money and you just with your logic is evil or whatever.
No, that's not my logic. I think he's good. I just
Well,
don't
your
think that
logic
he
is
should have
weird to
to
be honest.
exist.
I'm just saying. That's why I'm asking. Do you think Mr. Beast is
My
evil?
logic is more closely aligned with your book than you are aligned with your book.
No, you don't know me.
I mean, I do know you. I know your book. So I know quite a bit about you. If you follow that book to a
Yes,
T,
you're
then
obsessed
I
with my
know quite a
book,
bit.
but you don't know me,
I know quite
and
a bit about you.
you don't know Mr. Dr. G. And for you to be insensitive and call him privilege, and I'm not gonna lie, his trauma sounds horrible, and you probably didn't even hear one single thing he said
I
about his
did. His
trauma.
brother has MS. He drives his brother to his doctors every day.
Apart from
And
that,
that
you started debating that. You started being insensitive and say, "Well, that's materialistic what your brother's going through," or whatever you said. But the what he said before that, the reasons why he's an atheist, you didn't hear him. You're insensitive, and you think you know
is
people.
atheist. What?
And
We weren't
and
having a
I'm glad you're
conversation
obsessed
about
with my book.
atheism.
Please
We
be
didn't have
obsessed
a
with my book.
conversation
I
about
have no problem
atheism. Me
with
and
that.
Dr. Galt didn't have a
Please be obsessed with
conversation.
my book.
And to be
Okay,
fair
you
to
need to calm
V,
down now, Predictor.
I didn't take offense from her challenge, L Predictor. So I think we should be a little bit more kind to B. But thank you
Listen,
for.
it wasn't meant to be like this insensitive thing. It was meant to say, more so point to the material conditions of how they matter. And they are in this life essentially the only thing that matters, right? Most people, or the most important thing that matters, not the only thing. Most people would say family is the most important thing. And that is a very important thing. But if you don't meet those material conditions, your family is unalived. That's how this society works.
Yeah, and I guess I view life through the lens of like time is the most important thing. And I understand you tie time to like material conditions, but I just value the time that I have spending with people and beyond the material world, more spiritual.
But you don't get that time with them if they're dead.
Yes, correct. That's why life is the ultimate value. You sound like you're becoming a Randian. Very proud of you, B.
No, this is the heart of Marxism is material conditions.
No, but time or life being the ultimate value is actually a Randian principle. It's pretty much one of her axioms. So glad you're getting on board.
I don't care about time. I could give two shits about time. It's a human man-made concept that we would have been fine without it, but we created it. So I don't really care about time. What I care about is, again, being able to meet material needs, and material needs directly correlate with survivability in this day and age. And I would even say happiness. And I don't care what anyone says. That's a bullshit lie that they told us.
Yeah, when I say time, I'm just simply saying like life in itself, and without life within itself, there is no value. Because you can't value anything if you're not alive.
Silence? Really?
Well, I've been dominating the conversation. I want other people to talk.
Yeah, I agree that life in itself is a value. I think that it is the right to life is paramount and should be the focus of all societies, which means that healthcare should be free, which means that food should be free, which means that shelter should be free, which means that clothing should be free, which means that education should be free.
Wow, Mojo just became pro-life. That's wild. So if you think life is the ultimate value, then you'd be pro-life, bro.
I said human life
Facts. Wait, Mr.
and
Mojo, when you say food
bodily
is
bodily autonomy would be right up there too.
Mr. Mojo, real quick, then you can continue. You say I get the healthcare thing, I guess universal or whatever. The food part, is that gonna be like? Can you educate me? Do you see it as like it's get like a buffet thing, or we go to
Buffet?
grocery
A
stores?
buffet?
You mean a buffet?
Then what do you mean like food is should be free for us? Like we go to a grocery store and just we can get whatever we want. Is there a limit? Do we get? Is it like cloudy with a chance of meatballs? Like you can just
I
have
think at
greed
the
and just
I think at the
like
very
fill yourself
least,
up.
I think at the very least, a 2,000 calorie a day diet should be provided to everybody.
How
Above
would
and
that be
beyond that,
provided to like yourself, for example? I'm not trying to like debate or like I want
you
to
could
learn.
have a community garden, a farm stand or whatever, where everybody comes and picks up food for the week.
What if there's like a guy who's
We
rare
already
and
have farm subsidies. Just go all the way with it. 100%
okay?
subsidized.
No,
Now
I
everybody
know.
just gets food.
No, I know. I'm just trying to learn. Let's just say there's a guy like me, strong, alpha, tall, handsome, and they want more food, right? Because they need more meat. They want more muscles. So if they say, "Hey, I need more food. I want more gains," that will be provided for them.
You can provide that for yourself above and beyond anything else that you're getting in
But it's
society.
free.
No, your basic needs are met, not your extravagant needs.
Oh, okay.
I don't need to provide tequila to you. I don't need to provide your fucking whey protein or whatever.
So what's like a proper meal for you, like dinner then? Like what?
I don't know. I suppose we could have some chefs get together and decide how to what would be the best thing to do.
Okay. Well, that's scary in America because lots of unhealthy people here. So.
Sure, but this would be fresh food and obviously not shit that comes from boxes. If you want boxed food, you can buy that on your own too.
And then in your world, the medicine is free too, apart from the healthcare.
Yeah, pharmaceuticals should absolutely be free.
You don't pay like
It's required for life.
so you don't even pay a fee like in the pharmacy. None of that.
I don't think you should, no.
Okay.
All of these things are negotiable depending on what's needed for society. I don't know how any of this stuff works out because obviously it's never been tried. So once it's tried, then we have to adjust as we go. But
If you throw in
Who's
Shake Shack, I'm in, bro.
hey chicken fillet?
No, Mojo would hate Chick-fil-A
you
'cause it's
can
not open on Sunday and
What?
it's religious.
you can just go
Uh,
start your own Shake Shack
mm.
because that's not something that's provided for free. Shake Shack? Are you fucking insane?
Mr. Mojo, you keep saying like you sound like the Mandani, like free this, free that. Who's paying for all this? Like I know you get asked that
Okay,
all the
so
time, but
you equate these things to money. None of them come from money. It all comes from
no,
labor.
you guys relate this to money. Everything's
No,
money to
no.
you guys.
No, no,
Money's
no.
evil. Money.
No. You're equating it to money. How much does it cost? I'm saying that nothing costs any money. The only thing that everything costs is labor.
Right. Okay.
So then it breaks down to how much labor we have to put into it as a society. And if we can break that labor down amongst society and have everybody provide equally to that labor, you have a very small amount of labor per person that's needed or required to do this kind of shit.
Andrew will be like you will like free education as well, like colleges, universities.
Oh yeah, I think the brain is a terrible thing to waste.
Mojo,
True.
what happens when
I
the
give you that.
population gets out of control and you have scarce resources? What do you do?
Good question.
I don't think we would ever have scarce resources.
Well, this example actually happened in China where they had to limit the population.
Okay, I don't think we would ever have scarce resources. I think capitalism creates scarce resources.
No, but like eventually you'd have to agree, and we're gonna have to deal with this problem, not in my lifetime, so like whatever. But eventually we're not gonna be able to have enough resources to sustain the amount of humans on the planet.
I think we could. I don't know that it matters
Well,
how
you
many.
can only make so many chickens and cows, so if people like don't
So
have to
don't
worry
eat.
about.
So don't eat chickens and cows.
Okay, but you're missing the point. Like, if people could procreate with no sort of limitation, meaning resources, and people could just procreate at will, like you'd have to acknowledge that the population would start to expand incredibly because there's no sort of like stopgap of like why people wouldn't procreate and have children. In fact, pro-lifers would probably say abortions would go down because most of the ABs happen because of like economic factors, right? Like people typically make those decisions because they can't afford it. Um,
I would go
like
the
at
other
some point,
way.
you'd, huh?
I would go the other
Societally,
way.
that's
I would go the other way. I would suggest that the people that are poor tend to have more babies than the people that are wealthy.
what Mojo said
What?
would be societally correct. What you said, Dr. Galt, would be societally incorrect. Right now, we're in population declines. We have, even here in the US, we have an abundance of food and everything else, all the resources. We're in a population decline.
Well, that's
Japan's in
because
a
they're not
population
free.
decline.
Well,
China's in a population decline.
yeah, but if you're saying population decline, it's because again we're not giving everybody their basic needs and free. And if you're actually saying that welfare people don't, it's because we are promising them. So it actually like furthers my point. Because if you're saying that poor people don't do it because they get welfare, which is their basic needs,
No, I say
and
that
that
poor people have more babies than rich people. That's just a fact of life. That is a
That would
fact on
be
this
Yeah,
planet.
can
correct.
you give me an espresso, please? Yeah.
All of the
No.
African countries are in a population surge.
No, just
They're
just
increasing
stop.
their populations.
Predictor, mute yourself, bitch.
So for
Victor.
the African countries, your theory also doesn't hold true because most of them would be uh, towards the middle bottom of the pack when it
Um,
comes to like financial success or any kind of GDP metrics.
what is G? I'm sorry, I'm really confused. I'm talking about the fact of like being able to provide unlimited resources would
I
theoretically
understand, but
allow.
rich people don't have a lot of kids. That's just a fact.
Well, that's preference, sure. That's some of their
Yeah,
preference.
so
Some of them do.
if you meet everybody's basic needs, they're less likely to have children. The people that don't have their basic needs met are more likely to have children. That has been a reality through all of humankind.
It's
What?
because for the lower or the less well off, the poorer the person, the quicker they're going to meet their mortality, which is just a historical
Are you guys
fact.
saying that's universally true, where rich people
When
have
when
less
the
kids than
average
poor people?
That is
Yes, when the
universally
average
true.
lifespan is in your 30s and 40s, yeah, people are like, we need to have kids because we've got little time. When your average lifespan's in your hundreds, no, people generally don't have kids.
What? I'm gonna have to look this up. So your claim is that rich people don't have larger families than poor people?
And
Correct.
because of the lifespan?
Well, it has to do with lifespan. It has to do with opportunity. So the more
Well,
opportunities you have in life to do other things other than having children, other than having sex, other than creating a family, the more less likely you are to have kids. When you
wait.
in a lot of scenarios throughout the history of mankind too, especially in the United States of America and in Africa, you need kids because you need people to work in the field. And your kids are a perfect slave labor to work in the fields. So the more kids you have, the more food that your family can be provided because the more labor that you have for free.
Do we have data on this in the US, Probot, like that I can look up?
Uh,
Yeah,
All right.
Wait,
Yeah, if you
Mr.
could send
I've
me, I'm
Mojo.
seen
gonna
a few
source
of
it
those
too. But if you have
studies.
a source, I'm
I,
curious of like middle class welfare and like the delineation because I would argue that poor people would have children because theoretically you could get more welfare and there may be some correlation there. There could be some correlation that like the middle class now that's dissolving can't afford to have children and they don't get welfare and then you have rich people. I wonder what the change is in the rate of like having children or like family size.
So for the United States, we're probably going to be looking more towards Cornell's studies, a lot of the stuff that's in the Pew Research Center, but they particularly do not go by class because we do not have a class system in the United States. They're going to go by education.
We do. They just
we don't have a class.
Name it as that.
We
They just
don't
don't wanna
have a
call it
class
that.
system. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm clipping that. Say that again.
I mean,
don't have
that's
what?
fun. That's fun, Dr. Galt. You know what I'm saying. They
I
don't
do.
want to call it that, and they're not going to put it in their research papers. I'm sorry, but you're not going to find a paper that delineates people by class for like metrics like child rearing.
Is that because classes don't exist in America?
We don't define by that, but sure.
Okay.
You guys make it sound like a country that's like rich and nice. The fertility just drops, which is
true.
Yeah, like undeniably
What?
true.
So
Mojo, who has
that's crazy. That's the case, though.
Look at the
that's
happiest
scary.
countries in the world. The Scandinavian countries are consistently
Right.
ranked happiest in the world. They have some of the lowest birth rates in the world. That's why they're letting
Wow.
up a little bit more on immigration, or why they have in the past few decades, and now people are getting upset about it. It's like a whole thing. Like, it's just true. Undeniably true.
Well,
So
people
what
are
do we
getting upset
do?
because they're racist.
What do we do then? Do we make America less wealthy, less developed? Like, we need babies. We need more families. We need more men. We need more traditional men in America
Why?
to provide, to protect their women, to not make their women work. Like,
From what? Bears?
imagine sharing the bill with a woman nowadays. Imagine imagine your wife has to work. That's
Wow, how does this
embarrassing.
turn straight to fucking misogyny? I don't fucking know.
That's not misogyny. How is that misogyny that I want to provide for my woman and take care of her? The hell?
Oh,
Why are you
That means
women?
that means all your dads are misogynist.
No, why are you infantilizing women? That's kind of weird.
I'm not. I'm just saying they shouldn't work like men. They need to be treated like queens, if anything.
I'll
don't
tell
know.
you
I'm
what,
being
if I was
misogynist for that.
your wife.
I love working. What the hell? I'm about to get into advanced nursing. I'm about to do anesthesia. I love it. It's like one of the most
No, I know.
fun things I ever had
No, I
experienced in my
know.
life.
I'm a second wave feminist. I love a woman that works, but I'm saying lots of women, when I talk to them, especially my wife's friends, they wish they had a traditional man that provides for them. They want, especially in the early stages of their child, they want to stay home. They hate that after the what's it called, maternity, they hate that they have to go back to work. They hate that another person has to raise their baby. It sucks.
Wait, you're a second wave feminist? Me too. I was part of the witches. What part were you?
Hey.
I was a witch back in the day.
Oh no, I'm I guess a modern second wave feminist.
Yo, there's a really good documentary on YouTube. It's called I think it's Beautiful When She's Angry. It's about second wave feminism. I'd recommend all my feminists out there to watch it.
What's it called? I'm gonna watch it.
It's Beautiful When I'm Angry. It's
Okay.
on. It goes back and it documents second wave feminism, the movement. It's really cool too because they interview them now, and they interview some of the radical women from back then. And there's like real footage from back then. And some of the women who were part of some of the coalitions would actually kick out women who were pregnant, who had males in their body, and a lot of them regret a lot of their behavior. But it's really good to watch. It's a lot of the old
I wrote it
feminists.
down. I'm gonna watch it because
It's good. It's
awful.
I don't want to sound
What the
defensive.
hell?
Oh, it's fucked up. Yeah, you should watch it. It's called. I think it's called "She's Beautiful When She's Angry." It's on YouTube. It's like an hour and a half.
Oh hell yeah! Okay.
It's really good.
I'm gonna watch
I can honestly say I am not beautiful when I'm angry because I'm crying and I'm mad as hell.
I'm
Mojo,
mad as
you should
hell,
watch
and
it
I'm
too
not
if you're
going
gonna
to
be a
take it
feminist.
anymore.
Nah, it's an ick when a man gets angry and like women have more emotional control when they get angry, but when a man gets angry,
He
my
kills
God,
people.
it's like a tantrum. I find it cringe when people say top 10 acting scenes and it's always like a guy screaming, I lost my child. He took my boy. What is this, bro?
Mojo, you
Wait,
should do a
Mr.
viewing
Mojo.
party tomorrow. We should watch it all together.
We
Mr.
should what,
Mojo,
huh?
You should do a
What?
viewing party of the second wave feminism tomorrow. We could bring back the women that don't like you.
Mojo, I've told
What?
you this before. We need to do movie night with Mojo.
Right. We can
Wolf of
make
Wall
them
Street.
watch second wave feminist movie.
I don't understand what you're saying. No,
Can you watch Whiplash
no, angry women
or
are
Spider
bad.
Man Homecoming?
Angry women? They're not angry, Mojo. They just want their rights not to be violated.
They can not have their rights violated as long as
Yes.
you stay away from them.
Well, that would be non-aggression. Yes, I like that.
I do as well.
Mr. Mojo, can I ask you a question about earlier to learn? I asked you my buffet question, like because you say you wanted food free, all this stuff free. When these resources are given, who who's who's gonna decide who gets what? Like who gets that job? Isn't that like a lot of power? And won't that like already go downhill?
No, it can be decided on a societal level. We can do it as a community.
So
So
state by state?
no, well, I guess to a certain extent. Obviously, Colorado's not going to be handing out pineapples, or unless they create a deal with I don't know, Hawaii or some equatorial country to get pineapples.
What a
You really had to pick pineapple, Mojo? Like, seriously?
I
You couldn't
love
pick any other
pineapple.
fruit?
I love pineapple.
But there's so many bad connotations to pineapple.
Well, I'll leave that to you guys. I have no bad connotations to pineapple.
wait, Mr. Mojo, what happens to people who what's it called? Work hard or take great risks like me and Dr. G over here. Like what happens to us when like we get no motivation? Like if everything's free, right? Like free food, free education, all this. Like what happens to people like me and Mr. G Dr. G, who are like wolves in this world, you know?
Wolves. You consider yourself a wolf, huh? Uh,
Absolutely.
Honestly, I don't care what you do with your free time. Doesn't bother me at
But what
all.
happens to us? The people who work hard and like take risks like me and Dr. G. Self-made Americans.
I don't even know what you're talking about. What do you mean? What
What
happens to
hap-
you?
what happens to people who work hard or like take great risks? Like if everything's free, like free education, free food, free
I
healthcare,
think
free
all your
housing,
basic
free water.
all your basic needs are met. If you want to go out and create a business, you can do that. You just have to do it through a co-op instead of a corporation. You don't get to own natural resources. You don't get to own land. If you're gonna set up a business, you don't get to have employees. You have to have co-owners.
So when there's a difficult job in your world, now the person's gonna be like, okay, I'm going to do this difficult job because it's difficult, not because I'm incentivized to do it. It's difficult and I'm gonna do it.
I don't know
Find
what
incentive.
Yes.
What do you
talking
think
about.
incentivizes people?
What do you mean? People who do difficult jobs are likely to get
Well,
paid more. So
Do you
now
think
you're saying
people who, no, I'm asking,
you're
what do
cutting
you
me off. You're
think,
cutting me
what do
off.
you think?
You're cutting me
No,
off.
you're, okay, fine. Go ahead. You
No,
go
no,
off
go
on what
ahead.
I
I'm
didn't
just
say.
no, I'm good. I'm just letting you know what you do, so you don't get emotional after. And then Mr. Mojo's like, "Stop! See, predictor, mute yourself." It's like you do the same. All right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fair. Go ahead, finish.
El Predictor, can we hold off on describing women as emotional when they weren't emotional? I think it's a little bit of misogyny. I'm just gonna have to check you there, bro.
No, I'm emotional myself. I just got louder.
Yeah, I'm just
So
saying, you know.
it's not just her being emotional. You're making a misogyny thing where emotional means like what feminism or I mean feminine or women. I got
Yeah, I
emotional
just
there
think
as well
I just think the
because
way you
I
approach
just
the
called her out
conversation is
right
very
there.
misogynist.
I was super calm, but then I got loud and emotional because this is a bigger deal than it is. I don't really care. I'm just letting her know though.
That's fine. I'm just checking my fellow brother.
Okay, everybody.
But I was just saying,
Everybody's
if it's a
emotional.
difficult
Yeah,
job,
you got it.
yeah, I got it. So I mean, I'm just saying, if someone does a difficult job, they get incentivized with money or whatever, like a what's that called? On like connections, right? Like they move on and blah blah blah. So now in your guys' world, when everything is free, there's gonna be no incentive, and people who do difficult jobs are just gonna willingly do a difficult job, knowing what they signed up for, like just because it's difficult. Like who's gonna sign up for difficult jobs now in your guys' world?
Nothing, but so it's actually going to change,
You're
and I
cutting
might
off.
actually break up a little bit. But am I cutting out? Can you hear me now?
Not anymore. Not anymore. You're
Yeah.
good.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not going to de-incentivize people. It's actually going to incentivize people because they won't have to worry and stress about getting their basic needs met. So they've actually found that when you decrease the levels of stress, the levels of productivity increase, the levels of creativity increase. Like literally all the things that we actually need start to increase when you take stress out of the equation.
No, but okay. I'll ask it differently then, because okay, that's. Thank you for answering that. Okay, I'm a independent sports journalist. I'm so grateful for my job. I'm so humble. I love my job. Mr. Mojo probably loves his job. Everyone here probably does. Blah blah blah. And I'm not trying to disrespect anyone on here, but a difficult job, right? I can probably bring up a few examples. Who's gonna sign up for these difficult jobs if now people can sign up and this sounds awful, but like get like do not their passion, but like who's gonna do the difficult jobs?
What? I don't know what difficult job you're talking about.
Okay, let's bring
Me.
some up.
Like
Let's see.
what? Like janitor? Like, the dirty jobs?
No, no, that's easy. Well, that's not. I mean, not the easy. Those are the backbone of lots of places. But I'm talking about. Let
Like
me bring up
becoming a
some difficult
doctor?
jobs.
Like healthcare.
Mm,
Construction?
I would
That's a
argue
difficult
that
job.
healthcare is one of the more difficult jobs to
no,
do.
I done construction since I was 9. That's not really.
That
Let me
is
look one up for you
difficult.
guys.
That is difficult. You're paying with your body, man.
No, I've been doing it since I was like 9. Not anymore, but my dad did it. It's not that bad. What are examples? Let's see.
Are
I'm
you
a
Googling
Google.
difficult jobs right now?
Yeah, because the ones you guys are saying are oil rig worker, a
Yeah.
miner,
Yeah.
a commercial fisherman. According to your guys' world, who's gonna sign up to be a commercial fisherman if food is free, education is free, water's like who's gonna sign up to do this? And you guys can answer however you guys want, but I hope you guys please don't give me the well, I mean someone's gonna do it or I mean people are gonna do it. I hope you guys are good faith. Who's gonna sign up and do a commercial fisherman job in your world?
Do they get paid well now? Because they don't get paid well now. So I don't know what you're getting at because
What
coal
do you mean
miners
they
don't get
do?
paid well now. They used to
Yes, they
No.
get paid in
do.
company
No,
money.
they don't
Wait,
get
who?
paid well.
Let's fact check you. Who you think doesn't get paid well?
I
They
don't
don't.
think that
You,
miners get paid well.
All
I
right, let's
don't
see.
think
They're
that.
certainly
And I
making.
didn't. I said commercial fisherman.
They're
Yeah, I
well,
don't
it's
think commercial.
commercial.
and
A
commercial
commercial
fishermen
fisherman.
don't get paid well.
None of those people are fucking millionaires. If that's what
I
you're
never
asking.
said they're millionaires. I'm
Well,
saying, and
then
yours.
they don't get paid well. What's wrong with you?
No, no, no. Okay, I'll take it back. I'm not saying they get paid well. I'm saying, and I'm asking a separate question. In yours guys' world, who's gonna sign up and do these jobs?
Same people who sign up now because they don't get compensated now. At least in our world, they would get properly compensated with not having to worry about survival. Some people want jobs that are physical. They want to be outside every day. People love, I mean, have you met a fisherman? Jesus Christ, you'd be lucky to get him off the fucking boat. Like, they
Oh my
love
god!
being sailors. So, I mean,
Wait,
there are people
actually,
who
Jesus Christ
do.
was a fisherman.
hold on. It actually pays off to have a second device. I just fact check you guys. You guys are wrong. Commercial fishermen in the U.S. get very good money,
Yeah, what's
according
very
to the
good?
U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics.
What's
How
very
much
good
do they get
money?
paid? Yeah.
Well, hold on. Before I say that, how much would you guys pay in your world?
Well, there would be no
Because
money in my
this
world.
should be easy. This should be easy. You guys have this imaginary. How much would you guys pay
There
a
would be no
commercial
money in my
fisherman?
world. There would be no money. There
Huh?
would not be no
So
monetary
why
value.
would he
If I
sign up
wanted
to do
fish,
this?
if I wanted fish and they wanted me to treat them, I don't know, with medicine, we can do a trade, right? They got cancer, I'll give them
What?
chemo
I
for free for half a week of fucking fish. Like,
Wait, so someone's gonna
I
sign up
would
to be a
still have
commercial
money.
fisherman to trade?
I I would still have money, El
What?
Predictor. But we're talking
You guys are
about,
being good faith though. You guys aren't
wow,
answering
I
my
am being
question.
good faith. I'm trying to answer, but you've been talking the whole time. Once
No, I
again,
wasn't.
I would
She
have,
just tried to answer, and she said
I know
basically,
that's her
"Oh,
answer. I'm trying to give you my answer.
okay." Can I ask it and can you answer it, please? That's how I understand
Yeah,
more.
I
Okay,
would still have
Mr.
money, but
Brobot,
if we
Mr.
are
Brobot,
providing
no, Mr. Brobot, who will sign up to be a commercial fisherman in the Marxist world?
in the Marxist world, no idea.
Well,
I'm
that's why I
not a
People
asked
that love
Mr.
to
Mo.
Marxist.
The
fish.
question was for Mr. Mojo originally. Who's gonna sign up and do these difficult jobs? And
People
The
and
that
and
love
you
to
people that
and you
fish.
like
have the
fucking fishing.
sorry.
All right, there are plenty of people out there that love to fish, just so you know. And they love being a
Now,
commercial fisherman. Yes, yes, there are people that will do that, even if they're not getting paid money. But I would suggest that a commercial fisherman can own their own boat. They can go out and create a co-op, and they and their friends can get together and go catch
okay.
swordfish or ahi tuna or whatever they're going to catch, and they can bring it back to the community that they live in, and they can trade for it, trade whatever they want. Maybe they can trade it for, I don't know, a vacation, or they can trade it for shoes. They can trade it for whatever the fuck they want to trade it for. Whoever's got something else to trade it for. I'd say we are going to have money as a means of store of value. But other than that, I don't know that we need it for anything else. But there are plenty of people that love to fish enough to actually go do
Okay,
that job.
I'll give you that. That's actually a good response. And also, you're making it kind of sound though like a hobby. Like people love to fish. The problem with commercial fishermen is like
Dangerous.
they go right dangerous. But not only that, for some people, they love family. Family means everything to them apart from God. So
Well,
the fact that they have
then they
to
don't have to
spend months.
go.
So
Then they don't have to
so who's gonna?
go.
So people who okay before you
We
interrupt
we
me,
don't have to have ahi tuna. I mean, we don't have to have swordfish. These things
right,
don't have to
right.
exist
No,
in
that's
this
why you had a good
society.
response. No, no, I'm going with the peop if people have a hobby, they'll most likely sign up to be a fisherman. I'll give you that. Cool. What about the oil rig worker? There's no hobby to do that. So who's gonna
There are,
sign up to do a oil rig, the oil rig? Who's gonna
by the
sign up
way,
to do that in your
there are
world as a Marxist?
there are people that love to do that too. Around a bunch of I live around a bunch of roughnecks. My fucking entire neighborhood is full of roughnecks. They love their
And
job.
they're passionate about oil rig.
They love going to work every day. Yes.
also,
And they get paid. Do
Marxist.
they get paid good? Do they get paid good?
Yeah, they get paid very well.
Maybe that's what they love. And also, they're probably part of a union. They probably don't work too hard as they should. There's probably five guys staring at one person, which I respect them for. I don't know how they were able to. I don't like unions, but I mean, they sound like they love their job for a lot of reasons. But once you start saying there's no money or money doesn't exist in your world or everything is free, that's where I think the passion for their oil rig or whatever that's called is gonna start going away. Maybe they'll start doing other things they like.
Sure, and that's fine too. I don't
But no one's gonna
necessarily
do the
think
difficult jobs then.
I don't think
Who's gonna
oil
be a
rig
long haul
I
mover?
I don't think that we need
Technology.
what the fuck? I don't think that we need oil workers. I think we have plenty of other ways to produce energy. I don't think we should be pulling oil out of the ground anyway.
Oh boy.
Oh boy,
We
what?
don't need that. We do need oil rigs. The US
No,
needs oil and natural gas and all that crap.
I don't think
Like
we
for
do.
transportation. What do you mean? Industries, cars, planes, what's it called? Even
Yeah, we've got
what's it called?
nuclear
Medical
we've got
stuff.
nuclear we've got nuclear power, we've got wind, we've got solar, we've got wave, we've got hydro. Um, There are all kinds of other ways of pulling
and we
energy out
and
of
we
this
have a lot
planet
of
without
oil
destroying
and
everything.
natural gas.
But we don't need to pull it out of the ground. It's bad for the fucking planet anyway.
Hmm.
And predictor, that's also where
Okay.
the creativity comes in. Is that there are certain things that we have right now that we don't necessarily need, but we think that we need.
Right.
So we can use that creativity to come up with better and more economical options.
Okay.
Okay.
No, it's just interesting. No, it's just interesting. Just like it's just it's because I'm a hard worker. Like I take great risk. I'm a self-made American. Like most people on here listening, probably they're self-made, and I just think once everything is free, like what the hell? What? Like I always think of the movie Wall-E. I don't know if you guys have seen it, Mr. Mojo. Please add it to your watch nights one day. But the Wall-E people, like I just see it as that. Like everyone's gonna start being obese. Everyone's gonna start wearing the VR headsets. Everyone's gonna start consuming slop, eat slop.
But
I don't
see,
know.
that's predictor. That's what I imagine capitalism is pushing us towards, though.
Mm, okay, I'm gonna look into that because I don't know.
Especially those like Zach and stuff that talk about techno feudalism.
Okay, um, Mr. Mojo,
What?
um, what if someone doesn't want to like um follow Marxism or something? Like pretend in your world we get it your way, but then lots of people are gonna be like, you know what? I'm not gonna fold. I'm not gonna do this. What happens to them? Do they get sent to prison, or do they get treatment? Like you brainwash them, or what?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What if people don't want to participate in your system?
What does that mean?
If we get it your way and America's a
Somebody just crapped
Marxist,
themselves? Like, what the fuck was that?
No, he's gone now. It was Timothy.
Who's Timothy?
if America is, do you say America's Marxism? How do you say it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
If we have a Marxist society, what if people don't participate? Like, what happens to them? Like, I'm pretty sure I'm asking my question right, right?
I don't. I don't know. No, I don't know what you're asking.
In a
What happens
Marxist
to who?
society, you guys are following so far?
Huh.
What happens to people who don't participate in the system? Like, what if someone's like, I'm not
What do you
doing
mean
this.
they're
I'm not.
gonna go live in the woods?
So that's what happens to them. You're gonna shun them and they're gonna live in the woods.
I don't know what you're asking, dude.
In a Marxist society, what if people don't want to participate in the
In what
system? And
way? In what
What
way are they
they don't
refusing to
want free
participate?
food. They don't want to be part of the
yeah, yeah.
community. They don't want
What
to
if they're
talk
like
to anybody
capital? What if
else.
they're capitalists, or what if they're whatever? I don't know.
We
I'm
may.
new to this.
It's gonna be illegal to have employees, and it's gonna be illegal to own land. So
So they go
you
to
don't get
prison.
to. So you don't get to be a capitalist because you can't buy land. You can't buy land because there's no function to buy
Okay,
land,
okay. What
and
happens to
there's no
them?
function to have employees.
Okay, even if the answer is prison, that's fine. What happens to them? They go to prison.
I didn't even say prison. I said there's
What
no
happens?
function. There's no function to have employees or buy land. You can't buy land from people because the
But
community
what
as
if
a
someone
whole.
does it?
No, they can't. They have no one to buy it from. No one owns land.
Okay.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
if you if you want to
That's
and if you want to put a gun to
I just thought I
somebody's
asked a
head,
good question. What
and
if
if you
someone
want to
doesn't want
put
to
it, and
participate
if
in
you
the
want to,
system?
and
That's
if you
all.
want to, and if you want to put a gun to somebody's head and force them to work as an employee, then you're going to go to jail for assault
Okay,
and
there.
attempted murder and whatever. Yeah, because you're
Okay,
putting a
okay.
gun to their head and forcing them to work for you.
Well, yeah, you're adding things. What if there wasn't a weapon? What if? Yeah,
There
but I
has
get what
to
you're
be a
saying.
weapon because there are no employees.
that's factually not true for this system at least. Because if you don't want to participate, you can literally move to the Mojave and set up your own little commune or compound, like separate from the United States taxing jurisdiction. There are a whole bunch of people that did.
Well, I want a
So
one world. I want a one world government too. So the whole world's going to be encompassed by this.
So, predictor, to answer your question, in Mojo's
yes,
perfect
man.
world, nobody would object to the culture because you're still technically in the capitalist mindset. And so you're thinking, well, what if somebody doesn't want to do that? In Mojo's perfect world, everybody would want to do it.
Boy, you
You're
are
breaking
breaking.
up.
You got
But I actually want
my
to
fault.
jump in as well because I think it's actually an interesting conversation. There's a couple things to keep in mind here. First of all, in our current capitalist system, there is a problem where people will find themselves in a job that maybe they don't love because they are forced to because they need money and there's no other opportunities. In a Marxist world, or however you want to say that, that we're talking about, like people would be growing up in a world where they are trying to find what they want to do. In either world, in both worlds, people are still going to be raised by their parents who are certain types of people, have certain preferences. For example, if your father is a fisherman, there's probably a good chance that you might be a fisherman. Maybe you decide that that's not the life you want
Right.
to live, and then you go to find do something else. But like there are still there's also societal needs, right? So if society decides they want fish and there's not enough fish, then there's gonna be someone who's wants to step into that role and say, well, we need fish. We'll do that. We'll get fish for everyone. You know what I mean? So it's like a
So you
different
think
way of looking at it.
you think someone personally will say, so we're all getting paid the same or whatever, money's not meaning anything. I'm gonna personally sign up to work 12 hours on an oil rig. Do you truly like good faith conversation? You truly think there's people like that?
You wouldn't
I
have
think
to
that
work. You wouldn't have to work 12 hours. First of all,
Oh, eight?
I don't even think you'd have to work 8 if there were more people willing to do it. But I still don't think that we
Make
need
it
an
sound
oil
comfy
rig.
then. And you're
I
making it
still
sound
don't.
comfy.
I still don't think we need an oil rig.
I don't think we even need labor anymore.
But
We're getting to the
we
point
have
where
oil rigs. That's
hold
I
on now,
mean,
predictor.
what is this now?
So in the Communist Manifesto, Marx touches on what technology does and how the benefit at the time. Europe was industrializing heavily. They were developing these new machines that were replacing the workers. We've heard this story all throughout history. We're hearing it right now. Instead of attacking it, Marx says that it is a benefit because the more we move towards automation, the less people will have to do those difficult, unwanted jobs. So in a Marxist system, we would want to move to an automated workforce to do things that maybe humans do not want to do anymore. Like maybe humans don't want to clean up, and be janitors anymore. Maybe they don't want to work on oil rigs. I agree with Mojo. Those should be obsolete. We have better ways of managing energy. But if we did need it, maybe we can automate this system. And so we're moving more towards a system where we won't have to work at all. And regardless of Marxism existing, that is what the world is trying to move to, whether Marxism exists or not. The issue is going to become when people do not have a job and we're still living in a monetary system. And people are now not having money because all of their jobs have been automated. So I think Marxism can address that issue. Capitalism definitely cannot because capitalism is about maximizing profit.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, I guess there's less brain surgeons or whatever. All that.
No, the things that the industries that develop and the jobs that open up are based on societal needs. See, there's a difference here because in the current system, there are jobs and AI tools that are being integrated in ways that are completely unnecessary. And if it wasn't based on simply trying to make a quick buck and trying to get to the top of this ladder, if the idea was we as a society have a need to fulfill, there is a type of person that will be willing to fall into that role because people also want purpose. And even if someone that doesn't know what they want to do, then they can look at the fields available and be like, you know what, that sounds interesting. Let me try that. And if they don't like it, then they'll go do something else and someone else will come in and try it. Like
So
like
if there's
societal
gonna be
needs are
rare,
driving this.
So in rare cases, like cleaning sewers, that's a job. But I hope you don't give me the same answer. Well, someone's gonna have a passion to clean sewer. I hope you don't
Well,
say
is
the two
it
balls between
is
their legs. But
well as much
in
as
your
I
no,
don't.
hear me out. 5 more seconds. In your, I guess to clean the sewers, I guess we're gonna depend on volunteers, right? Like good humans, like clean the sewers. Because no one has a passion to clean sewers. You're
Yeah.
gonna lie to me if that's the case.
No. I agree. I mean, I think that's a fair point. No one, I can't imagine anyone who's passionate about cleaning sewers. I mean, maybe a
Right.
couple people, just because they're like weird and really obsessed about sewers or something.
So
I
we're
don't
gonna
know.
depend
But
on
like,
volunteers.
but the fact of the matter is, what B is saying is important because as much as I rail against AI, I think what we see is a shift towards using automation and technology towards the betterment of society instead of just
I don't know.
whatever bullshit. So hold on, just one more second.
Yeah, that's
So
fine.
in this case, like the sewer cleaners, like that's the perfect example. I mean, there is a way to automate that. There's a way to have machines do that, and like we would be focusing on seeing. You look at the data and say, okay, well, we have this need. There's not enough people who want to do this, so let's automate that. We focus on automating the jobs that people don't want to do, so there's more opportunities for things they do want to do.
Okay, but no, yeah, I get it. It's just I don't know. I don't want to go all over the place. It's just because I just have a lot of questions. Like when you start saying all this stuff, like I immediately thought of another question. Like GTA 6, Netflix is doing a trailer for it today, so I'm very excited. I'm staring at my PlayStation 5 right now. Like when you start saying all that, I'm just like, if
Oh, they're
there's
going to
like,
be releasing GTA 6. Did they say when?
it's in
Trailer.
November. It's in
It's a
November, but
trailer.
Netflix is releasing a trailer today or tomorrow.
Yeah,
But
but
I'm
they're
just,
but they plan on releasing GTA 6 in November of this year.
yes, it's finally here, Mr. Mojo. I won't see you, right? For
Oh, he won't be able to get it for like another year because he's gonna wait for it
no,
on PC.
I'm just saying though,
I don't
I'm staring
know.
at my PS.
I guarantee you, Mojo's going to end up doing capitalism, getting it up front, and then playing as a capitalist, beating hookers and taking their money. Like that all is Mojo.
Is that what you do when you play? The hell?
If you don't beat up hookers in GTA 6, you're not doing it right.
You know what? Sex work is real work. Y'all need to respect these workers. They're putting their body out there. They're working real hard.
Wow.
My
All
Respect on
right.
their
No,
name.
yes, there's all kinds of shit coming out, by the way. So The Witcher 3 or Witcher 4 is going to be coming out. There's going to be a DLC for Witcher 3. There's going to be
nerd
there's
out,
another
Mojo.
one
Let's
coming
go.
out. There's a new Cyberpunk coming. There's a
Wolverine.
DS. No, it's gonna
Oh,
you're gonna um, it's gonna be like a precursor to Cyberpunk or something like that. But so there's a new Cyberpunk coming out, and there's also a DLC for the Crimson Desert that I'm playing right now coming out this year as well.
okay. You're actually gonna think I want to argue, but I don't. I actually want to understand because we're on video games, and I was actually gonna ask this because I'm staring at my PS5. And as a Marxist, if there's only like one PlayStation 5 left, like who gets it? Like who gets it?
Why would there be one? This is a
Yeah.
passion
Well,
project.
but
People
is it
love
possible?
video
Wait,
games.
hold on.
It's
Is
art.
Yeah,
that
what
possible
is this
though?
PlayStation
Is it
Highlander?
possible for there to be one PlayStation left? Yes or no?
No, no,
No.
that would not be possible.
You're good. You're not being good faith right now. You're saying that's impossible. That is possible. It's possible for there to be one PlayStation left.
Why?
Why are you guys?
Why is it
Why?
possible?
Because
Why is it
Sony
possible?
this
Wait,
because
stop.
Sony.
Stop.
I'm
Stop.
answering you
Stop. Stop. In this society today, why is it possible for there to only be one left?
because Sony said, you know what? We don't want to do video games anymore. It's something spiritual to our investors. Blah blah blah. But it is possible for there to be one PlayStation left. That is possible.
Okay,
But
in
Mojo, hold
a
on.
So
society
please continue.
in a society where
Yeah.
profit's not a motive, where you're not trying to shorten the supply to make the most amount of money you possibly can, where if you decide to quit making PlayStation, somebody else can just pick it up and start making them too. In that society, there's no reason that there would only ever be one PlayStation. ever.
Okay, but in this case, PlayStation, the PS5, all right? Please, this is not an I
Then
got you. The PS5, if they stop making them, who gets the
then
last one?
somebody
Because you're
then
just
somebody then somebody else starts making them.
but
Well,
it's not going to be a
also,
PlayStation. You're not answering my
It
hold
will
question.
on,
be a
hold on.
PlayStation. It will be a PlayStation.
But you're not answering my question. Who gets the
Let
last
me answer.
PS5?
I know what you're saying. The
Thank
person
you.
who has the last PS5 is the person who has it because there will be
Huh?
a certain amount of PS5s. And what? So in this idea, where did the other PS5s go? Did they round them up and throw them in a dumpster?
So
Did they
no,
did they
so in
disappear?
this scenario, they made, let's just say, 1 million. They started selling them, and then for some reason they stopped producing them. And also in this scenario, Sony said, "We're done. We're not making any more video games. There's
Right.
one PS5 left. Who gets the
So
last PS5?
oh,
Who?
to buy, like to
Who
buy
gets
or
it?
to own?
Who gets the last PlayStation 5?
Okay, so hold on. There's two. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So
I'm not
bear with
trying
me.
to do it. I got you.
There's
It's
no,
a good
no. I
question, right?
know. I'm trying to answer, but I need to understand fully. So there's two ways I'm looking at this. Either are you saying that who gets to own the last PS5 that's available in the world,
Yes.
or the last person who gets to buy the last one available on the market?
Right. Yeah.
Or which one? Because either they were all bought, and then
Yeah. They're all
technologies,
bought.
and
They're all bought. They
they're
were
all
all
bought, right?
bought.
So the
Shut
only
There was
way to
up.
one
get to
left.
one, hold on,
Predictor.
God damn it, the only way to get to one last PS5 if they're all bought is for over time they start breaking and people stop using them, and whoever owns the last one who's not broken, that's the last one, and that person just has it. What are you saying?
I say I
So
make
the
them fight
pro-
for it, El Predictor. I would do gladiator style ring,
okay, thank you. That's at
put the
least an answer, B.
PS5 in the middle, and I'd say fight. And then
Okay,
I could
but
have people like give me fish from their fishing and oil from their oil rigging, in order to, quote unquote, buy tickets for this fight.
yeah,
I mean, you'd
at least
probably end
that's
up in
an
a
answer.
museum, really.
But respectfully, Mr. Mojo and Ash didn't really answer my question. I can change the scenario to who decides who gets the last pizza? Like who gets the last pizza slice?
Just oh my god, this is so dumb. Why don't you just give a
It's not
real
dumb
example? No,
though.
hold on. No, hold on. Here's a real. I'm gonna help you out,
It's like
predictor. I'm
saying
gonna
is a
help
brain
predictor.
surgeon and a
Help
YouTuber
predictor,
gonna make the same in your world?
bro.
That's a good
I'm
question
gonna
too.
help you out. No, I'm gonna help you out. Here's a much better example. The Mona Lisa. It's something that's actually rare. Like who
Right.
gets that? That's a fair question. That's
Whoever
probably
whoever
owned by everyone and put into a museum. That way, everyone can appreciate the legacy of it. I mean,
but they fought
that's
for
what I
it,
would
no?
imagine.
I think they fought for it though. I think things happen with that piece of art.
I
Yeah, you're
mean,
If I'm not
parts
right. I
certainly
I'm not
mean,
stolen and moved
mistaken.
that's
around for
fair.
sure.
Right. I'm just saying, at least that's an answer. Like what B said to me, like they fight for it. There, that's at least an answer.
But
But
who's
I'm serious.
fighting?
She said that. She said what I will make them do is fight for it. That's what I wanted. I wanted a realist because what Mr. Mojo said is, well, someone's just gonna make the next PlayStation. But that's not answering my question. Who gets the last PlayStation left? That's it.
I would win too, El Predictor. I'm a 5'9"
I don't
Samoan
know
woman,
about that.
man. I'm gonna
No one's
win that
I will body
PlayStation.
slam
Like,
you.
mhm.
no one's walking into an arena for a PlayStation 5 when there's probably another console that's coming out with better technology after it. Like, are people fighting over fucking Sega Genesis? No.
No,
Why?
I also
We
said the
should make a
last
movie
pizza. Who
about
gets the
this.
last pizza?
People fucking pizza. They won't care anymore.
I think what you're trying to get at, and I'm trying to intellectualize this. I
Right.
don't know if I can, but I think you're trying to get at what happens when there's shortages in like communist societies. Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we saw like that's a fair criticism because most people don't really understand the way that famines worked in the USSR or China or Cuba. So, I mean, that's a fair criticism that people have about
I
central
disagree.
planning.
Because you guys
Um,
are saying everything important is going to be provided for everyone. So then I'm saying if
A
there's one
PlayStation,
brand
a
new place,
PlayStation, a PlayStation is not important. First of all,
no, hear
yeah.
me out. Hear me out.
But
I didn't say that. I said if you guys are telling me everything important is going to be provided for everyone. if there's one brand new PlayStation left, and let's just say us 10 people want it, who's gonna get the PlayStation?
So here's the
Again,
problem with the
again,
question.
again, you'll never get to a point where there's only one left. If people still demand them, somebody will be making them.
Exactly. That's my point. Going back to my original
No, that's
point,
not answering
it's
my
driven by
question.
societal
It
demand.
does
So
answer your question.
No, it's
if
not.
people
I'm
want
saying
it,
who's gonna get the actual PlayStation
okay.
5? You're just saying, well, they're gonna make
Again,
a
if
next
somebody
device.
wants a PlayStation 5, they will continue making them.
Okay. Well, thank
Yeah,
you, B, for the only real answer. They fight for it.
no, but you're not. No, that. I'm sorry, B.
What
That
do
was
you
the
mean?
worst answer. The
What?
only answer
What?
is that if your society is driven by societal demands and there are not enough PlayStations and people are demanding them, then someone's going to start making them or something better
So,
because people want them.
so
Or maybe like a
when things are
competition, like a video game competition. It doesn't have to be violent. I was being facetious,
no,
obviously.
I know you
But
are.
like
No,
you
I'm
could
saying,
do
but at least
like
it's an answer,
a
though.
video game competition on the PlayStation, and whoever wins the video game competition, I don't know, like Tetris or something, they get the PlayStation. Like this isn't hard, man. We'll
But if
figure it out
something
as we
is
go.
but if something is scarce and everyone wants it, um, like that's why I asked Mr. Mojo earlier, who decides these resources? So who determines who gets it? That's all I'm trying to say. And then that's why it switched it from the PlayStation 5 to a pizza. If a resource is like is that how you say it's
Switch
scarce?
it, switch it to something else that doesn't have an intrinsic value like food. You can't use pizza because I mean we'll just make more pizzas. There's never going to be a last one. There's always more food grown, and you can't use a PlayStation 5 because that's a utilitarian thing. Like, is there ever going to be a last shovel? Like, you
Well,
have shovel makers and they just
okay,
decide, well, I don't want to make shovels anymore. No, somebody will come and make more shovels.
okay, right. Okay, so you're basically repeating what Mr. Mojo said. So if
Well, yeah,
someone,
that's why I'm saying
wait, robot,
Gucci use a Gucci
please,
bag.
5 more
Use a
seconds,
Gucci bag. Who gets the
5 more seconds,
last Gucci bag?
5 more seconds, because Mr. Mojo gets mad when I interrupt for some reason. Only me. Um, okay, with you repeating Mr. Mojo's logic, and eventually someone's gonna make a new PlayStation, or PlayStation's gonna decide, you know what? If people want these stuff, so we're gonna make it. If that's the case, who gets it first? Like if they decide to make more shovels, like you said, or more PlayStation 5s, then who decides the order of who gets them first?
Okay, so you're confused about how like capitalism is different than like a Marxist world. Okay, so in Mojo's world, in Mojo, you can jump in and explain for yourself, but I've heard you talk a lot. So my assumption is, um, just because there is a company, in this case, maybe it's a co-op who is making and selling these consoles or Gucci bags or whatever you want to call it, like they own the means of their labor. So like the basic needs are met by the state by everyone chipping in and doing that. But if you're making special things that people just want that they don't really need, you are still going to own that labor. You're going to own the manufacturing of that or the people involved with that in a co-op. And you're gonna make them and sell them until people
Wait, are
stop
you saying
wanting
like
them.
collectively owned?
Yeah, I mean, if,
Wait,
if
hold
it's
on,
a
hold on.
co-op,
If that's the case, can I collectively own your house?
what?
Can I collectively own your house if that's the case? If everything's collectively owned, can I
No,
collectively own your house?
we collectively own the land, but you own your home.
So in the Marxist world, I can't collectively own your house.
I mean, if you
There is a
owned
difference
Well,
between,
I'm
there is a
then that's a
difference.
yes. I want to learn.
Wow. El Predictor, you have to take a deep breath like you're getting super excited. There is a difference between private property and personal property. Nobody is collectively owning your toothbrush. Nobody is collectively owning your shelter or your underwear. That is your personal property.
So not everything is collectively owned.
exactly.
Correct.
Oh,
You
okay. Well,
can't. Nobody's going to
maybe you
own
didn't hear me. I
your
asked that
toothbrush
first.
with you.
Well, I'm glad we got to the bottom of that.
No. I asked. Maybe he misheard me. I asked, "Is everything collectively owned?" He said yes, and I said, "Okay, then can I collectively own your house?" If he said no, I wouldn't have asked that.
Well, yeah, it was a broad
Because then I would have
question,
asked.
and he
I
was
would have after
answering.
asked him who gets the mansion, who gets the penthouse apartments, who gets the Lamborghinis. I'm always gonna ask him all that after if he said that.
So each according to their needs, right? So like if somebody has like I got 4 kids, they would give me, I don't know, a 5 bedroom house. But if you only have 2 kids, you're gonna get a 3 bedroom house. Like
Who
it's not
decides
rocket
that?
science. Who decides
Who
that?
decides
Well,
that?
it
Yeah,
depends
because you
on
just
what
said.
brand. What brand? I know what
Sorry.
brand of what brand of Marxism are you? Are you a Maoist? Then the people decide. Mao had these lines that he called the through line. He would literally sit there and listen to people. He would travel to different villages, sit there and have people come in, and he would hear their complaints. So he would allow the people to decide for their particular village. And then you've got the Lenin side, which he believed in the vanguard was not made up of the people, but it was made up of a particular group of people that were dedicated to the party line. And so the vanguard would decide. If you're a Trotskyist, it would be a worldwide decision. And so it depends on what flavor of Mao you want. This is why communism is so difficult to sort of pin down because they all do it, they all have a different ideology.
Hmm.
Like I'm not a Leninist because I'm not the biggest fan of a vanguard. I think we did see a really good vanguard during Lenin's time, and we saw in real time how detrimental that can be. Like you were saying, like consolidating power within a specific group of people that claim to be married to the party may not necessarily be the best idea. I think Mao had a pretty good idea of how to go about it. Um, but communism didn't last in China for very long, and so everyone has a different ideology, and I still sort of question myself on what that looks like. But what I do know, though, my foundational principles of I think a state should be eventually eliminated. I do think money should be eventually eliminated, and I think class needs to be eliminated. People's needs need to be met.
Okay.
That's just what I have as a foundational principle. Other people will come up with better ideas than I ever will.
Okay. Um, if everything's not collectively owned, and also B thinks for that answer. My last question, I think last. Let's just say I make I was gonna say I keep staring at my PS5. Let's just say I created a PlayStation, a video game console. Like Mr. Mojo said, someone's gonna make a new one. Do I own that? Like, do I own my invention?
Wait, you making it or you bought?
Yeah, like I invented a new video game console. Do I own that invention?
Yes, you own the invention. You don't own the IP to it.
That sucks.
Yeah, there's no IP. There's no IP because you can't steal IP.
Well, that sucks.
It only sucks because you're thinking about things from a capitalist perspective. And I'll just say, it sounds
No.
like you're trying hard. Let me just give you some flowers real quick because it sounds
Yeah.
like you're trying hard, and I respect that. I've been in the same situation. I know you've been around for a minute, but I will say it took me a long time listening to people on this panel before things started kind of clicking in to like how things would work and the overall picture. So, keep thinking, keep asking, but just know that it might take a minute for it to start making sense a little bit more.
Well, it will never make sense to me because, unfortunately, we gone over it. Maybe you weren't here, but in the Marxist world or whatever that's called, they just say negative things about religion, say it's dumb and evil, or maybe they didn't. Maybe I take that back. But the Karl Marx guy said didn't have nice things to say about religion. So for me, this doesn't make sense to me at all.
You keep
And
saying
it's full
that,
and
but he
it's full of
did.
atheists.
He didn't really say anything bad. The way I would handle religion is I would make sure people's material conditions are met. And I think religion would naturally fall away. And we see this in the Western world and Scandinavian countries where people's material conditions are met. They tend to be less religious. I would not force it on anyone. If people wanted to go to church, they could go to church. If they wanted to have their temples, they could have their temples. I just think that if I made people's conditions better, or my country made people's conditions better, they wouldn't have to rely on religion for hope in desperate times.
Spoken like a true Russian sympathizer.
I
But I
don't know,
mean,
like
if you think
Russia.
about
Russia
it,
had much worse ideologies when it came to religion than I have ever had.
but
Of
if
course,
you
they were
look at,
Orthodox Christians.
No, the USSR was not. Russia was. The USSR was
Yes.
not.
Oh
No,
yeah.
he cut down. He shut down many a churches. He shut down many a Orthodox Christian churches.
You can say they closed some in some areas, but I mean the Orthodox Church in Moscow is one of the oldest in the religion. Like that ran the whole fucking time.
Yeah. Do you know why
Um,
that one? Do you know why that one was able to stay and not the other ones?
oh, I'm sure you're gonna enlighten me.
Yeah, that one was able to stay because it butted out the fuck out of people's material conditions. The other churches, certain Russian churches, and even certain, because Islam was pretty popular in Russia at the time, so was Judaism, would accept bribes from local landowners. And those were the ones that got shut down because they would accept bribes from landowners and enforce what the Tsarist couldn't enforce at the time.
Or that was just one specific way to villainize Protestants and other sects of Christianity in favor of the Orthodox Church.
No, because other temples, there were multiple Muslim temples that were allowed to stay open. There were multiple Jewish temples that were allowed to stay open. The ones that did get shut down, though, were shut down because they were accepting favors from the landowning class and helping subjugate the peasants or the serfs, even though serfdom essentially was eliminated at that time. It really wasn't. And they would enforce that ideology onto the people. So those were the ones that got shut down. But there were many Muslim temples that stood, many Jewish and many Protestant.
Miss B, earlier you said Marxism religion. Um,
Not
what happens to
particularly true. I'm just going back to the history to make sure I have it correct. The Soviets escalated the persecution of the Jews. Actually, many of the Jewish people within the Soviet Union after their founding fled into Germany. It was also persecuting Jews.
What do you mean?
the Jews?
The persecution of Jews in the Soviet Union escalated significantly before and after World War II, reflecting deep seated anti Semitic sentiments within the regime. While earlier periods under Bolshevik leadership did not overtly target Jews, Joseph Stalin's rise to power marked a turning point. Following the establishment of Israel in 1948, Stalin increasingly viewed Jewish culture and political affiliations as threats, labeling Jews with terms like rootless
Based.
cosmopolitanism, like holy shit, that's a long word, and condemning Zionism as disloyalty. This led to harsh restrictions on Jewish intellectuals, artists, and organizations, particularly during the Zhdanov Doctrine, which enforced strict adherence to communist ideals in the arts.
Who
Yeah,
said all this?
I don't know what you're talking about. Lenin
That was
and
Leigh
Lenin.
Kimmel.
Yeah, Lenin and the Bolsheviks supported the Jews. He spoke out against anti-Semitism multiple times, and in a few of his writings, he spoke out against anti-Semitism. The issue that the Bolsheviks had with the Jews was Zionism, and this is where I tend to disagree with Stalin, because Stalin was a fucking Zionist.
Jewish communities
Boo.
face systemic discrimination, including quotas limiting their access to education and professional opportunities, as well as arrests and executions of prominent Jewish figures. The infamous doctor's plot in the early 1950s further exemplified the extent of these suspicions as it falsely implicated Jewish doctors in a conspiracy against the state.
Yeah, welcome to every country at the fucking time, especially in Eastern Europe. This was not any different.
1950s?
This was not any different than Hungary. Yes, not any different than Czech. It was not any different than any Eastern European country. Europe, for a very long time, has had an issue with Jewish people, and it's been It's been heartbreaking, right? It should not have happened, and it was wrong. But this is not a core feature of the Bolsheviks, and it's not a core feature of communism. Because the founder of this, revolution in the USSR was Lenin, and he spoke out about it vehemently and quite a bit. So whatever people chose to do afterwards, I don't know how that is indicative of what communism is.
Let's see.
Way
While
off topic.
anti-Semitism of Hitler and his henchmen was based on various pseudoscientific theories of biological origins of race and pure and impure races, Soviet anti-Semitism was a straightforward political and economic hostility to a people who had a strong loyalty to an outside entity and who tended to do well even in adversity.
Yeah, so you're hitting on what I was saying earlier about certain Jewish temples getting shut down because of the economic aspect of them collaborating with the landowners and continuing this serfdom that was supposed to be outlawed in the 1800s. So that's what you're touching on. When they say
And
that the USSR had an issue against the J people because of, economics, this is where you need to go deeper and say, okay, let's look into what that economic issue is that they had. And you will find that this exploitation happened through all the religions, all of the temples, including the Orthodoxes, all exploited this sort of serfdom ideology that was supposed to be eliminated in the 1800s, but did not get eliminated.
Jesus is king.
I was waiting for something like that.
Wow. I
No,
mean,
but
good
like,
job
I mean,
there, Adolf.
they keep debating religion. I just want to.
I
but
mean,
it's interesting because
I just want to say the truth.
The Tsarists did make being Jewish almost essentially outlawed. They had a discriminatory legal system. Lenin comes into power. By the way, they did this with women. The Tsars had this with women, and they had this with the gays. Lenin comes into power. He completely eliminates the old Tsarist system and does not re-implement it. It is not made illegal to become to be homosexual. It's not made illegal to be a Jew, to be Jewish. There was no discrimination. He did not re-implement the old apartheid, similar. It's not 100%, but similar apartheid system that the Tsarist had. There is a
Yeah, but
reason why the lefter you go, the more you end up at communism. And by the way, he did this before America did this.
well,
Lefter.
yeah, but Vladimir Lenin took over in what, 1920, and he
Yeah,
died in
1917,
1920.
1918.
Well, he died in 1924, and that's when Joseph Stalin took over and reestablished all the shit that you're talking about.
No,
He did. There was overt anti-Semitism.
he officially condemns it in 1931 at the to the Jewish Telegraphic Agency.
Then why were
He
so
names
many?
Jewish. He was a Zionist. He names Jewish autonomous regions. I think that his actual critique of Stalin was that he was a Zionist. He was a
Then
known
why did so
Zionist.
Oh
many
hell no!
Jewish Bolsheviks end up in the Nazi concentration camps? They were
Ding, ding,
literally
ding. The
fleeing
Nazis
Joseph
were in
Stalin's.
Russia. They were in Russia. You know that, right? The Nazis go to Russia, and
That's
they capture
1940.
people.
I'm talking about 1930s. Even before the war started, most of the Jewish Bolsheviks that were unalived in World War II happened in early 1930s. Like it's fucking wild. They're fleeing Soviet Russia and the persecution there just to end up in a concentration camp before the war.
Bro,
Or Jews.
the Czechs that eventually become a part of the USSR end up supplying Israel with weapons to go establish Palestine as a Jewish state. What are you talking about? The issue is not that they did not support Jews. The issue is that they supported them a little too much,
I mean,
a
that's
little too
wild.
hard.
The
Yeah,
Czechs
disgusting.
aren't exactly the Bolsheviks, are they? We're talking
No, but
about
it
the
was a Soviet aligned
foundational.
territory.
We're talking about the foundational members of the Soviet Union, the uprising and everything, literally
Yeah,
fleeing the country they just built.
Stalin supported the 47 UN partition plan of Israel and Palestine. Stalin was a supporter of Israel.
When did he support that?
1947.
That's wild because Hitler himself fucking supported it in the 1930s as they were trying to deport Jews.
Yes, Stalin supported it from a different point of view because he truly believed that Jewish people should have, and he spoke about this. If you have read any of his writings or heard any of his speeches, he spoke about how the Jewish people have the right to self-autonomy and how they should have the right to have their own land and to be safe away from what happened in Nazi Germany. This is all context that you need to take into account. Hitler did not think that. Hitler thought that we want the Jews the fuck away. We're going to send them to Madagascar is one of his ideas. He would just bust them to the fucking border of Poland and just let them out and have the Polish people like essentially chase them away with guns. Like he had a very different ideology than Stalin, which I also don't agree with Stalin in this area. This was a stupid ideology to have.
Yeah, I mean, persecution and mass deportation, specifically a genocide, well, ethnic cleansing at the very least, of a particular group of people, just because they have a different view, doesn't make it like supportable in any way, shape, or
Yeah, I
form.
agree. Hitler shouldn't have done that. Stalin did not do
Neither,
that.
neither the fuck should have Stalin. Like, what the fuck?
Stalin, again, you just read it earlier. Stalin did not do this on the basis of them being Jewish. It was not ethnic that he did this on. You just read this sentence. He did this on the basis of economics.
Yeah, but it was specifically towards the ethnic group of people.
No, it was not, because again, it applied to
What?
Christians. It applied
What
to
the fuck did?
Muslims who also ran this serf-like, these serf like land grabs. Like I can't explain it. These kids are fucking going crazy.
I
Not a lot to
understand they're going
say.
crazy.
Can I ask a
That's
quick question? Can I ask a quick question? I'm actually trying to learn. Or did one of you guys say Hitler? Hitler. TikTok shop.
You can say
Shit.
Hitler. It's okay.
Oh god. Oh god. Sorry. It's
I just like saying
people on
Shitler
TikTok freak
to
out. That's why.
enunciate my opinion about the man.
Okay. So wait, did Hitler support the creation of Israel? Did one of you guys say that?
Yes. Oh, yes, he did.
I fact checked you. You're wrong. In 1933, Nazi Germany reached the Havara Agreement with some Germany Zionists. It facilitated the immigration of German Jews to Palestine and the transfer of some of their assets. But this was not an endorsement of Zionism or a desire to create Israel. The goal was not was to remove Jews from Germany, while the Zionist organizations were trying to get the Jews out of Nazi Germany.
Sure. But I mean,
yeah,
the
so you're
parallel
wrong.
here is the parallel here is because the Nazi Germany and the Stalinist communism in those two countries particularly targeted this ethnicity to move them out of the country.
That's not
No,
true.
now you
That
will
is
say
just
that
not true.
Yeah, you're not
we
true
wanted
right now,
the
bro.
Jews to have their own state and all this. And I mean, that sounds super great from that perspective, but it is simply trying to justify ethnic cleansing. Like,
He
that's the
started
fucking
the
point.
Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee in 1942. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he later
he
carried out the
mobilized.
We were all
Holocaust.
anti-fascist. That's great. I'm
But
not
then he carried
like
out the
railing against
Holocaust
that. That
after.
authoritarianism actually committed ethnic cleansing. You have to understand that.
They
You
supported
have to
Yiddish
agree with it.
schools. No, you're just wrong, and I don't agree with it because they supported Yiddish schools, including Stalin. He created the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee in 1942, which was essentially Jewish Soviet intellectuals that would, mobilize this Jewish support internationally for the fucking Soviet war effort. So I don't know where you're getting this from. I think it's like this American propaganda and trying to see that there is a quote unquote one-to-one with communism and Nazism, because I hear it constantly on these panels that communism is the same as Nazism. I'm sorry, it's just not. What you're saying is
Well, you're
absolute
simping for
American
Russia.
propaganda. I'm not simping for Russia. You're doing
You
American
are.
propaganda and you don't
Your
even
intentions-
realize it.
It's not even American propaganda. You're factually simping for Russia.
Yeah,
You're
and
trying to smooth it over.
you're intellectually not willing to look at the nuance of the time, which is what historians have historically done. You're unwilling to look further into why Jewish temples were
I'm
shut down.
simply unwilling to justify an ethnic cleansing. I don't care why they did it or what
There is no
noble
proof of an
sentiments that
ethnic
you
cleansing.
think
No
they had.
historian says it was an ethnic cleansing. Not fucking one. Why? Because it was not based off ethnicity, Brobot. You read it earlier. It said fucking economy. What are you talking about? It's why Muslim temples were shut down. I'm going to say it again. It's why
You
other
okay?
Orthodox temples were shut
Hey,
down. No, I'm having a fucking spaz out.
I
I
can
see where
tell.
your child gets their vocal
Inshallah.
from.
Salam alaikum.
Don't talk about my kids.
That was a joke. I wasn't making a criticism.
Just for fair note, I was laughing at the spaz out.
Did you hear that? Robot was laughing at you.
Okay, so now you're doing it. What the fuck?
You gonna take that?
You
Protect
can't
my
take
honor,
that.
El Predictor. You're supposed to be a real man.
I am a real man.
This has been going on for like
I'm an
10 minutes and it
alpha.
feels like it's been 2 hours. So are we just going to continue this intellectual exercise or are we going to talk about something?
I wouldn't call it intellectual on my end, definitely, but not on the other end.
Yeah, I would agree. It is not intellectual on B side at all.
Oh.
That just
Oh,
happened.
damn. I'll bring it back to an annoying thing. B, I had an interesting question on how you handled religion with your Marxist point of view. Um, what would happen to Christmas, like according to you, like in this Marxist world? Like, is Christmas gone? We
That's a
can't
good
have.
question. You know what? I've never got that asked to me.
Yeah, I'm
Kudos
serious.
to
Yeah,
you. That was a good
I love
one. Yeah, I like
Christmas.
that one.
But well,
People want to
can you
celebrate it,
answer
they can
it?
celebrate. If they want to celebrate it, they can celebrate it. I'm not gonna stop them.
Fuck Christmas.
What
Yeah,
the
Christmas is
Grinch?
celebrated.
What the hell?
Christmas is celebrated
W
around the
host.
world.
W host.
So just because our state it becomes more secular doesn't mean people are going to suddenly stop celebrating Christmas.
Well, I mean, I could actually understand Ash's point of view on this. We're talking about a jolly fat man in a red suit breaking into everybody's homes.
Oh my!
Like, if you don't believe in personal property, then he's not actually doing anything wrong.
That's not what Christmas is about.
Morning Brobot is my favorite.
Christmas is the birth of Jesus, and
Yeah, I mean,
also
Technically,
I'm
it
an
was
atheist.
started
I
as
still
a
celebrate
Charlie Brown
pagan
Christmas.
Christmas
So
holiday.
story. Yeah, it is, but
I'm an atheist and I
Christmas is
still
beautiful.
celebrate Christmas, so I'm not sure what your concern is. I feel like you're very scared about like your special things getting taken away when the whole point of what we're trying to say
Yes,
is people have more freedom, more rights, like more access to be themselves.
I am kind of
Like that
scared.
I hear that. And
I
it's
think the
valid, you
religion of
know.
Catholic religion will disappear if Mr. Mojo and Mrs. B and Mr. Brobot had it their way. I think they will say, "Yeah, we don't want Catholic churches. We don't."
Yeah.
They might fake it right now and say, "No, we don't mind religions," but like I think they don't want religions. I
I
think they're
think
against it. And I'm scared for my Catholic religion. I think
My
you
grandma was.
can't be
No,
you can't
no,
be a
you're
Catholic and a
confusing us.
Marxist. You can't.
You're confusing us with CT, who is an anti-theologian. I am just
Mr.
simply
Brobot,
atheist.
can you be a Marxist and a Catholic?
He's not a Marxist though. Robot's
I'm
not a
not a
Marxist.
Marxist. I've
No,
told you
okay,
this
no,
multiple
oh, no,
times.
but can a Marxist be a Catholic? No, they can't.
yes,
Yeah,
of course they
they
could. What are you
Yes.
probably
talking
could.
about? They
If you
absolutely could.
believe that Soviet Russia was actual communism, then you are agreeing that they are Catholic as well. Like you 100% in your own head, if you say that Soviet Russia was communism, they were also Orthodox Christians in
Not
Catholicism.
Catholics, not Catholics,
They were
Orthodox.
straight up fucking Catholics, dude. I don't know what you want.
Well,
Yeah, I think I think Orthodox
I might
Christians are
fact.
more like Catholic than Catholics. Man, they're fucking wild.
Sure.
Orthodoxy is a strict adherence to the original text. Like literally, they tell the Pope that he's wrong on canon. I don't know what else you want.
Well, I mean,
Now,
a Marxist is usually critical of religion, but yeah, they can also be a Catholic. Makes sense.
people are critical of religion because of the terrible things it has incurred over
If you're
time.
a
But if you
Catholic, you
hold
can't be
on, if you let
critical
me
against
finish,
religion.
let me finish. If well, yeah, but your fear, and I get it, it's a legitimate fear, but your fear is that deep down, what you don't realize you're actually scared of is the idea that maybe, just maybe, you're wrong and it's all bullshit. And I get
I'm
that.
not
It's
wrong.
hard. No, it's fine. I'm not saying you're wrong.
I
I'm
have
saying
more history
deep
on my
down,
side.
you're
My
scared
church is
that
6,000
deep
years old,
down, you're
dude.
scared
No,
that
my
might
church
not
is
be the
six.
case.
I'm not scared. My church is 6,000 years old. I have history, evidence, and long living
Wait,
like
how old?
power in my side.
How
6,000.
old? How is
6,000
it
years old.
6,000 years old?
My
Christ isn't
church,
even that old.
my
Christ isn't
Catholic
even that old, El Predictor.
my Catholic church has rejected Marxism, atheism. So I have the church on my side.
I mean, it's
And
kind of
guess what?
weird.
What
It is
Guess
kind of
what?
weird
This
though.
this is
You're
super
those people
fun.
who think Rome
Wait,
have
wait, wait.
fall, but we're still
Wait,
here,
I
baby.
got you, El Predictor. This is super fun. So I need you to tell me: do you see Zeus as a deity?
A what?
Zeus. Do you see him as a deity?
What's the last word? A baby?
Deity.
DET.
A baby?
Deity.
I can't hear you. A baby? What?
Explain a deity to him.
Deity.
A
I
what?
don't know what that
God.
means.
I'm not trolling.
A
I can't hear you.
god. Do you see Zeus as a god?
No.
Do you
Like,
see
wait,
Poseidon as a god?
hold on. What? Because God is just a title. Because I think I'm still
That's
learning.
why I said deity in the first fucking place. A higher
Oh
power.
no, he's not.
Okay, Poseidon, is
There's
he a
only one
deity?
true God, the
Okay,
Father.
do you see Odin as a deity?
No, there's only one true God,
So
the
far,
Father.
you're atheistic for fucking 3 out of 4 that were mentioned.
No,
You're
I'm
only
not.
25% into religion, dude.
My Catholic faith teaches that there's one true God, the
Horus.
Father.
Is Horus a deity? Is
You're
Ra a
ignoring
deity?
me. You're ignoring me,
There are more than 3,000 gods
and you're
throughout
still
human
going.
history, and you are an atheist for 2,999 of them. Like you're
Um,
1%
Dude, you're not having a
theistic,
good
dude.
faith
Like
conversation. Miss
it's
B,
not.
No,
This
this
you're
is
is a
not
right.
about
great
You're
being.
point.
right, Mrs. B. I misspoke. It's 2,000 years old, not 6,000. My bad.
But you still, as an
I was about to
atheist,
say.
I don't believe in however many religions there are and their gods. You only don't believe in one more than I do. I can't remember the comedian and what his name
No,
said that, but
It wasn't a comedian. It was a scientist.
oh, then
But
it was
anyways,
someone. Ricky Gervais used that too.
but I mean, it's true. You only
Yep.
believe in one more God than I do. I'm only atheist for one more God than you are.
Do you believe
We're
there's a
still the
God?
same.
Do you believe there's a God?
No,
So, is there a meaning of life?
does
No,
there have to be?
No, I didn't. No. You answered with a question. Is there a
Then
meaning?
you're
Is
answering
there
it
a meaning?
yourself.
Is there a meaning in life?
You just said no.
that was me.
No,
I
I
said
never said
no.
that.
I
I
said
said
no. Sorry.
yes. Yeah, Ash answered. Is there
You
a meaning
said
of
yes.
life?
What is the meaning of life, El Predictor?
That's what God is. So you already admitted that there is a God.
That's fucking dumb.
No, it's
You
not dumb. Well, you
can't
could call it
explain it at
dumb.
all.
The fact that you
You
think there's
can't
a meaning of
explain it.
life, that's what God is. That's what
The
God's
meaning of
about.
life is Earth.
What's his name? I think it's Alex Warren. Just Alex Warren grass.
I
So
mean,
I just said the
it's
same thing you did. The meaning of life is Earth. Can you explain it any further?
No, just watch the stream of Jesus Whatnot
I
versus
didn't
Born
think
Again
you could.
Atheist. No, just watch the stream of because I can't defend the gospel that much, and also I struggle with you atheists because you guys have I forget what it's called. You guys have no foundation based moral. I forget what it's called. So it's hard to
Yeah.
argue with you guys. But
I love
I probably
Catholics.
have
but
more
if you
morals than
see the
you.
hear me out 5 more seconds. If you see the debate of Jesus Whatnot versus Born Again Atheist, I think you will go to church this Sunday, my friend.
I love Catholics, El Predictor. My grandma, who essentially raised me, she was like my favorite person in the world. She was Catholic. And I went to Catholic church with her every single Sunday and Wednesday. Went to all of the masses, all that stuff. I love it. I think it's fun. I wouldn't get rid of it. Like,
I don't know, B. That sounds kind of weird.
No, I
It
know,
sounds
but
kind of like I have a
Okay.
black friend.
it was no, it's like
Okay, El
LARPing. I
Predictor.
felt like I was
Let's
LARPing. Like it was so
let's
cool. Like they're
figure
so
out if
ritualistic and like you get to do all these
let's
cool rituals and sing these cool songs. They got these like crazy robes. Everything's made out of gold. It's so gaudy. They have the most beautiful stained
doesn't
glass windows. I
doesn't
love
the
it.
The
Pope have
churches are
aura?
pretty beautiful.
Doesn't
Wow.
the Pope have
So
aura?
let's figure out if we have which one of us has more morality. Throughout most of history, at least the first three of the Crusades, they had a systematic way of purging most of the Moors, which would be modern day Muslims, from different villages and
Inshallah.
areas. And that was to hold the women down and grape them and force them to have Christian children. Do you think that is okay or not? I think it's
Which,
wrong.
yeah, that is wrong.
Okay, so atheism is more moral than your Christianity because that's in your history
No,
and
it's
was
not.
church sanctioned.
Yeah.
No,
Also,
it's not.
important just to
That
bring
that
it back
was
around.
good.
Hold on, El Predictor, just to bring it back together. Also, Marxism, in the notion that we're talking about it, is more moral than the current society we live in. Because I believe Jesus would have been on board with like helping, feeding hungry people and taking care of the poor, right? I think that was kind of his thing.
That was kind of Marxist thing. I don't know.
No, Jesus thing. He was into like helping people, taking care of the poor, feeding people, you know. So that's the things that we're talking about when we talk about having a society that like takes care of everyone. Whereas the current society, the capitalist society that you seem to prefer, is the opposite
Yeah.
of that. It's rugged
Hey,
individualism for everyone.
uh, Peter Robot, you were too. I think you were excited. You were too quick with it, and you thought you had something. Does the Catholic faith condemn rape, murder, and the things you said that the Crusaders did, or no?
They approved of it. That was
What?
the Crusades are church sanctioned,
No, no,
church
no,
sanctioned
no, no, no.
war.
You're not answering me. Does my Catholic faith condemn rape, murder, and the atrocities that you said that the Crusaders did? Does my
You're
Catholic condemn
you're
it?
trying to juxtapose what a
You're
current
not
pope
answering
said
me.
to the
My
time.
Catholic Church condemns rape, murder, and all those horrible things that the Crusaders did.
They did not condemn it
Straight
in the
up.
time. They
Yes, we did.
approved of it. They sanctioned it, and they did it.
No, it was morally wrong. We condemned it. And
You didn't
also,
condemn it till
I
the
don't have to
20th
defend
century.
everything the Catholics have done. I call
El Predictor, you didn't
just like
condemn it till the 20th
Just like
century.
Mel Gibson, I call out the popes who have touched children, and I'm learning a lot of the horrible things that the Catholics have done, especially in Canada, which I learned that the last school that what was it, a residential school? The last one that was closed down was in 1996, which was when my wife was born. I was born in the year 2000. The fact that the last school was in 1996, where my wife was born, that's horrible. So I don't have to always defend the horrible things Catholics have done, and that's what's bad about you atheists, where you just
No,
generalize
that's
and
what's bad
you
about you
and just
Catholics.
like
You can't even
just like
defend
B,
your own
you guys were
religion.
probably raised Catholic, raised Protestant, and then you guys got
You're a
angsty
whole
as
death
teenagers
cult,
and
dude.
just said F Christianity, not F Jews, not F Judaism, not F the Talmud, not F the Quran and
Yeah,
Muslims,
we do
not
actually.
F
It's specifically
Buddhism.
All
what
the
No,
like.
just
time.
anti-Christian.
No, it's because you're in a death cult.
Yeah, I don't like any of them, to be honest.
Yeah, all religions are trash. But like, especially when you talked about like rape and murder, the entire basis of your religion revolves around that. I don't remember God asking Mary for consent.
Do we condemn it?
Barely. I mean, the
No,
Bible
I
teaches
mean
It's a
it
yes
quite
or
a bit.
no. Do we condemn it? Does
the
the
priests
Catholic
certainly
Church
don't seem to
condemn?
condemn it.
Does the Catholic Church condemn murder and rape? It's a
Are you
yes or
asking that
no.
with a straight face? Are you asking that with a straight fucking face?
Well,
Do you
no one
have
has
any
answered it,
idea?
right? And that's for a reason. And
You
I
want to
know
No,
talk
a
because
about?
you
good
keep
place so far
talking. You
today.
keep talking. You ask a question and then someone starts answering, and then you just start talking and saying the same thing. That's the problem. You're not listening.
Yeah, I think
Answer
their
it
They
now.
actions.
Answer it now.
okay, Albert Dictor, they condemn the act of rape and murder, but when it comes to what happened in the Bible, they don't condemn it. They just simply say that was the times. That is how the Catholic Church handles that.
What verse? What verse? Where does it say it's because of the time?
Of the
There's no verse
time?
that says it's because of the time.
Especially in
This
the
is
new
what the
covenant of
leaders,
my Catholic faith.
yeah,
What are
this
you
is what the
guys talking
leaders
about?
of the Catholic Church say.
Today, you're talking about a long time ago. They condemned it a long time ago when children are literally getting abused and
What
fuck
verse?
shit happening.
What passage?
What passage? The actual
Yeah,
priests in
especially
modern day
in the.
society
All
who
right.
are raping children. What are you
What?
talking about? What
Wait,
verse?
say that again.
I'm talking about you claiming that they condemn this shit when they are actively hurting children,
No, I'm saying
raping
that the
children
Catholic Church, the Catholic faith,
today.
condemns murder and rape. That's a
Yeah,
fact.
they can say that all they want, but then why do they keep
Yeah.
moving these fucking pastors around to different
Yeah.
churches to keep doing it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that we call that out.
Yeah, you called it out, and then you
There's
just
corruption in
moved
the
another
Catholic
fucking guy to
religion.
another church.
There's corruption, and that corruption gets called out. Just like
It's
I
not
call it out.
corruption. It's the
And if
way
it
they
were-
are.
And if you don't, if we're gonna use slop and use famous people like Mel Gibson, who are
Stop
strong
saying Mel
Catholics.
Gibson. What the
What do you
fuck?
mean?
Stop talking about
What do
Mel
you mean?
Gibson.
He's the one who
Why
has
are
made
you
the Passion
referencing
of
Mel
Christ.
Gibson?
Because he's a strong
Who's that
Catholic
movie?
and a popular Catholic in America. And he is a
Sorry.
Catholic who calls out the Catholics who do horrible things, and especially in the #1 podcast, Joe Rogan. He said out loud, the Catholic
He's gotta
Church does
say the
horrible
#1
things,
podcast first.
called out the
#1
Vatican
podcast.
II, all of this.
It's the #1
I'm fucking
podcast.
screaming. Listen, the #1 podcast had an actor who did a movie one time about something, and they are the professionals, guys. Just listen to them.
Well, it's the #1 podcast in the world for a reason. You can hate it all you want.
Mel
But it's the
Gibson is a
#1
fucking
podcast in the
joke.
world for a reason.
He's a
Yeah.
fucking
And I wish Miss
psychopath.
Harris
What are you
would have
talking
went in
about?
there.
Seems
Sure.
to forget about
You'd
Mel
be
Gibson
better
getting pulled
not.
over and
Midas-
drunkenly
I
being
thought-
anti-Semitic.
Yeah,
I thought
exactly.
Midas Touch is
Let's
now
talk
the
about the
#1.
poor Jews again. B, you got it again, right? Or Das, Robot?
The
Let's
Mi-
talk
I
about the
thought-
poor Jews again.
No, I thought Midas Touch was the #1 podcast now, El Predictor.
It
I
is.
thought they bucked Rogan off.
Maybe they did. I don't know.
Yeah.
You should listen to Midas Touch, man. They're based. They're pretty cool. They're pretty cool. You should listen.
My what's it called? Mightiest Touch?
Midas
Midas.
Touch. Yeah, it's based off the Bible too.
Yeah. That's actually
Okay.
how you kind of spell it. You said it.
I'll look it up.
Bit of
You
It's,
know-
it's in the
alliteration.
charts.
You literally don't know who King Midas is?
I
Also,
doubt he
Midas
is.
Touch is
King
kind of
David is.
slop, to be honest. Pod Save
Yeah,
America's better.
I'm not a big fan of Midas Touch either. They have pretty questionable stories sometimes.
Hey, it's about incremental steps, people. We can't just take them all the way there. You just, incremental steps.
Sorry, didn't mean to make you talk to your teeth like that.
You guys talking to our cheese, wasn't you? That was pretty wild.
It's because
All right,
I'm so
this-
angry.
This conversation obviously got pretty boring. There were like 80 people in here earlier, and then you guys kept talking about Marx and Lenin and Stalin and shit, and then everybody went away. And nobody took question
True.
up, so
What do you want to talk about, huh?
I don't know. It's pretty wild. Though,
Rest in
because-
peace, Dolly Parton.
It's pretty wild though because everybody's talking about socialism, like everybody, whether it be right or left. The left is talking about socialism without even knowing that they're talking about socialism, like healthcare and education and shit like that. And the right is calling it evil. Everybody's talking about it, but nobody really wants to talk about it with people that actually know what the fuck they're talking about. Anybody listen to Anthony's panel earlier with Dun Dun and Penny and Yo Miss and shit?
Will they talk about genociding Muslims again? Seems to be a reoccurring theme.
Just a little bit, but Dun Dun was being a racist. Penny was cheering Dun Dun on. Penny chastised fucking Coach for talking over her, which is fucking hilarious. I don't know. The whole panel was pretty fucking gross. And Tennis was up on the panel when all this shit started, and she's like, "This is disgusting. I can't believe you're platforming these people. Fuck off. I'm going away." And she left. She didn't say "fuck off, I'm going away," but she did leave right after she went on a diatribe to Anthony about him.
I do like when she cusses, though. Pretty badass.
It was pretty funny.
Mr. Mojo, if you want the viewers back up, invite Dr. G. That's when it was the peak. I think it was like 200 or something. Shout out to Dr. G.
Golf doesn't have a ton of followers, and he's always welcome to come up anyway, so it don't matter. I'll always have conversations with Golf.
Last question. Mr. Mojo, does the Pope have aura, do you think?
I don't know what that. I still
Does he have
don't really even
swag?
understand.
Does he have swag?
Does he have
I still
real?
don't
When you look
even
at the Pope, are you
understand
like,
what aura or
damn?
swag are?
Okay, when you look at the Pope, are you like, damn, respect? That's respect.
He wears
No,
a
it's-
dress.
Yeah, I see some man in a fucking old man robe wearing slippers and a fucking golden carriage. No, I don't think he's got swag
Golden
or whatever.
carriage, bro. You guys need to be
Haven't you ever
educated
seen the
about
Pope
Catholic.
Mobile? Haven't
Jesus
you ever seen
whatnot,
the?
please come to this platform.
He looks like he's in a Tupperware container turned upside down. They could have picked any other shape, and they chose fucking Tupperware.
Yeah, the Pope does nothing for me. Vatican City does nothing. Vatican City is like what Donald Trump aspires to.
Well, because it's the truth. That's why.
He
But he can
wishes he
try, but he
was.
won't ever copy it.
I don't know how you believe that your faith and your religion has any more validity to it than any other one.
I'm the full fulfillment of Judaism. That's why. I was a born and raised Catholic. I lost it during my 20s. I'm 26 now. And I confessed. I asked for forgiveness. And now I'm going to be the strongest soldier of God as a Catholic. Thank
That's
you,
great.
Mom, for raising me Catholic. Thank you, Mom.
I have as much
Thank you,
evidence
Mom
for
and Dad.
Spider-Man that you do as God.
Can I ask you a question, El Predictor?
Because a Spider-Man can.
I
With,
have an
with great
important question.
responsibility.
I have an important question for you, El Predictor. If and let me give you a hypothetical. If there was a man who spent half of his life out murdering people, and then in his 60s, one day he realized that it wasn't great, probably not a great thing, and he asked for forgiveness.
Yeah.
Hello? Hello?
They got him.
Sorry, I got a phone
Mossad?
Hello?
call. I got a
Mossad!
phone call. Sorry. Does he does he get to
Mossad?
go to heaven?
Wait, what was your last question?
So so here's a hypothetical situation. You tell me what you think of it.
Okay.
There's a man who goes through half his life unaliving people, and then at the end of his life he realizes that maybe that was bad, and he asks for forgiveness and finds Jesus. And then
Right.
there's a woman, maybe Mother Teresa, for example, who's done nothing but good and try to help people her whole life, and then at the end of her life she realized God doesn't exist and stops believing. Is it fair to say that she's going to hell and the murderer is going to heaven?
No, it's not. But also,
That's how that works, right?
no, that's not that. That's not how it works. Anyone can be forgiven and saved if they genuinely repent or turn to God. God loves everyone who does that. So it's not based on what you just said. It's not that.
Even Hitler,
It's not.
like you said
Yeah, it's not.
earlier.
That's not. It's not based
No,
on what you did
no.
in your life. So what does it matter? So why can't I live a shitty life, and then when I
Holy
turn
shit.
75, decide to believe in God and ask for forgiveness, then I can do whatever
Do
I
you
want
mean
in this
it?
life,
Are you
right?
genuine with it? Are you genuine? Do you seriously repent and ask God for forgiveness? Do
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
reconcile with God and do all of the Catholic teachings? You got baptized, you confessed, you started reading the Bible. For example, what's it called?
Wait,
Luke. I
no,
might be
no,
wrong.
no, no,
Hitler?
no,
Luke.
no, no, no. You're on your deathbed. You've
I
never
won't
read the
preach. I won't
Bible.
preach.
You
Wait,
don't
I
have
have
to
a
do all that
question.
shit.
I have a question. You're on your deathbed and you don't have the Bible in front of you, but you are truly ashamed of everything you've done throughout your life, and you are truly
Right?
asking for forgiveness, and you are asking God for forgiveness. Can you go to heaven?
Yes, and in my Catholic faith, according to our dogmas, I think that's how you say it. Even a Muslim can be saved. It's very rare, but a Muslim who they respect Jesus and love Jesus, unlike the Jews, they even say he's going to come back and come to this earth. It's God in a very rare way can save a Muslim. So
So it has
yes,
nothing to
like
do what you do in your life. It has
or hear me
nothing
out
to do with how you live your life.
or last 5 more seconds. Or for example, let's just say North Korea. They say they are that type of country. They ban Catholic. They ban the Bibles. So these people aren't gonna be teach the gospel. They can't. So God knows that, and is gonna save them because they weren't able to know the gospel. They didn't have access to it. So these people can be,
What
and
verse is
also
that? I've
only
never
God,
heard that
only
one.
I got you. Which verse do you want to know, or what
Yeah,
teaching do you want to know of Jesus or
yeah,
God?
yeah, the one you just said.
Got you.
Yeah, the Bible and like how to get into heaven and shit is nothing but full of like contradictions. John said that all you have to do is believe in Jesus. Matthew said you had to spread the word. Paul said you had to build the church, which then Jesus was against. Like they didn't even know how to fucking.
Those are different ways. That
No,
doesn't
no.
mean there's only one way.
That's what I'm saying. They themselves, the
So how
disciples,
does
didn't
that
even know how to get
contradict
in the fuck.
itself? Those are many
Do you
ways.
always just interrupt people right in the middle of them fucking talking?
He does.
Hold on, let me turn my thing.
Are
My
you?
bad. I don't
Yeah,
mean
yeah.
to.
Turn your mic off. That'd be great. But yeah, how can if the disciples can't even agree on how to get into heaven? Why
Don't
should
get
we be able to
mad.
figure it out?
Don't get mad.
Get mad that you're annoying?
No, don't get mad about because we're talking about the truth and maybe you're getting a little emotional about it.
I have a feeling I know the
CT's
Bible
trying to
Hey,
talk.
that's
better.
what happens when we start talking about Jesus, though.
So
So
explain to me why the
if you're gonna
disciples
start
didn't even know
attacking
how to
my
get into heaven.
character and not my words, go ahead.
Your religion's
As
nothing
long as we
character.
keep talking about the truth in Jesus.
Yeah, there's no more truth in Jesus than there
Amen.
is Thor. In fact, fuck, Thor said there'd be no frost giants. I don't see any fucking frost giants. Jesus said there'd be peace on earth. I don't know if you fucking looked around lately, but 1-0 Thor.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Norwegians are
Do
pretty
you
tall,
hold on.
man.
wait?
I
Would you
still want to know.
you
Hold
help
on.
with
I
the
still
peace,
want. You
right?
haven't given
Chat
me the
CT, you
verse
help
that
with the peace, right?
says.
On this earth, you're not argumentative. You don't go on here to look for dopamine and to debate. You only provide peace in this world, right? You're a good human, right?
No, I'm
People
the
like you
worst.
sin the most. People
Nope.
like you, like Mr. Mojo said in the deathbed, they're gonna start regretting the most.
Why would I?
People like you regret the most.
Why wouldn't I
I've
pray
been
to
on
Allah?
my deathbed. I've watched people on their deathbed. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, I believe in Peter Pan, man. Death's
That's
just an
good. It doesn't
explanation.
happen. Yeah.
Okay, so you still need to give me the verse that says that if you don't know about
Yeah,
Jesus,
I'm
you
looking it
simply
up
don't know
online
about
and
it.
also no, I'm looking it up
Hmm.
online and also I have my Catholic Bible next to me. So give me a second. I got you. Don't worry.
Cool.
Perfect.
Look up
My
Matthew.
Catholic Bible.
And also to CT's point, like I wish you would have had a chance to keep talking because I don't understand how you can have so many contradictions, even though there's different people who wrote different things. My understanding is that it's the word of God. So if that's true, then how are they interpreting it so wildly different?
The entire Bible is nothing but a contradiction. Love your enemies, but also tear them down in the hand of the Lord. Welcome strangers, but then grant them hostility. Judge others without moral convictions. Sexual morality, rape, murder, in the right times, in the right places, all completely confined. The most dangerous people in the world are not people that have a moral stance based on any religion. The most dangerous people of the world are the ones that feel convicted by the religion and believe in it. Somebody that has faith like that will do anything in the name of a higher power. And in their head, they will be justified in doing so.
Yeah. So there.
Exactly. Yeah, no, well said. And Mojo made this point earlier too. I think it was him that at least it was touched on. Like religion has been used over time to as a way to control people. And like if you look at like the story of Jesus, you know, there's some interesting professors who discuss about how it's really just a story following how astrology works, right? Because it's in like, you know, December 23rd, the sun stops moving. December 25th, it's reborn. It starts moving north. Like if you look at it, similarities to astrology, it's literally just telling a story about that, and which makes sense because they're looking to space. They're looking to the you know, their heaven, so to speak. And I think in long ago times they referred to the sky as heaven. And
Miss
so
Miss
once you just take these ideas and start just writing stories to fit your narrative and control people, that's when it becomes a problem.
Um, I have the verse for you, Mr. Ash, and also what my Catholic churches teaches. The my I have also the actual the catechism of the Catholic Church. I'm still learning how to say that. So I
Catechism.
have
Catechism.
Catechism?
catechism. Thank you. So I have
Catechism.
Roman
Catechism.
catechism. So I have two Romans 2:14 through 16. When Gentiles who have not the law do by nature what the law requires, they show that what the law requires is written on their hearts. So that means that God can judge people according to what they actually know, including the moral law written on their hearts. Another one is Luke 12:47.
Oh, that's an
So another
interesting
one
one. I
is
want to talk more about that one.
Luke 12:47 to 48. Jesus says that someone who knows what is expected of them and deliberately disobeys is treated differently from someone who doesn't know. The servant who knew what his master wanted shall receive a severe beating, but the ones who did not know shall receive a light beating. And the light beating, only God knows what that means. You guys can't know what that means. And
Yeah, what does it mean?
Also Acts 17:27. Paul says God is not far from people and that they should seek God, even though that they may not know him yet fully. What my Catholic Church teaches, the first original church, the first church ever, the Catechism and CCC 1260 teaches that people who, through no fault of their own, who don't know Christ or the church, but sincerely seek God and try to do his will, can attain salvation.
What's
Thank
that,
you,
Chris?
Jesus, for
Yep.
everything. Thank
So,
you, Jesus, that I have two eyes. Thank you that I have a
Yes.
mouth to spread the gospel
well,
to these
this is
people.
very interesting.
Amen.
These two
Amen,
pass
brother.
Y'all
these
let me
hold on a
know.
second. These two passages are very interesting because it sounds to me like the takeaway is if you're a good person in your heart, then you get a free hall pass or a light beating. I still don't know what that means. Maybe you could ask
Only
the
God
church what
knows.
light beating means.
No, only God
Y'all let
knows.
me know when I can start attacking Soviet Russia again.
Well, I'm just curious, like how much
Jesus.
he's read. Is he only reading the New Testament, like the first 5 chapters?
He
Have you read
believes in
Exodus?
all of
Catholicism is based on the new covenant.
Have you read Leviticus? Have you
Oh,
read
I got something
Deuteronomy?
for you. I pulled
I'm
up
still
all
I'm
the
still on the Old
studies and the
Testament.
articles.
Yeah, like I said, you should
I still
definitely
have.
keep working through that because if you want to know how to treat your slaves after you take them, it's in there.
Is there a new covenant?
New
You want
covenant.
to, yeah, the New Testament,
Yeah. So why do you keep?
even in that, in Colossians and Timothy and Titus,
Am
they
I
all talk about it.
am I a Jew?
Are
You only
you?
want to go off the new
Am
fucking
I a
Testament?
Jew?
Go to
Are you?
Ephesians then.
Are you?
God
Yeah.
no. Hell no.
How do you
Hell
know?
no.
Only you can
There's nothing
answer that
wrong with being
question.
a Jew. Like,
I never said that, but hell no, I'm not a Jew. So what I'm saying is why you keep referring to the
2026.
Old Testament. I never said I only believe in the Hebrew Bible. I
Wait, wait.
only believe in the Old Testament or the Talmud. My Catholic faith teaches there's a new covenant.
Okay.
Jesus came on this earth as a Jew, disagreed with what Judaism was at the time during that time, went against all their was calling out all these rabbis,
hmm
was going against it, and guess what? They end up doing bad things to him. But
So
guess what? You
Genesis
can't.
never happened then.
It did,
God, wait, but that's in the Old Testament.
and Jesus knew about it.
But I thought you said you don't go by the Old Testament.
I do. I
Oh,
love the Old Testament, but
okay.
I don't only follow the Old Testament.
Right.
There's
But
a
then
new
go.
there's a new covenant, and there's a 2.0, buddy. We got a new app. We got a new update on the app.
covenant.
Yeah. You got to
Yeah.
have options so you can pick and
I got a new
choose.
app on the up. I got a new update on the app, buddy.
Let me
You're
get
still
this
stuck
right.
on the old one.
Do you believe that Genesis happened? God created the earth. You don't believe 3 chapters later how to treat your Israelite slaves. Is that what you're saying?
I do. No, that's
Okay.
God's word.
Well, then
I
you're
believe everything in the
disingenuous.
Bible. No, I'm not.
Wait. You believe
I
everything in
believe
the Bible?
everything in the Bible. That's God's
Everything?
word.
Really?
Everything.
How much can I sell
Everything.
my daughters for?
You said what?
How much can I sell my daughters for?
Did they get raped?
No. Very clean,
Why?
very pure,
Why
very
would?
smart. How many
How would
goats
you know?
and
How would you know that?
well, because they're 12 and under. They're not really out of my sight very much. So
Well, you say 12 and under, right? How old was Prophet Muhammad's wife?
probably about the same age that Mary was, 12 or 13.
No,
She got impregnated
no,
without consent.
no. There's actually no factual evidence of Mary's age, and also there's proof of Aisha's age, which is Prophet Muhammad. Prophet Muhammad's wife was 6 years old. So for you to say, well, she's 12, well,
Yep.
Prophet Muhammad's wife was 6, and that's the second largest religion in the world.
Yeah, all
That's way
religion.
more than
I don't know if you
Judaism.
noticed this or not. All religions are fucking
So
gross.
wait,
They
wait,
like
wait, hold
to
on, hold on.
diddle kids.
What's your verse or what's your source for Mary being that age right now?
Because she was already betrothed to John or to
That's not what I asked. What's
yeah,
your
yeah,
source for her age?
the Bible.
What verse? What passage?
Sure. Oh, watch out, kiddo. Oh, I believe it's in John, but let me
Because
see.
if
It's
your
been a
daughter
while.
got raped, then yeah,
Wait,
the one who raped them, the one who raped your daughter, can decide how much they want to. You can decide how much you want to sell them for, and also the rapist has to provide for your daughter now and take care of her.
pretty fucking gross, right?
No, actually,
Let's
it's not. It
see.
is gross. It is gross. But guess what?
We
Wow.
No,
said no
Did you just
first.
say
Yeah,
fucking no?
Holy
I misspoke
shit.
there.
Wow.
I misspoke there. That is gross. But why that got
That's a
implemented is because
fucking hell of a
that actually.
Freudian slip, El Predictor. I highly
No, it
recommend
is. It
slowing
is.
the
No, it's
fuck
because I'm
down.
very passionate about my faith.
Yep,
So
here
that
we
is
go.
horrible.
You might
That's
want to
very
slow the fuck down and
that's
not do
very
that.
that's very horrible to do. But the reason why they added that is to avoid the rapes, because once it's implemented, there was actually lower rates because men at the time didn't want to rape and provide. Straight up, they didn't.
Yep.
Instead, they were like, you know what? I'm not. So you're saying if I rape a woman, I have to provide for this woman now? Nah, I'm good. Straight up, that's what it was.
Well,
Yeah, that's
you know,
still fucking gross. But either way, Luke actually talks about where she was betrothed and pledged to Joseph, and in the time,
Hold on,
that
I have my
normal
Catholic
age is
Bible.
between 12 and
What is it?
14. Luke 1:26-27 talks Gabriel sent to Mary as a virgin pledged and betrothed to Joseph.
Hold on. I'm looking this up. Luke what?
1:26-27. And if she was betrothed, that means she was between the age of 12 and 14. You have to know history to understand that.
Wait. Hold on. No. Well, no.
Wait, y'all,
What was
y'all
your original
ruminate on
statement?
that. I've still
No.
got
What
my
was your
bone to pick
original
with B.
statement about Mary? What was your original statement about Mary?
She got impregnated without consent.
So in this verse, it says that's the age she got impregnated.
Yep, that's when Gabriel told her that God would come to her.
Anyways, while y'all ruminate on that for a moment, B, you remember when you said that no historians said that there was an ethnic cleansing or genocide in the USSR?
for the Jewish people, yes, I remember when I said that. But
It
there was
happened to the
something.
Jewish people.
No, it didn't. There was not an ethnic cleansing. It was based off of monetary. It was based off of the economy. Chat, CP, what did you say prior to that? I was going to comment on it.
Wait, it doesn't say an age actually. Where does it say the age of Mary?
Oh, the consent of Mary. Can I comment on that real quick, Al Projector? And then we could talk
No.
about the age. Can I
Wait,
comment on it, please?
hold on. No. I read
Be a
126 real quick.
gentleman, Al Predictor. You're not being gentleman right
No,
now. I'm the only
no,
lady on the
Come
panel.
on, Predictor, come on.
No, I'm being a second wave
No.
feminist. I'm treating you equally. Just give me a
That's fair.
second.
That's fair. I like that. I like
Exactly.
that.
I'm a second wave feminist. I'm treating you like a man. So I just read quickly Luke 126.
Wow.
It
So
sends
just call her a
the
man?
angel.
That's kind of rude. But anyways,
Sends-
contemporary historians
You're not
classified
funny.
those
You're not
deportations
funny.
as crimes
You're not
against humanity and ethnic persecution.
Hey, can
the
everybody tap the
consent.
screen? Can everybody tap the screen? Show the live out. Do the heart me at the top. Gift the panel and help me with my gift goals, please. Thank you.
I'll do a gift goal thing right now.
So
Consent. That's
before
what
I
I
got
was saying. Hold
interrupted,
on,
I'm
Al
just gonna say
Predictor. Oh, Christ on a cracker,
I
Al
didn't.
Predictor. Come on.
Let her do the mod.
I
Let
got
her do the mod
interrupted.
announcement.
I'm just gonna.
Hold on. Let her do
She
the
wasn't.
mod
Wait,
announcement.
I don't think she was
Jeez.
going to do a mod announcement.
No, I
She literally
wasn't. I'm
said,
not a mod. No.
oh,
Can I
that's
finish
fine.
my
Then I'll do
point?
it. You can just a moment. Hey, everybody. We've got
Why are
64
you being
people in the
weird?
room.
Why are
Tap
you
the
having a fake power trip?
screen. Tap the screen. If you like what's saying, gift the panelists. If you don't like what's saying, then gift Mojo, because he fucking hates it when conversations get interrupted, kind of like what I'm doing right now. And I'm waiting for him to yell at me, but I love to see him crash out. So send like the audio gifts to Mojo. That is fantastic. Just do it in the middle of the conversation.
Guys, according to these people, the
Yeah, wait
economy
till
is
I'm
rough.
talking,
So save your
assholes.
money. Keep the money in your wallet. Watch for free, please. Double tap. This is a
Donate
bad
it.
economy, according to Brobot, Peabot, or wait, what's his name? That Brobot. Is it a bad economy? Yes or no?
That lacks literally any understanding.
Is there a bad is it a bad economy right now? Yes or no?
Do you know what a false dichotomy is?
Well,
Yes or
hey,
no?
I'm just saying you should tell the viewers not to gift. Hey, viewers, keep your money,
Is it a,
please. Use it
is it a
wisely.
bad economy?
Anyway, chat CT.
Actually,
it a
take your
false
money and
dichotomy
donate it,
there,
like
Alfred?
Jesus said.
It doesn't say Mary's age. You're wrong.
Yeah, it says that she was betrothed, right?
Yes, it does. Where does
Yeah.
it say an age? A virgin betrothed. Where does it say the age?
Go look up the age of a virgin that's betrothed in that time period. Tell me how old they are.
Yeah. What is it?
12 to 14 years old.
It's not.
It is.
No, it's not. It could be 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
No, it's not.
What do you mean?
21,
Yes, it
22,
can.
23, 24.
You think
It
there's
can,
gonna be a?
yeah.
Hold on. You think there's gonna be a
So you're
19-year-old
wrong
virgin
here.
back then?
You're wrong.
2,000 years ago?
So you should actually go after the factual evidence. For example, Prophet Muhammad marrying Aisha, an actual 6-year-old, didn't consummate the marriage till 9. Don't start spreading those exact things on our religion. Because there's no exact age of Mary, and that's a fact.
Yeah,
and that doesn't work anymore. People like Jesus Whatnot, people like God Logic, we debunk stuff like this. This is slop.
Yeah,
It doesn't work
he
anymore.
impregnated a 12-year-old
Young
girl without her
people
consent.
are waking up. The internet is not on your favor, and
Mm-hmm.
history won't be on your side as well.
Can I
What
ask you a
age did
question
the
now?
Catholics
Oh,
marry off their daughters? Can you at least answer that? What was the age of majority back in the 9th century?
Yeah, just go look up the Proto-Evangelium of James, and it literally calls her 12 years old.
Can I
If you don't
ask you
know,
a question, Al Predictor?
But that's not the Holy Bible, is it?
no, that's part
And
that
the
was
Holy
taken out 400 years later. You're correct.
Right. I don't believe in that. I believe in the
Well,
Holy Bible,
you
which
don't
is the
have to
Word
not
of
believe in
God.
it. It
All right.
exists.
Just
So
like some
you
Jews don't
believe
believe in
that
the
she
Talmud.
magically
There's some
aged
Jews
to
right now
your
who believe Jesus
morality?
is burning in feces. But I talked to some other Jews who believe the opposite.
Just
So
read the
don't
text.
don't start generalizing that all these Catholics believe in these small little books. The Holy Bible doesn't say anything about Mary's age.
Well, guess what?
Can
It
I
also.
ask you? Can
Sorry,
we
go ahead.
put the age as a question at the side? Can I ask you, Al Predictor, what do you think the punishment was for being pregnant out of wedlock in those times?
It's not stoned, right? It wasn't stoned, right? Or is it?
Yes, you were stoned
Okay.
if you're pregnant out of
Okay.
wedlock. Don't
Okay.
you think that God may have put Mary in a very scary predicament, given that that was the laws of the time to be a pregnant woman? Maybe she was of age, maybe she wasn't. I don't care for that conversation much. But putting a woman in that position in which she is unwed, pregnant, and betrothed to somebody else, I mean, we're pretty lucky that Joseph was as caring as he was. He probably would have stoned her himself. But do you see how dangerous that is? That he,
Yeah.
without her consent, put her in this very scary position.
Did Mary reject God's plan, or did an angel talk to Mary?
Yeah, an angel talked to Mary. I don't remember
So
Mary saying, "I
what did
accept
the
and I
angel
want
say to
this."
Mary? What did the angel say to Mary?
He said, "Hey, you're gonna get pregnant by God. Deal with it."
B, because you're actually emotionally smart. Can you answer good faith to me? What did the angel say to Mary?
Yeah.
I just told you.
He told, yeah, ChatCT was right.
I'm not giving you attention. You got to wait your turn. So
Oh,
what happened,
this
B?
is that how you think this show works? No, see,
Uh oh.
I'll just do what you do. I'll
Uh
just interrupt
oh.
you while you're talking, right? Because I don't
Yeah,
actually think that
that
you read the
was
Bible.
easy. That was
Don't get
easy.
mistaken.
Your
Well,
kids
El
have it easy
Predictor,
to
yeah,
troll you.
I don't think that
No
you read the
wonder I can
Bible,
hear the
right?
kids in the background. You have no control. Anyway, B,
Yeah,
what did
I
the
wouldn't
angel
mention
say
my
to
kids
Mary?
again, bud.
Yeah, a predictor, you need to slow it down, man. First of all, don't talk about these kids. Second of all, you're not in control of this conversation, so you
Did you
might
say
want to
a
slow your
comment
roll.
about B's kids earlier? Yes or no?
Yeah, I don't know
Did
how
you?
you think
Yes or
this is
no?
your panel,
Did you
partner.
mention B's kids earlier? Yes or no?
See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya.
Wasn't me.
Yeah, he was
Oh,
going
y'all
too
made him
far.
mod a goodbye.
Did he actually just leave?
No, I booted him.
What a dipshit.
He's funny,
He's
man. He's a troll. He's not real.
It's actually really
I
easy
don't
to get him
know.
to crash out. I was going to try and do that.
The worst part is I think he's real, and he really just has trouble sort of comprehending and understanding a lot of the deep, sort of difficult parts to understand of these concepts, because he kind of just keeps circling back around the same ideas, and it's kind of sad that he's not making a whole lot of progress.
Especially when it comes to religion, fanaticals, they'll do that. When they get caught into like some kind of dichotomy, they'll just start fucking speaking in tongues and verses, and you're like, this has nothing to do with what we're talking about. And they're like, see, do you see what the passage says? I'm like, that's not an argument. I don't know what the fuck you just said.
Yeah,
Because y'all were like caught between some kind of conversation and a debate. He's gonna do the stupid debate shit.
yeah.
yeah. I just don't understand how, like, as simply as I can like think about it, like I don't understand how you could sit there and base everything specifically on the book, and you're like, I believe everything in the book and everything that I understand about it. If a man grapes a young girl and that young girl says to herself, that was the most awful thing that's ever happened to me. I don't believe there's a God anymore. And that same man an hour later says, that was bad. I feel bad about that. And then they both get hit by a bus. The guy's going to go to heaven and the girl's going to hell. So I'm not sure
He doesn't
what
even have to
any.
feel bad about it. He just has to say, I love God, I accept you into my heart. He doesn't even have to feel bad about it.
Yeah, the Catholics, they found a way around this by just making sure that you go to Mass every Sunday to apologize for the previous week. 3 Hail Marys and a couple fucking butt up sundowns, and you're good.
It's easy. That's why people are drawn to it, I suppose.
I think for some people, hope is a good thing. For
Go
other people, it's
Army,
having a
where
way
you
out.
been? Go Army. Been busy, I guess. What's up, Dennis?
Well, it's
It is.
summertime. There's a lot of lawns to mow.
Yeah. The grass be growing, man.
What's up, Dennis?
Hey guys.
Hi, heard you on Anthony's earlier.
Oh, you know what? I've been asked about this. How can you go on that live? Well, I mean, I think I've gone on there 4 or 5 times, but the last 2 days, I'm sworn off
Yeah.
because it's just too bigoted. I can't, and
can't
also
hear.
too like penny laned out. You know, like. The crew is up there, and I just can't listen to that bullshit. So
Yeah, I heard you going off at Dun Dun. And
oh yeah,
then,
oh you
and
heard
then
that?
just dropping, and they were talking about how you got dropped or something, or she just ran, or I don't know.
Yeah, sure, they said that. Yeah, but I had to say, look, you know, I wanted to say more. I wanted to say, in defense of the guy who said America is terrible. I'm like, yeah, what do you guys say about how we're fucking Canada over? Like, is that something you're on board with? When did you get on board with that? Right? I mean, besides all the other just despicable shit that they say, but the bigotry that he platforms up there is just, to me, I'm not doing it. Not doing it.
That's pretty wild.
Anyway, I'm disappointed. I went to get this guitar today, CT.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
And I didn't get it because I went in there with a price, and I don't think I negotiated very well, but it was very expensive. And I just said, you know what? It was my bottom line. I wasn't going to go over it. And I got in my car. I thanked the guy, nice guy for his time. And I just went out to my car and I drove home. So I'm like,
Good for
but
you.
it's all good. You know what? It's a first world problem. So anyway, how's
It's a good
everybody
feeling, though.
doing?
Getting suckered into buying something when you're not ready to is a terrible feeling.
Yeah,
Well, look,
I
too,
feel
like,
like I would have felt bad if I had just said, "Sure, guys," and it was obscenely expensive, obscene, and I
don't forget-
really wanted it. Really
like,
wanted it.
unless you're playing music full time, I mean, you're talking about buying that's what professionals use in like recording studios. It's just how I had my sound gear, my Ibanez sound gear. Like, I didn't need that. I just wanted the name. I wanted to say I owned it. But if you're just like looking to play around, I mean, hell, there's TaylorMade, Washburn, there's so many good acoustics out there that make the smaller bodies. Just look into them. They all have really great sound.
Yeah, I mean, I have a Sigma 12 string that I had since I was 13. And it's a copy Martin, and it's still, look, it's Japanese made. You could put that thing out on your driveway and it would be okay. And then I have a Yamaha 6-string.
Oh yeah,
I have a Yamaha 6-string as well.
I got a Yamaha 6-string too.
But that
It's great.
fretboard on that Martin, I'm telling you guys,
I have
that
a Yamaha
fretboard.
6-speed.
Yeah.
I got all 10. Well, it has 10 gears, but only 6 work.
It's kind of
Anyway.
crazy that you can buy a Yamaha guitar or motorcycle.
That's right.
Yeah, dirt bike, bikes.
Remember? Oh, you guys won't remember all the Sony stuff in the 80s. I mean, I had a Walkman. Dating myself, but
People forget Mitsubishi made TVs.
They did.
made what?
TVs.
Big screen TVs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I used to sell them.
All those brands. What other brands did they have? Yamaha, Mitsubishi.
That's like a specifically
Sony.
Asian thing, isn't it? Like, I don't know of any other countries that have businesses that sell wildly different things like that. Is that accurate?
I mean, they definitely diversify a lot, but that's what happens when you have like collectivism. You have one company that takes over a bunch of different markets and it's centrally planned. So like Honda's a really interesting one. You got motorcycles, you've got cars, you've got 3-wheelers, you got 4-wheelers, dirt
Kawasaki.
bikes. Yeah, like they diversify. If you have an engineer of like people that work on engines, why not create everything that works on engines?
Good marketing too. Like they have cool names in a way, that are catchy. Like, I mean, I just remember like you'd always see Kawasaki motorcycles. Like that was if
Yeah.
you couldn't afford a Harley or something, you'd have a Kawasaki back in the day. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know.
Suzuki is the same way.
Oh, the Suzuki four-wheel drives. That was a big one.
Remember those little forerunners they had? Like
Yeah.
wannabe Jeeps? Those things were fucking
Samurai,
awesome.
the Suzuki Samurai. I had one.
Yeah,
I
those things
loved
were
it.
awesome.
Yeah.
So what's the
Oh.
latest and greatest, guys?
Oh, we don't know. The world is a vampire.
Any op today?
We
I
were
was
just down
listening
at El
to
Predictor.
I was listening to El Predictor. God, before I went on my trip, but
He got a little big for his britches and then had to be kicked.
oh
Paul was
yeah,
up here earlier, but he left as well.
I don't get why religious people get mad that non-religious people know like the Bible. I've never understood that one. Like if I wanted to like argue about something and somebody else had as much knowledge, just had a different viewpoint on it, I wouldn't get mad about it. I'd be like, ooh, I didn't know about that. I'll look into it. But religious people,
Yeah.
man, it's their whole fucking personality.
Yeah. I think like when I argue with someone about communism or Marxism, I prefer people who have actually read it because then it's a good faith argument. I can't really like we're talking a different language if if the other party doesn't have education on the topic.
right.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, I don't know. I mean, I have like zero like actual like read anything about Marx or anything. Anything I know about this shit is just from listening to you guys. So I'm not gonna. I wouldn't say that I am educated, but I tend to prefer to lean into finding what is good for society, morally grounded, things that I think would make people better off, and then drill down into those things. And it just feels like it's real easy to find where people sort of lose ground on having the high road in the discussions. And so, I mean, again, I don't know enough as much as like most of the people up here, but it's just also very easy for someone to pick apart the logic, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't read a lot about communism. I studied it in high school, and I understand that countries that are called communists are really like communist. Is this wrong? Russia and China. I mean, they're really just dictatorships. They're not communists. And so when people who don't know, and they can go, oh, we're going to be communist. They don't know what that means. They think we're going to be that you want to be like communist Russia. Is that right, or am I getting that wrong?
No, I would say that's a fair assessment. But I would say also, like, when people critique those countries, I think it is a fair assessment to say that those countries did try, especially like in the beginning stages, especially with Lenin, especially with Mao. I would say that they tried. I wouldn't be so much so dogmatic to say that, oh, it failed, so I can't say that they even tried it. I know that they tried it. But yeah, I think you're right. They never actually fully, like, communism is a staged process. It's not something that happens overnight. Like, it's very similar to anarchy, actually. Anarchy just happens overnight. Communism is saying, no, we need stages to go through in order to accomplish this. We cannot do it all at once. And so when you look at it in that lens, you'll see that they didn't achieve communism because they didn't end up at the last stage, which is moneyless, stateless, classless society.
Right. That makes sense.
Hey B, you said you're in California. You're in Southern California or Northern California?
Fuck no, I'm in Northern.
Oh, okay.
Fuck
You you
no.
you don't have
Fuck
the
is that?
I was,
That was my Boston accent. It was my Matt Damon fuck.
I was gonna see how you're holding up. It's like a high of 104 in Southern California.
I'm dying.
Fucking
It's
brutal.
80. It's 80 here and I'm dying. I'm a
I would
California flower that weathers in the heat.
I would kill for 80 degrees.
It's
Where are you?
disgusting.
Where are you? Florida? Did you say, Ash?
I'm in Los Angeles. It's going to be a high of 104 today, and
Wow.
it's fucking
Yeah.
brutal.
I've spent a lot of time in California. My sister lives in Sherman Oaks outside of LA, and my son went to college in California. So I've spent
Where? UC Berkeley? Where'd you go?
Redlands. He was recruited to play tennis there, University of Redlands.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, no, and I just love California. I mean, I get off that plane and you just feel that ocean, you feel that weather, you see it's just gorgeous. But I also love Northern California. That is just, it's a gorgeous state.
Well, if you're
It's
going to
got
plan
all
on
the
visiting,
pretties.
give it at least 4 more days before the temperature drops.
Yeah, August is brutal in LA. It's just, right? It's typically
It's the
brutal.
worst. Yeah, August is the worst.
Yeah, I don't know why they would put such Disneyland there, where it's like all kids, and then like everyone goes during the summertime, and then they get heat exhaustion because there's barely any water fountains, and you have to buy water, and it's so expensive. Disneyland is just, it's crazy there in the summer.
What the fuck with Orange County, right? I mean, that's all red. It's all the billionaires.
Yeah, a lot of Southern California is red. I would say. I think the part that is blue is actually probably more northern mid California is blue. Not even northern, just mid, like San Francisco, Oakland. Those are like true blue. But LA is like really wealthy, so they tend to. If they're red, it's only in tax principle, if you will.
Sometimes you got you venture into the depths of the valley, and you will find a lot of poor MAGA supporters still. But it's
Fresno.
mostly blue.
I had a question for the panel because I see the right do this a lot, and then they talk about it for a long time, and it pisses a bunch of people off. I kind of wanted to reverse engineer this question. So we know that like people on the right are completely fine with like authoritarian dictator light, right? Do you guys think there's a possibility, much like there could be a dark horse for the left that comes out, that when you're looking at somebody like a JD Vance or Marco Rubio running in 2028, there are people who are like, I don't know, they don't really represent MAGA. Do you think there could be a more authoritarian, more super MAGA somebody that fucking emerges that the right would just fucking cling to because they want that dictatorship?
I personally don't think so. I mean, I think it's possible, but I mean, in my view, this is a lot just based on the cult of personality. So once that personality goes away, they'll need to find something to cling to on the new person. I don't think that they're just going to stand on the principles. It's a lot about just listening to what this.
Sorry. Go.
No, I was about to land. Go ahead.
Oh, I just want to know if somebody owed Robot a galaxy.
No, it's his birthday. Everyone sing happy birthday.
Wait, it's
His
Robot's birthday?
Yas.
Happy birthday.
It's not my birthday. Who said that?
Are you lying?
Elle said it in the comments.
Don't repeat what
Damn
Elle
it,
says
Elle.
in the comments.
WL.
He's like 85% wrong about everything. Don't repeat what he says in the comments.
No,
Well, thank you, Rebel.
ELLE.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant like short for El Predictor. My bad.
No, not El Predictor. Hell no, I would never believe him. No offense, El Predictor. No offense.
Well, happy birthday, buddy.
I was just staring and texting at this 104-degree day in California. Like, come to Texas. We'll give you 100 days of it in a row.
You got dry heat.
No, thank you. I'd rather chew on glass.
What the fuck? It's 80 degrees humidity. It's 80% humidity right now. What are you talking
Isn't that
about?
unusual,
is a problem.
Robot, that's unusual humidity. Isn't it usually dry?
No. But we have a big-ass river that flows right through Austin.
Oh, but you're in
Texas
the
is also
cool.
huge,
You're in the
yeah.
cool city.
Oh, you're in Austin. You're in the New York and
Cool.
Texas. You're fine.
Yeah,
Cool.
that's the cool
It's
place.
been 100 degrees all
No,
week.
I don't mean cool,
Cool.
like cold. I mean like it's freaking a blue mecca and like music and everything there.
Yeah, for real. If you mean cool by air conditioning, yes, we use Magic Box. Magic Box make cool.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'll stick to my month and maybe 3 to 4 weeks of bad heat, but it's dry. I just came back from Michigan and it wasn't nearly as hot there, but the humidity just changes a person.
Yeah, well, it's pretty bad in the
Makes you
Northeast.
evil.
But we have a nice day today. Sunny and 78. Pretty good.
What's your humidity level though?
Not bad at all today. It's pretty dry. But we
Oh,
usually in
nice.
August, New York is brutal.
So hold on,
Disgusting.
I don't know how we got back to weather, but all
Yeah.
I keep hearing from
Oh
Republicans,
yeah.
all I keep
I
hearing from
like your
Republicans,
question's cool. I like
yeah.
that
Well,
question.
think about it though. Like, how many Republicans have said like the ones that are upset are saying Trump isn't going far enough, isn't deporting enough people, isn't changing amendments? Is it like I really do think that if somebody comes out that wants to even go further, the right would grab onto that shit. As much as they claim that we want socialism and communism, and that's just their belief in their head. I actually do think these people yearn for an authoritarian dictator.
They do. I have said on this panel before that if, people are like, oh, you think communism is going to happen in this country? I said, no, I think fascism will happen way quicker than communism will happen. I don't think communism has a chance in hell of happening. I do think that we are on the top of a mountain, on a teeter top, and it is going towards fascism. That is how we will address people's material needs, because as the needs get worse, then these extremist ideologies come out, and one of them is fascism. And we see that post World War I with Germany and how they adopt these fascistic ideas to address the material needs of the German people.
I think they'll do it all in the name of safety.
I think you're right. There's probably truth to that, but I also think that it depends on the person too. I just think it's a huge thing because if for example a democratic socialist came out and said some of the stuff that Trump says, I think people on the right would still not agree with it because they don't agree with the blue ideology. So I mean, there's truth to what you're saying, but also I just feel like a lot of it depends on who's saying it too.
Why do you think the Democrats, at least the establishment ones, pander on the basis of immigration and on the basis of our foreign policy? Because it is pandering to fascism. So if the Democrats try to reach out across the aisle, and I'm not talking about the progressives, I'm not like AOC or Bernie, they've not been known to do this, but the establishment Dems will reach out on the basis of fascistic ideology, which is there is another, foreign policy and immigration. That's how they reach across the aisle, and they make concessions. So, I do think that if the Democrats adopted more radical ideology where it came to immigration and they were more fascistic about it, I don't think that the Republicans would have a problem with it. I think they would support them.
That's base. That's probably right.
Michael, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can I get your age and who you voted for?
49. I voted for Trump.
Get him, everybody. Get him.
No, don't get me.
No, actually, I do have questions.
Just not all at once.
Yeah. So, you voted for Trump. Are you happy with that decision?
Yeah, but I think Trump has done a lot of things wrong.
For example, you'd like to see him go further with things, right?
No, I think the Iran war conflict was a mistake. I think his overreach with ICE is a mistake. So he's done a lot of things wrong. I think with starting this whole redistricting of the states and all that mess was wrong.
Wait, what has he done that's right then?
Well, I like the other person said, they talked about LA, how there might be Republicans that live in LA, but they only mainly do it for tax purposes. So that's where I kind of fall. I was a Democrat for most of my life. And then I was living in Maryland, and how much they taxed you for almost anything. To get an Uber, you're taxed $1. To get a bucket of paint, you get charged a tax. To take a vending thing out of a vending machine, you get taxed an extra fee. Their car registration has doubled since 2023. Everything's gone up. Water is $150 a month.
Okay, that's the reality of capitalism with government, I think.
No, I don't think so. It's because, at least in Maryland, their budget, when Hogan left office, he was a Republican. He left, a balanced budget. Well, Maryland, you have to have a balanced budget, like many states. You can't have a deficit. So when Westmore came in, they started all these new administrative ideas, and some were good, some were bad. The biggest thing they did was put a lot of money in education, but what they didn't have was a way to fund it. So they turned around and implemented all these new taxes on individuals, which doesn't hurt the wealthy. It actually hurts the citizens who don't make any money more than, because again, it's state taxes.
Are you in a bathtub?
No, I'm washing my hands.
The fuck?
That's wild.
No, I was washing my hands.
Sounds like you're fisting a peanut butter jar.
Jesus Christ.
No, but that's the reason why I went Republican.
Westmoreland. The only thing I know about Westmoreland is that he's fucked up on a bridge or something, right?
Well, that's a whole other issue, but that's why we moved to Florida, actually, because of the bridge.
But isn't that a Trump problem too? Because didn't Trump first of all, it's an issue of bidding, right? Because there has to be the right bid for it. And also, didn't the federal government promise money to fix it? And that money didn't come through? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, with the bridge?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not really sure. We left. So they said it was going to be built in 3 or 4 years. And after two years, we had to leave because my wife, she worked in D.C. and her commute from Baltimore City to D.C. was 2 hours each way, and she worked 10-hour shifts. So after a year and a half doing it, she's like, I can't live this lifestyle anymore. So we moved to Florida.
Gotcha.
So what things are you looking for in 2028 in a candidate?
Yeah, I don't know yet, because of course we don't know who's going to run. The biggest reason why I came up is, you guys were talking about communism and socialism, and I was just trying to understand why that's such an attractive movement for young people. And I don't see how, do we need the government to have limitations and our industries to have regulations against it? Sure, but I don't see, a lot of people saying this huge movement towards socialism or communism or the DSA. How are people seeing that that's a positive thing for?
Because the system right now is rotten to the core. So everybody wants an alternative.
And I think the thing with the DSA gaining traction is that the people that are backed by them or run in that movement, the things they say they're going to do, they do. It's not just a dog and pony show. They say they're going to fix things, they fix them.
Okay, but that's kind of very universal. They're saying, it's capitalism right now is terrible, and communism and socialism is going to fix that. But how are they actually going to fix that?
I don't know if candidates running on socialism or communism. I do know that there's some people that call themselves democratic socialists that have this idea that the taxpayers' money should go back to the people. And
yeah, but our
our
taxpayer money does go back to people. I think they said somewhere 70% of our entire budget goes to social programs.
No, like 27% of our total budget goes to social programs, Medicare.
No, if you include Medicare, Social Security, no, it's like 70%.
No, I'll look it up. It's like 27 or 24. I can't remember which, but let me look. I can give you a whole breakdown of where our tax revenue goes.
Yeah, it's not necessarily about where it goes, Michael. That is a huge aspect of it, but it is about also people paying their fair share in taxes. So when you have a progressive tax system, it is only fair that if 22% of my income is getting taken away from me, that 22% of, a billionaire's income should be taken away from them. Not a flat 22% rate, but 22% of their income. Right. And so it's about people.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with a flat tax. Like, let's say.
No, I'm saying that it should be a progressive tax. It should not be a flat tax. Because when they hold on, let me finish. When 22% of my income is gone, that really hurts me, especially if your income's only, if you're lucky in the Midwest, or, in the South, $3K a month. 22% from $3K a month is a fucking lot, right? But 22%, of an income away from somebody who makes millions, that still leaves them with a substantial amount of money. And I'm not talking about a flat tax. That sounds like a flat tax, but what I'm talking about mathematically, what their income is, 22% of their specific
Right.
income.
Yeah. No, I understand that. I mean, but like, for example, like if a person is making $50,000 a year and they have, let's say, one child with a tax credit and stuff like that, they're initially only paying about a 1% in taxes to the federal government each year.
Who told you that? I
You
got
could
4
just,
kids. That's
well,
beautiful. When did that happen?
well, you get $2,200 per kid, right?
No, not always.
No.
What do you mean? Not always. I don't understand. It's $2,200 tax credit per kid.
Well, let me help you with a little different perspective here, Michael.
Well, I don't
So
want to
if
switch
you
perspectives because I mean, I
no,
don't know.
it's still the
Let's
same subject. It's just a different perspective for understanding. So if you go online, you can go to Google or your favorite search engine and just look up what is the net personal wealth of the United States of America. You come to find it's about $49 trillion. The top 1% has 46 trillion of that 49 trillion, and the bottom 99% have 3 trillion. Which one would you like to tax as a capitalist?
Right, but a lot of the billionaires and millionaires we're talking about, their income's tied up in stocks, so you can't pull that income out of. I mean, you could do unrealized gains, but if you pull that stock out and tax them on unrealized gains, you don't know what that stock's going to be worth 2 years from now. It could, we could have this
Sure.
AI bubble where Elon loses half his fortune, but he now paid taxes on, let's say, $1 trillion, and in 2 years now he's worth 500 billion. He can't pull that money out. He'd have to pay those taxes. He'd have to pull out his money out of the stock.
Sure, that's a nuance to the subject. I'm simply asking which of those two, the top 1% that has 46 trillion net worth, or the bottom 99% that only has 3 trillion personal net worth? Which one
Right.
would you
But
tax?
here's the issue again is trillionaires and billionaires, they don't keep cash on hand. They don't keep money liquid. They have it all tied up in stocks
I,
and
I
stuff like that.
understand that, but I'm asking you for the
So
same
how do you pull that wealth
understanding.
out?
Which one would you tax?
Yeah, you tax their businesses.
The business is being taxed at 21%.
But no, it's not.
No, like,
Not even close.
there's a fundamental issue here. If we go to the IRS, we find out that the top 1% only pay 40% of the income tax in America. The bottom 99% is paying 60% of the personal income tax. So 60% tax rate on 3 trillion and 40% on 46 trillion.
But you have
I'm
to
asking you for this
right.
basic
But
understanding.
if you look at the top 10%, they pay the majority of the taxes. I mean, we're not talking about lower income. Like if you go
They
back
do
to the
not.
person
We
who's
do.
make no, if
We
you
pay, we
pay,
pay 60% by the
but if
IRS
you
numbers.
but if you pay $50,000 a year, you make $50,000 a year, and you have one child, you're paying literally 1% tax because you're only putting in, I think, like $1,200 for the year.
Sure, you're trying to like boil this down to us individuals on
No,
the
I'm talking about
panel.
if you're talking about the lowest income people, like you're talking about the people who are at the bottom. They don't pay a lot in taxes. They just don't.
The bottom 50% of the country doesn't pay any taxes technically, but
Right.
that's
They don't
not the
pay any
problem.
taxes.
We are taxing the bottom 99% of Americans, 3 trillion of personal net worth at 60%.
I mean, even
They're
if you took
paying
a house,
60% of the personal income tax. The
right?
top
So
1% with 46 trillion is paying 40% of the personal income tax. If we simply flip that metric alone, we would be better off as a country.
right. I mean, I understand your point of view, but again, I don't know how you're going to tax that business at such a high rate to where because that business pays so much money in back to Social Security, back to Medicaid, Medicare.
Who
You know,
does?
Not really
Who
that much.
thinks?
Have you looked at Tesla? Since 2016, they've only paid $45 million in taxes, and they've net generated, I think, $16 billion. But they paid over $700 million to China in taxes. They have no problem paying them. You don't see them trying to leave the country or go somewhere else to find someone else to do the work, right? This whole idea of like taxing people more, they're going to leave. Look at New York. They've increased their sales, even though there's additional taxes for secondary homes now.
right. Yeah, and I completely understand that too. I mean, I don't know how people, because I was talking on another live, and people are saying people in New York right now are paying $900 a month in electricity bills. As one lady was talking about, I'm like, I don't know how you live in there paying $900 a month in electricity bills. So it's a very, very big issue. But to rewrite our entire structure would probably, blow up our economy.
We don't have to rewrite anything. We just have to go back to the tax code that we had in the 1950s, when America was great and all.
Yeah.
Sinjay, holy shit.
Hi.
Hi. Hold on one sec. Jeremy, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Oh, yes. I didn't know it was brought up yet. I'm 34 and I voted for Trump.
Welcome to the panel.
Thank you.
So can I just, I had a thought when you were talking about the whole billionaires and taxing, right? I wanted to so how do the billionaires, if they have all their money tied up in the stocks, like we all know that, so they don't have cash on hand, anyone, or any of the billionaires, right? But they then fund their everyday living by loans, right? So they take out loans.
Yes.
The situation, that's what you have to attack in your system.
It is a tax loophole. So what they'll do is they'll take a loan out and they'll use their stocks as leverage, saying that here's almost like a house, like you get a home equity loan and you get a lower interest rate. So by getting a loan out that's going to be lower than their tax, they're actually saving money. And that money is going back to the bank, and the bank can take that money now, and they only have to hold, I believe, 10%. So if you put let's say $100, that bank only has to hold that $10. They could refinance, or they could loan that net $90 out to someone else.
Exactly. So my point is that you billionaires, you should have a progressive tax, but you should attack this loophole first, because that's going to ruin your economy. That is what's breaking your economy currently.
So the way that
when
the
you were
government
arguing before, you were saying, they have all their money tied up in assets and they're tied up in their businesses. And if they then have a, you said tech bubble thing that bursts and they lose all their money, they basically lose all your money because they are put in loans. Right?
Well,
they don't lose their own money, and right now they won't. Basically, they won't lose anything.
Right, but the way that the government looks at
let
it
me
is,
speak
if
for a
you're like
minute.
Tesla or Elon Musk, they do get tax refunds or rebates because they employ so many people, because that business stays afloat and it generates.
Let me fucking
like they
speak.
said that, if you look at Tesla,
Holy shit! Shut the fuck up.
They might employ 30,000.
You want to fucking tell me that? You want to see what's gonna happen?
Jeremy,
relax, dude.
that's the panel.
Stop pushing from the neck, dude.
Yeah. But if you have something like Tesla where they employ 30,000 individuals, but then you also look at the market, the jobs that are also built off those 30,000 jobs, they might create over 200,000 jobs. So the government gives them tax refunds for having built a successful company.
But not
that's employing hundreds of thousands of Americans.
But that's not what happened with Tesla,
not the point.
I'm just giving Tesla as an example. I don't know how many jobs actually Tesla's in. That there's some, but they said something like Elon. He employs so many individuals, and now those individuals.
Michael, I'm going to rebut on that. If you look at Tesla, if we use Tesla as the example, right? The working conditions has made the Tesla employees of Sweden go on the longest strike ever. And they are literally 90 people who are pushing back and changing working conditions for Tesla employees. And he cannot win. So I'm you can't say that it's I'm that whole idea of putting someone who creates job on a pedestal and then saying that, oh yeah, they're great people. I'm no, not if they're making shitty jobs. What the fuck? If they're gonna make jobs that's gonna leave people still indebted, and they won't be able to have proper healthcare, and they won't be able to have proper working condition, who the fuck cares?
Yeah, I don't know about the Swedish.
You shouldn't.
I don't know about the Swedish.
No, but that's Tesla in general. The idea of Amazon workers as well. It's not an accomplishment to make a lot of jobs for people who still
are living below the poverty line. Like, that's just
Right.
shit.
No, I agree with
That's
you.
not an accomplishment at all.
No, I agree with you. I mean, and most people don't realize, Amazon, I think it went 15 years before it actually made any money whatsoever. People invested their capital in even like something like, Uber, they invest all this money and once it takes hold, then they have a capitalistic portion on it. Because before, you had Uber, you had taxi drivers and their unions and stuff like that. And then Uber phased them out by having better rates. But now, of course, once you get all the unions out and everything and the taxi drivers out, you increase the less pay for the drivers, less benefits, less, it goes downhill. So, yeah, there's issues with it. But then again, if you look back at taxi drivers and see how bad their cars were and their unions and how the people weren't, for example, when I was living in Maryland and stuff like that, if you wanted to get in a taxi by law, they had to take you from point A to point B and not argue with it. But let's say the bars let out and they wanted to I only lived 10 blocks away. It only cost them a $5 fare. They would reject you and say, hey, no, I'm taking this fare to 30 miles away because they know their fee is going to be higher. So there's issues with every industry. I mean, there's always going to be.
Point being, Michael.
Ubers
sorry,
are,
Dennis.
yeah, just really quick on the Uber thing. Ubers, if I take an Uber from the Freedom Tower to Grand Central at like 4 PM, it is like could be over $100. If I take a taxi, it's like 30. So their Ubers are, and they adjust their rates on weather. They adjust
Right.
it on rush hour traffic. So that's why taxis are still, I'd much rather grab a yellow cab in New York.
Right.
They're
Yeah.
illegal here. Uber. Like, we
Uber.
can't have Uber here.
Yeah.
Uber, yeah.
I mean,
Still here.
again, it goes back and forth. Like, once a business does take a monopoly over, that's why they should have. We do need guidelines, and we need to have restrictions in some businesses. But again, to go revert to saying, hey, everything's going to be under the people own the company and not the business owners, could have ramifications because
We don't, like here, people pay a lot of tax in businesses and, we don't own the companies here. Like, that's democratic socialism or social democracy for you. Like, there's still capitalism, but just taxed accordingly. That's the point. The point is, like, why are we glazing? Why, what's up with the glazing of, like, the rich, as UK said in the comments? I'm like, what's this obsession with, like, defending billionaires? What's up with that?
It's not defending billionaires. It's more defending the way our capitalism has ran since the 1950s, and our country has grown.
If it had worked,
grown, if you
it
look
was
at
working.
the
It was
growth
working okay in the 50s and 60s. I mean, working in quotes, right? There's always problems. But we talked about this last night on Mojo's Live. There was a time, here's my little speech, when you could be a carpenter, you could be a fucking factory worker, you could be a white collar office worker. If you were working, you could still garner enough money to get a down payment, go to a bank, achieve a mortgage, and start building your life and have a car in the garage or two, and get the microwave in the late 70s. And, and what do you guys say? Oh, inflation. That's the problem, is inflation, right? I mean, I just don't understand how we've allowed, we used to tax companies and corporations and wealthy people. Now, these people who make over $10 million, $100 million, $250 million, $1 billion. I mean, why are we like Sinjay says, glazing these people rather than making them pay tax?
It works. Like, why? There are companies, there are like massive companies in Sweden, Denmark, Norway, like other countries that have free healthcare. Like, they create big, massive companies. Like, why does it have, like, it's not just America who makes big companies and, like, creates wealth and jobs. That happens all over the world, and people still get free healthcare. there.
What do you think about that, Michael? What do you think about what it was like in America in the 50s, 60s, and 70s?
The biggest thing they say about that is, back in the 50s, you would buy a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom house that was only like maybe 1,500 square feet. But the big, boom of going out to the suburbs, and then you're buying these mega mansions that are 5-bedroom houses with foyers and swimming pools. And that's the reason why, Americans kind of priced them out of housing, because they weren't buying a 2-bedroom.
No, that's not true, because those homes still exist, split level homes that are
investment funds.
Well, no, they still exist, but look at where they exist. They existed outside. But if you go back in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s, people were switching over to buying these 5-bedroom houses where, that's why we had the huge housing bubble outside of it.
No,
people were over leveraging, buying these houses that they didn't even need this. I mean, who needs a $500,000 house making
that has nothing to do with the housing market, like people building bigger houses.
It does. It increases the price of the house.
I don't think so. I think that from my experience,
if you look at from the 1950s to the 1990s, if you compare the type of houses being built, they're ginormous compared to what they were built before in the past.
Okay, so people, we got a starter home. We lived in the city. We got a starter home, smaller home outside the city, and we did move into a bigger home, but you can build on the smaller home, and we sold our smaller home, right? And people still, there are other people that wanted to buy the smaller home, younger families, right?
So right, but your situation is anecdotal. If you look at the national, if you compare a 1950s house to a 2020 house, there was no air conditioning back in the 1950s. You just had a heater, a stove, a refrigerator, 2 bedrooms, maybe a 1-car garage that just had a small driveway. And it was 1,500 square feet. Then you move to the 1990s where you have 5 bedrooms, air conditioning, all the luxuries that go with it, intercom systems, security alarm systems, all that stuff, multi-windows. Swimming pools. Look at the difference between the houses from the 1990s and 2000s and 1950s. It's night and day.
Okay, so I grew up in Silver Spring, Maryland. Do you know? You said you're from Maryland.
Oh yeah, I know Silver Spring. It's one of the wealthiest areas in the country.
It wasn't back when it was.
Well, now it is. Today it is.
Okay. So it was middle class to upper middle class, but there were all on the street on which I lived. There were all different kinds of people with different jobs. There were there were so many different types of homes, from small to large, and people bought homes, right? Young families were able to buy homes outside of Washington, D.C. And then my family, we moved to Virginia outside of Washington. But this thing that you're saying that, these homes are still there, by the way.
No, they're still there, but look at the price of those homes now. Those prices of homes, I'm guaranteeing they're $1 million plus in Silver Springs.
But
they're $1 million plus because the size of our government has exploded. And
what's happening right now? Like, talking about the housing size being the reason that people cannot buy houses today. That's not that's no. So I don't know. Did you want to say something, Mojo? Well, but I wanted to be like,
no, Brabot, I dropped you because there was some guy in the comments or in the request box that I was gonna bring up, and then he disappeared. I'll go ahead and leave the box open, or you can come back up. But I'm gonna drop people for conservatives if I can.
I think you guys are misunderstanding what he's saying. A lot of the houses that are being built now they're not 2-3 bedroom houses. They're 4, 5, 6 bedroom houses. They're not your typical starter homes that used to be.
But that's not the point. The point is not, you cannot put in that the housing crisis and the reason that people today cannot buy houses is because that everyday people bought houses and built houses that were too big. That's not that's not. The thing is that the reason no.
I'm looking at it right now. The numbers aren't there.
Exactly. The reason is that the wages has not followed the housing market, right? That is the majority reason. And one of the other reasons is that there is a shortage of like building permissions being given, and like there's not been built enough, especially here after 2008. There is like zoning laws that are big issues with. You have like
All right, I don't want to have a
non-housing
conversation while you're looking at
expenses,
Google.
non-housing expensive. I'm looking at an article about it, dude.
It's Derek. You're not going to get an intellectual conversation, Sanjay. It's not
The point is, back then, you used to be able to buy a 2-bedroom house. I don't know where there's a 2-bedroom house on the market.
A 2-bedroom house today costs a fucking like pretty much costs all your arms and legs, dude. Today, a 2-bedroom
Find me a
house.
2-bedroom house anywhere in this country that is a new build.
So for current
The
U.S.
majority
housing
of new builds are apartment complexes, not actual houses.
No,
so
that is
you
not
are
true.
wrong. That is absolutely true. You can look it up right now. Google it. I just Googled
maybe
it.
in California, B, but
no,
in the rest of the
it's
country,
nationwide. It's nationwide, buddy. Look it up.
they're not building houses the way they used to.
So I've got all the
I'm
numbers
assuming
here.
in the
Are they building
1950s
from the
because
roof
they
down
broke.
now?
Now, I
Why
was
is everybody yelling?
housing has decreased the size and everything from the 1980s and 90s and 2000s, but I'm saying because someone brought up the 1950s when everything was great and how much people could afford things, it's because they built houses for what people could afford. Now we went the direct opposite in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s. Now we're going back to that. I'm not going to disagree with you that they are now building smaller, more affordable houses because the housing market has dramatically increased or exploded in certain areas of the country.
That's because your wages haven't followed the exponential prices that there is. Like,
Yeah, COVID
salary.
happened as well. COVID essentially, for many markets, raised it by 20 to 30% nationwide, but in certain markets, doubled or tripled it.
Right.
So
Like
COVID was a huge aspect.
I'm in Florida where you could buy a $300,000 or probably a $400,000 house, which was gorgeous with the pool and everything, and now that same house is about $800,000. So we felt the effect hugely, and the population who are coming out of college and the young people can't afford to live because of the migration of people from New York and all these northern states down.
Have you heard a company called Blackstone, Michael?
Yeah.
So companies like Blackstone have also seen a big advantage in investing into these houses and then using platforms like Airbnb or do rental and then raise the price.
And if you look now, a lot of those places now, those people are those companies are actually losing money a lot. They're losing by $100,000 to $200,000 each house because the market is really adjusting.
No,
do you know why they're
it's
losing
not
money?
a problem. It's only 8% of the whole market. It's realistically not a talking point. I know you guys don't look at data, but it's like 8%.
You just told me that I weren't allowed to look at data, dude. You literally just told me that you didn't want to talk to me because I was looking at data, dude.
BlackRock,
That's
Vanguard,
just too stupid.
They bought 8%. I mean, it's not that much. Vanguard and BlackRock and State Street are not the reasons for our housing market going skyrocketing.
It's not that much for one company to own 8%.
Well, it's not
only hundreds of millions of homes.
Massive.
It's not
That's
one
massive.
It's not one company. It's spread out between multiple different companies. But you can keep saying it's one.
But do you know the mechanism of any like market? So if someone pushes the prices up and they're buying into this market and then they raise the prices and they have the best, then other people see them. They're like, oh yeah, we can raise the prices too because they get their rentals rented, right? So that's how like market economy works.
This is a culmination of a bunch of different things. Number one, that's causing the housing market increase is tariffs. Started back in 2017, has been a continual problem through the last fucking 8 years. It's going to continue to be a fucking problem. That's number one. Tariffing a country where we need the wood from Canada to actually make these fucking houses affordable. Issue number one. Issue number two is the increase of deportations of people not wanting to go onto job sites, do the fucking job that we used to get for extremely cheap of people that will not replace those fucking jobs as Americans. This isn't some like crazy crackpot, like, man, what a weird sign thing we got to figure out here. We're hurting our own economy. Prices are increasing because of it. Easy.
Well, it's also has to do with the you need to get permits and the red tape that goes into building new houses and stuff. That also has a factor into play. So there's a lot of, but you're right. The tariffs did affect the housing market, the immigration issue with ICE and everything, taking people out who are building a house. So all that, but also the biggest. I mean, some people say the biggest thing is red tape of trying to get the burning permits, and because you have to build, like, if you're building an area which takes you maybe 5 years to get all those permits done, but then the demographics of that whole area changes or shift, and we saw that in Florida. A whole development plan could be wiped out because it takes 5 years for you to start all that infrastructure, and you need capital behind that, and a lot of that capital leaves because of those issues.
Can I ask CT? Oh, hold on. Sorry, Derek. It's just a quick question. CT, could you drop me for everyone's dad? He really wants to talk about this issue.
Yeah, I got you.
The permits,
Thank you.
I'll give you, Michael, are a problem, but they're not 5 years. A bigger issue we had was during C19, where interest rates were technically zero. And that was a majority of the reason why houses skyrocketed in which they did. A lot of people paid over asking price, cash on top of their mortgage. And when you see that the house sold for, we'll say 400,000, but it's only quote unquote worth 250 or 300, and then the neighbor next door also then sells it for 400, that's what created the bullshit we're in today.
But
Yeah,
Derek,
I agree with you.
Derek, the thing is, like, if you're talking like this, like some little local thing that is happening in the US, and then you can like take these one, like this is a global issue.
Yes,
everyone in the world is experiencing this. So when you're talking about like, that's not what it is, right?
Well, that is what it is. I don't know how it is in the other countries, how they managed their interest rates and housing mortgage loans.
Well, I know it's terrible in England. I'm sorry for
talking. It's a global issue.
Okay, and I know in England they only have 10-year mortgages where the interest rate gets readjusted. So I don't know how they do that market at all.
Yeah, theirs is bad on that aspect.
That's why 90% of I think people in England rent.
Yeah. There's a lot that is a problem with our country. Sinjay, I'm talking about our country regardless of globally. I worry about America. I get it. You're from Denmark. Well, why don't you worry about Denmark and maybe stay over there?
Well, she's having a conversation.
Well,
with
please, Derek, then
Welcome
just stay away from Greenland then. If I'm gonna look at myself, then yeah. But yeah, no, let's not go into that. Sorry. If I have to stay in Denmark, then you have to stay out of that shit as well. So, but
Derek,
anyways,
as much time as you spend in the UK,
point.
why don't you go over there and worry about that?
Touche.
Thank you, Dennis. But market,
Can we hear
everyone.
from Dad? Can we hear from Dad?
Yes,
I think he's been dying. He has something to offer all of us.
Yeah, I mean, all of you are saying relevant points. I think mainly the argument about the cost of housing, like square footage has gone up, yes, they've gotten more complex, more gadgets. That's a cost driver. Immigration's a cost driver. You lower the labor pool, the wages go up, that increase costs. But all these are red herrings. I think Sinjay hit the nail on the head. When it comes down to it, fixed services like housing, education, and healthcare have decoupled from wages. That doesn't indicate cost pressures in those segments. It indicates a wage issue. When we look at wages over the past 50 years, it is a global incident where we see a growing wage disparity. They're keeping all the fucking money, y'all.
Yeah, but here's my issue with that. If we look at education, why is it that the colleges, to go to a college has exploded in price more than any institution or any other?
Well, there's some unique cost drivers in that. Mainly it's a keeping up with the Jones factor, right? So our colleges are world class. We attract people from all over the world. You go and look at these colleges. I mean, our college stadiums are comparable to like public, like city stadiums or better throughout Europe. The college dorms are too. So they put a lot of money into amenities over the years, and that drives up their costs.
Yeah, but okay. I understand that, but like I went to Kent State University in Ohio. It's a regular college. It cost me $2,500 a semester. I think to go to that college now, it's almost $20,000 a year, $10,000 a semester. I think it's
And
$25,000.
have your wages raised the same amount in that time?
Yeah, my wages extremely have doubled or quadrupled. When I first started working, I started making only $30,000 a year. By the time I retired, I was making over 150. So
but do you like the average wage has increased in the same way?
I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for other people.
It
Didn't you
should
just say that
always
we
go
couldn't
up.
do lived experience?
It should go up.
But it doesn't.
I will
But it
say
does.
that I will say that when I graduated from high school, the average wage in the U.S. was somewhere around $9 an hour, about $18,000 a year. The average wage or the median wage today is like 68,000. So yeah, it's gone up fivefold.
It goes
but that's
up.
not the same amount, is
Or
it?
three
So
to
like
fourfold,
if we
I
look
guess.
at the
Well,
percentage
if he's saying it was $9,
is that the
you're
same?
probably making only about $18,000 to $20,000 a year. And then if you're
said,
making
18. That's what I said.
18,000, yeah. So
so it's
and
gone up
now it's
three
about
to fourfold. It's gone up 3 to 4 fold.
And that's just the minimum wage. That we're not talking about, more professional jobs.
No, he's
It
talking
depends on
median
where you
wages.
live.
But that's a
too,
medium, right? That's a medium, right?
Yeah, but no, Sanjay, housing, healthcare, and college have all gone up significantly more because
Yeah, I mean,
our
if you look
wages
at
are not
education, and that's what I'm saying. So many people are upset about these billionaire millionaires. Look at these kids who are graduating from college. They're leaving college with over $100,000 worth of debt, with an interest rate of 5 to 6%. So you just do the math. You're paying $5,000 a year just on interest on your student loan each year.
Yeah. I mean, you look at it 30 years ago, right? 40 years ago, someone could go to college, work full time during the summer, and pay their way through college.
Right. And
you
I
just can't do that anymore.
So
You're
biggest
getting
thing
out
is
of school paying down debt instead of accumulating wealth.
right. And my biggest issue is because my wife's a doctor, and people think that doctors they're all wealthy and rich and stuff like that. My wife's a specialty doctor. It took her 16 years to get through all her colleges and everything. And when she graduated, she had $70,000 or $700,000 worth of debt. So that means she was paying almost $50,000 a month on a year on just insurance. Interest. And then it's not including now she has to pay for medical malpractice insurance. She's got to pay for insurance to protect herself. So if she ever loses a hand or something, like she can't be a doctor anymore. So these individuals think like, oh, you're a doctor, you get all this money, but you really don't. I mean, I worked, like I said before, I started at $30,000 and I left with $150,000. I have more wealth than my wife does, and she's a doctor.
Yeah, and that's a problem. So, like, when we look at wages, like, and compare it to your incidental cost of livings, like, your food, your gas, we've been pretty steady. I mean, a little bit, most population's behind a little bit, but that's not what's important. It's those fixed costs of living, like housing, health, and education.
If
we haven't kept pace with.
I'm a big proponent. I'm a big proponent of, if you want to be wealthier and not have to worry about your income, just invest in the S&P 500 every single chance you could get. I don't care if it's $10 a month or freaking $100 a month. You're going to be well off in 30 years than you are going to be by just collecting your paycheck each month.
Yeah, but it's not
because
a budget
our economy,
problem, right? A budget correct budgeting, savings, that doesn't attack a systemic math issue, right? So our savings rate went from 9% back then to like 2% today on average. So yeah, I agree with you. Invest, save your money, spend appropriately, but it's not a budgeting question at this point. It's a math problem that can't be solved through, conservative budgeting. You can't get ahead nowadays. Average person can't.
I mentioned this yesterday, everyone's dad, and I don't know if you were on the panel, but I think you were down in the comments. I think a big issue, though, that we don't look at nowadays, and I kind of said this same thing yesterday, not talking about the avocado toast and anything of that nature, because fuck the $10 it cost you at Starbucks, but we pay a majority about. I think the average people pay for streaming services is roughly anywhere from, I think it's $50 a month, anywhere up to about $150 a month. And I'm just thinking of all the streaming services I pay for, and I'm at about roughly 200, including YouTube TV.
Sure.
Then you add Apple Music or Spotify and those things. You add your internet, which most people didn't have back in the 50s because that wasn't a thing, or even the late 90s or early 90s. So I think a lot of it that we do forget is we're paying roughly about, you could even call it an extra $500 a month on stupid shit that we didn't have back in the 80s, 90s.
Well, can I say
people
this?
who are poor don't like buy stuff like that. Okay, look, here's the deal. Nowadays, our S&P 500 companies give out food stamp applications and welfare applications because they're not paying a livable wage. That didn't happen 50 years ago. That's not a budgeting or an Amazon Prime or Hulu or Netflix issue. That's a systemic issue.
Yeah, if I could say something really quick, just if you would have bought, instead of buying a Tesla when they first came out, if you would just invested that money into Tesla, you'd be a millionaire today. And that just shows you that people, Americans are consumers, and we buy stuff that we don't need, like you said with the streaming services and going to Starbucks, but you can lower your and Taylor Swift concert tickets, and so you could lower your purchases and invest in yourself.
Can I speak to that for a second? Just that very particular thing. I'm of a certain age, and I was a student in the 80s. Law student, and there were certain things we could go out as students and go to the movies, and we could buy something at a store and enjoy ourselves. I mean, I know I'm of a certain privilege, but this whole narrative about, oh, they're buying Starbucks or they're going to a concert. I mean, you don't think young people should, go to Starbucks and, especially after the pandemic, go out and meet people or go to a gathering or something or go to a concert, and somehow they're irresponsible?
Well, but the same thing happened. The same thing happened in the 2000s. If you look at the prices of television sets for flat screens when they first came out, they were worth like $5,000 for a flat screen. I'm not a hypocrite and say I didn't buy one myself, but had I freaking not taken that, and at the time I was only making $30,000 a year, so you do the math after taxes, I probably was only clearing maybe $20,000 or $22,000 a year, and I went and bought a $5,000 flat screen. Had I invested that money back then into my into stocks or into S&P 500, that freaking 5,000, I'd love to know what that's worth today.
I always find it funny that everyone's answer
and now look at what
the
TVs cost now. You could buy a $300 TV set, 65 inches.
But somehow you're saying that's irresponsible.
But I'm
like
saying
there's a narrative.
But you look at education. Education has, almost 10 times the price to go to college. So let's look at realistically what we're forcing Americans to pay just to go to college, because everyone knows you need a college degree to get a decent job today. But the universities are taking all this wealth from you.
We're not giving incentives, and we're not equipping young people to go out into the world and go to university and to pay their rent, to commute to college or whatever it is. It's all about the fact that we're not paying their parents enough to help them out.
Let me ask you.
Can I jump in?
But really quick,
Jay's had her hand up for a long time.
I'm going to jump in here, Michael, because I'm a little bit done about the yapping about whether or not coffee is important.
No, we're talking about college.
Important.
I mean, I'm talking about universities and colleges.
The thing
for
is,
example,
and the numbers that I'm going to give you now, because everyone before was like, there's not been a rise in prices, like boomer talking. And Derek said data is important. So I found the numbers for you all. We started out, Dad said, the reason that people cannot afford housing is because we talked about the income, right? So since the 1950s, the median income of in American, because we're talking about America here, it has risen with 2,866%, which sounds very nice. Let's look at how much the houses have risen since 1950. Oh, that's 5,484 since 1950, right? College tuition has risen with 4,000%. Numbers a little bit precise, right? So if we were to look at people having the same amount of money back in the 50s, that is simply not true, because wages has only risen with almost 3,000%. And if we look at the price of healthcare for you, everyone, it has risen with 19,000%, plus 19,000%. That's the price of healthcare since the 1950s. And a price of a new car, for example, risen with 3,000%. Food is the only one who has not risen higher, or who has the same or lower number than the median income, which
Ha!
is
It's not
food.
the
That's
avocado toast. It's not
1,500%.
Starbucks. Ha!
Exactly. The only thing that it has followed the income is food.
Yeah,
So
but so let's go back
the
to the universities
numbers,
and
that's
yeah.
not the numbers. It has risen with almost, what was it, 4,000% college tuition.
Right. So why is university so expensive? Like my niece goes to Ohio State. She pays almost like $50,000 a year to Ohio State, but she goes to a class that has almost 250 students inside of it in one class in an
Because
auditorium.
you don't vote for socialism, because you hate on socialism. That's why it's so high.
No, because it's because of the they've let universities run wild with
Oh, so
people
it's
nothing
taking
to
all
do
the
out
with that.
these
university's
student
fault?
loans.
Wait,
It's
this
not.
healthcare
Well, we're
issue that
talking about
was
these
so
billionaires and millionaires
completely,
making money. How
really
are these
quick, Michael.
universities gone up so much in
Because of
costs?
capitalism, because the universities want to make money. How do you make more money? To put more people in and lower the quality of the education and higher the prices. Because people still go because they have created this narrative that you have to have this kind of degree to get a job. So that's why you create capitalism, even within freaking education.
So
That's how, Michael.
does your country have free
Capitalism.
does your country have free
I get
secondary?
paid to go university.
Okay.
Excuse me, I have a question. When you say capitalism, in America, and maybe you don't know this, but the government has provided and intervened in the market. And since they have, as far as student loan financing and taken it away from the private industry, we've seen massive inflation. So can you give me the explanation how that is capitalism?
No, I can't give you the explanation, but thank you for trying to make a point that didn't go through.
Well, with Dr. God, it's
it's
all about
actually-
inflation. It's all about inflation with him.
Wait a second. So you concede?
That's not true. It's the gold standard.
No, I just
sometimes.
said for you, it's all about inflation. Mojo.
Okay, so you have no argument.
I don't do attacks like that, Dr. Gal.
A tax?
That's why. Like, if you have a point, what's your point? What do you want me to
so when the
answer?
government intervened in the market by taking over financing and moving it from the private sector to the government sector, this is when you started to see the inflation that you're talking about.
You wanted to
There's
answer
a Federal
that, Mojo?
Reserve paper on it.
Wait, well, we can talk about this, but I think that you're missing one particular aspect of it.
Mhm.
Well, the fact is that demand has increased exponentially since I was a kid anyway. So there are a lot more people that want to go to college, and we haven't increased the number of schools by that much. So if you want to lower the price of college, we simply start building more schools. We tried to do that with private schools, but the problem is that the private schools weren't doing their job. They were taking people's money and not actually educating them. They were guaranteeing them things that they couldn't guarantee them. So the private market has failed on that. But if we created the private market failed. ITT, University of Phoenix, Trump University, these are all
Trump
private
University?
schools. Yes, these are all private schools that fucking went away because they were frauds. And there were a lot of different private education facilities that did this because we tried to open it up. So what we need to do is have the government actually start opening these schools and creating more of a supply for education rather than just letting it sit where it's at and charging a shit ton of money for it.
Can I ask you a question, Mojo? Can
Hardly
you
not
name me
under our
one
current
government
administration.
program that actually runs efficiently?
Yeah, student loan debt. Yeah, that's what student loan
which
debt
one?
is.
I mean, I don't know.
All of them. All of them.
There's not a single government program that ran efficiently.
The government runs more efficiently than any private business ever could hope to.
Our military is one of the largest budgeted. We pay almost $1 trillion to our military. The Pentagon has not been able to do an actual audit
because the vast majority of the shit they do is top secret.
No, they have not been able to do an official audit.
Yeah, because the vast majority of the shit they do is top secret.
No, that's just an excuse.
No, that's not an excuse. It's a reality.
I would like my point to be challenged, which is when the government took over student loans.
We were talking about pricing of houses.
The government always gave out student loans. I don't know.
Yeah, but there was a major shift in history where government took over the student loan because the argument was that people weren't getting the ability to go to college because they couldn't get money. So government took over and started providing this debt, and you saw 400% inflation after they took over.
You're a capitalist. You're a capitalist. You know that the price differential is going to be created if you have a lack of supply or too much demand without the supply to meet it. You know damn well that's what it is.
So if the government guarantees money to everybody at any amount, pretty much, which is what happens, you would then acknowledge that the increase in demand would happen, which we don't even see in the data. The Federal Reserve presents this data. I can send it to you. What we actually saw is just an increase in the amount of money colleges can charge, which has caused the inflation.
Wait, we have more degrees now than we ever have percentage basis on the population.
I'm talking about students going to college. You saw an increase because of population size. You didn't see an increase because there was kids who couldn't get loans and now could. There's no evidence.
You did.
The Fed has a paper on it.
Bullshit.
The Fed has a paper on it, St. Louis Fed. I'll send it to you, Mojo. Good read.
Okay, so I think Dr. Galt is right on point. If you guys remember the 1978, the Middle Income Student Assistance Act, that's what caused this whole shit to go down. So when you remove a limit on what is federally guaranteed student loans, what the college was like, okay, well, these students can borrow more. Now we're going to up our prices. And they've been doing it every year.
They're worse than the billionaires.
Hold on. This is called the Bennett hypothesis, by the way. That's what it's called. And there's evidence for it. And if you look up, by the way, the New York Fed did a study on this. When the government subsidized undergraduate loan limits, the colleges tend to actually raise their prices. Every year, whenever it goes up, the colleges raise the tuition money.
Right.
That's the issue right there.
Which college had a yacht?
What year was it? 1 second. Very brief clarifying. Thank you.
100-foot yacht?
19 what?
Which university?
1978.
Preach. I love it.
Which university had a yacht in its
oh my God. Tax the billionaires.
Right.
Was the yacht donated?
Mojo, why do you have this foreigner on your panel talking about American economy when you said you kicked foreigners off?
If the yacht was donated, they still have to.
That's actually very interesting that you say 1978.
Many broader empirical studies find little direct link between general federal aid changes and public university tuition spikes, attributing cost increases instead to administration bloat, state funding cuts, and prestige spending. This is from the Kauffman Foundation.
But actually, I wanted to see here, Mojo, the Kauffman Foundation,
university
because it says here that the rise of college tuition.
You said was 3,300.
Is it spiking? What's up with that, Michael?
I thought you said college went up by 3,000% since the 1950s.
Yes, but that's not what I wanted to say.
Okay, sorry.
Housing went up higher than that, which is what we were actually talking about. Okay.
I just wanted to see the rise in 1980. The rise in 1980 was 100% from 1970 to 1980, 108%, and then to 1990 was 109%. So there wasn't a spike in the rise of tuition.
But it's interesting that, and I just want to make this point, is that the pivot to universities, colleges, but nobody's addressing the fact that what's happened to our health insurance. Like, can you address that?
Yeah, for sure. Government's gotten more involved. So the industries that we're talking about here, housing, healthcare, and schooling, government has, over the last 50 years, these are the three industries the government has involved itself, whether it's through subsidies, whatever, and it's not gotten cheaper. So I guess
Hey, wait, Dr. Galt, when did you say they
Galt.
started getting involved? Gold. When did you say that they started getting involved?
Well, I would say they started getting more involved over the last like 50 years or so. But I mean, they've always been somewhat involved, but I would make the argument that they've started to get even more involved. Yeah, in the last 50 years, yeah.
You make the argument that you have no statistics.
I can tell you that.
Yeah,
I've heard you
Medicare,
do that,
Medicaid
Dr. Galt.
created
You
that
make.
50
I
years
would
ago.
argue, and then somebody pulls up information, like real information, and it's contrary to what you would argue.
But I want to give you the
created
numbers.
Medicare and Medicaid and Medicare Part D like within the last 60 years, right? So like, and we've expanded those with the ACA. Every time the government has gotten involved and claimed the prices were going to get cheaper, they've gotten nothing but more expensive.
So you would say that the ACA is a higher involvement intervention in the healthcare, right?
Yeah, I would say the ACA benefited some people, but hurt a lot of other people. That's the problem with government solutions like the ACA.
Hold on, stick with me. Stick with me.
I'm
So
with
you're saying that drove up the higher intervention drives up the cost of the healthcare. But actually, if we look at the CAGR from 2 decades prior, and since ACA, it's nearly cut in half the growth of the cost of healthcare.
For who?
I was just about to say
everyone.
that's the growth. That God, like the numbers here are saying that since 2010, there has been like a significant fall in like the rise. Like what did you say? Everyone's
the
dad.
fall and the rise. What does that even mean?
Yeah, it's the English. It's a second language. Everyone's dad. What was you said again?
The CAGR.
Yeah, the rise, how it has an exponential, like it has changed.
So it's the CAGR. That's a compounded annual growth rate. Was
annual growth rate. Yes,
hey,
that's
Michael,
what I wanted.
Michael, you got all kinds of background noise.
Oh, I'll mute up. I apologize.
The annual growth. So the annual growth, the percentage of the pricing of healthcare and college tuition, housing, like it has actually lowered since 2010. The growth was the highest from the 1970s until 2000. And
yeah, I mean, there's also government intervention there. You had HMOs and PPOs and Medicare Part D. So, yeah, I mean, there's more. So if you're comparing that time period to this time period, sure, during that time period, you had the expansion of Medicare and Medicaid. You had the expansion of HMOs and PPOs. So, like, yeah, like comparing the two timeframes is irrelevant to me because there's still government intervention. But if you're going to sit here and tell me that premiums, coverage, quality of care, as far as what insurance companies have gotten better, I think that's a disingenuous argument because most of you say it sucks today.
Yeah, wasn't healthcare rising even? Wasn't healthcare rising at a higher percentage before the ACA intervened?
Yeah, for the prior 2 decades, it was nearly double the CAGR that it was since 2010. So you always have this like position that government intervention or involvement in every way, shape, or form is horrible. But as Mojo stated earlier, a bigger driver of the cost of college going up was state disinvestment from the colleges. So the state pulling back, the government pulling back their involvement.
Can you give me an example of that?
Yeah, please. I've been hearing that a lot, but that's not true. Hey, can we go back to healthcare for a second? Like Dr. G said, yes, government involvement actually made it worse. One of the reasons why healthcare is still expensive and it's getting even worse is because insurance providers and hospitals are able to consolidate and they can charge more. And that's possible because the American Care Act actually allows them to coordinate care. That's what it says. It's push coordinated care. So they're using that as an excuse to actually hold monopoly over the system. And now they could charge you more, even though if you don't have insurance, you pay less, by the way, for the same
Well, what do you
care.
think the big beautiful bill did about the ACA? What do you think that did?
What did it do? You tell me.
Well, I just know from my own brother. I'll just tell you, I know it's anecdotal, but my brother was paying $500 a month and was really quite okay with that from the onset of the ACA. And now he's paying $900 a month.
Okay.
Yeah, government intervention bad. I agree. There's really bad things within the big beautiful bill. I'm not gonna just defend Trump's government intervention and say it's good because it's Trump. So yeah, what's your point, Dennis?
So here you go. I've got the proof. Galt, if states stop appropriating money to colleges, do they have to charge more to the public to cover the cost?
It depends on other things, right? So, like for example, if the price of the college remains the same, and let's say you're talking about like subsidies or something to the college, then if the people are not willing to pay the price to go to the college, or they're not granted the additional money to pay for the college, then no. But given the fact that we live in a system where the government shells out any amount of money for anybody to go to school, and most of these kids are 18, so when they take out a $30,000 loan, they don't really know the difference between 20,
You're
25,
really
or 30. Then yeah,
you're
they will.
pretzeling on a simple answer.
I'm not pretzeling.
So everything else equal, if a state lowers appropriations, does that raise the cost to the public?
Well, yes, if you have a government that's willing to pay the bill at any amount, yes. But if that wasn't the case, then no.
I heard you bring up the Bennett hypothesis.
Well, can you address what I said instead of running?
Yeah, I can in a second. But you bring up the Bennett hypothesis as like this, like, you know, cold hard truth, right? It's interesting you didn't bring up any of the people that contest it.
Okay, hold on. Can I explain, everyone? Here's what used to happen before 1979, right? The government used to actually track inflation versus loan price. So before they give you a loan, they have to track and see if family can actually afford to pay back the loan they took out. They stopped doing that, and that's what caused a lot of the spike. And
sorry, they stopped doing what?
Tracking inflation when they give you tuition loan.
They stopped tracking inflation?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
So it doesn't make any sense at all.
No.
So what they used to do is that if you have guaranteed loan income with no income cap, they used to track inflation to make sure, like, hey, prior to that, they'd be like, hey, these people, their income is this, the worth of the dollar is going down, so how much could they borrow based on where they at financially? When they remove that cap, that's what caused the whole...
No, because you have to expect that they're going to make more money in the future as well, as things costing more money.
But in hindsight, like now, in hindsight, it actually made things even worse.
No, that's bullshit. That's a bullshit statement.
Right now.
That is a bullshit. That is a bullshit statement. The entirety of that statement is bullshit.
You said that college loans used to cap their loans based on the inflation rate?
Okay, before that, because tuition mostly tracked inflation and family income prior to 1978.
I'm not sure what you're trying to say.
Jesus Christ, are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm not aware of any loans that are capped by interest rate. Are you talking about the interest rate they set on the loan when it's given?
I'm sorry, what did you say? I kind of walked away for a second.
She said inflation rate. She said inflation rate, not interest rate.
I know. I don't know what she means.
She's saying that the cost of products are going to go up over a period of time, so they not only look at what a person is making at the time, they look at what they expect to have to pay for cost of living in the future as well over the lifetime of the loan, whatever they decided the lifetime of the loan is going to be on average. That's what she's saying.
Okay.
What? How does that make sense? Predictive APR.
That's why I'm saying
percentage planning.
That's why I'm saying it's bullshit, because you can't expect inflation to go up and then wages not go up. So you're going to have to give a certain amount of money to wages and a certain amount of money to inflation if you're going to figure that out. But like nobody does that. That's never happened that way. Nobody ever figures out loan value that way.
And if that happened, they would have to admit that the wages don't go up.
They usually go off your income and your credit score.
Yeah.
Well, they go off DTI too. Your debt to income is that what you're referring to? Chat
Yeah,
CT.
but not future inflation.
No, but I think the future inflation argument would be based on rates. And if rates go higher, then theoretically, like demand should go down and prices should come down. We don't let that naturally occur in this country.
Yeah, but I don't think that's how loans work. Nobody goes, hey, we might have like an economic crash in 10 years, so I'm going to set your APR percent higher just in case you lose your
banks
ass.
do. Yeah, banks do. CT. Like banks will adjust their rates based on what they think the economy is going to do. Yeah, they would. But I don't know if individuals would.
No. The rates are going to be based on your overnight rate, and that overnight rate's going to be based on what the Fed does, and they have to compete with other banks to try and get money into their banks. So no, they're not going to be charging more if they think a crash is coming. That's fucking stupid.
No, Mojo, no. The short term, yes. For a short term loan, yes. Student loans are not short term, so they would be based on the 10-year, which is based on inflation expectations. And also, like when we talk about interest rates being lower,
that's just based on demand. That's based on what people are willing to pay or how many they're willing to buy.
Yeah, but the government's pretty much guaranteeing people with like no credit to little credit, like super low rates too, as well. So like theoretically, if it was still within the private industry and you had people that were paying higher rates,
you guys are just making shit up right now.
No, this is like how the economy works, bro.
No, like, you are quite literally just making shit up.
What did I make up?
Well, the way the 10-year is set, first of all. Second of all, what banks actually do. I mean, this is all fucking ridiculous. Everything you're saying right now is fucking stupid.
I mean, somebody could fact check me. Everybody's dead. Is the 10-year not based on inflation expectations when the market purchases like 10-year treasuries? Like, is that not? Am I wrong?
Isn't it based on the amount of money that people are willing to pay for it?
Yeah, but that's usually based on inflation expectations, and banks typically.
Okay, so now you're looking at a consumer, and you're trying to determine why that consumer is buying the thing that they're buying.
No,
that's
Mojo.
fucking stupid.
Mojo, follow me. The banks that purchase treasuries, when they demand a rate in the open market, they're usually looking at inflation expectations when they demand a rate when they purchase treasuries or purchase bonds from the Treasury Department. So they're usually looking at the current landscape and then demanding a rate. And that's typically based on the inflation expectation. That's how the 10-year is set. Once you set the 10-year, most mortgage rates and most long-term loans are based on the 10-year.
The 10-year is not set. I want to be clear. The 10-year is not set.
Well, when I say set, anybody. I mean, yeah. I'm not. When I say set, I mean set by the market, not by like the Fed.
Yeah, then don't say it's set. That was no.
Well, it is set because there's
no. It's not.
Well,
it's
yes,
determined
it is,
by demand. No, it's not. It's determined by demand.
It's just like set by demand. Yeah,
it's just like any other commodity out there.
Yeah, but that rate gets reported out, and then banks lend based on that set rate that the market put in place. Yes.
But that rate's ever evolving.
Correct. Yes. Yes, so, different than the federal funds rate, CT. It changes like daily. Correct.
Yeah, so this isn't going to be based on inflation. This is going to be based on demand and demand alone.
It is based on inflation.
No, it's not. It's based on demand.
You're right.
It's based on both. It's inflation and future GDP growth.
Thank you, everybody.
No, it's not. That's only if you think that somebody's making a decision to buy that particular bond based on inflation. But it's based on the demand. The demand's going to demand these things for a bunch of different reasons.
Yeah, that's why those ninja loans happened.
I'm reading this. This is what makes the most sense, right? It says most families paid college out of current income, saving and a little borrowing. If the school jacked tuition way above what paycheck could cover, people simply did not go, or they went somewhere cheaper. They kept tuition roughly in line with inflation and median family income. Now, after the income cap came off federal loans, a family that could not write a bigger check this year could still enroll by borrowing. College learned that they could raise prices faster than wages and still fill seats.
You're just reading this propaganda right now.
No, I'm just saying that's literally one of the reasons.
No, you're just reading propaganda.
That's exactly what happened, though. That's exactly what happened.
No, you're just reading propaganda.
How is it a propaganda when it's reality?
It's your Bennett bullshit fucking hypothesis.
I mean, could you actually counter with that? All right, go ahead. Go ahead. No, you have not, actually.
The Kaufman Foundation has done all sorts of research on this Bennett hypothesis and call it absolute bullshit.
I mean, they can call it bullshit, but people are feeling it.
Well,
are you ready for me to break your whole hypothesis? The real CAGR.
I mean, I mentioned it, but what I'm saying is that this is exactly what happened.
1962 to 1972, when the government did all their bad shit with colleges, right? The real CAGR was 2.4% on tuition. From 1972 to 1982, 10-year post the real bad shit versus colleges, the real CAGR was 1.3%.
The real CAGR sounds so dirty. CT, what did you say about ninja loans earlier? That's why ninja loans happen?
Well, I don't want to bypass Dad's point.
Well,
why do we start? Like, when did we start talking about loans?
Why don't we address? Don't
we had
pivot.
a really interesting conversation about like housing market and healthcare, and like I feel like we're very much into like nerdy details about loans.
Yeah, and also pivoted to universities as well instead of talking about the housing thing. But go ahead.
Housing, healthcare, and like how the rise have like that was really interesting. This is like very nerdy.
Jay, you know what I would look into? Look into Japan's market and their housing market. I think you'll find it interesting.
No, we're not talking about fucking Japan.
Damn it, we ran off Michael with Galt Strawman.
Everybody, you still dodged what I said before. You ran from
Say it again. I wasn't listening. Usually you say
it's all right. We were way past.
I still love you.
I do too.
You are nothing but chaos. You derail the conversation here. That's what you've done like 9 ways to Sunday.
We were a lot of other people who had like a very good conversation about something, but that's cool.
Did that yesterday too, by the way.
Everyone has their practice on TikTok.
Galt only has one thing he can talk about.
Inflation?
Oh, that's not true.
The gold standard?
Wait, hold on. Tennis, I went after Dun Dun earlier for being a complete racist. So that's not true.
You did. I was impressed by that. I actually heard it.
Congratulations.
That dude's a piece of shit.
Correct. We found something to agree on.
So
don't make me like you, CT.
We're talking about. Let me ask you a question really quick. So we're talking about healthcare. You're saying the government cannot run healthcare; they don't do a good job. But you do realize the government is running healthcare, right? That we have Medicare, Medicaid, and the VA.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm telling you that. You realize that, right?
No, I don't. Of course I realize that. Yes, I understand the things that you complain about are being run by the government.
Right. So you realize that. Let me ask you. I honestly don't. I haven't taken a W-2 in decades because I've had my own business. So, but don't you pay for Medicaid and Medicare out of your W-2s?
You do, and here's the part that really.
Well, all right. No, I just asked a question.
Yeah.
Okay. I got a question. Do you have other health care? Do you pay a premium for? Don't you have to pay a premium every month? Yeah. Do you pay a premium for your health care every month?
I sure do. Yeah.
Okay. So let me ask Sinjay. How much do you pay for premiums every month for your health care?
What even is that?
Zero.
My dad just had his surgery today, and nobody put any money out. So
okay, that's what I was wondering. Because see, in America, some people, even some of these big families, are paying like $1,400-$1,500 a month for what's called a premium, which allows you to have health care. But on top of that, we're also paying for Medicare, Medicaid, VA. So Americans pay 18% of our GDP goes towards health care. And while I was on mute, I looked up yours, Sinjay. You guys pay 9.4% of your GDP goes towards healthcare. So we're literally paying twice as much for healthcare, and yet you don't have to pay for a premium. Like if you have a surgery, they just pay for it, right? So when you guys talk about how much expensive healthcare is, are you adding in how much you're paying for premiums?
Well, this is just performance.
And
that's why we pay 18%.
Before we go on that,
GDP goes to healthcare.
Yeah,
I can get a doctor's appointment tomorrow.
Right.
Just so you know.
Well, Wilbur,
Where are you from?
Danes live longer than Americans do.
Hold
we have one of the worst.
Hold on. You have to let whatever conservatives you have left to reply as well.
All right.
Yeah, so Wilbur, I'm not advocating for our system. In fact, I would grant you that our system may be worse than other systems. That's fine. Doesn't necessarily mean that their system is better. And when we talk about GDP and a percentage of GDP compared to like other countries, the one thing people forget to factor is our doctors here, just generally physicians, get paid $100,000 more a year than any other doctor in the world. We also spend $600 billion in R&D in this country, which is more than any other country by like probably $500 billion more. So all of these countries that have all this universal health care, they're benefiting off of our money that gets put into our system to find these drugs. They're not putting a fucking dollar into figuring out or researching shit.
That's not true. We
So
don't
I'm
have
just
a
gonna
monopoly
say,
on research.
Wilbur,
We do not have a
1
monopoly on
second.
research. That's not true.
Okay.
Okay, sure.
Gout. So one of the biggest, like some of the biggest companies for medicine who does the most research is actually in Denmark. Novo Nordisk, Ozempic, insulin.
Sure. What's your GDP made up of R&D on drugs?
It's actually quite big.
What country are you in? I don't even know.
Germany's
Denmark.
huge on innovation, and
We
UK.
invented insulin stuff. Like, yeah.
Yeah, we don't have a monopoly on the science behind all these drugs. You know.
Are you in Germany?
Ozempic
So
as
your
well.
GDP is 12%. Ours
I'm
is 17%.
No, she said Denmark.
Oh, Denmark. Okay, I don't know what yours is.
I'm a tiny country. Like,
Okay.
we're fine. But even a small country, we also do a whole lot of freaking research. You know, like, don't think that just because
the bottom
that's like the exceptionalism goals. Like, it's so. Ugh.
The thing is, but you're doing the same thing. You're comparing the U.S. to Denmark. It's a huge country, like the size of one state. Economy,
didn't.
everything. No, it does
Doesn't
matter.
matter.
It actually does
I didn't
matter.
have
No, it
belly.
doesn't.
I
It
didn't.
does matter. But I'm
It
just
doesn't
saying,
matter.
though. I'm just saying it does matter.
So what I'm getting at,
I was
here's my bottom
told.
line.
I was
In
told.
Denmark and in the U.S., you wait roughly the same amount of time to get like basic surgeries as you would do
No.
in Denmark versus the U.S. Like the thing is, you have to look at it one by one.
Hi, Bellic. The thing is that I was told by Gelt over here that because we only like we actually have this free healthcare thing because you spend a lot of money on research. So like I didn't compare anything. So
That wasn't my
don't stop
claim.
attacking me. Like you said, yeah. That the
No, I
reason
said
that
you
everyone else
benefit
can
off
have
of it.
like
Let her
free,
speak,
yeah, we
please.
benefit. You know, that's
Y'all benefit
exactly
from
what I
each other.
said. Exactly. We benefit from each other. Like stop making you like on a pedestal. Like stop putting yourself in America on a pedestal. Like there's no freaking point. We help each other, right?
That
Like what the fuck?
That's not what I was doing. So I was just
You were.
simply explaining the GDP difference. And I know that destroys your narrative, so it makes you upset. But when we spend 17% on GDP, the reason why, again, is we pay our doctors more than any other country. We spend more on R&D. And when you actually look at cost per like medicine and those sort of things, it's somewhat comparable. There's not a huge variance when we talk about medicine. And I would say it would be even cheaper if we opened up the market to a free market.
But what do you mean by investing more in our
Here's the
R&D?
thing. Let me just.
That doesn't make sense.
So
Hold on. Why do we spend so much money
here's the
and have
thing.
such worse
It's not
results?
the doctors that
Stop.
Take medication for example, right? The U.S. pays more and higher price for medication. That revenue is actually being used to fund a lot of drug researchers, and like countries like Denmark can actually negotiate and buy it cheaper. And that's like that. The farmer.
Why can we do that?
I'm saying.
So you're proving you have a better system. Over and over, you're proving they got a better system.
No. The point is that the U.S. does.
You guys keep proving they got a better system.
The drug prices for other countries.
Wilbur, stop doing that.
Yeah, I think the answer, and I think Mojo will actually agree with me on this, is getting rid of IP on certain schmugs and allowing the market to make it at an abundance. Like, there's no reason, and I agree with my friends on the left here, that insulin, EpiPens, and things like that shouldn't cost what they do. If we allowed producers to meet the demand in the market, it would be no different than getting Tylenol or heartburn pill. Like, if we allowed these things to get opened up more to the market and we didn't put IP around it, there's obviously a clear, high, huge demand for like these products. And unfortunately, we limit it to certain people and we restrict the foreign market from being able to also distribute within America. So I think if we open those things up, you would see the consumer benefit, and the corporations that have monopolized this, they would be the ones that would be punished.
All right, let's make a deal, okay? I will say yes, we should remove regulations around IP, get behind you on that, but you're going to have to agree to moving to a one-payer, government managed like receiver of funds with a private healthcare industry limited to nonprofits.
No.
Okay. No
Because
deal.
why would competition? Why would anybody want to make this stuff at abundance if you're limiting profits and stuff like that?
Wait,
well, let me ask you something, Galt. If government does such a terrible job of doing this, then why is it that we pay 15,000 per capita with our free market but government intervention standpoint when the average developed nation pays 5,000? Why is it that Taiwan was able to take Medicare in the 90s and roll it out as their universal healthcare system, and they're consistently ranked #1 in the world from outputs of their healthcare system with a cost price of under 2,000 per citizen?
Yeah, sure. So I think that's a pretty easy answer, and I'll just talk about the UK because I know about a current problem there as far as resources. So if you look right now, and the NHS is reporting this, that there are people that are taking 2 years to get cancer treatment. They also limit newer drugs getting to market. So when we talk about getting funding and approval for newer drugs, you see these countries are typically slower, and also there's still resource constraints when we talk about like approvals on procedures, drugs, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, sure, we can call these things free. We can say it's perfect, but even these countries alone know there's a restriction and limitation on scarce resources. And again, I can send you the article. You can look at the NHS right now. There's people literally dying of cancer in England because they have a two-tiered system where the rich can get shit quicker and faster. And people who have the quote unquote like government free healthcare are dying of cancer because they can't get treatment.
That was a great pivot, but let's go back to let's go back to Taiwan, not NHS and UK, because
I don't know
Taiwan is
Taiwan,
the
bro.
one. Okay, Taiwan in the 90s went to universal health care modeled after our Medicare. Their cancer treatments take 2 to 4 weeks compared to the USA's 4 to 8 weeks.
Okay, I'll research Taiwan. This is the problem with you. You guys, like, you have 40 countries.
I've never
You just pivoted to UK.
UK is
you
the
literally
worst
did
possible.
exactly the
I don't
same.
know Taiwan's healthcare.
But you expected everyone else to know the UK, dude.
I never go to UK because they have a terrible system. Look at Switzerland. Look at Germany. Look at Taiwan. Look at any in the top 10.
So if
sure, I'll look at them all, and then I'll come back with an argument against every single one of them. We could look at Canada. Canada has resource. Like all these countries have resource constraints. Everyone's that I can find them.
Canada is really quite a good system. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they're ranked higher than we are.
Cancer treatment, actually, it's so bad they actually travel down
No,
to
it's
the US.
not.
Yes, they do.
What country in the world? So I'm just
again?
gonna ask, what country in the world, Hybelik, are the best in cancer treatment? Try to look that up.
Why don't you just tell us? What is it?
Is top 3 at least.
Can I just want to wrap up my point really quick.
Who is top 3?
Hold on, let me wrap my point up. Oh, sorry, CJ. My point was this, is that you guys complain about how these other countries pay more for taxes for their health care. But when you throw in that people are paying $1,400, $1,500 a month in premiums, we're paying way more than these other countries that aren't paying anything for premiums. And that's why we are at 18% and they're at 9%. So that when you factor in all this stuff about how much they're paying more, remember that add your money in for your premiums and your deductibles, and you'll find out that we pay a lot more. And that was it. I
don't advocate for our system though. I think our system's bad.
But why do you deride? Why do you degrade these other systems where they take care of their people, and people can go and get treatments and get doctors, and places like Denmark and Switzerland and Canada, and they're not going broke trying to pay for health insurance?
Yeah, again, I think when you say going broke, I think again we can look at you can pick these different scenarios, and I'll research the country and come back with an argument against it. That's fine. Like you can even look at, like I said, I brought up the UK. Every one of your examples, I can dig into their healthcare system and find inequality. I can find where resources are constrained.
Well, nothing's
calling
perfect,
these systems
right?
perfect, huh?
Well, nothing's perfect, right?
I agree, but the idea that somehow the government controlling my healthcare and how things are going to get approved, meaning like treatments and cures and things like that, I don't trust the government specifically because I've seen how they've restricted stem cell research in this country. And that's for my call out for my fellow Republicans who, like most people who are religious, don't want stem cell research to happen. So like, I don't want it left in the hands of the government, because if the wrong people are creating the regulations and rules, we stop progression in the medical industry because of people's preferences, Dennis. And that's my issue.
That's why we have regulations, Galt.
Okay.
That's why
good-
we
good
need
one.
regulations, and you don't like regulations.
Yeah, we need regulations to stop
We
stem
need
cell research.
scientists to form coalitions and reach opinions and advise on regulations so that people are protected and they get the right treatments.
Mhm. Yeah, that's why more
But you
people in
don't
this
like that.
country. The U.S. has more regulations anywhere, and we're one of the most unhealthy countries because of the chemicals and all the
Not
shit in our
true.
food.
You don't have more
That's not-
regulations.
No, Europe,
Like you
Europe has
serve
more
red 40.
regulations.
Yeah, we got way
you
less
give red
regulations
40.
than
You have
you.
yellow 50. You have like all the everything that gives cancer is in your food.
So hold on.
You know.
This administration is trying to remove those, but when they try to remove those things, all of a sudden it's problematic, and I'm a little bit confused on that. By the way, Tennis, I want to go back to what you said. The United States has one of the top healthcare treatment for cancer. One of the top treatment.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes,
but
no, it's
other
cancer
countries have it
specific.
too. What's your point?
Yes,
I mean,
it's
No,
country
you made a
specific.
point. So you made
And
a
it's
point. I like
cancer
that.
specific. So it's cancer specific. We're really good at breast cancer. We're also really good at lung cancer, but we're not that good at bone cancer. I mean, we are, but Switzerland is better at bone cancer than we are, as well as Norway. So it's pretty, so when you're talking about being the best in something, the United States isn't best as a whole. In parts,
In
it is
most
the
of it.
best. No, not in
Can
most
we
of it.
have one
Cancer
person
research
talking
and
at
cancer
the time?
research and a lot of things as well.
Or maybe Hybelic, like maybe finish
We're
sentences.
37th in the
first.
world, the United States, in the healthcare. We're 37. Canada's
Yeah.
like 9.
What
Everybody's
did
ahead
you
of us.
say?
Hold on, who's doing the math? So, and I want to go back. I think, Doctor, you kind of mentioned a little bit about it, about like insulin, for example. There's only like 3 companies that can produce it in the United States because of FDA not allowing other competitions. And one thing I noticed about this is the revolving door between Congress and FDA, right? These pharmaceutical companies. People work for Congress, and then when they get out, they work for these companies. And so they have this favorable outcome, like, oh, hey, these companies that produce these insulin be like, hey, if you vote in my favor and you don't allow other companies to compete
Okay,
with what
now
I
you're just
produce,
wait. Now you're
it's
just
true,
talking
though.
about.
It is
Now
true.
you're just talking about costs and why costs are expensive in the system we
Exactly.
have. And yes, our system sucks. So what is it about our system that you want to keep?
I think I want the government to just stay out of it, but also to expand on that, staying the fuck out of it.
Wait, why? Why? Because everything in the system sucks. The government is not involved. Everything in the system sucks where the government isn't involved.
What are
So
you
why do
talking
you
about?
want the government to
Hold
stay
on,
out
I
of it?
have V8 right now. I have V8. It sucks ass. Just straight up. It's horrible.
That's fine.
It's government
That's fine.
run.
But the
Absolutely
private
100%
industry,
government run.
that's fine. But the private industry in this country sucks. So
How do
what
you
do we
know?
do?
How do you know?
It does suck. It sucks
How?
because we have a lower rating than every other country, and we spend way more money than every other country.
So we spend way more money.
Well, I have an
okay,
idea.
do you think it's
And then
reasonable
government
that
gets
I spend
involved.
tens of thousands of dollars a year for my family's health insurance? Is that reasonable?
So
No.
government allow these companies to consolidate and have monopoly over healthcare through.
You're saying that we should
acts.
break up healthcare companies? We should
Yeah, I want
control.
the-
We should
no, the
pick
gov-
winners and losers. We should control the way the market works.
I think the government should stay the fuck out of it. Genuinely.
Right. Well,
Okay.
actually,
But how
Sinjay,
should it work then?
we should do what Denmark did and get rid of the minimum wage law. You guys don't have a minimum wage law,
I
do you?
don't know.
Oh, I agree. That's awesome.
Which doesn't
What do you think,
fucking
Mojo?
do. Wait, hold on. That doesn't change. That has nothing to do with the conversation, and it doesn't
But
change
what's
anything
the
about this
average
conversation.
salary, Galt?
Right, because you don't have minimum wage laws.
Stop. Cindy,
Yes,
stop.
It's got nothing
Stop.
to
He's
do with
just-
that, Galt. You
He's
know
just
that.
trying to
Don't
change
be
the
dumb.
subject right now.
It's Galt.
That's what he's doing.
But Galt, if we
Just a
remove
point.
the
It's
minimum
actually- oh, go ahead.
wage, your
Oh.
employer might pay you what you're worth.
Would you
That's
stop?
right.
Would you
Sorry.
stop?
What did we say? Mojo, go back. What did Hybelic say?
Well, I don't know.
So-
I don't. The
Mojo,
private
I know you
industry-
said, "Oh, you're arguing about price." That's the reason why I brought it up, and then you complain about the government. I complain about the government involvement. That's the reason why I said
Yeah,
price
so
is
our
up
private-
because of
so
government
our-
involvement.
No. The government's not involved in it.
No.
What are you talking about? The
You
government,
said
the FDA, hold on. The government tells the FDA that only 3 companies are allowed to produce
Wilbur, there's an
things.
echo with you,
wait.
Wilbur. Can you mute, Wilbur? Yeah, thank you.
There are only 3 companies who are allowed to actually produce insulin, which kind of drives up
Wait,
the price.
that's IP. That has nothing to do with
And
government.
what are you talking about? Congress is involved with this.
No,
Mojo's
that's
asking you about
IP.
insurance. What do you want to do? You want the government to stay out of it, or what?
But the
That's
private
what he's
industry
asking.
sucks. But the private industry sucks because it's too expensive and they're monopolistic and they're taking too much of our money and they're not covering enough. So what do you want to do? What's your solution to healthcare?
I think cut back on administrative cost when it comes to hospitals and healthcare in general.
Well,
Yeah,
how do you do
PBMs
that?
is a terrible thing.
How do you do that? How do you do that?
Yeah, again,
Does the
you could
government
probably
have
get
to
rid
do
of
that?
Yeah, you
Okay,
get
but
rid
you
of the
said you don't
regulations
want the
that created
government involved.
PBMs.
Is there a regulation within like the act that was passed under Obama that makes it so that they have to spend a lot of money on
Does
these
anyone know
administrative things?
Does anyone know what happened prior to regulation of the healthcare system?
Yeah, there were like people just dying in the street of like no healthcare.
Not even that, but like bad healthcare. Like Black women were getting sterilized, Indigenous women were getting sterilized without their consent. Prior to HIPAA, you can get fired if you spent a night at a psych ward. There's multiple reasons why regulations took place, but having worked for private and public system, I would say that the issue with the public system is simply funding. The issue with the private system is simply profit.
Well, let me go
right
woke here.
and so if you can fund the public system, the problems sort of go away. And I know this because during the Biden administration, we had more funding than we did during the Trump administration, and more people were getting access to healthcare. Now we have the Trump administration doing this massive cut of almost $1 trillion, and now many pharmaceuticals are cut. People are losing access to diagnostic testing and imaging, things like that. So the issue with public is that it just doesn't have enough funding.
Well, I'm going to go woke here for a second. I'm going to go woke here for a second and respond to that. So I would say the issue that you have with like Native Americans and Black people not getting health care is because this country was basically still racist at the time, right? And that was probably more of the issue in the private market, is that you had people who did not respect other people because they didn't respect individuals, right?
Because there was no one to regulate them.
Oh, so we regulate racism?
Oh, yeah, we did. We made it illegal for people to be worked on without their consent. You must consent to every single medical procedure unless you have a conservatorship. I cannot do something to someone unless they consent. If they have a DNR, which means do not resuscitate, I don't touch that fucking body without their consent.
So are you talking about when I think it was Nixon who passed the law where if you show up at a hospital, whether it's private or public, they have to take you?
Reagan did that.
Thank you, Reagan. I get Nixon and Reagan mixed up. Is that what you're referring to?
No, she's referring to
No, I'm
regulations
referring to
like
consent.
that would make a hospital not be able to touch your body unless you have informed consent. Things like that protect the patient and other things, right, B?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So like when you go get a medical procedure done, all this bureaucratic red tape that you all hate so much, you have to sign all of this paperwork that says, yes, I do consent to having this medical procedure done. If you don't have those consent papers signed, and it's a vigorous process to ensure that people are actually consenting to this. If you don't have that signed, then you get issues like people getting worked on without their consent. There are many of people throughout history who in the 50s and 60s particularly, this was an issue. Black women were getting sterilized. Native women were getting sterilized. They didn't know what they were going in their procedures for. They had heavy uterine bleed or heavy menstrual bleeding, and then they'd go into procedure and they'd come out and they didn't have a fucking uterus.
Okay, so I'll look into this. I've never heard this claim, but yeah, I would simply say that you would agree that people were racist back then. I don't know the tie to regulation. I'll look this up and I'll come back and debate it with you.
Hold on, Doctor.
The regulation is ensuring that you have consent.
What's the name of
must
it?
have
When did it get put in?
paperwork. Yeah, so
What's the name of it so I can look it
I'm
up?
not sure. You can just look at medical consent. History of medical consent. That's all you got to do.
I'll look it up.
What she's saying is that but for regulations, okay, and informed consent document. It's just one of the many that protect us as patients in hospitals and with doctors. And you don't like regulations. I understand that. But Congress, the Congress writes laws, but they are not equipped to understand what's going on in hospitals and in doctors' offices and things like that. So things happen, right? Like what B was describing. So we need these regulations, right? And we need people who understand it to protect our health.
Wait, if they don't know what they're doing, then why are they writing laws? Should we be electing them?
Well, wait. Do you rely on experts in your field? Shouldn't we all rely on experts?
The private market? Yes.
Ringo, if you need an attorney, right? You're relying on the attorney and their expertise, right? Some Congress people are not attorneys. Many are, but you need experts to advise you, right? And we need experts, physicians and scientists to write regulations. Typically, Congress people are not scientists.
Yeah, I'm not saying they are, and I'm okay with them deferring and getting information from scientists and then writing a law. I think the problem we have with regulations is they obfuscate the idea of actual law, right? So when we elect people in the Congress, we expect them to pass laws. They don't do that anymore. And if they don't know the topic or they're not a subject matter expert, that's fine. They can appeal to subject matter experts. But we've granted the executive branch the ability to create a mafia and go out and regulate businesses without any sort of, in my opinion, any sort of constitutional power or any sort of constitutional right, because that privilege is granted to Congress and not regulatory agencies. So sure, if you want to build regulatory agencies that help Congress gather information and write laws, go ahead. But we shouldn't have a secret militia that goes around this country and tells businesses how to operate outside of Congress.
That's not how it works. Regulations are often put in place by healthcare workers. For instance, do you know what CAUTI is? CAUTI? Catheter-associated UTIs. That could be deadly for an elderly person. If I'm putting a catheter in an elderly person or a Foley, especially a Foley because it stays in a long time, they get a UTI, they could die. Elderly people could die with UTIs, right? So they put in regulations in which I have to do it in a sterile manner, meaning I have to maintain a sterile field to put in a catheter. This has saved thousands of lives. The people who came up with this idea were doctors and nurses. So the people who are actually writing these regulations are experts in their field. Nursing ratio regulations, right, in which a nurse can only have, in California, up to 4 to 6 patients that are not critical patients at a time, has saved thousands of lives. That was put in by subject matter experts, nurses.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll grant you that should have went to Congress and became a law. Like, there's no problem with that. I don't have an issue with Congress passing laws. Again, I have a problem with the executive branch being able to, at a whim, through people who are unelected, be able to use a mafia to go around with a gun and basically force people to do shit.
That's hyperbolic.
Okay, so I got a statement I'd like to say. Can I say something really quick? Because I've been quiet for a long time. And it's actually a question for Sinjay. So right before Obamacare came in, Harvard did a study where they said 40,000 people, 40,000 Americans every year were unaliving because of lack of health care. Another study said that 60% of our bankruptcies in the United States are based on healthcare related issues. So Sinjay, let me ask you, how many people unalive in your country because they don't have health care, and how many people go bankrupt in your country because of health care?
You know the answer to that, Wilbur. It's nothing. No one. It doesn't. And it isn't an issue. So even I was actually looking up with Doctor, he was saying a lot of the things about, technology is science and all that stuff. And talking about Denmark is often, you say, oh, it's so small, it's not comparable and all that stuff. But we're actually number 3 on the science and innovation in the world. So even a small country like ours are only 2 places behind the US who is
Yeah,
number
that's
one.
fine. You're still going to be far separated.
So, doctor, can I please finish my sentence?
Yeah, sorry, I thought you were done.
I can feel you have that vibe, you know.
I do have a vibe.
Anyways,
Thanks. I'm vibing over here. That's why they call me
you
Dr.
are.
Thank you.
You are. I don't understand why, like when we're having these conversations, and often when I have conversations with Americans, I don't understand why you wouldn't spend the money that you already spend on, like, per capita. You spend, what is it, like 17,000 or something. We spend $6,000 a year on our people here in Denmark, right? Per person on healthcare. And you spend so much more. And I don't understand how you cannot agree that it should be free. Like, it's like, it's so far away from my mind that anyone can fathom that it shouldn't be free.
Yeah.
You can. Like, why wouldn't you be the best at healthcare and do it for free so people are healthy, so you can get healthier workers? Even in capitalism, this is a good investment.
Yeah. Well, again, when you say free, it's not necessarily free.
No,
even
universal. I know it's not free. Universal,
Yeah.
paid by government, you know, like why it should be on the people.
Yeah, because
I don't get it.
Yeah, because when you say free, right? If the government is effectively paying,
You know, I
for
corrected it. I corrected
it. Yeah, no,
it to say
I know that.
universal
That's fine.
healthcare.
We
It's not
still
free.
have to pay. We still would have to pay through the inflation tax, regardless, because even if you want to make the claim that this would be cheaper, I don't want to get into that debate.
There's no
I don't
such
believe
tax as inflation. Don't let him fucking fool you with this stupid
Yeah,
ass
and you don't
terminology.
want to, and you want to get away from that, John
That's
Galt,
not my
because
question.
you understand that it would not be cheaper. When
Yeah.
we're paying 15,000 and the
Wait,
OECD countries are paying 5.
Hold on.
Sorry.
I wanted him to finish. I just wanted
My
to
bad, my bad.
I just wanted to chastise him for saying inflation tax.
Well, stop trying to put me in that chest. We know your Google searches, Mojo. Sanjay, let me ask you a question. What's the denial rate in your country for treatment?
The denial rate. Can
Yeah,
you
like-
elaborate what a denial rate is?
Yeah,
Just
like how
to-
often do people get denied treatment in your country?
Never.
Never? No one's ever
No,
been
of
denied
course
for
not.
treatment in Denmark.
But what does it, like, in what way denied? What do you mean? Of course they don't get denied. If you're ill, you
Yeah,
get
so
treatment.
so
Of
like
course.
let's say does the government ever say, "Hey, he's untreatable. We can't provide him the resources anymore"?
No.
What? That doesn't help.
Of course not.
Like, that doesn't happen.
Wait, that has
Okay,
to.
I'll be
wait,
right
that
back.
has
Hold
to.
on.
I'm sorry, that has to happen.
Of course
How?
I'm
not.
sorry.
No, why?
If somebody's
Mojo,
only
of
got
course not.
if somebody's only got if somebody hello
Oh, sorry. What do you say, Mojo?
if somebody's only has like a 5% chance of surviving a particular treatment, they're gonna not give them that treatment.
But they give them the opportunity often if it's available. So
No,
we're not.
there's no way. There's no
No,
way
that's
that
the
they're letting
doctor
somebody.
that denies that, Mojo.
There's
Bro, I
no
just
way.
did it.
There's
doctor
no
who works
fucking
on-
way.
Hold
God
on,
damn
hold
it.
on.
But I want to
There's
answer.
As
no.
somebody who works in healthcare, I know how this works. I know how this
Stop.
works.
This isn't.
A
No,
doctor.
we're talking. Would you stop? I'm talking to Sanjay about her country.
Yeah, and I just did a simple Google
So
search.
what did you
and-
say, Mojo? What did you
Go
want me
ahead.
to answer?
Just go. Wait.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I just did a simple Google search and found that there's actually people who complain. There's like articles where people in Denmark are refused care because of resource limitation or denied care.
Can
You
you
keep saying
share
there's resource
sources?
limitation.
No, the
I don't
thing,
think
like-
you understand what that means. Like when we
Can
look
I-
at their
can I-
healthcare
can I-
system.
can I-
Sorry. Yeah.
Can I
sorry,
just
go
say
ahead.
something? Yes, please. So the thing where Denmark is the worst here is that we don't have a lot of choice, patient choice. So that is true. The thing is that in my mind, like, I can't choose what treatment I get, mostly. Like, that's the biggest difference, is that we are number 26 in the world of, what's it called? I found the webpage here, of like free choice. But yes, of course, you know, if there's not much else to do, but that's not the person who's getting, like, as B Crash, like, I would love to hear your perspective, because I think that explains it more. What you were
Yes,
saying,
a
B?
doctor
Yes.
doctor they, especially surgeons or people who do procedures, they are not going to do a procedure, risk their licensure, because in Denmark, I mean, licensure is all over the world. There's not one country that does not have licensure. That is at stake when you do a malpractice, which means somebody unalives. So if there is a procedure where there's only a 5% survival rate, it's not the insurance or the government you have to worry about denying the care. It's the doctor. A doctor does not want their survival rate to go down in terms of success rates of their diagnostic procedures or their surgical procedures. So the doctor will be the first to tell you, I do not want to do this on you. I am going to risk my license if I do this on you. The second to tell you will be the government or will be insurance. And that happens here in the States too. That's not any different. But it's doctors have autonomy on whether they want to work on you or not. They do not, they're not bound by the Hippocratic Oath to work on you.
Yeah,
If they
that's not
think
my
that your
claim.
success rate is going to be bad. Yeah, but that's when you say, but here's the thing, you don't understand that when studies and articles say denied care, that includes being denied by the doctor.
And, hey, oh well, she kind of walked away. But I was going to answer a question about why we.
I'm still here.
My bad. I'm sorry.
I'm
Okay.
still here. I
You
just
said why don't we want free healthcare? I think comparing Denmark to the U.S. is like a really bad idea. Mainly because you and I, this country and your country operate under different system, right? So for us to have universal health care, universal health care, that would require the government, the federal government, to override the 10th Amendment. They have to override, because that's one thing that's actually reserved for the states
Why?
to determine. Because the 10th Amendment says anything that's not given to the federal government is left for the states. Healthcare is one of those things.
but you still have the same systemic issues. Like, so it's not
Like
really.
what? So the U.S. has to change its own constitution, its own structure, governmental structure, just so you can have this universal health care. And a lot of states are not going to agree with it. That's why you have, for example, the con law, right? That require this, where the state requires these hospitals to get a governmental approved paper to say, oh, they can build more hospitals, and that's why they cannot compete. That's why you have less hospitals, less competition. Some states have it, some states don't. So if you want to, if you try to like make the U.S. like Denmark, you literally have to get rid of the 10th Amendment. It will override it. It just makes no sense.
I don't know what the 10th Amendment says.
That's not true.
This is
Yes,
true,
it
though. There are
That's not
10
true.
There are
Why
10
is it not
states,
true? I've never heard
yeah,
this argument.
and they're all Republican states.
And she's making a constitutional argument. And
Okay, why is
there
it
are
not
ways
true?
to write laws. There are ways, Congress can pass laws that protect the public. Now, it may not
Yes.
be that they are, excuse me, it may not be that they can tell a hospital per se what to do, but they can provide health insurance to its citizens so that they can get access to hospitals. Making a 10th Amendment argument is just, that's flawed logic.
I've got those numbers for you, Galt. So the specific metric you're looking for is unmet medical needs, is what the OECD countries track, right? And it's Germany, Netherlands under 1%, United Kingdom's around 3, 4.1 for France, 9.1 for Canada. Now, if you expand that to a larger like metric that also measures people that skipped or delayed needed medical care or prescriptions specifically due to costs or long wait times, it jumps up a little bit. So Germany's at 3, Netherlands is at 2, United Kingdom it's 7 to 12%, France is 9%, Canada is 10%. Do you want to take a guess what the United States is?
Yeah, for
40?
Medicare and Medicaid denial rates, I think is 12%. And if you're looking at how we track it for private, you're probably going to include the administrative denials in it, and maybe you'll peel that number back and be honest. So what is it for the U.S.?
Well, we're talking about skipped care strictly due to cost, long wait time. So cost is going to be the main thing. It's between 17 and 38.6% for U.S. citizens. So so the problem here is like, and also before I think you said like we should rely, congressmen and politicians should rely on experts. I don't think you understand how policy is put in place. So all the advisory committees are made up by volunteer subject matter experts. So if we're talking about if it's organ transplant policy, those are transplant doctors and people that work in that industry. The only job of the politician is sign the check and enforce a policy. So all federal policy comes from expert committees.
Yeah,
like
but
the
those,
American Medical Association, for
but
example.
two things. I was talking about denial rates. You shifted the conversation.
Yeah,
to
we got way
like,
past it because you said something. I just want to correct that. So,
yeah,
like,
no,
I'm
but
glad you're aligned.
Yeah, and this is why I said 34% as my number, because I thought you were talking about denial rates, number one. You shifted it to, like, people not getting stuff. I don't really care about that because, again, I don't agree with our system. I think it's too expensive, and I think there's a cheaper way to do it. So I'm not going to argue that the U.S. is somehow, like, the superior system in this argument, dude. Like, I don't get it. Comparing other countries to us, we're not the benchmark, and neither are they. There's a better way than all of it. That's my argument.
Yeah,
So
so
you say that you
ACA
can
is
invent
33%.
a better one? Like, how can you know a better system than any other? Like, what? How is that
Yeah, because
system?
free markets, and any product that's more free from government intervention, theoretically, especially like you could just look at televisions, LASIK surgery, eyeglasses, like most of these things that people need that are intrinsic goods that like have a high I can't speak, a high demand, right? They're affordable for normal everyday Americans, like glasses, for example. Like most people buy glasses. Government has nothing to do with eye care. In fact, when you retire and you get Medicare, they don't pay for your dental. They don't pay for eye care. They don't get involved in those industries.
But they
And
have
for the-
Can you say,
companies.
can I say something? How can you
Taxation.
say that we don't need regulation on LASIK surgery?
We don't.
The amount of people undergoing LASIK surgery, arguably one of the most precious organs in your body, that we don't need to regulate that.
We don't.
Because you know what? Because just like any surgery, surgeons, they perform these surgeries en masse. And I used to do medical malpractice, okay? And let me tell you something. These doctors, they're for profit, like plastic surgeons, for example. They do like, these doctors do 6 liposuction surgeries at the same time. They perforate somebody's freaking intestine, okay? And with respect to LASIK operation, why wouldn't you need government regulation on LASIK surgery?
Yeah, because I don't believe that regulation is the answer to solving a problem that you're talking about. I don't think you'd have a bunch of road doctors out there doing what you're talking about absent of regulation.
Glad you
Why
have
are you
confidence.
laughing?
Glad
Because
you have
I've been in
confidence.
the OR. I've been in the OR where doctors
Mm-hmm.
complain about sterile fucking field. And you know what that is? That means that they get mad because they have to maintain the sterile field. And if they touch something, they get pissed that they have to leave and go re-sterilize. Do you know what would happen to a patient if we didn't maintain sterile field? Do you remember what happened prior to the advent of Listerine by Joseph Lister? People
Yeah,
fucking
millions of
died.
people were dying in the hospital. You're right.
And so if we left it up to doctors, man, they're fucking smart. They've got brains on them like no other. But sometimes they're the most dumbest fucking human beings on the planet. I guarantee you if we left it up to them, people would fucking die.
Yeah, can you show me then where people like stop dying at a
And
mass rate
having
due
a
to
heart
regulation?
attack. Like, how can
Regulations,
you choose?
when we made it a regulation to sterilize a field prior to surgery.
Yeah, when and what's the numbers? Like how many people stop dying because of it?
This is just a bad faith argument.
Do you know-
People stopped
Why?
dying when we
Wait,
started.
We hit on the crux here, y'all. We hit on the crux. The crux.
What's the
this
crux?
is the crux of your whole argument. You're saying the healthcare industry should be a free market, right?
But did you
Yes,
just
correct.
say it's like
That's your
sterilizing?
whole position is healthcare should be a free market, okay? Where a consumer can say no if the price is too high, and they can. But the problem here is a consumer can't negotiate a fair market rate on a product if the alternative is death.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard
So
this
there's
argument.
no way that
When you have a heart
healthcare
attack,
can
how
be a
can
free
you-
market economy.
Yeah, why would a hospital, like if a hospital had to operate in the free market absent of like, I don't know, subsidies, government regulations, and I showed up at the door with a heart attack and I didn't have insurance, and this actually was the case prior to, I think it was Reagan who changed the law. Private companies in areas where there wasn't a public hospital were taking care of people. It was not an issue. And if you can show me otherwise, where there was mass amount of people who didn't have health care prior to the law changing, that people were dying in the streets, I'll believe you. Show me the data. Show me the data.
Without
regulation. The data is this. This is what you're going to Google. You're going to Google the advent of the ACA, where Obama makes it a requirement. And this is one of the great things that he did. And I think this is the legacy that he should be known for, is if there is an emergency happening, you have to care for them. The amount of people who unalive after that is less than the amount prior to that. And yes, Obama is the one who, and no, it was Obama with the ACA. It was Obama with the Affordable Care Act. You can Google this. You've got to.
Hospitals have to care for people because of Reagan.
No, it's because of Obama, actually. They cannot turn you away for insurance purposes. That was part of the ACA. That is actually the aspect of the ACA that I think was life-changing.
Are you talking about pre-existing conditions? Or are you talking about somebody shows up sick?
No, I'm talking about an emergency situation. An emergency situation, regardless of someone insurance status, you have to be able to be treated. And that was with the ACA.
No, it's called the EMTALA, the Emergency Medical Treatment and Active Labor Act. It was passed by Reagan.
Is that active labor? Are you talking about people who are fucking in labor? No, hold on. You are talking about people who are in active labor, meaning this was specifically for women that Reagan did this for. Women who are giving birth. What Obama did was for everybody regardless of birth.
No, EMTLA was for it's two things: emergency medical treatment and active labor.
Yes, for active labor. Prior to that, which was a good thing that Reagan did. Yeah, I know. You're not able to understand these words. Prior to what Reagan did was he said, prior to Reagan, hospitals can turn you away if you didn't have insurance and you were in active fucking labor. So a woman can just give birth on the emergency room floor in the waiting room if they denied her access to healthcare, and you can imagine that resulted in a lot of deaths. When Obama came along, he said, let's expand that to all people who are having an emergency, not just women in labor. Let's expand it to people having heart attacks, bowel obstructions, everything. So that's the difference between the two acts.
Show me the data that women were like dying.
Really?
By the... Yeah.
Really? This is so bad faith.
Why?
Let me get the data for you. Why do you think Reagan passes it? You think he just passes it for
I can tell you why. Yeah,
I can tell you why. Obama, now it's Reagan. Which one is it? I'm confused a little bit.
Wait, I could tell you why. And the debates in Congress where people were mad because in areas where there was a public and private option, the private option was sending people to the public option, putting the burden on the taxpayer. And the Republicans passed this because the Republicans were getting annoyed that the increased spending was happening in the private sector. That was the argument. It wasn't because massive people were dying in the streets.
Okay. No, it was because massive people were dying.
Can I ask a question?
I think I can prove.
Sorry, after.
Okay. So you just said if I can prove that people were dying because of denied services prior to the EMTALA Act, you will concede.
Massive people were dying. Yes.
Okay. So the reason EMTALA was passed was medical data presented to Congress in the 1980s proved that nearly 10% of dumped patients died. That means that out of 250,000 people a year turned away by the free market, over 23,000 Americans died annually.
Sure. Send me the data because I've looked at that and I just explained to you why they were dying was because in areas where there was a public and private option, they were sending them to the public option.
He just said dumped patients.
Correct, because there was a public option. So by the time they got to the public option, they would die. But in areas where there were private options only and no public option, they weren't dying. Private hospitals were accepting them.
With all due respect,
so you're saying that the public one would not deny them?
Correct. At the time, the public hospital would not deny them.
Yes, they would. Yes, they would. That was the crux of the problem. No, hold on. That was the crux of the problem. They absolutely would deny them. This is undeniable, ironically. You didn't even understand what act you were talking about. You didn't even know what EMT and labor meant. I had to
Yes, I
explain it
did.
to you.
You actually don't know what it means.
No, I
You're saying
do.
that Obama did.
I
It
do.
happened in 1986.
No, again, you're not reading it correctly. EMT and labor means emergency labor. Do you know what labor means?
Okay.
A
Well, then
woman is
everybody
going
dad is
into
wrong, and his
labor.
argument is false. So
Okay,
everyone
here we
dad,
go.
your argument is wrong.
Your
Can I-
opponent
Gal-
is moving the goalpost.
Doctor.
The ultimate line. You are admitting the free. So yeah, the illusion of choice during a heart attack. So the reality triage, an ambulance takes a patient to the nearest emergency room. So it's a geographic trap, right?
Okay.
Can
But
I-
again,
I'm
who am I
here.
debating
Can
here?
I
Because
try
he
and
said it didn't happen, and you're saying it did happen. So I don't know who I'm debating, everyone, dad.
Yeah, here's the thing too. By the way, doctor, the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act that we said was passed in 1986. Actually, it allowed almost every hospital, right, that accepts Medicare. They have to, by law, have to take care of anybody dealing with emergency situation, including women in labor.
It was an
What's the
emergency
argument?
situation
Can
for
I
labor
jump in?
specifically. Obama expanded it to include
Yes.
everybody, including people who have
Hey,
heart attacks. Christ.
yes, you've said this before. Go ahead, Sanjay.
Can I? Yeah, I just needed to go. So, doctor, you're talking a lot about free market, right?
Okay.
And you think that's important, right? So I just wanted to hear the 4 academic pillars of principles of free market. Do you know what those are?
4 academic principles?
Yes, strict criteria to define what a free market is. I
Well, I can
studied
give you my
economics.
definition. I don't. Who are
No,
you
there's
referring
nothing.
to?
There is nothing in the world that is called your definitions when it's academic criterias of what a free market is.
Yeah, I would say the respect, private ownership of the means of production, voluntary exchange in a market, the self-ownership of the means of production. Like I don't, and
So the
a market
academic-
free, absent of government intervention. Like,
Okay.
what is your academic
There is
definition?
nothing about my academic. So the economic principles book and the definition from academia that defines what a free market is. There are 4 criterias that have to be present in a free market. Yeah. Some of the first
wrote
one
this book?
is
Who wrote the
this
book?
is Gregory Menkiev.
Okay.
I had the book when I studied economics.
And why
it's
should I
principles-
take his opinion? Who is he?
Why should I take yours?
What's
He is
his
an
last name?
academic. He's a researcher. He is someone who is
Who
studying
is this guy? I gotta
different.
Google him. I don't even know who he is. What's
He's
his name? Gregory what?
studying Gregory Menkiv. Menkiw.
I think what he's trying to say is you can't pick one author and be like, these are the 4 pillars that are used around the
He
world
has done- No.
to describe free markets
Textbook.
forever.
So this is a school book that takes different principles of economics and takes everything together. So there are sources in this book of other people who have mentioned this.
Or what are
that
they?
is
What are they
what-
for?
What does it say it has to include?
Anyways, it's not my point at all. But I thought we kind of respected, research. But yeah, the first one is perfect information. Perfect information. So buyers and sellers have complete, instantaneous, and acute knowledge about quality, utility, price, and all goods in the market. So access to information. In a free market, we all have to have access to information. Right? And we have to have rational actors. Consumers always act rationally to maximize their own utility, getting the best value, and producers act rationally to maximize their profit. Number 3 is barriers to entry. Any new business can freely enter or exit the market at any time to compete, preventing monopolies from forming. Consumer sovereignty. Consumers have the ultimate power to decide what goods are produced based on their freedom to buy or refuse to buy. Those are what's called the 4 strict academic criteria within economic theory.
Okay, cool. Can you look up the Austrian definition?
That was only 3. And on top of that,
4. No, it was 4.
Okay,
Consumer sovereignty, no barriers to entry, rational actors, and perfect information. Those are the 4.
Okay. You can agree to that, Galt, right?
The last one, perfect information.
Yeah, this is
Yes.
weird. These are just like semantical.
Like you have to have
like,
perfect information because if you don't know if there's cocaine in the drink, you're going to buy the drink.
Maybe I'll
Both
enjoy
buyers
it.
and sellers
you
have
might not-
complete, instantaneous, and acute knowledge accurate knowledge about the quality, utility, and price of all goods in the market.
So
that has to be so in a free
Okay,
market.
That's
fine.
one
So we don't have
guy's,
so there's no free market in healthcare in this country. Is basically what you're saying.
No, I'm asking whether or not we can agree on this definition of free market, and then we can continue the conversation of healthcare.
I don't agree with the
absolute
last
sense.
statement. I don't really understand what was the last one again?
Perfect
Perfect information.
No, I don't agree.
Meaning that the company can't defraud you.
Well,
So-
also
Yeah, but
meaning,
Is that what that means?
Also meaning that
Hold
you
on.
know about all the alternatives out there and all the prices of every product that exists, so that you can actually pick the correct one.
And that is
But
why it's very hard to create free market healthcare,
I just push
because
back
you
on
are
the
not.
perfect word.
No, I'm not asking for a pushback, because the same is like with socialism. When you define socialism, there is a acute definition of what socialism is. We cannot
there's
discuss
not.
facts.
but the thing is,
There is
That's not
also a
true.
definition of what a free market is.
Would you
Sinjay,
allow the
that's
word
actually not true.
transparency?
that's where I disagree with you, Sanjay, because you took one economist, and I have another economist.
No, it's not
whose
one
definition
economist.
differs than his, and he's actually quite famous. Milton
Yeah.
Friedman has a different definition for or core principles for capitalism than what the guy you just mentioned. So
This is
what,
not
what is
this
the point? I'm not going
guy,
to
Hypelic.
agree with you. on
Have you
those
studied
specifics.
economics, Hypelic?
Yes.
Yeah,
So
I've
what
studied
I
it.
tried to say, this guy you're talking about, he is a very smart economist. This is a textbook that explains the different criterias. Then they have taken together all these very smart economists, and they have taken all their theories and created like frameworks of what everyone agrees on. And
Not
these
everyone
are
agrees,
the
though.
four
Mises
things.
wouldn't agree.
you-
Hayek
It
wouldn't
doesn't
agree.
matter.
Friedman wouldn't agree.
Hey,
I
It
don't
doesn't
agree.
matter.
Hey, stop it. Sanjay, would you do me a favor and
Yes.
send me a message with the title and author of that book?
Yes. Thank you. I will.
You
It
don't
really
agree
doesn't
to the
matter,
last
Galt.
tenet. Really quick, you don't
It
agree to
doesn't
the
matter, Galt. You would have been red flagged if this is Jubilee like an hour ago. It doesn't matter which form of free market definition you argue. Like you said Austrian, okay? You said Austrian, it violates that, right? Yeah. Then Hypelic said, well, no, Milton Friedman, it still violates that.
What?
Okay, yeah,
well,
there's different definitions. And listen, she
Give
actually
me
made
your
a very big
definition
blunder.
that you'll stand 10 tones down on.
Wait,
if you
hold
move
on,
the
everyone's dead.
goalpost.
You're going to tell me that socialism all has the same definition, Sanjay?
There is.
I'm
Yes.
not off of
definition.
socialism. We're
Wait.
The
talking about
fundamentals of
capitalism
socialism
and
is
healthcare.
a different thing.
No.
Sorry.
B,
Yeah,
help me
I'm-
out here. Is Proudhon's
Please,
definition
Mojo.
of socialism the same as Marx?
Say that again. Sorry.
Is Proudhon's definition of socialism the
But there-
same as Marx?
You agree
But that's
that there's-
Marxism.
You agree that there's a dictionary definition, right?
Wait.
No, I don't. I think it's too low IQ. I think it's more
But
important
if I
to
could
Don't
say
let 'em run.
something, I've
Don't
been
let 'em
trying to
run.
say
We're on
something really
socialism.
briefly.
Please, Mojo. Please, Mojo.
Sanjay,
Wait, what? Wait, what?
He said no, that there is no textbook definition of socialism.
I asked
Yeah,
for a
there's many
dictionary
definitions.
definition. No, I'm
Dictionary,
sorry. There are
there's no-
different. I'm sorry. There
He
are
said that's
different I'm sorry. There are different interpretations of the exact same definition.
No, when we're talking about philosophy, words have different meanings. So when we talk
Yes,
about
they are interpretations of a definition.
okay, so who has the right one then?
Well, you get to pick your
It's
own,
not
I
a
guess,
who.
but you get to pick your interpretation.
Well, no, I don't.
Yes,
Sanjay
Marx-
says I don't.
God fucking damn it.
here's the thing, doctor. For example,
Can I
I've
point
been
something
trying
out,
to get
y'all?
in, guys. I really have. I just
Whoa,
want to say
too many
something.
people are talking at once. Can we let? Okay, let's let the host
I
finish.
just don't know why we're off of free
Please let
market
Mojo finish
capitalism
his
and
sentences.
healthcare.
I
Why are
don't
we
know if
not?
was Mojo talking. I'm sorry.
Yes,
No,
he was.
it's
He was.
everyone's dead.
Well, I
Let's go
was,
back
but
to the
I'm
U.S.
done,
healthcare
I'm done,
system.
I'm done.
All
What
right,
was-
and then
Go
I
back.
started to talk,
I
and I
don't
haven't
know.
been
You
able to.
started
finish.
tennis, yes.
Why did we go into the definition of?
Well, she was
What I
asking a
wanted,
question.
I was
Yeah,
just
what was the
wanting
point?
to go do something different, but now I'm just in shock that we're not like textbook.
Because-
But what like dictionary
Because your
stuff.
one
But I actually
textbook
wanted.
isn't the
No,
definition.
stop. We're
I
not.
can-
Let's not go into this. Sorry.
Well, I can guarantee you that if we go over those 4 points, that you guys are going to have to agree to them. You have to.
Exactly.
Why do I
I
have
don't
to
agree.
Right,
With,
and
I
that's
don't
what I
agree
was
that in
trying
a
to
free.
say.
Got him.
I don't
Guys,
agree that a free
Dad.
market assumes perfect information.
You have
Why
to
do I
agree to
have
that.
to?
You have to agree to that because if you do not have perfect information, you cannot make rational choices.
That's
And it cannot be a rational
It's not
answer.
free market, bro.
Hold on.
That
I
is
don't
free
know.
market.
Like
God.
I
Hold
don't know.
on.
Like if I need I'm looking at my screen. If I'm looking at my mouse, I don't have perfect information on if that mouse over there is better than this mouse. I know that I have a need for a mouse, and I don't know the input costs on if I'm getting a better deal with this mouse or that mouse or whatever.
Do you
The
have
word
access to the information?
the word no, not always.
Yes, no, you do. You do.
No,
The
I
You do
internet.
have
don't.
access.
You
You
do.
have access to that information, dude.
Yeah, we
I
have.
have access
We
to
have.
information. Yes,
We
I don't
have.
have
We
access
have.
necessarily
We
to
have.
perfect
Yes, you
information.
do. Yes, you do. The internet. We
Wait,
have the
hold on.
fucking
What?
The
internet.
internet
How
doesn't
is
have
that
so
the
anything on the
definition
internet
of
is
free
perfect.
market, though?
Stop.
I'm
Stop.
confused. How is that the
Stop.
definition of
Stop.
free market?
Stop. Stop.
Oh, this is
Stop.
so
Stop.
funny.
Stop. 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 You guys have to chill the fuck out. Yes, you do have access on the internet. Yes, you do know exactly how a mouse works. Yes, you do know what the DPI resolution is on it. Yes, you do know how many buttons it has and if they're programmable. Yes, you can figure all this shit out on the internet. Yes, you can. And
This is all.
there are certain
Sorry.
circumstances where you may not be able to figure things out, which means you cannot have a free market in that particular item. You cannot.
So free
There's a
markets
free
only
market.
exist because of
Can I
the
say
internet?
something? Mother
There's a
of
free
God.
market of computer mice. Are we saying that there's not?
Are they meeting the other criterias?
All we're pushing back on is this idea that in
Is
order to
the
have a free
mouse
market, you
What are
must
your other
have
What are your other things?
perfect information.
What are your other
Guys,
criteria?
that's
I
you
not
lost.
guys
even
are
part of
being
the
so
definition.
fucking assholes here. I've been trying to
Oh.
say
Freedom of
something.
choice. Yes, tennis. You have. Sorry.
Freedom of
Mother
choice.
of God.
Come on, let tennis talk.
What I find interesting about this is the one thing that you guys are fucking quibbling about is the transparency. Like, you can't have transparency, and you're pushing back on transparency. Like, why is that?
What are you
Wait,
talking
what?
about?
About
What are you talking
perfect,
about?
about
Freedom,
perfect
information.
information, about that you don't have perfect information.
That
You
What is
has
don't
nothing to
perfect
do
have
with
it.
information?
capitalism, though. Free market. Hold on. We have to define free market, and then we can go ahead and say, hey, which key
And she
components do these
finished.
economists disagree with or
Christ.
agree with? That's where I have a problem with her. Is that she's like, oh, this guy says this, therefore
I
that is the
didn't
very
say this guy
definition of
says
it.
this.
You don't know because
You
she
did.
didn't finish.
And I'd
She
also
did. She
add,
listed
like
four of them, didn't she?
in a free market, there's a lot of irrational type purchasing. Like you don't necessarily need
Well,
rational purchasing in order to
then
have
you
a
can't
free
have.
market.
Yes, you do.
No,
Yes,
you
You
what?
don't.
absolutely. Yes, you absolutely fucking do.
People go
Yes, it
all
is
the
not.
time
It
and
is
buy
not.
shit
It is.
irrationally.
No, I understand. That's why we can't have free markets.
What? You're saying you have
Okay,
to have
what?
this,
That's
and then you don't have it.
She's defining what a free market is and saying that in order to have a free market, you have to have rational buyers and sellers. And I'm telling you that
Yes.
in a free market, you have a lot of irrational buyers and sellers.
Yes, that's why we can't have free markets.
So you're just pushing back on we can't have free markets. She's saying that a free market
because
definition
people choose.
requires rationality.
Yes.
You're saying
That's
two
not part
different
of the
things.
definition of free market.
No, it's the
That's literally
exact
not
same
part of it.
thing. It is the
No, it's
exact
not.
same
What is
thing.
free market?
here.
Define what free market is first, and then we can talk about the
We just
which
did.
principles you disagree with or
Right.
not. But
We
that's
just-
not the definition of it. You define what that guy specifically.
No.
No, Greg.
Do you
right? said
understand
Greg.
what textbooks are? University textbooks
so what-
that
let's- okay, so
explains
this is-
that explains principles of economics. That means they take a lot
So-
of different thoughts and definitions and they pile them all together and they create criterias. That is what economics is.
So what the criteria that you described differs from one economist who's very free market onto the next. Let's redefine what free market is. What is the definition of free market? It is an economic system in which the price of goods and services are determined by the voluntary interactions of buyers and sellers, supply and demand, with minimum government interference in those transactions. Now, Friedman and Greg have two different aspects of those of how that is conducted.
Fuck
And that is
Friedman.
what
And
I'm trying to
And
tell you.
no,
What you're saying.
Hold on, that doesn't work.
differs
That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work because you don't have all the information available, and because you will allow natural monopolies to occur. And if you allow natural monopolies to occur, you do not allow free access to the marketplace.
Wait.
Your definition
Natural
is
monopoly?
Your definition is insufficient.
What? She
How
read
is
it
how
out
is
of a
that
textbook.
insufficient?
That's in
It's
college.
insufficient. It is insufficient. It is
Yeah, but
insufficient.
Sinjay's
because
definition of
it is.
definitions is
It
if
is.
it's in a college in a
It
textbook, it's
is.
good.
Hello.
It's a
Hello.
university.
Hello.
Yeah, so is
It is.
Chicago. Chicago is a
Stop.
whole university.
Stop. No, it's not.
Chicago? It
No,
doesn't.
it's
The
not.
Chicago School of Economics are not in college institutions.
It's not a whole university.
They do
It's
have.
in
The
college
Mises has a
textbooks.
whole institution. They're a whole college. Mises Institute. Does Marx have an institute? No.
Mises does not. That's not a fucking college, you dipshit.
Yeah, they do. The Mises has a
Mises
college.
is not a. The Mises Institute is not a fucking college.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
The Mises
not.
Institute.
You're
It's
a
an
fucking
institute.
idiot. You're
Yeah,
a
it's a
fucking
college.
idiot. No, it's not. You're a fucking idiot.
Hold on.
Where's the Marxist?
What's the definition? Hi, Bennett. Before Mojo.
Wait.
Please.
Your definition is insufficient because you allow for monopolies, and if you allow for monopolies, you do not allow free access to the marketplace, which means you cannot have a free market because you do not allow competition into the marketplace.
We don't care about monopolies. You're just.
Yeah,
I understand you don't care, but you
I said
can't have a
nothing
free
about
market
monopoly.
with a monopoly.
Why
You
not?
cannot have a
What
free
is
market.
natural monopoly, by the way?
Because
Can
if
you
there's
define
no
it?
competition, it is not a free market.
Yeah.
That's not what it says, though. What is natural
Well, so
monopoly
that's
by
wrong. That's
definition?
an insufficient.
Well, that's not even in
It is not.
Sinjay's
It does not
definition.
invalidate free market, though. That's the question. That is the argument.
Yeah, that's
I'm
not in
so curious where
Sinjay's definition.
she was
Mojo,
going
and she's
with
an
it.
academic.
Let's just
Trying
say
to be respectful.
to push this conversation, we agreed with what her definition of what a free market was. Where were you going with that?
I was trying to say something, yeah. But no, we can't. Like, I don't even care. I don't even know, like, that conversation is going to spiral back to the definition because, it is actually the information point that I would say that you cannot have a free market in healthcare with, like, free access to information. So therefore, we cannot have a free market on healthcare. That's what I wanted to say. Because
You can't have a free market, therefore you can't have a free market. That was so circular.
No, you can't have free access to free information. Sorry,
What?
like, I don't
So
even
free
remember because
information?
I'm so much in shock about how you treat, academia and research. I'm like, I don't even freaking know what to do with this.
Hillsdale College is a college here in the States that would probably say exactly the opposite of some of the things that you
I
guys are
want to
saying.
hear
But because it's
what
a university,
theorists.
we must
I want to
accept
hear
everything.
the theorists. No, I want to hear the theorists. Like, what economic person theory has said this? Like, that's what I want to hear. And
Rand,
then Dad may
Hayek,
want to say
Mises,
something.
Rothbard.
Okay, Mises.
Mhm.
Which one do you want me to look up and see whether or not they are fitting these pillars?
Yeah,
Give me one.
Carl Manger. Yeah, you can look them all up.
Manger. We'll look Manger.
Adam Smith. We could continue to name ones.
All right, I'm going to step in here because you guys have argued monopoly. You have argued freedom of information and transparency. It doesn't matter if you're looking at Adam Smith, Milton Friedman, Austrian School, Carl, whatever, Banger, you said, Michi Institute, whatever the fuck that is. It doesn't matter. Every single definition says a transaction in a free market must be voluntary, so therefore the consumer must have the power to say no and walk away. If you are having a heart attack, it's a hostage negotiation. You cannot say no, so therefore it is not a free market decision by definition across any fucking school of thought.
Wait, hold on a second. Wait, can you say that again, everyone's dad? Because
wow, that was a good point.
That's very smart. We've been waiting for that for so long.
Wait, hold on. Everyone's dad. You think you just got like this huge gotcha? So
that was a huge gotcha.
No,
that really was a gotcha moment.
So because I don't labor for you in any circumstance, you're saying if I don't give you my labor in any circumstance, then a free market doesn't exist.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Now, please go on to tell me how your version of free market allows for coercion of the consumer under a smoking gun of a heart attack.
Yeah, because I
How are
don't
they
think
going
somebody
to enter
withholding. I don't think
voluntarily?
somebody withholding their labor, right, or in any
They're
circumstance.
not withholding their
coercive.
labor. They're saying, I can fix you for $50,000. You don't have the power to negotiate. You cannot enter that transaction voluntarily.
No
Yeah,
bargaining
but
power.
the transaction
coerced.
voluntarily doesn't mean that I have to give you an acceptable rate or perform labor for you.
You're not a libertarian. You don't believe in the free market.
He's a conservative.
Okay.
That's wild.
But again, just because somebody offers you something at a higher rate and you can't afford it doesn't mean it's not a free market.
Okay,
I have
from a
to.
heart attack.
If it's
So
life
do
or
you say
death,
you
if
agree
it's
with?
life or
Oh,
death,
sorry.
if it's life or death,
I don't
and
care
you have
what
a
it
gun to your,
is.
if it's life or death and you have a gun to your head, yes, it is not a free market.
What's the gun to your head?
Because they have no bargaining power.
Zach!
That's like communism.
Wait a second.
Doctor, did you say you support Karl Menger? Like Menger, do you think that he has like a good idea of free market definitions?
I didn't say I supported him. You said name,
Or
because
do you,
I disagree with some of Adam Smith too. So when you said name
but
people,
do
I
you
just named
agree
them.
with Menger? That's what I know, but I
On some
asked you
things,
whether
yeah,
or
I haven't
not
read him in a while,
someone
but yeah, I
who.
agree with him on some things, sure.
But what I
Are you gonna pull
asked
off some like
before
abstract thing from Menger that I haven't read
was
in like 10
no.
years? Sure.
You said that the 4 pillars and the 4 criteria, as I said just before, weren't really applicable into a free market definition,
I didn't
right?
say that. I didn't say all
Who
your
said
4
that then?
pillars weren't. You're straw manning me. I said your last one was questionable.
No. You were gaslighting the fuck out of all of us.
Oh, shut up.
You just pivoted the conversation to say just because you can't afford the heart attack, the cost to fix it, it doesn't mean it's a free market. What I said, and I'll say
I didn't
it
say
again.
that. I said I don't
Did
care.
he not say that?
Situation I don't care about. Like it doesn't matter.
Okay, you completely ignored the fact. You completely ignored the fact that someone that is having a heart attack is a coerced consumer. They can't negotiate. They can't do anything. It's not a factor of whether or not they can afford it, Galt.
Well, they're coerced by who? Who are they coerced by?
By Mother Nature. Ain't she a bitch?
Yeah.
What about their eating habits? What about their lifestyle? Let's talk about those too.
Oh, no, I'll deal with this issue.
I'm just
That's
saying.
Fine. Everyone's
so
dead.
they-
Yeah,
so they
sure. If I
ate
don't get up
cheese
and
or
eat, I
something?
starve to
What?
death and die. If I don't,
All right, if the atmosphere
what's your point?
evaporated tomorrow and we had to buy bottled O2, would that be a free market?
I'm sorry, what did you ask me?
If the atmosphere disappeared tomorrow and someone was selling bottled O2, would that be a free market environment?
Yes, it would be free market.
So I have the power to say no and walk away.
Correct. Let me ask you a question.
You
now,
don't
since you asked me one.
understand the basic tenets of the free market.
Sure. Now let me ask you a question. If you were a woman and you had breast milk and I was starving and dying, do I have the right to your body?
Oh, Jesus Christ, stop it.
You don't understand, like,
I'm
I don't
asking
know
a
what
question. Do I have the
sort
right
of
to your body?
debate you believe. You would have been red flagged like 2 minutes into this conversation.
Why can't you answer my question,
anything,
dog?
You're pivoting. No, you don't have the right to
I
someone's
answered your
body.
questions. Answer mine.
Hold on, let
And
me
Menger only believes that government
Answer my
intervention
question.
can create
free
freedom market.
market. If someone is starving,
you're coercing me, bro. I need your breast milk.
Do they have a right to a woman's
and
breast
you're coercing me. You're coercing me. I need your breast milk. Can you answer the question?
So I'm coercing. Wait, who's being coerced?
Yeah, see, you gave me ridiculous hypotheticals. I'm giving you one back.
I'm not giving you a hypothetical.
Here's my hypothetical
I'm
back
giving
to you.
You're a
woman.
steel man argument.
You're a woman. You're a woman. You have breast milk. I'm starving to death and dying. I need your breast milk. Do I have a right to it?
No, you don't.
Okay, just like you don't have a right to my oxygen that I'm holding.
He's
Thank
not
you.
selling
Wait.
Bing,
He's
bing,
not
bing, bing,
selling
bing.
the breast milk.
Hold on. Argue this stance.
Am I
your
what?
hypothetical, argue this stance. In your hypothetical, it's a
Yeah.
free market. I have breast milk. You're starving.
Yep.
Do you have a right to my breast milk in a free market?
I'm selling my breast milk. The price
she's
is really
not
high.
selling
I'll
the breast
explain why that is a shit argument. Here's the
What
thing.
the
right?
fuck?
Hold on. And free market, it still allows for safety nets to happen through the surplus that it pays, it provides. So it can pay for things like, if, health insurance, free health insurance, and such things. Like, you guys always forget that free market doesn't mean you cannot have safety nets and social services. I just don't understand what the argument is here.
Yeah, I don't understand it either, John. What are you trying to get at? Like, if I say, no, you don't have a right to my breast milk, right?
Yeah, my point is
that a free market? Or
yeah, the point is there's labor involved, right? There's labor involved. You don't have the right to my labor simply because I can restrict you.
Dad.
Oh, you're saying when there's coercion, it's not a free market? Thank you for
No, what I'm
conceding.
saying is if I own my labor and you're forcing me to labor for something that I don't agree to, that is the fucking coercion.
Oh,
not just simply
okay.
restricting somebody.
In this situation, was the doctor coerced to
In
charge
which
the rate they
situation?
want to charge in the heart attack situation? Is a hospital coerced to provide services at the price they want to charge?
If you come in and say, hey, you have to take care of this person at the amount that we are, yes, you're coercing the doctor into doing something he wouldn't necessarily
You're
do.
getting away from the root of the argument. The root
No, I'm
of
not.
the
I'm telling
argument
you the answer.
is a heart attack exchange is not a free market. Healthcare cannot be a free market in this situation.
Yes, it
because
can.
the person receiving the heart attack is coerced to paying. They can't negotiate.
Yeah, but just because you're in an
foundational
emergency
tenet.
situation doesn't mean that you have the right to somebody else's labor at whatever value you think.
Correct, Galt. If anyone
Okay.
is coerced on
You
either
conceded.
side of the equation, it is not a free market exchange.
Says who?
Says every school of theory
Academia.
on free
What?
market.
Research.
Wait, there's
No,
who
what the fuck?
subsidizes, so it is part of the free market system.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
No,
Galt.
you don't, bro. This is the dumbest fucking
I've
argument.
never seen such a failure
No, you don't.
What
in
are
an
you talking
argument.
about? What's a failure?
What is
You're
the-
taking
what did
this
I
like
fail?
heart attack thing and you're just saying, well, in this case, because you had a heart attack and you might be unaliving and the choice isn't really there for you, then it
The doctor is at the emergency
invalidates the
room.
entire free market desire of
Wait.
what we're advocating for.
Wait, just wait a second. Wait a second.
Like,
wait
did
a
this
second.
person just fail to go get free market health insurance before they had a
No,
heart
that's
attack?
irrelevant.
Why is that irrelevant?
The doctors at the
'Cause they
ER.
don't have an argument.
Wait, may I just give me 30 seconds. The doctor is at the ER, okay? He gets paid to save people in emergent situations, right? The patient shows up with private health insurance and is suffering from a heart attack. They are in defib, right? B, they're in defib. What bargaining power do they have at that moment? That doctor is providing the service, okay? He gets paid to do it, right? So the breast milk thing doesn't work because a woman who has breast milk is not on the free market to give her breast milk.
Well,
The
if the
doctor is in the
doctor
free
is-
market. The doctor is in the free market offering the service. This guy is in defib and he's going to, if doesn't get the care, he's going to unalive. Do you
Okay.
get it? Do you see it? There's
No,
no bargaining
I
power.
don't.
There's no bargaining power on the
But there
behalf
doesn't need to
of
be
the
bargaining
patient.
power in a free
There
market.
has to be. There has to
No,
be.
that's your whim. That's your want, your preference, not mine.
No, that's
Yeah,
what the
I'm
textbook
sorry.
says.
Yeah,
Which textbook? Which textbook?
If you don't have a choice, if you don't have a choice in what you can buy, if somebody puts a gun to your head and says you have to buy this, that is not a free market in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, you guys are just redefining things. That's fine.
No, that's not redefining. If I
What
put a gun
school
to
of
your
thought?
head and say, if I put a gun to your head and say that you have to pay for this socialist healthcare, you are not in a free market.
You know that said if you put a
agree
gun
with
to my
that.
head to pay for socialism, I'm not in a free market. I actually agree with that dumb statement that you just made.
There you go.
Yeah,
So if
that's true.
I put a gun to your head and
Mhm.
say that if I put a gun to your head and you are having a heart attack and that's the gun that's being put to your head, and I say you have to pay for this treatment or you're gonna die, then you are gonna have to pay for it, and that's not a free market.
Who put the gun to my head? I'm putting my own gun. I'm having a heart attack.
Right.
Right.
Yes, you are having a heart attack, so
You
you
wanna turn-
don't have the capability of making a choice in that scenario.
Because there's a gun on one person's head, you also want to put a gun on somebody else's head and say they have to provide X service.
Because they're
they're offering the service.
Stop. They
Sorry.
work in the emergency room. They have agreed to take care of emergencies. This is what they signed up for. You were not forcing them to do anything because they have agreed to do this thing.
But if they don't agree to it in that instance, you're forcing them,
Then
right?
somebody else will do it in the hospital.
They're going to get sued. Then they're going to get sued for malpractice if they refuse to do their job.
Right. So it's force.
It's not force.
What?
Again, somebody else
know
will
what
do
you
it.
guys are
Somebody
arguing.
will be willing to do it in that hospital, but they don't have enough time to go to another hospital before they die. This is a captured audience, a captured consumer. They are forced to buy this thing. That's not a free market.
I mean, you guys are arguing that they're forced to provide a service. They work in a hospital, and the hospital sells these services.
Yeah, I understand, but just because you exclude somebody from something doesn't mean it's not a free market.
Okay, so look, if the doctor says, I don't like your color shirt and I don't want to give this to you, if you force them to do it, it wouldn't be a free market transaction. They are in the business of providing health care. You come in with a heart attack and plenty of money to pay for the heart attack. You're coerced to pay for the heart attack because if you don't, it's imminent death.
So you have to pay for something, therefore you're coerced into paying it? Is that your argument?
Yes, when your option is you cannot walk away, there's no opportunity cost that you can assess.
You have a gun to your head. You have a gun to your head.
No, again, just because you have limited to options or no options in a moment doesn't mean that you're coerced.
Can you walk away? Can you walk away from the transaction, Galt?
Yes,
what
you
happens
can. You have a
if
choice.
You walk away? Okay.
Yes,
what
you
happens
can walk
if
away.
you walk away?
Yes, you can.
Choice.
What happens if you walk away?
You could potentially die.
No, you will die.
No, you could potentially. You don't always die.
No, you will die.
Okay, we'll grant you die. Fine.
Okay, so in
so
a
what?
choice, so you have two choices to make. Enter into the transaction without any ability to negotiate to live.
Well, no, you have a choice. You can negotiate.
Away,
you can leave.
Walk away and die. Okay.
Wait, hold on. You can negotiate. You can leave, and then you make nothing. You make no incentive. You make no profit. And I walk away and I die in the street, and everybody looks at you and says you're a fucking terrible scumbag. You had a choice. Everybody had a choice in the matter.
Yeah, I don't
see how
understand.
that works?
Aren't you just you're just proving that people should be responsible and buy insurance ahead of this catastrophe?
That's irrelevant.
Why is that irrelevant?
You're just proving that free markets can exist in healthcare.
We're talking about
I feel
a
like the
specific
contrary.
situation. You're talking about whether or not this person let their cholesterol go up.
But aren't you guys saying that if they do not purchase...
If we accept that bad shit happens and I might have a heart attack even though I'm, a marathon runner, it should be my responsibility as a human being to accept that risk and understand I might get sick and have insurance to help me in that instance.
Let me put it to you this way. If you presented to the emergency room and you were in defib and your wife and you had to walk away from a situation and you unalive because of it, I'm sure that your wife or your loved one would sue the holy bejesus out of that doctor and that hospital.
Yeah,
Why
you have
would
a
they
conflict.
sue?
You can sue.
They don't have responsibility to treat her, do they? Unless they have a book. I'm trying to understand. Is the what kind of hospital are we talking about? For example, a clinic.
All hospitals now in the U.S. ever
No,
since the
yeah,
ACA.
yeah. So as long as they take Medicaid, right? They have to treat every emergency situation.
No,
right?
and any
not all
private
hospitals,
hospital,
by the way.
No,
Not
all hospitals do. No, all
No,
hospitals
not all
do.
of them.
No,
Not all
they
of them.
all do because of the
Nope.
ACA.
Look it up.
Yes.
Look it up. I did. Look it up. Not all the
I'm
hospitals.
in one right now. I work at one.
Okay. That's not what I'm getting. I'm
That's
looking
just
it
an
up.
appeal to authority. But yeah, from my understanding, only hospitals that take...
No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. That is not an appeal to authority.
I can't finish when I'm...
It is.
She just says she is in a hospital.
You don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. That is not an appeal to authority. She is actually an authority. That's not an appeal to authority. No, it's not. No, it's not. She is... That is incorrect. You got to go look up a logic class, kid.
Yeah, it is. Just because you are an authority
quite literally be an authority.
Doesn't mean it's not.
Yeah,
it's still
not
fallacious.
A fallacy. It is not a no, it's not. It is not fallacious. That's bullshit.
Why am I getting muted?
Because I'm fucking muting you because you continue to talk over me while you fucking lied on my panel.
Anyways.
I don't think you understand the logical fallacy of appeal to authority. It's only an appeal to authority when the person's not actually an authority figure on the issue.
No, it's always...
Or if you're misrepresenting their authority, right? Like, so for me to say, I don't know, Marx hated... I know Marx, I read him up and down, and I know that he hated, open-toed shoes, right? Like, that's an appeal to authority because that is false.
Yeah, even if you are the authority, even if you have some authority, you have some credential,
Lord God.
something like this on the matter, claiming that as part of your argument is a fallacy. You could be an authority figure, and your argument could also still be wrong.
No, you're just wrong, dude. Look it up. That's
I'm
a
not
simple Google
wrong.
search.
Your argument can be wrong. That is correct. However, it's still
Yeah,
not a fallacy. It's still not a fallacy
it is if you're
because she
appealing
is an
to that
authority.
as why you are
No,
correct,
no,
which is what she did.
No.
I am absolutely correct. Hypalic is wrong.
This is like
What are you? No, I'm
saying
not lying. There
this
are
is like saying
hospitals.
you go to a definition for or go to a dictionary for a definition, and that's an appeal to authority. That's what
Is
you're
there a
saying.
price
That
for
is.
being right?
So there are private facilities and private hospitals that do not go by, that do not accept this Medicaid, and therefore they actually are not under a strict rule to take everybody in. And
Not
yeah,
true.
it's just now.
That's
What?
not true.
Give me evidence contrary to that. There
It's
are
the law.
The
The law
ACA.
says
There are
that you have
exemption
to
actually.
treat anybody who arrives in your emergency room. That is the law.
According to
It
which
was the
law?
law under Obama. I think
The
B
ACA.
brought it out.
The Affordable Care Act.
I'm here to just reinforce what Tennis just said as it's the fact. That is the fact, and that is a standard. It's not really arguable. I mean, listen, I understand that you want to believe one thing, and I understand you want to be right, but in this case, unfortunately, this is the fact. It's irrefutable.
It says not
is,
every
I don't
hospital
think
has
we
to take
believe-
everyone in an emergency, literally, because you have to be under Medicare participating hospitals.
No, absolutely not.
Hype, can you
I'm telling
show
you straight
me?
up.
Hey, Hype, can you show me documentation of that anywhere? Can you show me hard documentation of that somewhere? Or can you
Okay,
point me in the
you
direction?
want me to
I'll do
provide
the
you
work.
hospitals that do not have to participate
No,
in that
I don't.
program?
I don't. Hey. So I don't want your respectfully. I don't want your anecdotal experience or
No.
or what
I'm
you
talking
heard.
about evidence.
I need it in writing because here's the thing.
Okay.
Like SOPs exist. All hospitals have written standards. Every single hospital has to publish them. Public hospitals have to publish them, readily available. So I want you to lead me in. You know what? I'll do the work. Tell me what hospital, what city, and like just a general area, I guess, would be fine. I can look it up if you're not willing to do it, but I need to see a standard operating procedure. Because otherwise, this is just hyperbole. It's just words. Can you do that? I'll do the work. I will do the work if you want to give me the info. I don't like doing people's homework, but in this case, just to put this matter to rest, I'll do the work. What do you think?
There is no hospital that's not obligated under law not to treat double negatives, a person arriving with an emergent medical situation.
That's right. And again, I'm absolutely willing to do the work. Just point me in the direction. This is a one-time offer.
Wait, why is anybody even making that claim?
Because it's the truth. It's been because she's trying to refute it. And what you're saying somehow is what Dad had a major gotcha moment, because it is not under private medical insurance. You need to have a free market. And if you are a patient presenting with a gun to your head,
gotcha.
It is a total gotcha.
How is it a total gotcha?
Because you're refuting it just by the fact that you're refuting it.
What did I refute?
You somehow think that there's equal bargaining power in the free market, that the person arrives, they're under duress. You cannot have a contract. A contract in the law is invalid if one of the parties is under duress.
But I never made the claim there needs to be equal. That's never been a claim of mine. Do you know?
Well, let's go back. Wait. Let's go back to the definitions that you agreed to.
I didn't agree to
that. You don't need to go all the way back.
We didn't agree to them.
You don't need to go all the way back there. If he doesn't believe that that's free market, he is the needle in the haystack out of every single definition of free market. So you don't have to go back and get him to redefine it. If he doesn't believe that's the foundational aspect of every theory of thought of what defines a free market, he just doesn't believe in the free market. He's got a galt market.
Wait, hold
That's
on. Where does it say there has
just
to be equal
can I
negotiation?
add
Hold on.
exactly.
Where does
can I
it say there has to be equal negotiation?
Sinjay's had her
Where?
hand up for a while, guys.
can I
But that's
add
an important
something?
question that Galt just asked. I want to hear
Where
that
where
answer
does it
after
say there
she's
needs to
done.
be equal negotiation in a free market? Where?
Do what?
It
My
wasn't.
car
Where
just
does it
my
say
car
there
my
needs to be
car
equal
my
negotiation
car
in a
just
free
my
market?
car just broke down, so I'm under duress because I need to get to work on the other side of town. Do you think the guy I'm buying the car from might have leverage over
So
my
can I please add
duress,
Please
quote
let
unquote?
Sinjay
answer?
go.
I want everyone's dad to
Can
get
I
his
answer
gotcha
that
moment. Let's go,
question,
bro.
Let
Doctor?
Sinjay go, guys.
Whoa!
No,
Holy fuck! Stop it!
it's hard to get a word in here
Just stop.
today.
Just stop. Just stop.
Let everyone's dad
First of
respond to
all,
me.
no, I'm not going to do that. First of all, I want to apologize, ethicist. I'm pissed off because everybody was talking over me, and when you started talking over me, then it really pissed me off.
I know.
So I took it out. I took it on you when I probably shouldn't have. So I apologize, ethicist.
I don't take it personal.
You never say
I
sorry
was
to
talking
me.
to the ethicist, not you. But go ahead, Sinjay. You have had your hand up for a while. I do want to give you the floor, and then you guys can go on if you so need to after that.
I don't even know where to start. What I didn't got to when we talked about these definitions, this is also a definition of the perfect free market, of like how would it work in a situation where a free market would work. So that's a very important distinction when we talk about perfect information, rational actors, no barriers of entry, and consumer sovereignty. So this is a definition of where it actually will work and what has to be prevalent and true for a free market to work as well.
Okay.
So
no, I don't agree
this
with
is
you.
what you have to understand. I don't ask you to agree. This is not whether or not you agree or not. This is what has to be true for a market to exist and be perfect and actually have viable and fair moral, quotations. Anyways, so when it comes to healthcare, for example, right? If we talk about free information, a patient doesn't have access to the medical information because they're often in distress. When you have terminal cancer, you are in distress. That's what you talked about. You cannot compare that to a car because that is not something that's going to kill you. And that is not the same level of distress. Anyways, barriers of entry. You cannot just start a new hospital just because you feel like it. And that's not a free market then. Then we have big barriers of entries, right?
This is crazy.
And consumer sovereignty. We can't express sovereignty by boycotting medicine and stuff like that. So that's the definition that I was talking about earlier, or that is more the definition, the pillars and the criteria that has to be true for a free market to work.
And I just want to tack on one thing really quick that Casey left in the comments, and I am in agreement here, and then I'll pass it off. All emergency procedures have to be performed regardless of payment at the time of service, point blank. So,
Everyone's dad, can you respond to me now?
Yeah, I don't know what you were talking about. I was talking about
Yeah,
voluntary
when did I ever
exchange.
say that exchange needs to be equal and fair in a free market?
I never purported it has to be free and equal and fair. I purported that it has to be voluntary. A heart attack is a coerced choice. It's not a free market exchange.
Can I actually say that Galt is
weirdly...
weirdly...
Brad, go tuck and fucking sit on the toilet.
Galt, I'm actually saying he's not wrong, but he's still an asshole, and I'll explain why. So if you look up inelastic goods in a libertarian environment, in a free market environment, and in life-saving medicine is an inelastic good, there's an ethical framework that says it's exploitive, and that's why you need regulation, which you hate. But it is something that does occur in free market as inelastic goods. At the same time, if you are under duress, you cannot enter a contract that is enforceable. So if somebody has a gun to your head, or it's a life and death situation, and they start making demands of you in order to save your life, that is not an enforceable contract, except in America with medicine, it apparently is, which is really kind of weird. And that's all I wanted to put in there, though. Like,
Brad, can you tell me what an inelastic good is? Because I'm confused. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, inelastic goods are those whose demand remains relatively constant regardless of price changes and price sensitivity. So it's you can everywhere you find it's typically life-saving medicines are one of the biggest examples of that. So
And
Yeah.
Brad, isn't
So
it Carl Menger who is very
so
big on inelastic goods and who has defined that there has to be some kind of interference, Brad? Isn't that true?
yeah.
Carl
So
Menger,
hold on a second, Sanjay.
economist,
Yeah.
who you
So
talked about
in the
earlier,
scenario
doctor?
that you're talking about, if the price is so high and everybody's just going to this hospital and dying, what would happen, Brad?
No, so
We're not
inelastic
arguing that.
libertarianism, right? Like I looked up how inelastic goods work in
Are you not going to
libertarianism.
engage in my question?
I am. So food, water, shelter, it says there's going to be a lot of competition. But medicine is like in a separate category because you're under duress.
That's fine. Can
Because
you
it's
answer my
life or
question?
death. So your question is, when I'm dying, I can start entering negotiations for this item?
No, that's not my question. You're dead. All these people are dead outside the hospital. What would happen to the hospital?
So you're going against all the economists that say there's ethical considerations.
Bro, can you
that aren't
just
met
answer
with
the
medicine?
fucking question?
Even Menger, doctor, you literally mentioned Carl Menger so
Yeah, get
not
off
long
that.
ago, and
Get
you
off
said
it,
you
Sanjay.
agreed.
Stop saving Brad
One of
and his
his
little pink hat.
Don't call him doctor.
biggest
Don't call him doctor. He's not.
one of his
He's a
I can
doctor.
call him Galt. He hates when I say it with my accent.
Why do you guys
But
save each other?
one
You
of
guys
the
saved everyone's
biggest
dad. You're saving Brad.
one of the
No one
biggest
saved me.
arguments
I'm happy
got
to
saved,
engage.
bro. So did
Menger
Brad.
is
Brad's a little bitch
using,
getting saved
who
by
you said
Sanjay
you
right now.
agreed with, that's one of his foundational contributions into economics. That's Menger's contribution, is the inelastic goods. And
No
the
shit.
idea
Now, can Brad
that you
answer the
cannot
question?
have a free market without government interference because of inelastic goods.
No, I'll
Yeah,
play his
okay,
game.
Brad, can you
I'll
answer
play
the
a game.
question now?
So what would happen is all the poor people would be dead outside the hospital and rich people would be alive. That's your answer. Go ahead.
No, the hospital would go out of business because it's not
Ooh, let me
servicing
play the
anybody.
game. Let me play the game. So you're saying they could not exist in a free market economy?
They would go out of business, yes, and a hospital
Okay,
would open
so
up
great.
next door and start saving people, yes.
Here's the ultimate situation here. When your definition of free market choice includes a choice to become a corpse, you're not defending an economic system.
Choice to be coerced?
You're defending a hostage situation, Galt.
No, I'm not.
You've switched over. You've lost the
And
plot.
that has nothing to do with free market at all. That's like
You guys are
opposite shit.
redefining free market as like being coerced because I don't have like additional options.
Yes, poo-poo us for having the foundational knowledge that a free market involves voluntary transactions.
I'm not disagreeing, but it doesn't involve
you're the
there
prophet
needing to be
of the
options.
new free market.
There's
no
voluntary
option.
change
Make
doesn't
that
mean
option. How about
you
that?
need options.
So in your world, in your free market world, we'll call it Galt market, alternative options are life and death.
Okay. What's your point?
No, that's my question. Is your Galt marketplace options of life and death?
In some scenarios, if there's limited options and you have a scenario where somebody's going to labor and they don't want to, yeah, that would be a life or death situation. What's your
Okay,
point?
so when I go into a hospital and I have more than enough money to pay the doctor and the doctor is begging to fix my heart attack, I'm going to, me or any other rational person is going to voluntarily choose death.
No, I don't think you're going to choose death, but there's a negotiation that happens.
Well, why not? It's a voluntary choice.
Well, you could choose death, sure.
So a rational person would voluntarily choose death when
A
they
lot of
have
people
the
do.
money to pay and a doctor's begging to
Why wouldn't
perform
they
an
pay?
operation.
Why wouldn't they pay?
No, a rational person who
Okay.
has the money to pay to fix
Okay.
their heart attack, and on the other side of the exchange, there's a doctor begging, willing, wanting to save the person with a triple bypass.
A lot
A
of people have
rational
DNRs.
person
What's
is
the question
going.
here?
A rational person is going to. No, I'm not dead yet. I'm alive.
A lot of people have DNRs.
Okay, great. So I can respond in this instance. So a DNR is not in play because they can get my conscious response. Okay, I can keep adding on. So in this situation, a rational person like myself or anyone else would voluntarily choose to die.
Well, wait, hold on. Are you able to negotiate or are you not?
Yes, I'm having a heart attack, but they can look at me and say, do you want me to save your life? And I can emphatically nod yes or no.
Okay, and you can pay for the service.
I can pay it. I'm a multimillionaire, billionaire. I'm Elon. I can pay
Okay,
it.
what's
no
the problem in the scenario? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're presenting.
I can pay.
Exchange of
They
service.
want to provide me the service.
Okay.
I have the money. It's no problem. I have a DNR, but I can emphatically nod yes or no. Am I, as a rational person or anyone else, going to choose death?
Why would you choose death if you have the ability to pay?
Would a rational
Maybe you had a heart
person
attack because
choose
something really bad
fuck is this
happened.
question?
Like, this is a stupid. What
This
are
is
we
the dumbest
talking
question.
about?
What's this?
Just run from it, guys. It's okay.
I'm not. No, you would not
this-
choose.
You don't want to
death.
look stupid.
Bro, I am Usain bolting away from this stupid fucking question because it's stupid. It makes
No, I'll
no
answer
sense
it. No,
in
you
this
wouldn't choose to
conversation.
die, bro. What are
Just
you
keep
talking
running. Oh, a rational
let's-
person wouldn't choose to die.
Let's change the subject.
So
No,
if
it's
a
fine. I
rational
could deal with
person
these stupid
wouldn't
questions.
choose
Go
to
ahead.
die, if a rational person would not choose death,
Okay.
it's a coercion, right? Because there's only one
What?
option: choose life.
Wait. So just because you have a limited option and you're a rational person and you can't
There's
force
no
somebody
limited
to do
option.
something,
There's only one
then
option.
that means what?
There's
You're
no
coerced?
limited options. There's only one option.
Okay.
Well,
we can say
hang
there's
on,
a half an option. I don't really care.
You removed all the other options in this hypothetical.
No, but he can do that. That's fine. I'll deal with this.
Hang
This
on.
is fine.
You can choose. You can choose to do services with that doctor, or that same millionaire in your hypothetical could choose a variety of other things as well. They could go to a different hospital. They could
I can't
decide
in this
to.
situation.
They could decide to go to do a different type of medicine, and they could do
They
all
don't-
sorts
they
of different
can't.
things.
I can't in
They
this
can't.
situation. The hospital
Guys,
is
in
in a
this-
small town, and
yeah,
the
in this
closest next
hypothetical-
medical experience.
Yeah, that's
this
fine. I could deal with
hypothetical, it's
hypotheticals.
perfectly
100 miles away.
curated to his argument, and there's no answer that you
there's
can give
nothing
because
wrong
it's
with that.
perfectly
Yeah,
curated
so
to
if-
death.
There's nothing wrong
that,
with my
though.
hypothetical.
Yeah, I
There's
could
nothing
deal
wrong
with
with
it.
the
It's fine.
curated argument.
Yeah, a rational
There's
person would
nothing
save
wrong
their
with
life.
this.
What's your point?
Okay,
of
so a
that?
rational person would not choose death. So therefore,
Uh,
death is not an option. There's only one option: choosing life. It's a coerced choice. It is not a voluntary transaction.
Wait, what if they were irrational?
Do you want to
Changing the
opine?
facts.
Would that
You
not
change
be
the facts
coercion?
now.
No, I'm not changing them. I'm asking a question.
if they were irrational, they would choose death, not life.
Maybe
is
they
what
pay
you're
for
saying.
it. I don't know. Maybe
Okay.
maybe the irrational
So
decision would
it's
be to
an
pay for it. You tell
irrational
me.
actor. It's an irrational actor. So they're never going to choose the only rational, only option of life. They're going to choose death every time. Right?
No, because some people want to die, right? And they would be irrational. But just having limited options is something in a negotiation doesn't mean you're being coerced.
There's
Even if the
no
conditions
limited
mean,
options.
Let me
There's
finish.
one.
Let me finish. Even if the conditions mean that there's a terrible outcome for you, it does not mean that you're being coerced. It just means that you're in a position where you have a terrible outcome if you can't achieve the resources you're seeking. But that doesn't mean you're being coerced.
So in a situation where there's only one rational choice or
Mhm.
one irrational choice,
Mhm.
if you are a rational actor, you only have one choice. There is a lack of options. It's a coerced transaction when there's only one available avenue.
Correct. It doesn't give you the right to force the doctor into doing something.
I'm not forcing the
Correct.
Guys,
doctor. He's
Can we
begging
take the
me.
express train and not the scenic route? Like let's
Okay,
take
just
the express
last
train.
thing I'll
Thank you.
say. Am I not explaining this correctly, or are they fucking?
You are.
gaslighting?
You're not giving the
No,
justification.
you are explaining it in crystallized form.
Wait, can you
You
give the
just
moral
don't wanna
justification?
see it.
Incredibly.
If
Can
a
you give
fifth
the moral
grader-
justification to force
if
the
a
doctor
fifth
to do
grader,
something?
and the doctor isn't forced, he's
Yeah,
offering
why-
the service to the free market.
Wait.
So
People
if
that can't
a
understand
fifth
are
grader,
Galt and Lyft.
let me ask you,
promise.
if a fifth grader was in the chat, who would they say is the idiot in this?
Yeah, that's fine. You could appeal to a fifth grader in the chat. Now, can you answer my question? Who is going to force the doctor, and can you give me a moral justification for forcing the doctor into labor he didn't agree to?
No,
Can
that
you
he
give me the
agreed
moral
to it.
justification?
He agreed to it.
He's been through this. The
How
doctor
did he
works at
agree
the
to it?
hospital. He
Because
cannot.
he's
He cannot
offering to
refuse
provide the
care.
service, and I have
Excuse
money.
me. He can't refuse care. He
Says
cannot
who?
do
The
it.
law?
The law, and it's his
Okay,
job.
I'm not making a
And he
legal
can get
argument. Lawyer,
sued.
calm down.
No, I'm not going to calm down. I'm just talking. I'm telling you, and I'm trying to get a word in edgewise over your
That
stupid
was
Yeah,
really low
you got to
blow.
track the argument here. What's
Don't
the moral
do that. Don't do
justification?
that, Galt.
What
Show
is
her
the moral
respect.
justification to force the doctor?
The doctor isn't forced.
Morality isn't the question. We're talking
Well, it
about
is.
Why are we talking about morality? We're
Because
talking
that's what
about
he was
free
saying.
markets.
A rational actor wouldn't choose something. He wasn't talking about the law.
No. Let's stay
Rationalism
on
has
track.
nothing to
Stay
do
A
on
with
track.
coerced
morality.
argument with that is a moral
Rational
argument. He's
actor
making
is still a definition
this
of
is a
perfect
dodge. This is a
free
dodge.
market.
You're the one
no,
Dodge
dodging.
number
Rationality,
2 by everybody's count, by
rationality,
the way.
Galt, is a moral principle. It's not has nothing to do with morality.
Okay, so what kind of argument are you making? A legality one?
See how he did
A
that? Shifted to
coercion,
morality?
a voluntary.
Okay, well,
It's
what kind of
it's
argument are you making?
it's a voluntary. It's not a voluntary transaction. It's a coerced, coerced transaction. So it cannot, by the very definition, ever be a free market transaction.
Right.
In
And
this
your
situation.
solution.
But
And
that's
your
not. But
solution
that's not
is
in my
when it's
definition. Just
coerced.
because somebody
No,
has limited to
says
no
who?
options and they're in a bad situation doesn't mean it's not free market. If you
And
you could
you're-
say that's a downside to free market,
Well,
or
maybe not by your definition, Galt, but by Milton Friedman, Adam Smith, and any other school of
sure,
thought,
quote
including the
Adam Smith
Austrian
about
school,
hospitals and dying, bro. Go ahead.
including the Austrian school that you constantly get a boner for.
Okay,
all would define this as free
quote the
market.
hospital scenario to me.
Okay,
That limited to
express
no
train,
options means
express
there's
train.
coercion of the consumer.
Pull the train into the station.
Yeah, I'm done with the volleyball.
Even your response, even your answer to this is then to use coercion in the other direction and force the doctor or force the hospital
Yup.
or force somebody else in society to pay for or provide these services for them because they cannot do so and because they're under coercion, which goes back to Galt's original argument of breastfeeding. If because the person in his example is about to unalive from starvation, can we use force against the mother to use her breast milk? It's the same
Is
argument.
the mother on the
not the
free market?
same.
Let me
Yup,
answer
thank
this.
you,
Let me answer
antithesis.
this. Let me answer this. The mother, this is a totally obtuse analogy. The mother is not in the free market to exchange her breast milk.
What if she was?
She's not.
I'm saying she was. It's the hypothetical.
She's selling her breast milk?
Yeah,
Is that
she's
what you're
going around
saying?
selling farts in a jar in her breast milk, bro.
You're weird.
Then I say you have the right to steal it.
Mojo just wants to steal farts in a jar.
Dude.
And
Clip that.
honestly, you're fucked up. If that's your thing, that's your own fucking problem.
My
honestly.
hand is up. Please.
What does it mean to be on a free market, though, Tennis? Just let's argue that point.
Don't keep it. You're selling your goods. You're selling your goods. You're selling your services.
I like this conversation.
Okay, you're selling your goods and services in the free market.
What is the thing is you keep saying that and afraid. Okay, so
Well, that's what it is, isn't it? Isn't that what we're talking about?
Is
Goods and services.
And then now you define what a free market is.
Well, we've already done that. I'm getting really tired.
I guess we got.
I mean, this is getting
one
old.
by one at this point. All right.
I mean, I don't know what we're doing. Why do we keep going in these fucking circular, tautological?
Well,
I mean, really?
I would love to talk about. I don't think we have defined the free market.
Because if you want to talk about healthcare, they want a free market healthcare system. We want a socialized healthcare system. That's why this matters.
No, I understand why it matters, but we've been talking about free market. We've been talking about whether or not private insurance, whether that can actually be a thing in the free market, a fair thing. Isn't that was CJ's original point?
You keep
We're not
smuggling in
agreeing
fair in
at
these
this
words that you
time.
don't agree to.
The thing is like this, the foundation of this conversation is just wrong, because if we don't have a collective idea of what free market is, and nobody can actually define what a perfect free market is and what it is, how it will work, and we don't agree on those principles, then we cannot have this conversation.
Yeah, but you're smuggling in perfect free market. Like you're smuggling that into even the words you're
But
using.
isn't that your ideal?
No, I don't need perfection.
Wouldn't you say a free market, if you dream of something, wouldn't you have a perfect free market?
No,
where
I don't think
everything
perfection
works?
is what we're striving for. That's what
Okay,
you're
then
striving
free
for.
market.
Yeah, there's going to
Your
be
definition
losers
of
in
how
a
a free market will work.
No, I think
Are you
will lose in
striving
a
to
free
a
market.
society where where there's losers present?
Yeah, there's always going to be losers.
Are you actually, is your dream a society where you will accept that there are people losing? Is that your dream?
That's reality.
Is that reality? I accept that that's a human reality.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
You're not going to be
human
losing
reality is that
ideas
sometimes people lose.
of something
Sometimes
bigger?
people make really bad decisions and they end up losing.
Right.
I accept that reality of 6 billion people on this planet.
Yes,
Most
me
of us
too.
are probably highly irrational.
But
We're irrational beings.
we have to agree on how this society and how this societal structure would work, right?
You don't have to agree with
So
you.
we have to if we talk definition, that's the same. Like, I'm not sure that we believe, like, everyone believes in dictionaries here. Like, if you believe in definitions of words, because you said earlier, you said that you don't believe in the dictionary definition of socialism.
You didn't give it.
You
Well, you
only
didn't give a
believe in
dictionary. You didn't
interpretations.
give it. You gave one
Why are we being
I
economist
jacked
didn't.
off here? Oh
definition of
God,
the
you
4
started this.
pillars of free markets, and that's what
Not
I was
jack me off.
rejecting.
Not jack
Let me
me off.
ask you a
No,
question.
no. Please, no.
Jay, let me ask
You
you a
didn't even
question.
use
You
the
said
dictionary yourself. You grabbed
why
some
would we
random
allow him to
economist.
use
But you said that it didn't exist for
in
socialism,
reality?
so why should I bring it
What?
up?
What doesn't exist? What are you
So
talking about?
You said that there wasn't. Mojo said that there's a textbook definition of socialism, and you said no.
Mojo's confused.
I would love for y'all to
But didn't you say
define
that,
what a
Mojo?
free market
I
is
said
in your worldview.
Not a
what I
textbook. It's
Galt already
still
did.
not a
what
textbook. It's the
what
same
what
word
I
for
what I
wrong
said
word.
what
Dictionary. Sorry.
I said was there is a dictionary definition for all of these things. Each philosopher is going to have a different interpretation of that definition.
And you didn't agree on that. Nobody does. So how can we have a discussion when we don't even agree on dictionary
Yeah,
definitions?
people don't agree on theories. Like,
Yeah, I
duh,
mean,
that's
Yeah, but this
tis
isn't a
the
theory.
irony of philosophical discussions.
That's
Yeah, but
not
Like
this isn't
everybody
philosophy.
kind of disagrees.
This isn't philosophy. This isn't an argument. There is a dictionary definition of everything. That dictionary definition can be interpreted by different people in different ways and can be solved by different people in different ways. That's why we have Marxist Leninists. That's why we have Marxist Stalinists. That's why we have Mao. That's why we have all your different fucking Austrian economists that all disagree on things. Those are philosophers. That's philosophy. What she's talking about is the
but
foundational definition behind all of it.
but
And
the
you're
thing is
saying
that
it
this is the
doesn't
hold on.
exist. Sorry.
But she said something about the 4 criteria that Greg defined.
That's not
But
the
the thing is,
dictionary
that's what
definition.
started the whole argument, isn't it? Obviously, Fred and yes, baby,
Where's the ball chocolate cereal? No monkey cereal.
in the pantry.
I want chocolate cereal too.
I have a question about hospitals. There was 2 hospitals in my town, one for profit and one not for
No,
profit.
but I'm sorry. Let me
The
finish.
for profit
That's why I brought
hospital
up Freeman
went out
versus
of
Gregg
business.
for that reason alone.
Wasn't
You
I
have a
talking?
definition. What? I got fucked over. So
All right. According to Webster's dictionary, a free market is an economic system where prices, wages, and the production of goods and services are driven by supply and demand rather than by government control. Voluntary exchange, buyers and sellers trade freely with each other based on mutual benefit without force or central direction. No government intervention. Prices and businesses decide. Decisions are not restricted, taxed, or set by laws or central planning. Competition. Private businesses compete against each other for customers, which encourages innovation and better service.
And everyone has perfect information.
That is, I've still not, I didn't say that was a dictionary definition, dudes.
No,
You said that was the academic worldwide understanding of what free markets were.
She said that that's a textbook definition. I'm giving the.
She said it was the textbook definition. There was a singular, and that was it.
Perfect textbook of perfect free market, how it can exist in society,
Perfect to
how it can
who?
actually work. So this is the definition. This is the goal. What Mojo said. That is the goal. That is the end goal of like what is.
What? You're
gonna
talking like a
happen,
Marxist.
right? But
We don't
there
talk
has
like that.
what?
Yeah.
There is no end goal to capitalism.
This is
Only
called a
with destruction,
definitional
apparently.
retreat, by the way. You guys are doing what's known
And
as a
tyranny.
definitional retreat. So you're pivoting, you're refusing to define what your free market is, simultaneously saying
defining the
what?
Now we're defining the problem.
No.
We're actually not just the problem. Okay.
My bad.
Okay.
No. Galt has a definition. His simple definition was no government regulation, no government interference whatsoever. That's his simple definition.
Still definitional
So-
retreat. Sorry.
How? That's the definition he would have given you at the beginning before the conversation started.
So his free market is no government intervention at all.
Yes, that's his definition.
And that doesn't align with the definition that any of the foundational schools of economics use.
Well, we can argue over his definition. I think it's incorrect as well because I think it leads to monopolies, and you end up with one business controlling everything in a marketplace, everything on the planet.
But Mojo, this is like you and me arguing over the color of the sky and me defining the sky as the ground at the beginning of the discussion.
It's not. No, it's not because we can.
And then you telling me to shut the fuck up at the end.
Wow, we can go through these things. We can go through this step by step logically. We can show that Galt is wrong about his definition.
All right.
But the interesting thing,
you're right
what
there.
What I tried to point out with that, what I said with the criteria is, it's more of like what has to be true for it to work. And I think that's the interesting part. Like he couldn't argue that's fine. Like if he believes that that is what it is, but then again, we have to have all these things that has to be true for it to work. To actually.
Are you saying that that's what it takes for it to work? I don't get that part, and I don't want to get bogged down in this again. But that's what I'm having a hard time seeing.
But why do you disagree with that has to be true for it to work? Like how would you
Because
say free markets work?
We have lots of industries that don't meet that criteria, that are considered free markets.
What market?
And who would determine that it's like, when you say that it works, you mean that it's successful? Like you're just saying like it needs to meet some like subjective value of like success in order for it to be like good or something like that. Like it could have a free market system could have what you see as bad outcomes and still meet the definition of a free market system. And I could view it as these are good outcomes, right? This is an ideal outcome because we're doing less of this and we're getting better results here, whatever. And you can just view it in a different way.
But you don't
we're not going
have
to
a
agree
free
on what
market.
success looks like.
But you don't have 100% free market in the US.
But hang on, you're trying to add things to what a free market would be. And by adding like information or the other things that you added in there, because you're saying that's what would be needed in order for it to be successful. But that's not a free market anymore because you're putting requirements on things beyond the voluntary exchange without government intervention.
Ethics. Like if we said we wanted a free market, I'm asking you, what would the arguments for you to be like to have this? What is the end? Like what do you want it to be? Like if we say we have 100% free market, why do you want that?
I think it's the reduction of force upon the people, the government force controlling the markets. Well, it's more voluntary exchanges between two people without intervention from a third party. That has nothing
Then
to do
we
with
have
the
a criteria of success.
Right, but the success to me is a more efficient and cheaper way to deliver goods and services to people. Just like we accept that for basically all goods and services. We should apply that also to healthcare.
Can you say that again? What is it? Your goal is, if you want it, like, what is the reason that you want a free market?
Sure. I think the ultimate goal of a free market is generally we accept free markets to deliver goods and services more efficiently and cheaper than any other system. And we should apply that also to healthcare.
Well, that's just consumerism. So the goal is 100% capitalism and consumerism. Then you still have a goal. And then you still have to have these criterias to be true.
We consume healthcare. You're right.
And you still have criterias of success. So the whole idea that you don't have criterias of success when you are wanting free market, like that's just...
What do you mean? I just gave you a criteria of a system.
Exactly. But before you argued that when I said the 4 criteria that had to be true for it to be successful, you're like, no, because we're not talking about successful and we can't talk about that. You just gave me criteria of success. So of course these criteria are important.
I reject your 4 pillars of you need those in order to have a perfect. Some of those are
Does it make
accurate, some of
sense
them
what I'm
aren't.
saying, Mojo? Like, or anyone else? Like, is it
No, it
because what I'm
does.
saying doesn't make sense, or
No,
is
no,
it?
no.
I don't.
Okay,
So
thank you.
they define the free market as 0% government intervention. Is that
Yeah,
your definition?
Wait, I want to.
So, hold on,
Sure.
I got a great
Well,
point here.
for
I'm
sake
not
of moving
sure.
this
That's
conversation forward,
0% intervention from the government. So, in your view of free market, what happens if I enter into a transaction and they break my contract? What are my means of redress?
well, under our form of government, you have courts in place that
Oh
enforce
fuck!
those
Zero
So a
percent
contract
government
government.
laws.
intervention can't
So a
go to
government.
court.
Hang on. Yeah, so like you can still have a justice system, and when
Nope, that's
somebody's
government
rights,
intervention.
when no, that's not intervention. That's like
Wait, it
fixing
is.
the.
It is
It
absolutely
is.
Can I
intervention.
finish? Can I finish? So this is an intervention into the market, preventing transactions from happening. This is when like a contract is made and somebody like violates the rights of another individual. Then the justice system can go after that person to restore justice. That has nothing to do with like intervening into the market. That's allowing the market to operate. And then when somebody's rights are infringed, fixing those injustices.
No.
Okay,
So
so you
here's
need
the
a government.
counterpoint.
You still need a government for all of that. I
Yeah,
got.
And
Mojo,
it's
you're
got
arguing
I got
against
shit. I
ANCAPs,
got
though.
shit. I want to say.
I'm not an anarchist.
Yeah,
Let's let
you're just
Mojo. Let's
arguing
let
against
the host
ANCAPs,
talk.
which is
No,
not what I'm
I'm
arguing.
arguing Galt's point because that's the point that we were arguing in the first place, and that's the point you came in defending.
What was that point?
That point was that free markets are simply no government intervention.
That's what Gold said.
Sure.
Yeah,
They say fair markets would, I guess, be considered that. Okay.
So no
yeah,
court system.
I just disagree that
Why
a
no court
justice system is intervention.
Because it's an intervention, it's government intervention in the free market. In a true free market, laissez-faire, no government intervention market, right? The market would correct itself. When someone consistently takes advantage and breaks contract, the market decides to stop using them. So
I'm kind
the
of with
very,
ethicists here.
very definition of 0% intervention is an impossibility if you ever want to have redress in the court system. That is government intervention.
I think there's a difference between the justice system enforcing a contract and this sort of intervention that Galt or myself would be saying is a bad thing.
Isn't a
So
law?
is it going to
Isn't
be
a
a
law
private
just?
court?
Isn't a law just an enforceable contract?
Is law enforceable? Or maybe you want to make that case. I don't know.
A regulation would be the same thing because you agree to all the rules and regulations given forth to you but when you start up your business. And by the way, ethicist, I find a real problem with the notion that you want the power to go between the people that are making the transaction and take the power of government out of that particular transaction. However, what you're doing in that scenario is giving the power to the corporation and taking power away from the consumer because the corporation gets to control that particular transaction and the consumer does not.
But yet, sure, the consumer does. They choose if they interact with that corporation or not.
No, they can choose if they interact with that corporation. However, if you allow for like John Galt would allow for monopolies, then you have a monopoly on food that they don't choose. A
Well, a
consumer can never
monopoly,
choose to walk away
yeah,
from that.
well, a monopoly can only exist if it has, like, it can only stay in existence either naturally, like because all the consumers are choosing to use that monopoly, or by force through the government through regulation and these types of
Or by
things.
force,
Without the hang on under the Galt's situation, or like my ideal, yeah, like the monopoly couldn't exist because anybody could open up a competing business with them.
or by force through a corporation. A corporation can use force not through just firearms, but also through simple control. So if somebody comes in and tries to start up another marketplace, they can threaten them. They can make sure that nobody works for them, Or if none of that shit works, none of the other fucking intimidation works, then they can simply lower their prices until the other company goes under, and then they can raise their prices again.
Yeah,
What
so
the fuck?
they could
Crash out,
they
Mojo.
could do
What the
that.
fuck was
They could
that?
they could
That was
offer
one of the TikTok songs.
they could offer better wages. They could do the price stuff. That's fine. That could happen if they lower the
Oh my God.
prices and people choose to go.
Yeah,
Oh
that
my
was the
gosh.
song she was playing. It's crazy.
Do you guys happen to? Can I ask a question, please?
Why did TikTok make that a thing?
Did you guys talk about? It was the CIA director that went in that plane to Moscow, and they are not releasing any information about what happened over there
When did this happen, Star?
yesterday.
Who's reporting that? Everybody?
See, I got it on Samsung News, so it might have been. Wait, hold on. I might be able to see.
So that's weird.
Yes, it is.
So we're off this subject now?
And they're going to, if they don't approve Trump's plans to revitalize the Kennedy Center, they're going to demolish it.
Wait.
That's Trump saying. This
Oh
afternoon.
my God.
Yep.
Oh, just
I'm
destroy
still looking
everything.
for that
Just
book for
destroy.
you because I have it like physically, Mojo.
You would see how they try to defend it.
Because his ego can't take it. He had to cover up his name coming down off the Kennedy Center, and now he had to cover it up with the scaffolding or the awnings, right?
Yeah.
And now the judge is saying, remove the awnings, and he wants to destroy it, demolish it.
Yep. He said
This
it's
guy
only
is
decrepit and falling apart.
deranged.
Yeah, he is.
That's a
So guys, what
memorial.
is it
It's a
about Donald
memorial
Trump
to
that you guys don't
another
like?
president, a sitting, to
Right.
a fallen, beloved president, enacted by Congress.
And he's just jealous. He has no couth.
So I'm guessing the whole panel here is Democrat.
I am Democratic
Okay.
I
Socialist.
voted
Bottom floor is for conservatives.
Socialistic Folk Party
Okay.
in
There you
Denmark.
go.
So what is it
Last time I voted.
what is it that upsets you about Donald Trump the most?
The most. Jeez. Let me see. There's a long list. Give me a few minutes. I'll come up with it.
No worries.
Bothers me
I
the
think
most.
primarily taking the rights away from victims.
Oh, true. Oh,
In what
ICE.
regard?
What he's doing with ICE.
In regards to the pardons, where he's waiving the restitution to the tune of $1.3 billion afforded to them as a right under the MVRA passed in 1997.
I didn't see that one. Hold on. Can you tell me a bit more details on that? Like, I'm just learning about that
Sure,
right
it's
now.
the Mandatory Victim Restitution Act that was passed in 1997. So it's a court mandate that criminals that commit fraud and create damages against victims, the victims are mandatorily required to receive restitution in our court system. In this administration, he didn't do this in his first administration, but this administration, he's circumventing the DOJ office of the the pardon attorney to give direct pardons to people and also waiving restitution. So Biden did this under his administration too, to the tune of about 700,000. You can look up that case, but you can also look up the database of all the pardons he's given. It's staggeringly horrible. Like he's the one I hate the most is the guy that defrauded all the nurses down in North Carolina. So he was supposed to pay them restitutions for basically skimming their payroll, and all the restitution was waived in that one.
So essentially what you're saying is that because of all the pardons that he's given, it's actually cost of about 1.3 billion. Is that the number you said?
Yeah, 1.3 billion to victims.
And
He's also
financial
given about
restitution that would have gone to victims instead.
yeah, gone to people like you and me that got screwed over and defrauded by criminals. And he could have given them a pardon without restitution. So historically, in order to get a pardon, you must first accept responsibility and pay the restitution. So the Office of the Pardon Attorney won't even float a pardon to the president's desk until the restitution's been paid.
Huh.
So, Dad,
I didn't know that.
the restitution gets paid out of taxpayer money because
No,
sometimes these
the
criminals.
restitution is erased. They're given a full pardon, and the restitution that they had to pay as part of the original finding of the court is
Right.
waived. So if they
under
paid restitution,
the plan, under the 1997 case or act, they would receive restitution by what method?
through the court-ordered restitution. So if
And-
someone's
and-
charged with fraud and convicted of fraud, and there's actual proved damages, the court sets the restitution, and they're supposed to pay back their victims.
Okay, but what if that criminal can't pay the money back? They're insolvent.
Yeah, if they're insolvent, then they're not going to be able to get it. But these people paid for their pardons. So, I mean, in lots of instances, we see like big donations going to Trump from like the wife of someone who was convicted of fraud specifically for like $1 million, and then had, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars erased for the nurses.
I'm sorry, I guess my question is, if this happened in 1997, why is that money still outstanding?
No, the act to afford victims of criminal acts restitution was passed in 1997.
Right.
So ever since then, whenever someone's like defrauded someone, it's been mandated by court that they repay their victims.
Oh, I see. Okay. So any cases that are kind of happening now, like
so anything from 97 to now. So all the stuff he's waived has erased $1.3 billion to victims.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Under the Biden administration, was some of were victims paid?
There was one case where they waived the restitution for one person. Let's see. Let me look it up. So let's see, 680,000 in financial penalties, which included court-ordered fines, forfeiture, and restitution owed to victims or the government.
There's 92 people in here. Everybody tap the screen, please, and get Mojo out. Get Mojo more likes and gift the panel, gift Mojo, and let's get some. If you're opposition, if you're a conservative, please request up.
Well, we had 4 until we ran them off.
Well, they couldn't defend.
It was a good conversation, though. Mojo, I'm still looking for that because the article I have is like university article thing. So, but I'll send it to you if I find it.
Oh. I just like those PowerPoints, so I'll look it up.
They are all good PowerPoints.
Trump has said that Canada is the worst country in the world to deal with, and he's going to take them on.
I think I heard somebody had put in the comments earlier when we were debating on other things that he said that he was going to take over their sovereignty or something like that.
I didn't get the whole thing, but that sounds like something you would say. So I wasn't able to read the whole article. I was afraid I was going to get kicked.
I didn't even realize that guy dropped. Was that too powerful a claim for him to try to justify?
I think he was really young, and I don't think that he was understanding it because it's not really that. It's pretty convoluted.
I did have a question though. I don't know if this is part of what you guys were talking about. I'm in a small town. There was a for-profit hospital and a not-for-profit hospital. And the for-profit one closed. Now we're only being serviced by the nonprofit unless you drive like half an hour to another hospital or it's an hour to the Cleveland Clinic. So, I mean, is that part of what you guys were talking about? How things are getting bad?
No, Dad made a really good point. Because if you go to an emergency room, by law, they have to treat you, right? And Sinjay was exploring the tenets of a free market economy, right? And
Okay.
what she was saying was under a free market economy, given this very comprehensive definition, is healthcare really something that can exist in a free market economy, right? Am I summing that up, Sinjay?
And even the Austrian crazy economic people, you know, Menger, Karl Menger, who everyone is like, he's like very Trump as well. Adam Smith, School of Economics, all that stuff. Even he says that there are the unelastic principles, as Brad came up and said, such as healthcare, where some government intervention has to be done.
Right. So she was
Where
questioning
it's like,
that, and Dad came up with this excellent hypothetical to show that it's really not that. Because Dad said, you know, if I'm a patient and I'm suffering from a heart attack and I show up at the hospital and there's a doctor there, can I, how did you put it, Dad?
If you show up with a heart attack to a hospital, and you can afford to pay, and they are ready to fix your heart attack, do you have a choice? It's not a voluntary transaction. You're coerced to make a choice because the alternative is death.
Yeah, but what about breast milk?
oh, don't even, like, that was the grossest. Like, I don't even know. Why did we go there?
Because he was trying to draw the same analogy about, but the difference is that the woman is not a doctor at a hospital. She's not offering her
But
breast
she's not a market thing.
Right. She's not a market
A
thing.
woman, like, we're not, a person is not a market. We're not, like, applicable to the market.
Right. It was
Right,
disgusting.
look, that was a little bit that was a little bit weird. I'll grant you that. Right, that was a little bit weird. But like,
I give someone a kick in the buttocks.
Sorry, what?
Do it. Give him a kick.
Do not disturb.
Do you understand?
Stop! Do not disturb. Can I get
Hi.
your age and who you voted for, please?
Yeah, I am 45 and I vote for who I vote for. I vote based on
Are you right or left?
issues. I vote issues. And
But you have to say that if you go to a debate panel, you have, like, that's the question the host is asking you, right or left?
You gotta take a stance.
Yeah, but I think he's okay with that. Like, I've heard him.
Apparently he's not.
I mean, we were all clear that that was a conservative or right?
How it usually is when people visit Denmark and you meet an American, that's the answer that they give, because, you know, anyone here would always ask you the first thing who you vote for. And whenever they're here, like, they would always say this. And I would like, oh, so you voted Trump.
You guys, I saw the
first.
funniest thing. I saw the funniest thing on my algorithm. This guy is over in Holland. He's in Amsterdam, and he's on a boat on the canal, right? And he's floating around, and he says, "Hi, I'm an American." He would just go by boats. He'd say, "Hi, I'm an American. I just want to apologize. I didn't vote for Trump." And then he'd go on to the next
I liked
one,
it.
and he keep
I
going
commented
down the
as well.
canal. It's hilarious.
He's been to Denmark too. He went around, like, if you go a little bit back, he runs around in Denmark like, I'm sorry, I'm American, I'm so sorry.
And he rode off on a Tesla, probably.
What?
and he rode
All
off in a
Teslas
Tesla.
here in Denmark have like the sticker back, like they have been given out for free. Elon sucks. So everyone who bought a Tesla drives around with Elon sucks. So they know,
I have seen some of those tags.
we have like
It's like,
everyone
hey,
in
I bought this
Denmark
before
have them.
he became crazy. Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah, sure.
But this guy who was on the canal, he was just so funny, and the reactions to him, like they were really benign. They're like, "It's okay, bud," you know. they were like, oh, then they'd laugh, you know. But he just kept going. So funny. Oy vey.
When my wife's family and friends would ask us that question in Italy, I would respond, "Non il Mussolini arancini," which means not the orange Mussolini.
Gracias.
I'm sorry,
Molti
that went
bene.
over my head. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure the humor in that joke because what?
Because he's orange and he's a dictatorish.
We call him the
type of
Orange
person.
Oompa Loompa, and you know,
Oh, that's funny.
stuff like that over here. Yeah, we have a lot of names. Land grabber.
Okay, so
as well.
what I originally wanted to say is that, do you understand the value in scapegoats, right?
The value in scapegoats.
Yes. Do you understand the value in having a scapegoat for whatever purpose, right? You can say political, you can say to push your agenda, you can say there's multiple things that you can say.
No,
But
I don't see
there
the
is a
value in it.
You don't see it?
Nope.
You guys can switch me with the raccoon.
Well,
She wants up.
you also see that you're wrong about this, right?
Wrong about what?
That there is an inherent value in having a scapegoat to, you can shelve all your problems into a scapegoat, right?
No.
Scapegoat for what, Lift? Historically, scapegoats have been used to essentially scapegoat certain populations into being blamed for systemic problems through governments that are overreaching. Scapegoats are not a good thing.
A good president says the buck stops here.
It's a good thing if you are a leader of a country, right? Because you can.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it makes you a
is.
bad
Yes,
leader.
No.
It makes you a bad leader, and it makes you a joke. It means that you don't understand what's going on, Lift. Come on. If you scapegoat a bunch of people, that means that you made a mistake that you're not willing to take accountability for. It means that you don't know what you're doing. It means that you need an easy way out because you're somebody who failed.
No, what I'm saying is if you can easily convince the populace a certain view, if you can get them on your side to promote your ideals, to promote your views, and all it takes is having a scapegoat. I think it's a valuable.
But what about those people that you're scapegoating? Do they deserve to just be used and abused because you couldn't come up with a better way to give your argument for why you believe what you believe? That you have to literally turn other people into objects that have violence shot at them because you couldn't convince people that your ideas were actually good, but instead give them somebody to blame?
It doesn't have to be people. It could be an object. It could be a lot of different
that's
things.
not how scapegoating works, Lift.
I'm saying.
That's not how scapegoating works, Lift.
Let's hear how Stephen. What is your person on the right think?
My overall point is that essentially, Republicans
Stephen a question.
Sorry, I joined too late. I do have a couple of interesting things, but I'll wait until I can figure out what you guys are talking about.
I don't even know. I've been here for the whole conversation. I have no idea what we're talking about.
Anyway,
Trump is definitely the scapegoat you're talking about. But where did this come in? You started out with saying scapegoating. Are we continuing some conversation that the rest of us weren't a part of?
I don't know.
I was trying to change the conversation.
I actually, hold on, guys. I just wanted to come up for 10 minutes because I'm gonna go to a workout class at 7:30. But I just wanted to. No, I'm not going to Pilates. I'm going to yoga. But
have you done Pilates? Pilates is actually
I do Pilates too sometimes, but I'm just going to yoga because I'm fucking tired. I've been awake since 6 o'clock in the morning and I was at work all day and I've had a ton of stuff today to do. But I just wanted to ask if anybody knows about if you guys have talked about the fact of like why Argentina or why China rejected the beef from Argentina.
Because there's something in it.
There's a it's a type of, it's an antibiotic, and this antibiotic like is only used when somebody is got an infection and we have no idea what the infection is and nothing has worked, and this is the last ditch effect. The only reason you would wash beef in this type of antibiotic is because that beef was sick. That cattle was sick with something, and you are washing it with a broad spectrum antibiotic that will pretty much kill everything, but will also make you incredibly sick because it will kill everything inside of your body. You have more bacteria in your body than you do cells, right? This is something we give only in hospitals. You can't even get it from a pharmacy. And now we are also getting a bunch of beef from Argentina. For a very, very, very cheap price. And on top of it, a bunch of meat packers and a bunch of people gave Trump a bunch of money to make sure that they don't have to label where their beef is coming from. So if you're somebody who eats beef, I would be very careful. I would start shopping halal, to be honest with you. Like if I ate meat, that is the only meat I would trust. I would go and I would buy halal, which is absolutely hilarious and ironic that that's happening. Because I would go to like an Indian store, like a Bengali store or an Indian store that sells halal meat, because you will know beyond a shadow of a doubt that that meat will be safe. But like, I would not trust grocery stores and grocery store labels and packages. I was talking to people today about this, like that eat meat, and they're like all worried about it because this is like no joke of an antibiotic. Like China's like, they soak their carrots in formaldehyde sometimes. If they reject something, it's a big deal. They're trying to feed a lot of people. I'm not saying that all China's like food safety stuff is all like down in the dirt, but like they will give some shitty stuff to people who are poor over there. Like they don't have that many qualms, but they rejected this beef, and now all of a sudden we're getting a bunch of beef from Argentina. Side by side, the regulation around what's going to be on the labels is going to be lower. So just be careful if you eat beef.
So what you're saying is maha.
Dude, that's the thing. That's the thing with maha, right? It's like we can't eat blueberries anymore, or lettuce, or eggs, or now beef. Like these, the food safety. Like, what is that?
I think
if we're gonna worry about this,
food safety, you are so far gone that it's
wild.
A little sad.
Well, like you got to do
I just
red
had
40,
yogurt
like,
with blueberries today. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
It's frozen blueberries that have an issue, not fresh.
Yeah, it's frozen blueberry specifically it's specifically a frozen blueberry that's going to Publix. But what do you mean lift and shift? Food safety is a basic thing that the government does. This is a very basic, normal thing that should always work regardless of who's the president. Right? Because public health infrastructure.
If you're looking to China to shore up our own food safety regulations,
no, you don't listen, Lift. That's not what I said. You don't listen. No, I'm not.
You're implying it.
I'm not implying that. I'm not implying that. I am saying that meat that China rejected is very likely actually coming here.
That's not true. I heard President Trump today say China denied it because it's delicious.
Look, all I'm saying is that if you're looking to other countries for regulational, to invoke.
I'm not.
You don't think you should look for Europe?
I think you are.
I'm not. I'm saying here in America, we had food safety standards that were very high. We had people that checked all of our food, from our veterinary food, fresh veterinary food, to the stuff being imported, from the lettuce to the produce to the meat to all of it. We checked it. We made sure that everything coming into the country was safe. We checked for certain parasites. We checked for certain bacterial infections. We checked for all of those things. And then RFK came along and he fired all the people that did that. He fired them. He took down the entire public health infrastructure that has been keeping people safe for decades.
And Libters, you're just wrong. You're going off in the gulag saying stuff, and you're just wrong. Heuristic is right.
Heuristic is right in terms of like her passion, but she's wrong.
No, I'm right in the facts.
We're fired.
I'm right in the facts.
Hold on. She's just speculating because.
No, I'm not speculating.
Hold on,
I'm not speculating, Libtears. Out of the 6 parasites that we used to check for, we only now check for 2.
Who cares?
Because people are getting sick, Lib. Because people are getting sick. There's 24,000 cases of cyclospora. 24,000.
Hey. One company.
Can we not?
My God.
Please.
Yeah,
You know
stop
what?
yelling at me.
Let him go eat the stuff. Libtears, go ahead.
I'll eat the beef. I'll just cook it to
go right
150
ahead.
like I normally do, and I'm good to go, baby.
Yeah.
All day. Give me that cheap beef. Give me that cheap beef. I'll take it.
You're welcome
ahead,
to it.
dude. I'm two people in Pennsylvania. Two children died in Pennsylvania from the measles. Two kids, unvaccinated kids, are dead now because RFK has been running his mouth about how vaccines are bad for you.
So
2 kids are dead.
You're gonna blame
Three
RFK
babies are
now.
dead. Yeah, I fucking blame him. I fucking blame him, and I fucking blame Trump for being a moron, for not realizing that public health infrastructure is important to the national security of this country, to the health of this country, to the people in this country, and he doesn't give a fuck. He just takes money from Tyson's, and he takes money from Taylor Farms, and he takes money from all the other people, and he says, fine, no more regulations for you. You can cut all the corners. You can put nitrates in the soil in Iowa and give everybody their cancer. I don't give a fuck. That's what he's doing. That's what's happening. That's literally what's happening. And those 2 little babies who died in Pennsylvania, their parents' lives are never going to be the same. Never going to be the same. Their entire whole life will be forever changed. They will have to go to therapy. They will have to. It's nobody's.
Whose choice was it for those babies not to get the vaccine?
Our government is responsible. Our government is responsible for this.
I can't believe
because they confuse new parents into believing things that aren't true, that they're poisoning their baby with mercury. It's absolutely insane that you do not see a problem with this. And it's because you're either stupid or you're cruel, Lib. It's one of the two.
You're just complaining about things you can't. Complain.
No.
You're just complaining.
This is part of
it's literally
destabilization.
only complaining.
This is part of 2025's plan for destabilization.
No, this is just whining and complaining about things that we've always done, and unfortunately, year to year, bad things happen. Just like we had a Listerine, just like we had an outbreak, a Listeria outbreak under Biden. Nobody complained about it. Apparently, it wasn't a big deal.
No.
No biggie.
You are intentionally being daft, and you are intentionally being obtuse. It's very clear. It's very clear that maybe you don't care about. Maybe you actually see this stuff, and you just come up here to say these things to get under my skin, because Pear is right. Like, you do get under my skin, because I can't believe that somebody is like this fucking stupid, this fucking blind to what's going on, right? Like, it's pathetic. It's actually sad and pathetic to me that this is how you actually see the world.
It's sad and pathetic
it's
that
so
you
sad
can't blame
and
the
pathetic.
parents. You have to blame government.
I don't blame them.
You need government to hold your hand.
Hey.
You need government to hold your hand,
Hey.
Richard. Give me a break.
Hey.
Hi, Mojo.
Can we please stop yelling, please?
I don't need government to hold my hand, Lib. I don't need government to hold my hand because I have a brain of my own.
Tennis wants to say something.
I will let her say something in just a second, because I actually know how to read a study. I actually would never let that happen to my kids. I don't need the government. I'm almost done. I'm almost done, Mojo.
You're just
I don't need the
loud.
government. I don't need the government to hold my hand with any of this, because I have a fucking brain, but I give a fuck about other people who don't have the time, the energy, or the education to understand those things. And I believe that the government has a duty and a responsibility to make sure people are properly and well informed. And if you don't, then you're just a fucking piece of shit.
And I agree with you. And I just want to say this.
I feel like this might be part of the pre-warm-up
Wait, no,
of
lip
your
tears.
Pilates yoga.
Okay, so I just want I want to put this in perspective really quick. I'll be brief. Libtears, you have a daughter, right? Libtears?
Yes.
Right. And you've had her vaccinated through the years, I'm assuming. Am I right about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And part of that series of vaccinations was something called the MMR, right?
100%.
Measles, mumps, and rubella. Remember that one?
I'm aware. Yep.
It was a series of vaccines. My daughter and my son had them all, okay? And you have to get them like 3 or 4 times. I can't remember. And, and various other things, like whatever. And what she's speaking to, in part, is the fact that RFK Jr. has denounced the MMR vaccine. And as a result of that, there's an outbreak of measles in this country, right? And that's a problem. Do you not? Let me just level set. Do you not see that as a problem?
I don't see it as a problem.
I would like to see the article or the speech that he denounces the actual vaccine. Can somebody provide that for me, please?
Yeah, I don't think that happened. I think he's trying to split them up, right?
I think he did it.
Yeah, it didn't happen, but I just
Didn't he say it? Like, isn't it on TikTok that he says like you shouldn't have that?
No, he never said that. I just want to see if somebody can provide the proof. That's all.
I think it was him saying that they want to split up the vaccines into separate vaccines, but I don't think
They
that
also
means
want
that
to
you
change.
can't also get like
I don't think so, Stephen.
combination vaccine.
They want
I
to
don't
change the
think so.
timeline. They want to stretch out the timeline in between vaccines as well. But I'd like to see
what you're talking
the
about,
article.
Libtears, is another plan. That's not what she's talking about. The plan that you're talking about there is that they're thinking about adopting the Danish system where you vaccinate later, and that's what they want to spread out. But that has nothing to do with that.
He has denounced the measles vaccine. He denounces vaccines in general, right? And that creates confusion and doubt for parents on whether or not they should vaccinate their children. And there is, since he took office, a pronounced measles outbreak in this country, particularly in Texas.
If you're not educated enough to know that vaccines are good for you, then maybe it's okay to end up with the results that come with that. Okay.
Just
So
a
in
simple Google
Do you think
search.
that
RFK.
Do you think that
RFK
the
did not
polio
denounce the
vaccine was
vaccine.
effective? Anyone?
Okay,
Yes,
here,
of course,
Stephen,
of course.
Stephen and
What I'm saying is that
Lift.
if
I'll
you don't
tell you
believe
this.
in vaccines,
Hold on, Lift.
then
Lift.
you should
I don't
face
care what
the
you have to say,
repercussions
Lift.
of not
You
having
want
those
you
But,
want
but
children.
recently,
Lift.
RFK did say that it was largely necessary to do the measles vaccine.
Right, but hold on. But before that, he had been an advocate of not vaccinating people for a very long time. The Children's Health Defense is an entire,
Wrong.
hold on, I'm not done. Is an entire thing dedicated to getting people to not vaccinate their children. Now, this whole idea of, I want to split them up. What did Trump say? Trump said there is an entire soda bottle worth of vaccines being injected into children. If you gave a child every single vaccine, including both COVID and flu vaccines, all the way until they were 18 years old, that is 31 milligrams all together. That is not even the bottom of a soda bottle. So he's already confusing people into thinking that you're pumping your kid with this large amount of vaccine, which is not true. Not true. At all. It's
Okay,
0.5
number one, he
milligrams
never.
per vaccine. The other part is, this is the final thing I'll say. This is the final thing that I'll say. Okay,
Thank
the
God.
other part of it too is that if there were a true medical reason, a real medical reason to split up the MMR in any kind, for any fucking actual reason, right? The pediatric society would agree. The AMA would agree. They would say there's lots of evidence to suggest splitting them up is a great idea. We don't even make that. We are going to have to completely re-strategize the entire supply chain to be able to do that in the first place. It's so dumb and it confuses people and it makes the barriers to getting your kid to get those vaccines. Now there's 3 appointments and not 1 appointment, right? You have to take off more days of work. You have to figure out child care for your other kid. Something. All of
This
these
is
are
90
things.
things. This is 90 things, HR. This is
No,
90
you don't
things.
have
You
to
said one.
separate them. I think what they're saying is that they're going to make it optional to do that. They're not going to take away your ability to continue to get the combined vaccine.
They want to change the timeline. RFK advocated for changing the timeline instead of getting so many within the first 12 months. That's what he
So
said.
here's why, right? And I personally don't necessarily agree with this, but I understand the reasoning. Is that there are still a lot of people who think that autism, for example, might
Oh
be
my
caused by one or multiple. Hold on, one or multiple vaccines, and you have to
There's no
reckon with the.
proof. They
Just wait.
studied children
Just
for.
wait.
Okay. Yeah, you're
Just
right.
wait.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that still believe that, and you have to reckon with the fact that people believe that, and that there are people within the community where, okay, let me give you a stat really quick. If you have one kid with autism, you have a 1 in 5 chance of having another one with autism. So what's happening a lot in the community, I'm in this community, is that if you have a kid with autism, you're trying to figure out, okay, can I rule this out personally? Because you hear it everywhere. One way you can try to rule it out or have some sort of evidence-based analysis of what might cause it, let's spread them out. Because if there is something where you get a jab of something and then immediately after there's some reaction, there's some new information that goes along with that. I think it's a better way all the way around to start to rule out scientifically if something does cause one thing or another. I personally don't believe that vaccines cause autism.
Understood. But like, do you understand how medical science works? Do you know that we don't have underlying causes for nearly anything because of how complex biology is? Like, it's kind of easy to find cause and effect in physics and chemistry because it hasn't reached the complexity level of biology yet. When I studied biochemistry, the hardest thing about understanding biochemistry is that there isn't a direct cause and effect of a lot of things, right? Sometimes things happen because of a whole host of things that can possibly be the case, right? We can link,
especially in their developing years, for sure.
And it's nearly impossible to know if that right as you got a vaccine and a child had a seizure, you have no idea what caused that seizure.
Yeah,
Still,
you don't know
even
the causation.
you really don't know the causation. Anybody who tries to tell you that there's a root cause to these things is a fucking chiropractor, okay? It's not a real medical science doctor. It's nobody who has really done scientific research. Scientific research is fucking hard as shit. And I've done it, and it's way more difficult than people understand. And most lay people are not going to understand that. And to cater to the people who know the least about why things happen instead of trying to educate them into a higher level, to me is dangerous. And I can prove that it's dangerous because there's 2 little kids who just lost their lives because of it.
Kids out of 330 million. I mean,
Lift and shift. I don't give a shit how many kids die. How many kids have to die then,
no,
Lift? What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, what's wrong with you? You're trying to make an entire case off of 2 people when we are a country of 330 million.
It's an infectious disease.
Don't do that.
It's an infectious disease, and RFK Jr. is not even a medical doctor.
But here's the counter argument to that I was going to get to.
He's not even a scientist. He's a lawyer.
So you have to also look at behavior and what people will actually do with information. That doesn't matter what's true, what's not true. It matters what people do with information and what their behaviors are. What is happening in the community of people with kids with autism is that they are, because a lot of them, there's a significant percentage of them that do believe that vaccines might have caused it.
Right, you said
They are literally pushing it off or not doing it at all. So the middle ground seems to be that, hey, if we can space it out, it might get me more people on board with starting to do these things, which is good for the community or for everybody to create that herd immunity and everything else. And so if we can create some solution that gets people back on board with taking vaccines, because it's like this compromise.
Is that what you would have said about polio?
It's
polio vaccine.
Holy
crap,
you didn't hear what I just said then.
No,
you didn't hear what I just said. It's between people that won't do it at all.
I hear you. I hear you.
You're
talking about just like behavior change. Like if you can make some sort of compromise, maybe you can get people to actually get back on board with being vaccinated and having the herd immunity. I just think that you're creating more barriers rather than rather than that, I think it's better to send people into these communities like we did with the Amish for years and years and years. We sent public health professionals into the Amish community to help them be vaccinated and so that they could create herd immunity, because they also had a large amount of genetic disorders and autoimmune disorders that were also co-occurring. And those really vulnerable parts of their population were dying en masse because people weren't vaccinated. And we sent people into those communities to help educate, to make sure people understood and could learn about why this was important. And we to put caring people in those positions of power. We put caring people in the position in the CDC. We put people who actually understood public health and transmission, and the fact that measles is the most contagious virus that we have. It has the ability to erase somebody's immune system. And again, there's lots of people who can't get vaccinated. Like I said, there's a vulnerable populations that are now even more vulnerable. A kid with leukemia can't go to school anymore. A kid who has an autoimmune disorder can't go to school anymore because he's going to get sick and he's going to die. We have decided that those kids' freedom, their freedom is worth the freedom of some person to not vaccinate their kids because they heard some stupid person on RFK or some stupid person online say that vaccines are bad for you. And I think
No,
the
but
better
the RFK is a
do it
result of what people have been saying. It's not that he's convincing people of something. It's a result
he's
of
in
what
a
a certain
position of
percentage of
power.
people.
That's what I'm saying.
No.
He's in a position
Not
of
a
power
medical doctor.
to regulate those things and to create more like distrust in the public health infrastructure.
No, I
That's
think
what he's
spreading
been
it out is
doing.
not distrust. How
But
is that
he is
distrust? If they're
creating
going to end up getting all
distrust.
the vaccines.
He's calling a
He is,
spade is
but
what
he
he's
Could I
has
please
caused
ask a
distrust.
question? Stephen, are you proposing that MAGA and MAHA has been consistently destroying confidence in vaccines for the past decade to build back up the confidence in vaccines?
No. I just said actually that it's not them doing it. It's them responding to the particular population of people that already
No,
had
they
these
So
started
concerns.
it.
MAHA doesn't have any history of destroying confidence in the jabby jabs.
That's
I
what
mean,
Chilton's
that's a
self-defense was.
separate argument that you could make. But what I'm
He's
saying,
been
But wouldn't your
paid by
argument
childhood
rely
health
on
defense.
that?
He's been
my
paid by
argument,
childhood health defense for fucking decades,
my
perpetuating this
argument.
stuff before he ever
People
became the head of
existed long,
HHS.
but these people
True.
existed long before there was RFK, right? These people existed the entire time, right? I think what Stephen is trying to say is that you can break down those people who always existed, right? Because they were always there. They always didn't believe in vaccines. If you break down the vaccine schedule into you break it out into singular vaccines, then maybe more people will be on board with it.
So let's just clarify
And also,
here.
hold on, Dad, real quick.
MAHA
One real quick question there for you.
adopted the position, didn't flame the lack of confidence in our vaccines. They just started doing it because they saw this. It's like a 4D chess move.
Yes.
So when they get in power, they could repair the confidence.
No.
And then
I'm saying
RFK gets in and still dispels confidence through his rhetoric to make sure that these vaccine deniers understand that he's with them so he can bring them back into the vaccine community.
So everyone's dad. There are two things that you're saying right now, or two questions really that you're asking. And one of them is, have they done things to change public sentiment about what they believe about things? And the other thing is specifically about what we're talking about, which is splitting up a vaccine into separate parts. The separate parts discussion that we've been having, I think, is a reaction to what a lot of people have already been believing. And the reason why I think that is because not only have I been a part of communities where I've seen this, I've seen a lot of people who actually believe that, but also this is not him saying everybody should do it this way. This is, hey, we're going to do it this way for people that find it to be better for themselves, but there's still going to be the possibility for people to take a combo vaccine that they've always done. And let me ask you this question. Why would you be against a scenario where somebody could take the separate vaccines, probably pay more money for it, by the way? So that's their choice to pay more money. That's how convicted they are in it. Why is that a problem for everybody else?
Are you talking about the
It's
DTP and the
specifically a
MMR separate
problem.
vaccines?
It's specifically a problem for me because this whole theory makes no sense considering RFK and his ilk are the ones pushing the nonsense into our society and destroying confidence in it.
And by the way,
Are
it
you
has
are
been
you
disproven.
wait, you guys just ignored Rosa's comment. Are you talking about a
Oh,
specific vaccine?
yes, we're talking about
The
the
MMR.
MMR vaccine,
So
the
you can
measles,
just ask
mumps,
your
and rubella.
pediatrician if they can just provide that separately. It's not more or anything. It's just the vaccine. You're still getting the vaccine. It's just a separate. Parents do that because they want to see if the kids have any reaction to any certain.
Understood, but the whole rhetoric behind it and the idea that he's been on podcasts saying that there's mercury in these things creates a scare and an unnecessary scare. And
But that's not. Okay, sorry.
but let me finish. Let me finish, please. And that to have uncertainty in the medical community, and when the American Medical Association and the Pediatric Association, American Academy of Pediatrics rather, disagrees with this non-doctor on this vaccine, it creates so much chaos. And so I think it's a disservice. If there's a choice, I mean, if they're gonna send that message that, look, guys, if you spread it out, it'll be just as safe. You'll be inoculated if you spread it out, so we can do some additional testing without putting the rhetoric with it. If you do it that way, it's one thing, but to create the chaos and say that, oh, there's mercury in it, then you have other
There is
people going to be
mercury in
going.
some vaccines.
May
I
I
don't
just
know.
finish? I promise I'll land soon, Princess. Then people who don't have autism or have a sibling with autism or whatever, they're going to start to wonder. And then you've got an outbreak of measles. And by the way, I would just lastly add that it's under this Department of Health, under Trump administration, that the CDC does not communicate with the other medical associations regularly. Like, they stopped that. Does anybody know about that? I mean, I
Yes.
think that's a problem.
That's a part of stripping everything down and firing scientists. They don't want inter communication.
I don't know if everyone's dad finished his thought on this. I'm curious though. Like, what
Well,
did you?
I had a question for Sinjay. Sinjay, I read somewhere, and I was hoping maybe you could look it up for me. They did a 20 or 30-year study. They followed kids. I think it was Sweden that did a study about does the MMR cause autism, and they proved that it didn't. So if you could see if you could find that study,
yes,
I would appreciate it.
It is
Thank you.
proven. Yeah,
So
it's proven. I
there
think
used to be.
it was Sweden. Yeah. Sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry, I apologize.
Sweden or Norway or one of those countries. Thank you.
There used to be mercury
My
in
countries.
called thimerosal in some vaccines for it was like a preservative. But they took it out in 2001, except for like some multi-dose vaccines. But you have to understand also that around the time, when did they receive the MMR vaccine? I forget.
it's very old.
I don't know.
People have been getting vaccinated for all three of those for a long time.
I had them when I
No,
was
I
a
mean,
child.
what age did the children receive it? I forget.
Oh, they started somewhere like between age, like maybe 3, 4, something
Yeah,
like that.
I think it's earlier than that because it
18
does end
months,
up
I believe.
aligning. Yeah, it's like 18 months. It ends up aligning with like where kids start to develop or show
That's where I was
autistic
getting at.
traits.
That's
Yeah,
exactly what I
and
was getting
that's
at
why
right there.
there's a lot of people. I think that's why there's so many people that think it's related to that is because it happens. The signs of it happen around the same time that you're getting these vaccines. So
Right.
while I
It's
don't agree that it's coming
Sinjay,
from the vaccines, I understand why people would want to try to eliminate every possible cause.
it's around the time that they start
Sinj-
showing like cognitive skills, right? And start showing that they're aware and like more aware than they were, obviously. And so that's around the time where they show that
autism might be there or might not be there, unless you really
Sanjay, did
know
you
and are
find
looking for
that?
the newborn
I did.
symptoms.
Good. Sanjay
And
found
I
that
also
article.
know why I knew it before, and I've heard so much about it because, of course, it's Danish.
Okay.
We did it
I
here,
think
anyways.
that there's a larger point
Wait a
where
minute, Lift. She's going to elaborate on what she
I think
found.
there's a larger point
Lift,
where we
please
need to
wait.
consider the court
Liv, I
of
know it's
public opinion.
hard. I know it's hard, but I think you will have the floor after I've answered the question Star gave me before. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the article that you're talking about is a study of kids from 1997 until 2018. And what everyone has been claiming is that the amount of aluminum in the vaccines are the cause of autism within children. And it has been proven that 1 million children who has been studied, because we are very good at digitalization in healthcare here in Denmark. We're actually the best in the world. So we have data from many, many years ago on everyone. They have investigated that there is nothing. What does it say here? A new Danish study finds no association between aluminum in childhood vaccines and 50 different health conditions, including autism, asthma, and autoimmune diseases. The findings reaffirm the safety of Denmark's childhood vaccination program. So,
thank you.
Yes.
And I hate to break it to everybody on the panel, but if you get like a can of Coke or Dr. Pepper or any soft drink that you want, maybe even a beer, if you can taste the can, you're ingesting aluminum.
Yep.
And I just wanted to add that if you are so extremely worried about food and ingesting things that can cause any kind of diseases, I would recommend that some of the coloring agencies that you would be finding for them instead, because they have actually been proven. Some colors like Red 40 that is legal in the US have been proven to cause cancer. And that's not even a theory.
Yeah, she's right.
That is legal stuff you eat.
Right.
In
Artificial
your
flavors,
daily food.
artificial
That
colors.
causes cancer.
Yep.
Yeah.
But in regards
One
to
more thing to
they're
say here,
illegal
then I'll
here
yield
in
it. One
Europe.
more thing to say here, just from the grounds of like people that are coming. Again, this is not me defending this. This is me acknowledging the realization, the reality of what I see with people that are looking for any way possible to prevent this for their future kids who already have a kid on the spectrum or whatever, right? The reality is that they think this stuff exists. So they're finding ways, and they're finding doctors within. There's always a couple doctors in every community that will co-sign what you believe to be true. So they're finding
there's always
doctors.
a price where they can get their stuff signed off on and say that
Yes,
they
they're
have
finding doctors
there's
to
a
like
price.
help avoid getting vaccines at all, or to
That's the
finding ways to
problem.
homeschool or
That is the
finding schools or whatever.
problem.
Right. Yeah, that is a problem. But one of the ways that we can help to solve at least a part of that problem, I'm not saying we shouldn't also try to go into the communities like HR said and help better educate people, but part of the way we can help solve it is to do what they're wanting to do. Let's spread it out a little bit. Let's make them a little bit happy there. They're still going to end up with all the vaccines and they're going to feel like they got a little bit of a win there.
It is spread out. I think 1 to
No,
12
the
months.
MMR is all part of one, right?
Well, no, you can get those separately, but there's also a delayed vaccine
They
schedule.
don't make them separately. They're it's measles, mumps, and rubella.
They do make them separately.
Star, you missed it though. That's what they're saying. They're going to break it out. That's what this whole conversation is about. Is that RFK is saying they're going to spread that
Okay,
out.
the study said there wasn't an issue, so why do that?
Well, you're starting at the
He
beginning
just
of this
explained
argument.
And did you miss his entire point here? Is that you can get all three. If you spread it out, more people will be on board with this idea, right? Because right now it's a boogeyman to do it all three at once, right?
It's a boogeyman to think that. Okay, whatever. Jesus.
Look,
Thank you for catching up.
I'm just glad my children are grown and don't have to deal with this crap.
I think there's a larger argument to be made where you guys are not considering the court of public opinion, right? And you need to, regardless if you believe it or not, right?
The court
You
of
have to consider it.
disinformation as
No,
well.
no, no. You have to consider it, because if you want to push your agenda, whatever agenda it may be, right? You have to. This is a very large factor in being successful in doing it. Okay.
Robot, will you switch me for WKBN or whatever his name is? UKBBN, please.
Yeah, University
Okay.
of Kentucky.
I don't really appreciate how you just skipped over what I just said, but okay.
I'm leaving, so it doesn't really matter.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I don't think she really heard everything that we were talking about.
Yeah.
So back in the 80s and 90s, there were much less vaccines that children had to receive as a part of the American Academy of Pediatrics schedule. Now there is, I believe, 72 by the time they're a certain age. By the time they're, I forget the age, but the number is 72. And back in the day, it was like 7 or 8. So they're definitely over here increasing the vaccines significantly.
There's always some kind of truth.
Vaccines?
No,
in
not
any-
including flu.
The thing is, like, you are giving your kids a lot of vaccines. That is like, there is a level of truth in that on any side. And that's it. Like, I know that there is one thing that I can agree on with Donald Trump on, that or JFK, I think, someone is trying to, RFK, the guy who talks about health.
RFK.
Thank you. Is that you're looking at different systems of vaccinating your children, which is like, that's okay. It doesn't mean that it's not vaccinating, but there are different ways of doing it, and doing it a little bit later and more spread out. But it has to work, because if not everyone gets vaccinated. So, for example, here in Denmark, we have the public system of how many vaccinations we give.
Typing, Rosa?
Yeah, my bad.
Damn.
But because it's so safe and everyone gets them, and we don't have outbreaks of other things, then we're able to wait later to give the vaccinations. So the thing is, I don't know if you've heard Trump selling out that our system is great, but that's one of the arguments that the conservatives are using.
Theoretically, if we were to spread out the vaccines, there would be less of people whining and bitching about it, because it's always a problem with a certain population. So what RFK, I think, is doing is just trying to quell the fear and the whining and all the bitching and complaining that everybody seems to do about it, and at least look into it somewhat to an extent.
Without saying whining and bitching, there is actually like a smart argument in this, Lipteers. If you were to find it, like, you can actually find it.
I'm just using that as like an exaggerative point. That's all.
Yeah.
RFK is the one who is directly responsible for this rhetoric and the distrust that he has been sowing since the early 2000s through the Children's Health Defense Network.
He's not a leading dissenter.
Yes, he is. He is the person who has been traveling overseas to different countries spouting anti-vax rhetoric.
He engaged with people who felt that they weren't being heard.
He is explicitly also blamed those same vaccines for things that he has no scientific basis to blame them on.
You're just dismissing parental concerns.
I'm not at all.
Yes,
RFK is. RFK is making shit up to placate people who are afraid. That's all he does.
He's finding correlative issues with some of these that parents are concerned about, and he's looking into that. Let's be honest, right? There's biopharmaceutical companies are in it for the money, and everybody bitches and complains about corporations that want to make all this money. They're finding ways to make money through these types of avenues. So
then
when you talk about like the correlative,
you're going off on a tangent. You're gish galloping here. I want you to tell me what the correlation.
Do you know
is.
Jesus Christ, dish galloping. We're not having a debate, dude. Relax.
We are talking about this in a productive manner, or at least we're trying to. Because the misinformation around vaccines has been going on for so long.
Why don't you listen to what he has to say?
My point is, parents have had concerns. That's
why didn't you just listen to what he had to say?
I was listening, dude. What the hell?
No, I wasn't talking to you, you dumb shit. I was talking to Lib.
Oh, Lib and Lift sound somewhere.
I'm sorry, Lib. Go ahead.
But I sound better.
No. I was asking Lib to listen to you. He refused to listen to you for some reason. It's fucking weird.
I'm ceding the floor. Lib, go ahead. I'll respond.
We're just, again, like I just said, we're dismissing parental concerns regarding their children. And unfortunately, there are factors that have led to the rise in autism in children. And it's just an avenue that people and parents mainly wanted to go down and try to find some type of correlation between whether it's medicine, food, there's a bunch of different things that could cause autism. We don't really know the actual underlying factor or the reason for it, but there has been a rise in it. And yes, it did exist before vaccines. That's obvious. But again, if you're just dismissing and poo-pooing people that have concerns, it only makes those people who have concerns even more mad and irritated about it. Because if you don't try to at least address the underlying issue to some extent to quell those concerns, it's just going to continue to perpetuate. That's just the reality.
If I were to tell you that 5G caused autism in children with no correlative or speculative evidence to substantiate that claim, and I went across the nation and did so, and charged money for parents for a miracle cure to un-autism their child, would you call me the asshole, or would you call the parent the asshole for believing it?
If you're making the claim that that is the direct cause, yes, I would call you an asshole. RFK
then
never
you
made
should
the
be
direct
calling
claim.
RFK an asshole because
He never
has
made the direct
directly
claim.
done this. Yes,
No, he did
has.
not. No.
He has directly claimed that autism is directly linked to vaccines. He has explicitly been the person since the early 2000s making this claim. He has been the one selling materials like the not chlorhexidine. What was it? I can't remember what it was. There is a bleaching agent that he was selling to parents through the Children's Health Defense in order to supposedly cure them of autism. He has also sold chelation as a therapy that has stripped children of heavy metals to the tune of them unaliving. There have been other things that he has backed and sold as a autism cure that he is doing to this day with the cure that he has proposed as the HHS head to supposedly cure autism. He is directly trying to profit off of misinformation in his current status now, and has done so since the early 2000s.
So RFK instructing the health as the HHS secretary, looking into researching into these types of possible correlative factors, means that he's essentially saying that that is the case. I just don't believe that. I know he's mentioned that there's a high likelihood that autism is caused by vaccines. I'll cede to that. I would totally agree with you on that point, but I don't believe he's ever said that it's directly caused by any vaccines in particular.
I can actually attest to this as a mom that has a child on the spectrum, and I've paid very close attention to this. In 2023, on Fox News, he was on an interview and he said, this is a direct quote, "I do believe that autism does come from vaccines." That is a direct quote from him. He absolutely said it. No matter what side you're on, you have to go by what the words that's come out of his mouth.
Sure, but saying I do believe, hold on. Saying I do believe doesn't mean it's factual. It's a subjective opinion.
Exactly. It's not factual. We know it's not factual, but he stated that.
He walked
Lip tears, have you ever gotten Lip tears, have you ever gotten physically tired from playing hero for all these politicians that don't know your name?
I'm not playing hero for anybody. I just want facts.
Then stop fucking defending them. They're just giving you facts. Why don't you go look them up or ask them for a source?
You're giving
you just sit here and say he never said it. Like that's not getting
he never okay. So the way people are saying it is he said it as a fact, like it's a fact that this is the case. He never said that. He said he does believe so.
When
There's
you're
a
the
difference.
secretary of HHS, you
back that
spouting that
statement.
nonsense is authoritative.
This was prior to him
Exactly.
becoming HHS secretary, Dad.
Dad, he
And
walked
during.
back, he walked back that statement as well, right? Let's be honest here, right?
No, he didn't. Stop
Yes, he
the
did.
nonsense.
2023
No, he
he
didn't.
did.
Shut up.
Yeah, he did. He did. He walked back the statement
That's
of
ridiculous.
his
He
of
did
that
not say that. He
comment that he
explicitly
made.
stated, I don't remember saying that. And then they played a clip of him saying that. And then he said, I don't remember that.
Okay, so he walked it back, just maybe not in
That's
a manner
not
that
walking
we would
it
all.
back.
It kind of is, right? He said
It's not.
I would never
not.
say
And
that.
by the way, when he says I believe, he believes. So you don't get to fucking walk around that shit either.
I make a correction. It's 42 by 18. 42 vaccines by 18.
Saying you believe doesn't mean it's fucking factual, guys. Like
What does it mean?
It's
What
just
does
an
it mean?
opinion.
What does
It's
it
an
mean?
opinion. It's
an opinion. Does
Sure.
that opinion matter when that person is appointed as HHS, the person in charge of vaccines?
No, because if he's saying it as a matter of fact, then yes. But he's not. He actually advocated to do research into it, which I'm fine with. So give me the proof, and then we'll
when
decide
did he
from
do
there.
that? When did he do that? When did he advocate for research?
Did he not push
So
to
you can't
have
tell me?
research
So you
done
can't tell
regarding
me?
autism and vaccines?
You can't tell me when he said that? When he asked for that?
Yes, I will tell you right now. Give me 1 second.
All right.
Oh, he
I
didn't
think
do
the
that
thing that
either.
matters too, it's like, it's saying, I believe drinking water causes cancer, right? Okay. But you haven't technically said it is scientifically established fact that tap water causes cancer. But he still has told people that there is a causal relationship between tap water and cancer. This is just an example. So if you are a prominent public health figure, that statement can influence people's medical decisions. Point blank, period. Whether he meant like that was the truth or not. And that matters. That has an effect on the population.
I also want to tack onto this because you kept using the term that he's trying to find correlative evidence between things. When, for a fact, in science, we don't realistically use correlative evidence for anything. It may lead to a substantiation, but then that has to be studied extensively to make an actual objective claim. Like you
There's your link in the comments, by the way.
There is no correlation versus causation. Like you can't do the two. Like please.
So
never
hold on.
causation.
If there's no correlative factors in anything, what's the point of researching?
Wait, that's fucking Tylenol. That's fucking Tylenol, you dumb shit.
Tylenol, autism, and other things that.
I am so glad you brought that up because in that press instance there, he tried to sell the fucking the public on leucovorin as the cure for it. Are you kidding me?
There's recent
This gets way
of him
better.
doing this.
This gets way better. Now that we've made it to Tylenol, they literally said, nice try, release the Epstein files. That's also a similar correlative. If you are saying that vaccines cause autism, the same correlative would be Trump was friends with Epstein and mentioned in the files more times than God. He must have been on the island doing all the shit. By your own logic, libters.
So, Lib, you said something while he's HHS. Can I refer you to him aligning to the August 2026 executive order specifically to break up the combined MMR, right? Trump then publicly calling the childhood schedule quite lethal during the rollout. And during the policy pivot, right, he's defended this new way we're going as science-based recommendations and parental choice. So when you're saying we're moving away from established scientific policy to science-based recommendations that's changing the existing recommendations, do you think that challenges vaccines from a scientific-based point?
Well, science is forever changing, right? So science is never based in foundational, concrete fact from day to day. It's always changing. That's the whole purpose of
Holy
science.
shit.
So I think
What
over
about
time,
You did
firing
not
at
just fucking
again,
say
seventeen?
that.
can I finish? Can I finish?
You did not just
you're
fucking
just
say
saying
that.
science
Absolutely not.
changes.
Can I finish?
Science
Can I finish?
changes. Yeah,
Absolutely
we
not.
get it. You don't need to.
So over time, we learn new
over time,
things
science
about
changes.
different
We learn
types
new
of.
things. Great.
Hold
I'll take
on.
you to
So
the study
over
that
Hold
time,
on,
supports it.
hold
dude,
on.
it's like
God, let him fucking finish this damn statement.
so over time we learn that different medications can cause different varying issues. It doesn't just happen overnight, right? So over time, there's possible data, I'm sure, scientifically, that will, lead to these possible issues that could happen with vaccines, right? It might not happen within a certain generation. It might take 10 fucking years. It might take 20 years. Who really knows? I'm
So
fine.
you're saying that we're
I'm
making
hold
the
on.
move before the
I'm
science.
fine. I'm fine. We don't. Okay. If we don't have the data that supports that particular change, I would agree with you. I want to
Great.
see the data first. I would
Same here.
agree
Where
with
is
you.
it?
You're
I
higher
don't know
than
because I
Eagle
haven't looked
Balls.
into it.
Like, holy shit. Did you really say that science isn't based in any kind of foundation?
That's not what he said.
It's
That
not
is
based
exactly
in
what the fuck he said.
It's not based under concrete fact, meaning it changes day to day. Science always
Does the
changes,
sun
robot.
rise in the east and set in the west? Has that ever fucking changed?
Oh my God. We're not talking about the sun, dude.
Has it ever fucking changed?
It could if we got hit by an asteroid and got
I didn't
thrown
ask
off
if it
fucking course.
fucking
Sure, it
could.
could
I asked if
change.
it had ever fucking changed.
If we got hit by an asteroid and got thrown off orbit, yes, it would fucking change, Brobot.
You
That's
are
science.
still higher than fucking Eagle Balls. Like, you need to come back down to
Because
earth.
you're not listening. What is science, Brobot?
Eagle balls? Did
Oh
you
my
just
God,
say
what is
eagle
science?
balls?
Yes, what is science?
Yes,
What's the definition
he's
of
fucking
science?
higher than Eagle Balls.
Define science, Brobot.
Dude, this is so pathetic.
Yeah, I think we're going a little bit off the rails here. I think we
Off
should.
the
We don't want to be
rails.
honest with ourselves. We don't want to be honest with ourselves. That's the problem.
No. Yeah,
Oh,
We want
wait. I want to
competent
define
people
it.
in
Can I define
government.
it? Can I define it? Science is always changing. There we go.
Thank you. Thank you, Dad. I agree.
Okay,
But
so science changes when new evidence warrants it, right? But that doesn't mean that we disregard decades of evidence because someone believes something different. If RFK has evidence strong enough to overturn the existing evidence on vaccines and autism, awesome. I would love to see the evidence. But science changes isn't
Why do you
evidence.
care so much about
This is
these
my whole
people?
don't
point.
interrupt her.
No, I'm engaging with her. Why do
Well,
you?
you don't. She was making a statement, though. Please go ahead.
I
This
just
is
think
my
that
whole point,
distinction
though.
is very important. That's all. Scientists, absolutely could discover something tomorrow that changes what we understand about autism. That absolutely can happen. But the vaccine, situation, the autism question, it hasn't simply been ignored. It has been investigated repeatedly, right?
So
And
you
I
agree
think
with me?
we are.
Thank
We
you.
just mentioned the Danish
Yes,
study
except the
this.
fact that you're saying, well, it constantly changes.
I'm saying the
Awesome.
same thing you just said, literally, word for word, verbatim. But thank you.
Fantastic, which
you
is
were
why
not.
we need to not take what RFK is saying seriously because he does not have evidence to back his claims. That is the point.
Okay, prove it.
We just
You can
read
look
you a
that up all on
study.
yourself.
No,
I do
you
not
made the
do
claim.
studies
You
for
made the
someone
positive.
else.
You made the positive. You have to prove it.
How can I prove that it does not exist? I mean, sure, I can send
Then
you a
if it-
dozen plus studies that showcase that there is no evidence that has changed to show that vaccine causes autism. There is a
You
ton
just
of
said
studies to look it up.
you just made the positive claim that he has no evidence, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I
So
interject?
So what?
So tell
wait,
him
let
to
him finish.
present his
I can barely
evidence.
hear you, Lift. I can barely hear you, man.
I'm sorry. Can I
It's
interject?
on the water.
Look, I don't know why we are putting so much thought and effort into these people. If they don't want to get the vaccine, if they want to suffer the consequences of not doing it, then let it be, dude. We have 330 million people. I'm sorry, I'm not going to.
You don't understand the consequences.
I don't care about.
It affects
The
other people.
collectivist mentality,
What's it
Lift.
gonna be?
Because it
It's
affects
collectivist
other
mentality.
people. That's why.
Look,
That's literally why. It's because it affects other people. It affects people negatively that did not opt into that decision. That is why it
But
matters.
if you get the vaccine, how do you get it? If you get the vaccine and it doesn't, and it helps reduce the likelihood of getting it, then what's the
But
problem?
Lib,
Other family
I've just told you
Whoa.
it has been proven
Sorry.
in Denmark that doesn't cause autism. So, like, why are we debating this? Like, if you say that RFK has put out information that he wants to research, there has been research on 1 million children that in Denmark that this doesn't cause autism. It is well renowned that this is a research that is respected. What's the problem then? He doesn't
My
need
body,
to
my
make more
choice.
research.
All
Of
right,
course,
hold
but
on.
that's always your body or choice. But
Hold on one sec.
Here's the thing, though. Like,
Hold on one sec. Incomplicit, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Yeah, 31, voted for Kamala. Also, just in regards to this, I actually am in healthcare as well. So just to answer Lib's question, who said, why would it matter if people don't get the vaccine, if other people are vaccinated against it and therefore protected? That's not always how vaccinations work. Well, they do provide obviously levels of protection. There is a thing called herd immunity. For the MMR specifically, which we're talking about, the herd immunity level needed for that to be reached is at 95%. Since 2025, at the end of 2025 and into 2026, now that these claims have come out, we're now at 92% herd immunity for MMR, which is below that 95% threshold.
Can I ask you a question, Incomplicit?
Yeah, and just to kind of wrap up as well. So the problem here is you do have medically fragile people. So you have children, you have adults, you have people of all ages who oftentimes are on things like chemotherapy, right, or immunosuppressive drugs. And when you're on those different types of therapies, it suppresses your immune system, and therefore it suppresses the response
freedom
that was
requires
generated from
sacrifice.
having the vaccine. So
Freedom
therefore, you are
requires
endangering
sacrifice,
those
dude.
people.
Okay, so can I ask you a question? Would you agree that when we have an influx of immigration into this country, there'd be a higher likelihood of people not getting these types of vaccines, which would reduce that herd immunity rate that you were mentioning?
So are you making the claim that by people coming across like the southern border unvaccinated, is that what you're alluding to?
Yes.
I mean, I would think that you would also have to take into consideration that there are still people that come from across, whether it be the southern borders or other borders, such as even Sinjay above, right, who's from Denmark, and people are vaccinated from other countries. But if you also, right, allow people to be able to establish care, and then we were able to have vetting processes in place for people when they come here and allow them to get vaccinated instead of having to hide in fear, then you would be able to have that herd immunity that we're talking about.
My point is, unfortunately, there is some requirements to legal status requiring vaccinations under certain circumstances, but not everybody is required to get vaccinations. So my whole point to that question was the fact that we can't actually know what that percentage would be because we don't really have documentation that shows the exact amount of people that do or do not have said vaccines.
I mean,
Yeah, but
we
so that's an
kinda
argument
do.
to say that like you agree that it could be terrible, but your argument is like, well, why should we be forced to do it if we can't regulate other people who don't do it? Here's my thing.
Can we not go down that tangent? We've already got the numbers on this. I'm sorry. Like, I have to interrupt here because we're going to go off on a tangent that makes no fucking sense while we're going down. We know that the vaccine schedules of other countries are more stringent than ours. They get more vaccines than us. We have the data for the majority of the numbers of incoming like diseases that are actually propagated in the United States are people going overseas who are vaccinated
We
from
get
the
less
place and
than
bringing
you,
them back.
Rev. We
Okay,
actually
yeah,
get less than
and
you.
I agree with that. And actually, what I was going to say is that I think most
But
vaccines,
the
I think
numbers for the majority of like communicable diseases that come from across the border are our citizens who are unvaccinated going overseas, getting something and bringing it back to the United States. We
so
have
I'm not
that
sure.
data.
I'm not sure that you heard what my point was because I was agreeing with that point. Actually, is that well, I won't repeat it. I was going to say something else though. A strong opinion that I have is that I do think that for a lot of the more serious vaccines that can cause major problems within a person who gets it, or you could spread it to somebody else who could have a major problem from it. I think it is purely selfish to take the stance that you're going to refrain from getting that vaccine for the off chance, the very tiny chance. There are vaccine injuries, by the way, but it's a tiny percentage of people that get vaccine injuries. And so for you to say, I am going to insulate my own family, my own kids, my own family, because I'm currently taking an advantage of herd immunity. I'm relying on herd immunity to not get my people sick, but I'm going to be the one that doesn't take it because I want to eliminate this tiny risk of vaccine injury. I think that is completely selfish. However, there's a whole list of vaccines that are not as serious as some of the ones that we've been talking about. And I do feel like there's a lot of people that put them all in the same category on the left too. They're like, if you don't get all the vaccines for everything, even the ones that are not do not create a huge risk for someone who gets it, then you're a terrible person. I do stand against that.
So Revel, with your logic that you just said, okay, you're assuming that people who come here from other countries are actually following that schedule, and I don't think we really know that information. So your logic is flawed in the fact that you just trust and believe that these people like Mexico or other countries that are coming here, people from those countries are following their childhood vaccine schedules or whatever
Except
the case
you
is.
know that we used to track communicable diseases through the CDC, correct? And we were able to determine that
I'm
those
not even
that
referring
were,
to that.
What?
Not even
Yes, you
referring
are.
to that. No, I'm
Yes,
not.
you are.
No, he's
Communicable.
You directly are.
He's not.
Hold on. How does somebody coming here as an immigrant have anything to do with those communicable diseases you're talking about? Those are isolated generally. I'm talking about the
Those
people
are typically
coming
not.
here.
The people that are coming here, because typically if they're spreading a communicable disease and they end up in a hospital, that hospital, especially if it's a new disease or something,
Goes
an
on
emerging
lockdown,
disease, something
sure.
to that effect. Okay, and then the CDC comes in and they investigate where that comes in from.
It's
Correct?
isolated, like I just said.
Isolated how?
Communicable diseases that are generally very bad for the populace are isolated. Either hospitals go on lockdown, locales get shut down, travel gets stopped, transportation gets stopped. All of those things happen. When the Ebola outbreak happened in Africa, what happened? No travel in, no travel out. That's how it fucking works.
Well, that certainly.
I'm talking about general.
You're
I'm
giving
talking about
credence
general,
to my argument here. What do you
Oh my
mean?
God, I am not. I'm talking about
Yes,
immigrants
you
coming
are.
here. Immigrants coming here, dude. We cannot track that information factually. We don't
Well,
know
that
if it's true or
information
not.
actually is tracked. And again, as Revel is saying, through contract tracing would be one thing, right? But then also, when you enroll children into school, typically, I mean, was the case that you are mandatory have to provide a vaccine schedule to the school that your kid received your vaccine. Same when you go to a doctor's office or you go to a hospital. That's one of the first questions that we ask you.
I'm not
whether
talking
you're
about
up to date on your
Americans.
vaccine. So that's tracked, right? But
I'm not talking about
immigrants, right,
Americans.
with children, these are things that are tracked. If they go to the doctor's office, which MAGA loves to, right, think that, oh, they're overwhelming our healthcare system and they're benefiting off all of our tax dollars, which is not the case. And they actually go to seek care. Those are one of the things that we first ask people when they present to a hospital is their vaccine records and if their vaccines are up to date. If not, then we give those vaccines to people for free.
Do you think Joe Schmo from Mexico is telling anybody about his vaccine childhood schedule and whether or not he's been vaccinated or not? I mean, let's be fucking real here. This is ridiculous.
Can I jump in? All right, Libteers, what if we had a program like public health departments to where those people could go update their shots and not be reported to immigration so that they felt comfortable to do so?
You're oh my God, I'm just trying to make a point here about the herd immunity
No,
case.
play it out. Play it out in your head. So they're here. They don't have the shot. They have a place that they can go get the shot, make our populace safe, but not enforce going to being deported. Would that be a good idea?
I don't think the vaccine issue has anything to do with being deported or not.
We're trying to keep our populace safe. So if these people come here and they don't have the shot, they can get it.
Again, I don't think it's part of the mandate unless you're illegal, unless you come here under a TPS or a legal status. If you're an undocumented immigrant, it's not required of you.
But if we had a system in place that they could get the shot without the fear of being deported, it would make our populace more safe, right?
I mean, if you're fucking enticing immigrants to get a shot just to stay, I mean, that's fucking asinine to me.
That's what I'm enticing them with. I'm enticing them with, hey, we're not going to deport you. We're not going to report you to immigration. Just come here, get the shot, be safe, so that our populace.
Bro, you're
safe.
trying to get a gotcha, and it's not working. Okay, I see what you're trying to do, and it's not working. Okay.
Also, guys,
Can I just jump in for 1 second
go ahead,
before we move on? I've been here for hours and it's 1:30 here and I'm tired. So, but Mojo, thank you so much for having me. If any of you are here from the free market microeconomic conversation, I put in the Discord under live discussion sources if you want to read more about perfect competition and free market and all that stuff. There's like university level and high school level.
Make sure you give it to golf.
There's also a high school level article that I found about it. So I reckon that, everyone can understand it then. So, but thank you so much. It's been really nice hanging out with you all. Be safe.
Thank you.
And protect my Liz. Because she hasn't been up here. She's out of training. She's been out of the debating
I'm about to ask
for a long
Liz
time.
a very important question.
Yeah, Liz, I haven't heard you talk for a while.
So Liz and others that oppose the vaccine situation or like the spreading out of the vaccines. As I was just talking about a minute ago, I do find it to be extremely selfish for people to spread out vaccines or to not give their kids vaccines of serious illnesses and rely on others for herd immunity. I do think that's selfish. But when we're talking again about the MMR, which combines three things, one of which is considered to be serious and the other two are considered to be like not that serious at all, it does raise the question again, like what, okay, so like if we could get people to separate it and take at least the measles vaccine, which is serious, right? That's the serious part of the MMR. And then they spread out the rest, like it's not a big problem in my mind. If it's going to get more people to do it, why do we care if they're not going to get the mumps or rubella, which is considered to be very, very not serious, or if they wait a little bit for those?
So you're asking me, just to make sure I understand, you're asking, is it more important that we get more people to do it, even if it's spread out? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure I understand. I mean, if researchers could ethically collect reliable data showing, like which communities have lower vaccine rates, that could absolutely help target vaccination programs, I think that would be amazing. I have no problem with better data. My problem is using that data we don't actually currently claim. Oh, wait, no. You're asking about, no. Oh, gosh, my gosh. If it could make it so that we were in a good place where everyone would be able to say, okay, we're gung-ho, we're absolutely going to jump on because we're going to spread it up. That would be great. The problem is if we spread it out, it causes a danger zone. And there's a reason we have data set up in the first place to show that we stay out of that danger zone. So could it decrease? Yes. But could we still see a reoccurring diseases pop back up again because we are not following the original schedule? Yes. Which is why I would rather we stick with our original schedule and we just not have someone like RFK Jr. in office that is saying, hey guys, you know what? Let's do it this way instead of just following what the science shows in the first place.
Stephen, your response?
Ben, hold on.
I meant to,
Ben,
I meant to come back off mute there. But sorry, go ahead.
Ben loves planes. Are you there? Ben. Take this. Go ahead.
Fucking scared him away, Mojo.
I didn't say anything.
Yeah, so I don't totally disagree with what you just said there, Liz. I think that it's more logical to follow the science of what was originally decided based on the fact that there could be gaps of people not being vaccinated and could lead to a large spike in people getting these things and then affecting other people around them that are more vulnerable to those illnesses, even the less severe ones like mumps and rubella. I don't disagree with that argument. what I was saying earlier, and I think you even addressed this, so maybe this is the part that we need to research more, is that I think, just based on my limited view of my own autism community, that I'm a part of all these chat groups and everything else, there are a lot of parents that aren't, some of them think that vaccines cause autism, some of them think that they could, but a lot of them think that if they spaced out the vaccines, they would feel more comfortable implementing it. And so my thought was, hey, if it's between those people finding a doctor that will sign off on them not having to get it, or faking something to where they can still send their kids to school, but they're not getting these vaccines, versus them spreading them out and feeling a little bit better about it, I'm on board.
I guess
Right. I mean, harm reduction is always, I always want harm reduction, you know? I think that if it's one or the other, if I have no other choice, then yeah, I would rather people do that than not vaccinate at all. Absolutely. At the end of the day, I always want the case to be vaccination. I just do not like the way this administration is going about it. But to your core case, if it was one or the other, yes, I would prefer that to be the case.
Agreed. Thank you.
Except there's a big problem, guys.
I think there's an overarching.
We don't. Hold on, Liv. There's a big problem. We don't manufacture a separate MMR shot.
Well, and furthermore,
but that's
you can't get
UK. I think you missed it. That was the whole point of this whole thing, is that what they're saying is they're going to separate them. It doesn't exist today, but they're talking about separating them.
Okay, what do they do
what
now?
Caused this fall. It's all combined. The MMR is all combined. So they were talking about separating them.
Stephen, I guess I do have a question about
so
that.
Bad,
like,
if it's so bad, why wouldn't you make sure it's manufactured before?
What?
Well, it's not bad, and that's the problem, right?
If it's so bad, why wouldn't you make sure it's manufactured before?
Before what? I think you might be missing the point.
In place that says we need to separate it.
So, okay, you might be missing the point.
Anybody else on the panel? Am I missing the point?
Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely no science-based research, whatever, that would indicate that the MMR and that the measles or the mumps and rubella part of the MMR vaccine are more dangerous than, the measles, or if they were all separated out. But I mean, I guess my question would be, even looking into that, at what point then do you decipher which is more serious versus which is not, and which should, take priority over the other? Because when we look at things, right, such as the mumps, you would know that also has the opportunistic infection to be able to cause brain meninges as well, which is incredibly dangerous to children, right? But specifically brain meninges.
It's not meningitis, it's meningitis.
Wait a minute.
Right,
this is just
brain
the
being
omnibus
obviously the
bill.
most severe. But then also when you look at rubella, right, that also causes congenital rubella syndrome and is highly dangerous to pregnant women and can cause infertility as well as miscarriage.
Sure.
And complicit, this is just a rehashing of the omnibus bill and single issue bills. They're just applying it to a new little form factor. Is it safe to have all the vaccines in one shot, or do you need to get individual shots for every damn thing? The answer is omnibus bills are what exactly the Republicans use, and they still do vaccinations altogether.
Well, we also have individual shots, right? If you think about the flu shot, right? I would consider that an individual shot that happens annually, right?
Right, that's completely different. That's because the flu is constantly, evolving.
Changing and evolving. Yes, you're right.
So what you might have missed, though, incomplicit, though, we were talking about earlier, is these a lot of the early vaccines are given during the years of kids that are starting to be diagnosed with things like autism. So that's part of why I think there started to be some kind of a correlation that people were drawing in their heads about, hey, my kid is now being diagnosed as being autistic. I just got all of these vaccines.
Yeah.
I just got all these vaccines. It must be related to that. So clearly that's not science necessarily, but I will say, though, that that one of the things that this is trying to accomplish by separating them out and having people take them at separate times is that they themselves could say, I took this, they had this vaccine, and the characteristics of autism didn't appear until like 3 vaccines later. I think
it would dissuade the notion
It's
that
even
that autism is caused by vaccines. I think is that where you're kind
it
of
would start to like
I think
take
it's even
take
worse
people to the
than that, Stephen.
the
Like you're
no
saying,
matter.
they're
But so hold
no,
on,
you're
I'll land
saying
real
that
quick. I'll
they're
land real quick.
tangentially. Stephen,
I'm just saying.
you're
All I'm
saying
saying is
that they're
I know it's not perfect
tangentially
science.
linking things together.
Yes.
Stephen
These
has
parents
a
are
really good
tangentially
point.
linking things together because they say, "Oh, well, my kid's got autism, and I just gave him a whole bunch of vaccinations. Like that must be it." Whereas you never do this, saying like, "Oh, we saw angels, and then had a kid that has autism." You never link that to like religion or anything.
Right.
Right.
Even
I
you know,
100%
but you
agree.
say that it's
But let me
foolish.
just
So
let
why
me
are you
just
doing it with things that you know absolutely nothing about, like
are we
vaccinations?
saying
Why are you trying to
but
link
robot
those to autism?
But are we trying to say though that it's not important to address concerns that are happening en masse? I'm not disagreeing with your point, but the fact is there are a lot of people that believe this based on whatever they, Jenny McCarthy, I think, was like the first person that like tried to link it, right? Some former Playboy model. And so it was like, it got in people's heads, it died down for a while, then a lot of people jumped back on board because of the sheer timing of when this was all happening. So I know it's not perfect science. It's not maybe even science, but it is something that will make people feel a little bit better and to maybe like start to have people that are on these blogs, on these groups, start to say, okay, they're going to start to disagree with each other on some of the things because it's like, hey, it wasn't when the MMR was, it was when this one vaccine. And then everyone's like, well, no, I didn't do that vaccine at that time. I did it later. And so if we can create a scenario where people can be their own scientists, even though that's not the best way to do science, I
That's
think
the worst way
spreading
to
it
do
out,
science.
I
I think
think it's kind of
spreading
worse
it out
than
does make sense. And by the way, I'm
it's
not
worse
disagreeing
than
with what
what you're.
HR said earlier,
I
which
think
is
the
that we
I
problem
shouldn't.
with
understand
this
that.
as well, though, is that Trump, he explicitly connected separating MMR to autism when announcing this policy. Like he said that, he thought that separating the shots could have a huge impact on autism, and there's no supporting evidence on that. So he is actively putting the bug in people's mind that MMR could have a relation to autism, causing parents en masse to spread out vaccines, even if they did believe in vaccines in the first place. So there's so many cause and effects to this.
You're only looking at the negative perspectives. You're neglecting to understand.
No, I didn't. I agreed with Stephen earlier, so that would be factually
You're
incorrect,
neglecting
Lift.
to understand the net benefits that is possible.
No,
Right.
because I
You
agreed
are.
with. Did I agree
You
with
and
you
Robot
earlier,
are.
Stephen?
Science
Did
does
I
not
agree with you
support that.
earlier? Because I did.
I do think she's
I
just
think
making
this
a set.
is holistically a talking point that is antithetical to the entire right wing apparatus. Like your entire notion for the past 10 years has been both fuck around and find out, as well as facts don't care about your feelings. And now you're telling us we should work off of feelings.
No, but
what I'm
I
saying is
would.
that
One thing I
you
disagree with
neglect
you
to.
guys on big time is that I think you guys think that RFK is like a bigger influence on this issue than he is. I think that he is a reaction or a result of this already being an upswell, right? So we can't blame him necessarily for it. Yeah, you could say he's going to perpetuate it even more, but I think this was already there. So having somebody be a result of what a lot of people already thought and having some kind of middle ground solution for it, and this is where Liz and I think agreed earlier on this, is like it's not a perfect situation, but I can see how this could be possibly one good thing to push the ball forward for people to be more comfortable with starting to do
Should we all
vaccines
just
again.
buy into Scientology too?
What?
No, that Scientology is ridiculous unless
Right.
you
So
don't
is
think it's
this.
ridiculous.
No. What he's saying is not ridiculous.
Well, essentially, what they're doing is they're allowing the anti-vaxxers to fuck around and let us all find out.
Correct.
Like, why do we all have to go through
We're not
an
all going to
infectious
suffer the
disease to
consequences.
placate your fucking
Because
feelings?
if one of these kids or a couple of these kids,
You guys don't understand how people work.
Hey! If a couple of these kids have their vaccines separated and they still get autism, Then all of a sudden, it's not that. Then they find something else to fuck about.
Yeah,
And then we
exactly.
have to
So
go
at least
through
it's
all
not
sorts of other
vaccines.
shit. No, then we just have to continue going through shit. You gotta nip shit in the bud. Oh fuck. I'm sorry. You
No,
just don't
Mojo.
get to play along with. You just don't get to play along with your fucking 2-year-old's fantasies.
So I agree that someone mentioned 5G earlier. Like I've actually heard that in one of my neighborhood texts. Like, oh, these 5G things are going to cause all this harm. So yeah, there's always a danger that people are going to move on to one of the next thing that's going to help explain it. But we're talking in robot. We're talking about the actual behavior. We're not saying like in your ideal world, yes, it's ridiculous to rely on people self-testing things. But the reality is, I'm telling you guys, like behavior exists. People have certain behaviors, and you have to account for that and decide what's going to be less harmful. And I'm telling you, you guys might not be in these communities, but there are a lot of people that are selfishly not doing vaccines for themselves and their kids. And they're finding doctors and other specialists that will help co-sign it and get them into schools or fake it or whatever. This is happening.
Those
guys.
doctors should go to jail.
Yeah, but okay. So at the most extreme cases, yeah. But there's also exclusions that they're getting through that are not illegal. So it's like, do we want more creative ways for them to get exclusions, or do we want to also say, okay, all right,
Do we
let's
want
do
to
something
play
that's
into
not
their
that
fucking
crazy?
delusions? No, we don't
It's
play
not,
into delusions.
but it's not them not getting the vaccines.
Mojo, you need to placate to the populace.
No, you
that
don't.
exist in.
I don't
Yes,
placate
you do.
dumbasses.
You do need to.
You guys are authoritarian on
You have
everything
to,
else
because
but
you
this.
exist in the society of those people, whether you agree with them or not, right? You still exist in that same society with them. So you need to placate to push.
I need to not placate to anybody. Fuck off.
The left, the authoritarian left doesn't want to live in nuance. They want to live in this dense reality of like, if the science says this, that is the truth, and you must accept and obey. Obey my command. That's what they want to live in.
Absolutely not. Obey and die is the right wing.
Very ironic coming from
No,
a
that's
conservative.
untrue.
No, actually, I do think this is a hypocrisy moment for you guys because you maybe just don't understand it.
Honestly, what we should do is if parents decide not to get their kids vaccinated, they get them in school anyway, or they start spreading some fucking disease like measles, and they are the origin of the fucking measles. Those fucking parents should be in jail too.
Oh boy. Holy Stalin.
We'll just use the same rhetoric from the Trump administration. If you have nothing to hide, then just get your vaccinations,
I
or we
understand
will send
Mojo's
law
rhetoric.
enforcement
I just don't
after
think
you.
it's
Okay, here's where I
practical.
think you guys are hypocrites on this situation is because I will call a hypocrite where I see it, even on the right with the whole AB laws. There's a lot of hypocrites on the right when it comes to how they view this, but you guys are flipping the script here. You guys are assuming that people are just trying to get away with this just to get away with it. That they're just trying to skirt the system
I'm
and be
assuming they're
outlaws and
fucking
rebels.
dumbasses and they're caught into a fucking cult-like mentality.
And they care about
and
their
you
kids,
don't play
and
into
they have
cults.
limited
And
information.
you don't play into cults, especially when those cults can fucking harm everybody else's kids.
It's not a cult. Oh, I mean,
It is a fucking cult. These people are in a cult.
But the reality is it's not in the same vein of other cults where there is some leader within the group that is trying to do ill will toward everybody secretly behind closed doors and leading them all toward drinking Kool-Aid.
Whether
they're not trying to do
it,
ill will, they're trying to do stuff in service of themselves. That's what most cults
their
are. It's a
kids.
narcissist
I know
that
people-
runs it and then tries to mislead people due to the fact that they're narcissistic. That's
I know
like the
people
basis
on
of a
the
cult.
left. I know people on
But
the
I
left
just
who
don't
are
think that
anti-vaccine,
exists.
so you can't make that argument, Mojo. There's people on the left that are anti-vaccine.
I don't
so.
give a shit.
I
I,
mean,
never made it a right-left thing.
I was
Put
only
them all in
using your
jail. I don't
rhetoric.
care.
Stephen, I have
They're
a
mostly
couple-
communists, to be honest.
Stephen, I have some questions. Just
No, they're all
trying to
fascist.
understand where you're coming from. So, you made a couple points, and correct me if I'm wrong, but at one point you said we should let people be their own scientists in a sense. But you've also gone on to say we should. I feel like in words almost play into the delusions, as Mojo brought up earlier, of these people. And you've also said that people don't have this information or they have limited information. But the information is there. It's readily available. It's, It's taught, it's accessible online, it's taught by your doctor and educated to parents all the time. So I'm not sure why we would play in the delusion to harm a society in mass because a minority feel that the information coming from people such as RFK or right-wing commentators or people in Facebook groups posting are now the experts when they're absolutely not.
So okay, I see where you're coming from, but I think there's a margin of reasonableness when it comes to this, right? I'm not saying, hey, let's deny the fact that if you run out into traffic without looking, you're not going to get hit, and let's just let people try it on their own. I'm saying it's kind of like more along the lines of, hey, we know vegetables are good to eat, but if your kid wants to eat them in a different order, let them.
I think there's a succinct way to put this, and that Stephen is working with the cards that he's dealt with. He doesn't agree with it, right? But he got dealt those cards, and he's finding the best solution with those cards. And I think that you, Incomplicit, you guys are looking for a perfect solution, and it doesn't exist.
What about religious exemptions?
That's what I think. Honestly, that's what I think.
There is a solution.
So for me personally, it's not.
Misinformation. And that's a big difference.
What about religious exemptions? Hello? Question. What about religious exemptions?
I say fuck religion too.
See, this is the problem. Hold on. This is the problem with the religious.
I missed a part of what someone said.
This is the problem with the authoritarian left.
Relate to vaccines.
Can we please not?
This is the problem with the authoritarian left. They believe that everything they believe is true is objectively the truth,
and they want to implement it 100%.
This is scientific.
Yes, and there's people on this planet. There's people on this planet who don't believe in those things, and you want to force your ideology on them, and that's unfair. They have the freedom to believe in what they want.
No, I don't want to force anything.
Yes.
They don't have to fuck. They don't have to fuck.
No, that's not why.
So they don't have the freedom to practice
religion. They can
religion?
just fucking move then.
They don't have
fucking crazy. I have to mute the whole fucking panel because everybody wants to talk at the same time. Stop it. Go ahead, Mojo.
Oh, I'm just fucking around. You probably should have muted me. Oh wait, you can't do that.
Oh.
Shit, no.
I mean, I would if I could. But no, we're not forcing anything on them. You're trying to force your bullshit on us. You believe in angels, and you want to link angels to autism because, I don't know, maybe you're fucking crazy. I really don't know.
Ideology is just that, robot.
Realistically, if we pulled in like the old world religions and stuff, where they sacrifice virgins to a sun god or something, you would be so up in fucking arms. Yet here we are in the the 21st century, and your ass is just looking around like, these vaccines and stuff, there's just way too many people surviving deadly diseases. Let's stop doing that. Let's just say we don't believe in it.
So this is what I want to say on this, okay? Because you're saying we're evil and all these things. Here's the thing. You know what? Science does not say everything we believe is objectively true forever. Science is saying, like, given the evidence that is, currently available, this is the conclusion best supported by that evidence, and we will revise it if if there's better evidence that contradicts it. We are currently going backward as a country, and that is problematic. That is what we are concerned about. This is not like how dare we force the truth on you? Like, why is that such a bad thing that we want our community? That's the facts. That is the facts.
That's your opinion.
That's
your
the
opinion
problem.
is irrelevant to your opinion is irrelevant to somebody who doesn't think like you.
It is a fact. That is the problem you're running into. You do not like the facts and the truth.
Liz, you're trying to reason by logic, and I, for one, know as a logical person that you can't do this, right? It's not effective. You'll never win by just trying to be logical. It's a hard.
That makes no sense. What do you mean that I can't prove a lot? I can't showcase logic and say, oh well, that's not effective.
What I'm saying is you can, but what I'm saying is it's not going to work. It's just not how it works, right? You have to.
That is explicitly how that is supposed to work.
We are supposed to have a discussion.
Yes,
We are supposed to have a discussion where evidence is presented on either side, and when science comes out on top because we can repeat the results over and over again over decades of evidence of doing the same thing regardless of new information being brought to light or it gets incorporated into new studies where we determine that there's a better way to do this, it doesn't make your fantasy reality any more relevant than it was beforehand.
This is why I believe in individual.
And you just going around and trying to state that logic shouldn't come into this, or that we should appeal to the ignorant people who are believing the lies, and that we are supposed to be believing the lies that RFK Jr. and this current administration are putting forth as far as baseless claims are concerned is fucking crazy, and it's detrimental to public health.
What's crazy is your rhetoric, because all I'm telling you, and I'm telling you the truth for here, is that look, logic does not work when you try to garner votes, right? Look, I get it.
We're not trying to garner votes. This has nothing to do with votes, you dipshit. This is the problem with Trump America. This is the problem with Trump America. The problem with Trump America is we are in a post-logic world. You are trying to put us in a post-logic world. Fuck you. Logic is how we figure things out.
Come on, guys. Okay.
And the right is so goddamn emotional.
Oh my God, this happened before Trump.
Could y'all get out of your feelings and actually have an adult conversation?
This started in the 90s.
I understand what you're saying, Lift. I get where you're coming from. I think that you're basically stating that you can't win in a ballot. You can't win the election based on just logic alone. But that is not relevant to the current conversation that we're having.
No, I think it is, because we're talking about vaccines, right? And how logically, right, if you were to get them, right, then you would be you would do this whole herd immunity. There's a lot of benefits to it, right? But when you think about it logically, you neglect the other aspect, which is people. You have to. I'm going to say this word again, but you have to placate to unreasonable people, right? And what Stephen has suggested is a solution to the problem. I have not heard all you guys say is you're wrong, you can't do that. You have to do it this way. You have to do it the perfect way. And Stephen, even if he doesn't overall agree with the entire idea, he has presented a solution that may improve the rates of our vaccinations, right? And I don't hear that from the left side.
Is that the only solution out there? That's the important factor here. We are acting like this is the only solution. And that's the problem.
Give me one, though. I heard Steven say one. I haven't heard you say
Liz, we don't placate to unreasonable people. We just don't. You do.
That's the problem.
Right, but we don't.
No, I'm saying there are other options than what he is saying out there. It's not placation. It's the fact that you can still showcase
give me
truth.
One of those options. I haven't heard it from you. Look, I'm willing to listen. Just give it to me. I haven't heard you say a single one. I only heard Steven say one.
We placate unreasonable positions all the time. Fucking Lyft is here.
Okay, don't do that.
So again,
it's kind of fair.
What Lyft is saying is true. Like, there are people that, let's take for instance ideologically, people that are ideologically aligned with Christianity, that believe in religious exemptions for vaccines. You're not going to convince those people that vaccines are good, okay? I'm not that person. I believe vaccines are good for the general population. I'm being a contrarian here because I can see both sides of the argument. I can understand why Mojo and Brobot and you guys feel the way you do, because I agree with your stance. But I also understand how people on the other side feel, where they have their own opinion. Whether it's rooted in facts or not, that's irrelevant to them. They don't care about that. So unless you're about to force an authoritarian your way into this argument through force, brute force, you're never going to get agreement. That's what Lyft and Stephen's trying to say.
I don't have to force anything. I simply have to do nothing, because you and your churches that all believe that vaccines are bad, you're going to send your kids off to school. They're going to catch some shit and take it all the way back to your congregation. I just have to be a shitty enough person not to care. That's the fucking problem here.
So don't care then.
I think that's a fair argument.
It is.
Only if you believe.
Wait, you are putting other people at risk by doing this.
No,
This
but
is
only
not
if you
just
believe
about
that
you
by
and your
spreading
kids.
it out. Only if you believe that by spreading it out, it's going to actually cause a worse outcome of people that still don't take the vaccines that they're supposed to. Then you can make that argument. But if the argument is that, hey, if we spread them out, it'll actually get more people to do it, that's a net positive.
I guess my question would be, Stephen, so let's hypothetically say then that we went with your solution. Do you have any evidence, right, to suggest that people are now going to go out and get vaccinated if these are now spread out against scientific research which supports that they should be given at the timeline in which they are and at the doses in which they are as well?
So the evidence I have is you're probably going to call it anecdotal, but it's a little bit wider than that because it's based on like probably thousands of people within the groups that I'm a part of, and just me observing how people believe things to be true. And so I do think that if you allow people, again, you're not forcing people to do it, you're allowing people to break it out and spread it out. There are doctors that are actual doctors that are in the autism community that they themselves believe, or they're at least saying it for financial gain, who knows, but they believe and they're telling people that it makes sense to spread these out. So there is in these communities people that are not necessarily opposed to getting them, but they now believe that it makes more sense to spread them out. So I do believe that it would be a net positive if it would then convince people to do it, but in a different order and a relatively short time frame, obviously not spread them out until they're 18 years old. I think it could be a net benefit to offer this option.
Okay, and which vaccines would you be talking about specifically? Are you only talking about MMR?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about here is MMR, yes.
So in the groups, and I guess through your experience, right, that you have in this, would you say that people are only refusing to get the MMR vaccine, or are you saying that they're refusing vaccines in a larger part?
I think it's a smaller percentage of people. As with any group, it's the most vocal, but I think a small percentage of people that are just straight up against vaccines altogether.
So you're more or less you're saying that in these groups, people are only concerned with the MMR vaccine, no other vaccine.
You're breaking up, Stephen.
It's
like ET.
Hey, Stephen, you're breaking
Sorry,
up.
I'm going under a bridge. Can
It's
you
the
hear me?
most common vaccine, so yes, obviously it's going to be the number one target when we talk about whether vaccines are good or not, right? MMR is the most populous one, right? Right? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I was trying to ask Stephen, but I think that is
okay. But answer for Stephen because I kind of.
Can you hear me or no? I'm
now
kind of
We
by a
can hear
bridge.
you now.
So yeah, my question was,
yeah, no, I think
is it just MMR that they're concerned with and not the other vaccines?
It's mostly right now MMR, but yeah, I think there's a lot of discussion about any vaccine that would normally come in around the same time in a very short period of time. That also happens to coincide with where a lot of parents start to observe autistic behaviors and then get them diagnosed as having autism. That's where the concern lies. It's not people trying to give everyone else a hard time or be rebels. It's parents that really are just trying to figure out, okay, can we isolate anything and spread it out a little bit to have a little bit more data if there is, now that we're maybe spreading them out a little bit, again, within a reasonable period of time, can enough people come together and say, okay, yeah, there's this one vaccine now that still tends to whatever. Again, it's not good science, but it's what is being talked about.
Yeah. And personally, what I think on that is that we could rather work on getting people comfortable with the evidence-based schedule instead of assuming the only way they'll vaccinate is if we change the schedule for them. Because at this point, that means that when the government accommodates a belief without evidence, does that reduce the misinformation or accidentally reinforce it? We are going backward. And instead of, they are spreading this out when there is evidence suggests that we shouldn't be doing that. And what could they be doing instead? They could be reinforcing the actual evidence. Because there are people out here that so firmly believe in RFK Jr. and all of his studies because he has been a part of the anti-vax groups for a long time now. And I think that's the point at the end of the day. Is it better than nothing? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean that's still a good option. That doesn't mean that's a great that he is doing it this way. It is actively harming our country. And we don't have evidence to base around if we're going to see an uptick on people actually getting vaccinated or not, especially because this administration is bouncing all over the place on what you should do, what you shouldn't do, because they constantly are changing things based on interactions from what the public is saying.
But I do think, and I see this from all, I think that, looking at this from a slippery slope perspective, makes sense. I think people on both sides of any issue tend to do that. They're like, well, if we do this, what else are we going to do? And then, now it lends credence to like spreading out other crazy things over 5 years. So what makes sense to me is to definitely look at the window of time. I forget what you called it, Liz, some sort of like harm, not reduction of harm, but it was something else where it was looking at what actually would happen if you spread certain things out. Does it now create a substantial effect of people getting certain things, passing it on now, and now we're in a worse position overall? I don't want a net worse position for sure, but I personally currently think that it could create actually a net benefit if we allowed people some more options where they would otherwise try to get exemptions and everything else and just did not get any.
The issue I have is that you guys will not listen to what he just said, right? Like you won't, like you want everything to be perfect. You want to have it be completely successful. And what he's suggesting is taking little steps to get there. And I don't understand.
You're talking about taking steps backwards.
It's not a step backwards, though, dude.
It is.
It is.
It's small steps forward. Small steps.
No, we're not moving forward. We're moving backwards.
They're just placating the people that don't believe in vaccines. So we are making, we are actively taking a step backwards.
We have
say I can't use your word.
Yes, my word. I use it 3 to 4 times. But
it's okay. I'm allowed to use the word.
No, you can't use my word.
We had an active representation of herd immunity that was prevalent in our society for years. People listened to the advice of their doctors. And
your suggestion is going to make it worse.
To LibTears' credit, this has been going on since the 80s. Andrew Wakefield is basically the father of this whole horse shit that we're coming to. But Trump is currently emboldening them by putting RFK Jr., who also spouted Andrew Wakefield's horse shit, into a position of power. This man, since 2005, he has a documented history of doing this, has been anti-vax the whole way through. Up until present day, just because they're trying to separate the two out is just an active regression from safe vaccines that we know of, that we have data for. Yes, we do. What do you mean? You have to wake up. I'm not the one placating fucking idiots who are going to be a detriment to the public health of people.
Yeah, Lift, and I'm just curious, since you seem to be an expert in this, can you tell me how many series there are in the MMR dose? Because I guess this is kind of my problem with it, and this is where I'm curious and just not understanding where Stephen, I guess, is coming from, even though I'm trying to. So, Lift, do you care to tell us how many series there are in the MMR dose and what the recommended time between doses are?
In MMR vaccines, like all at once, there's 3.
How many doses of the vaccine do you get?
I think you get 1 to 3 shots.
Okay, so it's 2. And what's the average time interval they recommend in between each dose?
The interval time is, I think it's 2 months, 3 months.
Incorrect.
Couple
So you can
years.
get it 28 days apart. However, 28 days is not something that has to be followed. So you can get it months apart or you can get it years apart if you like. So this is, I guess, where I've kind of been questioning Stephen and trying to understand where he's coming from with the people in these groups that, he's posting about this. Because the MMR series is not something that you even have to get 2 doses for. It's recommended, of course. And 28 days is usually when they say you can get it at the earliest.
Okay, so I was
between
right.
each dose. However, it can be up to years. So this is something that can be spaced out over time and still be recognized by medical doctors and also valid as far as, I guess, like a vaccine record would go.
Okay, so I'm not. So what's your overall point?
That's not necessarily what the point that you're trying to make. I don't think applies here, and correct me if I'm wrong.
No,
But the reason why
what is
there's 2
his
doses
point?
is
What's his point?
that I think he's making the point that there's already a situation where you can spread it out. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, that is correct. And that's why I feel like what I'm curious and what I've been trying to understand, right, is that you've said that the people in these groups that, you've read things about are all worried about these being so close together. But you can get 1 dose of the MMR and you have some protection. They say that you should get the 2nd dose because at the end of the 28 days, right, that first boost of immunity that you would get from dose number 1 starts to drop a little bit, and then you get it with the 2nd dose to jack it back up. However, you don't have to get it to 28 days. You can go months, you can go years in between each dose.
So it's more. Oh, am I on mute? It's more. It's not. So it's that scenario is more so for the fact that there is a tiny percentage of people that don't respond to the first dose in terms of like having complete effect. So it's you still get like it's not you're not spreading out the dose. You're still getting all of those things, and then the 2nd dose is for the small percentage of people that didn't quite get the full effect from the first dose. They're getting the rest of
It's
it.
common, right? I mean, for
explain to
example,
me,
I just went and got my titers drew. I've had both doses when I was younger. However, I just show that I didn't have my titer didn't pop for rubella. So I just got now a 3rd. You may as well call it a booster dose, right? And I'm 31. But that's rather common with people in their 30s as time goes on. It doesn't mean that you don't have protection, but it doesn't necessarily show up on your titers. And so it just offers you a boosted level of protection for the people who might not have it or who might be immunocompromised or just might not have as strong response as other people have.
When you coming across people who have,
but again, you can get those spread out as long as you want.
And so that actually maybe brings you to our side a little bit on it. Even though I don't think it's necessarily the same thing, it sounds like you're conceptually for the idea of spreading stuff out.
No, I wouldn't say that I'm for it, but I guess I'm not understanding where you're coming from as you're saying that you believe that more people are going to get vaccinated if they're able to spread it out, but they're already able to spread it out.
It's not. So I think my opinion is that you made my point just now because you thought that by bringing that point up that it was equivalent to what people were trying to accomplish by spreading out the individual vaccines, but it's not. But you saying that that's what we already have, you already are for it. So why would you be not for a similar solution that's doing the same thing? Again, within reason. We're not
saying that you are backing a scientifically based schedule that has been backed by evidence is fine. They are saying spreading out the schedule without backing evidence. So if you don't have evidence based on it and then you adjust the schedule wrongly, that's not the same thing, right?
And that's, I guess that's what
2
I'm
doses
saying.
of MMR, or we're going back to like separating them?
You already have the option to be able to space them out. It's a recommended
Why wouldn't you just offer
it's not
that?
a mandatory schedule. It's recommended. So how is this going to help solve any problems? Because this solution that you've offered already exists today in America.
Oh, well,
but it's not accomplishing the same thing. Liz, it sounds like you're in this field. Is that right?
not in this field whatsoever. I've just done a lot of research based on it just because I have a child on the spectrum. So after he was diagnosed, I had a lot of people telling me that it was because of vaccines, yada, yada, yada. And I just did a lot of research on it. So I am not
maybe
an
you don't
expert in
have.
this field.
I am
It
in the
could be that
field.
you and I have different, different like groups that we're a part of, and you're not seeing maybe the same stuff I'm seeing. Maybe that's part of it, but I'm just recognizing the reality of like what appears to be a large group of people who feel a certain way, and some way that could get them to do. You and I are in agreement that vaccines should happen. Although, if we're going to have a conversation or debate about the COVID vaccine, that's maybe a different thing. But like as far as like all of the other standardized vaccines that have been proven over time and given for years and years, and many of them are preventing gnarly diseases, we're on the same page that they're good. I'm just looking at human behavior at this point.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
I understand. Hey guys, I got to get off. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. I got to get off. I'm going to help out with my kids just got home. So I got to get everybody to bed, but it was nice chatting with everybody. Everyone have a wonderful night.
Have fun
Later,
getting
Liz.
off. Bye.
I wish
I knew it. I was about to say phrasing, and then the Libters fucking proved it.
I wish that we could come to a consensus where we can all agree on a certain thing, a certain topic, a certain fucking belief that we can improve our people, and every so often you guys remind me that there is no bridge that we can how do you say there's no bridge that we can
compromise. Yeah,
whatever. There is no compromise.
Bridge that we can't build as one.
You guys want 100%, and even when we offer 50%, you're like, no, fuck that.
But Lift, are you hearing what I'm saying? Like, did you listen? Did you listen to my most recent question that I just asked Steven?
Repeat it.
Okay. So again, for like the third or fourth time.
Okay.
So the vaccine schedule is a recommendation. It is not mandatory.
Okay.
You are allowed already, as Stephen has suggested, would be the resolution to do that.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to get one dose of the MMR vaccine, you are able to. If you want to get one dose and follow the recommended schedule of getting dose number 2 28 days later, you can. Or if you want to get it years later or decades later, you can as well. Nobody is enforcing
you also understand that,
and nobody has enforced that. That is not mandatory.
No, but schools
it is
do.
a recommended schedule.
You understand how much negative rhetoric there is towards that movement, right? What you're suggesting, right? You understand that it's looked down upon, right?
That what's looked down upon?
Doing what you are suggesting, right? Getting a vaccine one day and then pushing out like you said 3 months away, right?
So as somebody who is in the healthcare field, never would I say that somebody spacing out a vaccine is some horrible person and should be frowned upon.
I'm not
Rather,
saying that.
I think it's
didn't go that far.
important to help educate people on what recommended guidelines would be, but I would never just shit on somebody because I feel like you're not following the recommendation.
But all I said is that there's negative thoughts towards that position that you're taking, right? Okay.
Wait,
But like, are you making that
I got a
assumption
question.
or no? Like, have you listened to people actually talk about this, or have you made the same assumptions that you've been making about us all along? Because we've all said
I have
it's
not
good
made
that
any
people get
assumptions about you, so
vaccines.
don't even.
Never have any of us said that, like, if you don't follow it to a specific T, then you're a horrible person and whatever. No, we're saying that you should follow the recommendations, and people who are intentionally going out of their way, like RFK, Donald Trump, who are putting things that are not true out there for people who are vulnerable and who lack the education to actually do the research and understand it, to now distrust doctors and the science that has been proven over and over again. That's the problem.
So
I
let me
got a question.
let me ask
I
you
got a
a
question.
more
I got a
complicated
question.
question, right?
So I don't
Now,
know if Steven's
how do
still
you
here, but
implement that
like
idea?
when it
Right?
comes to when it comes to hold up, when it comes to like
Yeah,
autism,
you
isn't
can
that
go first.
something that you're
Fuck.
born with? It's not something. It's not something that you catch. It's something that you're born with. It's literally how your brain is wired, right? You can't just
I
catch it. You
personally,
can't just.
yeah, I think the science currently backs the fact that it is more of a genetic thing than something that comes environmentally. Although sometimes those things can combine, but I do also think that there hasn't been enough research that would prove that vaccines are actually the cause of.
Yo,
Can
incomplicit.
I want to give like a maybe this is a better example for you, Lift. Maybe you'll understand this a little bit easier. Okay.
Okay.
Traditionally, seat belts way back in the day were just
Yeah.
across the lap, right?
No, I'm learning
And
about this right now. So
oh, okay, fine. I'll explain this. All right. So back in the day, seatbelts used to only go across the lap, and then we found that there was a high link to like damage to the upper torso and the neck and whatnot in car crashes because of this. Introducing the belt that now goes across the shoulder, which provided a whole lot more coverage in order for people to be safe on this topic. And the evidence and the science presented showed that there is a direct harm reduction because of this implementation of this new device. Okay, people still to this day will drive without their fucking seatbelt. It is not a recommendation, and we have the evidence showing that it's a dumb thing to do. But should we remove the two or give people the option to not have that upper seatbelt or even the lower one just because they don't understand that it potentially saves them?
I don't like the example you gave because I think that
I'm going to crash out for you, Red. I'm just going to
hold
crash
on.
out for you.
Can I finish my statement?
You're gonna fucking smack you, dude.
I think that there's a level of I think that you're right about this the comment that you made, right? And so I don't like it.
Okay, so more importantly, I'll try to continue using his example, right? But more importantly, do you think it's essential to make sure that we're giving the education to people that the seatbelt with the part that goes across the shoulder and the lap that reduces harm if you are in an accident is important, as opposed to then telling people, oh, hey, no, just don't wear a seatbelt at all.
I'm not commenting.
They're ineffective, or they'll cause you more harm.
I'm not going to
God forbid
comment on
you get
this.
into an accident and you're strapped in the car and you can't get out because your seatbelt's stuck.
I'm not sure that's exactly how it works, but I'm not commenting on any of this. Okay, I hear your points.
What would
and
make
you have your points, and that's it. Okay.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to chime back in on this analogy is if we all of a sudden started to see there was a large group of people that started to believe that seatbelts were harming you for some reason, and they had some evidence, and there was even some doctors and some scientists that were backing up, oh, seatbelts are actually bad for you. But there's another way we can restrain. There's another way we can restrain ourselves, other than seatbelts, that can cause safety as well. And we all agree, okay, that's actually another reasonable way to do it.
Okay,
that's more what we're talking about.
What way is that?
Stephen, what way would that be?
That way would be by your pastors and your preachers, because seatbelts prevent you from meeting your God.
Yeah.
Even better, you promoted someone.
I think it's not a perfect analogy because what we're saying is it's a similar solution. We're not saying don't wear the seatbelt at all, right? That's where the analogy diverges.
No, it's not, because you have now got a person who is the head of the Seatbelt Foundation in regards to this, and has now made a recommendation that those seatbelts aren't necessarily effective, and has a tenured, decades-long history of stating that seatbelts are directly harmful to your health. And on top of that, he's going to try and sell you on some alternative device that is not a seatbelt to cure seatbelt harm.
No, but it's not. See, that's where I think there's a couple of points that we're just not going to agree on.
How do you
and one
want
of
to
them is I feel like I feel like the upswell was happening before he came in. It's not him coming in and convincing people of this particular thing. The upswell was there. And again, the solution is not don't do it at all, like you're saying with the seatbelt analogy. It's let's do something else that can accomplish maybe the same goal, right? Like you guys are using
Steven,
extreme examples.
Well, then
I have to hold your hand when I say this. RFK Jr. has been on this line of like communication in regards to seatbelts since 2005.
What do you mean?
So he has been okay. I have a literal timeline here because I fucking hate the man. In 2005, he claimed that thimerosal was a deadly immunity. It was a published piece in the Rolling Stone and Salon alleging a massive government conspiracy to cover up a link between thimerosal and autism. That was his first foray into this. And in 2007 to 2008, the World Mercury Project was founded.
My bad. When was that you said that? Or did
2005.
Okay, and that was okay. I gotcha. But I still think like him being chosen to be in this role was because of the polling that showed that like people already agreed with a lot of what he was saying, right?
Then that's just anti-science rhetoric that he's been pushing, and we know he has been pushing for the longest time. This is just placating morons and then putting more of this into the more prevalent sphere by putting him in a position of power over this. You are rewarding him for being the creation of this detriment to our nation.
I just think this particular thing, like I would agree with you about Tylenol and everything else, but this particular thing is a modification or giving people some control to do the exact same thing that you want them to do anyway within a certain reasonable time frame.
That control
already have that as incomplicit explicitly stated. You have that power already. So
not the same, dude. The first and the second dose is not the same as splitting them up.
Where does it stop?
How do you wield that power?
Where does it stop? If we allow this to happen today, if everybody says, okay, you guys are allowed to do this, and they figure out it doesn't do anything and they want to do something, they want to try something else, do we let them do that? And how far do we let it go before we fucking stop them?
So I think Mojo just hit it on the head, which is what I said earlier, which is that I think the main issue for a lot of you guys is it's a slippery slope effect. You're imagining this getting out of hand and something where it's a reasonable, hey, spread out these things within a reasonable period of time, turning into something that's crazy. Like, actually, let's just not take some of these vaccines.
Well, I think this is crazy. Don't get me wrong.
It's already out of hand. Like, specifically, it's already out of hand. You've got two kids that just passed away from measles.
Do we let them take baths in sulfur? I mean, what do we do?
There is in 2019, RFK Jr. went to go visit Samoa. He made he met at an anti-vaccine activist rally that was fully paid for by the Children's Health Defense Organization, where he explicitly went on a rant about the MMR or the measles vaccine that was being promoted to them. By the following year, in 2020, there were then 5,700 cases of measles in Samoa and 83 direct deaths because of it. A national emergency in Samoa was declared because of this. He is directly responsible for the unaliving and the pushing of this rhetoric that results in the unaliving of children. He has pushed other things as well that have done this in the United States that have unalived children. He is not science-based in any way, shape, form, or fashion. He is directly responsible for the unalivement of children and the detriment of our youth. It is crazy that anyone is taking his position on this.
Do you not think at all that that people that are elected, or in this particular case, him that was brought in as part of who you were electing, are a result of what they feel like people are already thinking?
Why are they thinking that? That's what I'm trying to get you to think.
Look, I agree with you. I've already said I'm not anti-vax, and I actually agreed with HR earlier and Liz earlier when we said that there are reasons why we should push into communities that think this way and try to resolve their way of thinking. I also agree with that. But
I
something that
understand.
Lift and Shift said, which I
Lift
agree
and
with,
shit? Is that what you said? Lift and shit?
yeah, Lift and Shift. What I agree with is that does very much feel like you guys are never willing to even like
Compromise.
consider any sort of middle ground on anything.
Yes.
Because
There's
if
no
it
middle
came
ground.
from,
There's no middle ground with
but this
stupidity,
is
man.
as middle ground as it gets. They're still going to get the vaccines, bro. Jesus.
Yeah,
No,
that's the
We
thing.
they're
have no
not.
proof
You
that they're
are
going to,
hold on.
though.
You need to look at the end results and stop worrying about the process
Oh
to
my
get
God.
them.
Stop. Lift. You're adding
No,
nothing to this. This
Dude,
Quit
is
justifying
crazy.
the ends with the
This
means.
is not Stephen, I'm not purporting that you are anti-vax. I know that you're not, and I know that you're just arguing this point because it is what you would feel is a middle ground for this. But when it comes to this, you have a 20-year evidence of this man purporting this in our nation that has seen an uptick in direct response to people listening to the rhetoric from the Children's Health Defense Organization. And he is a chairman still to this day on that board. He even told the FDA to rescind the restrictions on that bleaching agent, MMS, I think was the code name for it or whatever, the miracle mineral solution or whatever. That person is now trying to state that it is a good thing for us to separate out the vaccine schedule when people already have the choice to either take it or not. I don't think it is
No, they don't,
beneficial
though.
in any
They don't.
way. They do.
How do they have the
do.
choice of not to take it? They have kids who are going to school that
They
require them to
have
take these.
they have the choice not to take it. They have that choice at their doctor. They have the choice to homeschool their children.
Well, yeah. Well, that's
Have the
actually
choice
okay.
to
So you help make
claim
my point.
religious
Actually,
exemption.
you help my point. Actually, because I
What is
was
that?
saying that that's one reason why people do that, and they take these extreme methods and choices to get exemptions or to homeschool, is because they're afraid of all this crap. Again, I think education needs to happen with them. But
My
I'll just say this one last time because I think we're not going to find middle ground on this. But I think if we're going to find middle ground on anything, it would be an issue where we're not saying don't do it. We're saying, hey, if you feel better about it by spreading it out a little bit more than you already do, go for it.
My point is the supplier who has created this misinformation campaign and has propagated it for 20 years is now supposedly offering solutions for it and has been promoted to the highest position in office in medical science currently to try and convince people to do things in a quote unquote better way. He is the foundational creation of the misinformation that we see in the modern day and age because he has been the one who has been re-propagating Andrew Wakefield's bullshit and is now trying to benefit off of it in this office at the cost of children's lives. And I don't think that we should be just flopping over and being like, hey, yeah, we should compromise here and let people have this decision. You have the decision already, and we already know it's detrimental. I just don't think that you can justify placating this on the backs of children.
But you keep making my point without realizing it. You keep saying, oh, people are already not doing it in homeschooling, and we agree that that's harmful. We agree that that's harmful. People homeschooling,
No,
finding
they can.
religious exemptions is harmful. So what can
Religious
we do
exemptions
to
are a
help some of
different
those people
story,
feel
but
more
fuck it.
comfortable?
Fuck it. If these fucking
No,
idiots want to homeschool, let them fucking homeschool.
yeah,
Yeah, but they're
fuck their
still going to
comfort.
interact with
I don't
society,
want. I
bro.
don't want them. I don't want them to make them
Then
feel
charge the
comfortable because they're fucking
parents. Then
stupid.
charge the parents with fucking homicide or
Exactly.
Now
manslaughter or some
talk about
shit.
slippery
That's the
slope.
thing. That's
Holy
the thing.
shit.
That's the thing. We cannot
If the,
compromise with stupidity, man. I know you're trying to find a middle ground, but there's no middle ground here. It's either
But if you're going to
we have facts, we have to come, or we have to compromise with stupidity.
But
What
if you're
would
going
you
to charge, if you're going to do what Mojo's suggesting and charge people, that's a slippery slope if I've ever heard one. Because
if your kids start getting other kids sick and those kids start dying because of it, then it's your fucking fault.
yeah, but think about all the variation and the whole spectrum of illnesses that are extremely harmful down to mildly harmful, and then where do you draw the where do you decide that if it's that happens someone's death, like the flu, for example. Oh, you didn't get the flu vaccine. You're now going to be charged with the crime.
Wait, kids don't die from the flu.
RSV would be much more common for kids.
What
But
percentage,
I
right?
guess
You'll have to end up agreeing on
Stephen,
what percentage of death is
with
acceptable.
Stephen,
It's not a serious statement, is that,
maybe this is
Mojo?
Stephen, maybe this is a better question. So there was just a massive outbreak that just occurred this past weekend. I saw in Western Iowa. I believe it was like 80 people tied to like a pizza ranch. I used to live in Iowa, so like it's like a pizza buffet thing, right? And there's already been a couple reported children who have went back to Pennsylvania and have since died from that. What do you feel? Or I guess now he left. I guess maybe we'll ask Lyft and Lib. What do you feel that the repercussions should be for those parents since they chose not to vaccinate their kids for measles and their children are now unalived as a result?
You're asking me?
Yeah, you were Lib.
What do I feel the repercussions should be for a parent who did not vaccinate their children?
Yeah,
I
so
think
that decision obviously to not follow guidelines, and of course, as I think Rebel was,
I think
as a
that
result of
they're
RFK pushing these this misinformation, disinformation, if you will.
well. Look,
I believe in individual liberty and freedom to choose.
Yeah, yes, I agree that. Look, freedom costs. There's a price to freedom, and sometimes it costs lives.
Okay, I looked this up.
So as a result of that, how do you feel about AB then?
I looked this up. No, before you change the subject, I looked this up. Approximately, what did it say? 37 to nearly 300 children die during a regular flu season of the flu. So there are quite a few children that die of the flu.
There sure are.
Vaccination status, about 90% of the children who die from the flu are not fully vaccinated.
The price for freedom is heavy.
So
and
it just goes to show you that we should vaccinate our fucking kids. God damn it.
No, there's no correlation though. There's no correlation.
Right, it's direct causation.
No, there isn't.
If they 90% of the childhood deaths of the flu were not vaccinated. What is wrong with you?
That's
hold on. The flu vaccine doesn't prevent you from getting the flu.
What does it do? Tell us.
It creates an immune
90%.
response.
How the fuck do
to
you
the
go
prior
90%? What is wrong with you?
Mojo,
the flu vaccine that you get this year is not the same for this year. It's for the previous year. That's
okay, let's not skip over this. It creates an immune response, right? In other words, it gives you the antibodies to help fight whatever strain it is that's out there.
Yeah,
so
we heard the same thing during COVID.
If you're vaccinated and you get infected, you may still get sick. Let's I'm still talking. You may still get sick, but you got to get through. I'm fucking talking, bro.
Lift. Stop.
No, I'm asking you a question, dude.
Stop.
Hold on, I'm talking, bro.
I'm sorry. Ibanez is talking. What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, I'm sorry.
So yeah, you got the antibodies already there to fight off the fucking virus. That way you don't fucking die from it, right? Same with COVID. You get the COVID vaccine. Some people, I got sick and I got vaccinated, but I guarantee that it would have been fucking 100 times worse if I didn't have the vaccine.
Correct.
Can you give a breakdown of where those deaths occurred, like what states?
Yeah, the United States.
Yeah, and most of those kids who end up unaliving from the flu have comorbidities. They're either overweight or they have other.
Stop!
That is not always the
case. It's in the CDC data, Mojo.
You're so always the case, and it also makes it.
I'm going to agree with Libs here because you do not provide an answer to that question. But
nobody cares who you agree with.
Okay, this is another thing I like to paint a picture of whenever somebody says like, oh yeah, they had a different, they were sick with something else and all that. Imagine, you ever seen that prank people pull when somebody goes behind you and then somebody pushes you so you fall over? Well, basically that's what picture that being as a comorbidity between COVID and whatever disease you have. COVID just helps whatever illness you have kill you faster. So it's like it's you're still killed by COVID.
Yeah,
What if such a
and
monotone voice?
I'm fine. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. There are
So weird.
comorbidities. I'm fine with that. There are comorbidities. That's fine. There's other shit we got to deal with in this country as well. But this is one thing that we can stop with a simple shot.
That's that. You assume that's the case. You assume.
I assume that we can
that
stop
is true.
90% of them.
It's both
You're
assumed
assuming
and
that
it's
it is
proven.
untrue. That's
It's
just
proven.
untrue. It's not proven. It's not
It's
proven.
scientifically proven.
Look,
Correlation doesn't equal causation, people. Don't we? Haven't we
It's
heard
not a
that from
correlation.
times?
90% is not a
Isn't-
90%
Correlation
is not a
doesn't
correlation.
equal causation.
90%
And it's not 90,
is not
it's
a cor-
80%.
It is 90. And
It's
90%,
80 according to the
it is
CDC.
90. It is 90, and 90% does not equal correlation. It equals causation.
Mojo. I disagree with you, Mojo, because I think that people should suffer the consequences of their decisions, and I think that
Yeah, let's all live in a Darwinistic world. Fuck you, because your Darwin kills me too.
Yeah,
no, it
that's the
doesn't.
fucking
No, it doesn't.
problem,
It doesn't. It
Cliff.
doesn't. Right? You
Yes,
stay away
it
from
does.
freedom,
Stay
baby.
away
From that.
No, that's not your freedom. I'm sorry. I don't get the freedom to make choices about your body. That's kind of how this fucking works with communicable diseases. If I get sick with something that I can transmit to you, that does not give me the consent to make you sick and unalive you just because I didn't take the proper precautions.
Look, you
Freedom,
have options.
baby.
You have options.
That's
right?
not
You don't have to
freedom.
stay- look, you don't have to stay in that area where people don't believe in vaccinations, right?
Yeah, go to Canada, bro.
That's
No,
not
I'm not saying
freedom.
Canada. What
I'm
saying is
sorry.
you
You
go-
don't get to
you go
give
to a
me
different
fucking
state.
like
You can do
any
it.
communicable disease and then tell me it's your freedom to do so
It's
if
your
it is a
freedom to
potential to
move and-
unalive someone.
and stay
That's
away
not
from
how
it.
that works. Otherwise,
let's-
I could go up and put fucking arsenic in your coffee and be
these
like, it's my
smoke-
fucking
let
freedom
these
to do
smoke
so,
go
man.
out. Let these smoke
You
go
can.
out,
No, you
and-
can't.
And then you come
Yeah, you
back.
can.
Actually, this actually works in favor of you, to be honest, because if you go back right
It's
after
cyanide in a
you-
drink.
let's say you move away for a little bit, and then there was let's say that there were people who did not get vaccinated and they passed away. You go back now, you have a lot more job opportunity, to be honest, right?
What the fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck?
Lift, it's time to switch to water, man.
Okay, you didn't hear that. You didn't hear that.
I think that makes me
I
want
advocate for the total abolishment of
Fucking
vaccines.
ringing.
That's my new stance.
Liv, is that you that's ringing already?
Huh?
Are you ringing?
Ringing?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean?
Yes, ringing. Is that you?
Yes, he works
stop.
in a noise factory.
And
Fucking
just
stop.
to,
God, that was horrible.
just to kind of explain also, I guess, where Rebel's coming from in regards to this, it's the same, right, when it comes to S-transmitted diseases, right? So if somebody has, let's just say HIV, for example, there are laws that would prohibit that person, if they know of their status, from going out and being with somebody unprotected and potentially passing that same thing on to them, right? There are laws in regards to that. You cannot do that. You would suffer the consequences, and rightfully so.
Okay. Can you
Does that
get your
make
point?
sense? Right? I
understand that.
There's a reason, right, why these laws exist. You are causing harm to somebody else. And as a result of that, there are consequences that happen.
No, that's untrue. You're just making things up.
You're right.
I see where he's going with that, though.
He's just making things up. That's untrue.
Or
I'm not saying
drunk
that
driving.
Just untrue.
It's
I
not
don't
like
agree
the
with that,
other person has the consent of you to hit their vehicle and unalive them.
How many people drive drunk and they drive perfectly fine? That's a terrible, terrible fucking.
Did you
example.
just really
Sorry,
say
Rob.
that?
Are you
I'm sorry.
fucking serious?
Nobody that drives drunk drives fine. Nobody.
Yeah,
Absolutely fucking
okay.
nobody.
What about if you're on schmugs? There are many people who are functioning schmug
You
heads
spent a
that
lot
drive
of time
totally
in
fine.
prison.
This is
You spent a
wild.
lot of time in jail, haven't you,
If I'm
Lou?
doing schmugs, I don't want to drive. I kind of just want to chill out, right?
It depends
That's
if you're
such a
doing
wild
if you're
statement.
doing
You know,
like
Lib, I
if you're
played
if
pool
you're doing
for
some
I played
uppers.
Lib. I played pool for a living
No,
for 10
no, I
years.
just kind of just want to chill out.
I played
I bet
pool
you
for a
did.
living.
Pocket
Hey,
pool?
Hey, I played pool for a
Pocket
living
pool?
for I played pool for a living for 10 years. And every single time somebody came in and said, let me get a couple drinks first, I play better when I'm drunk or when I've had a few drinks in me. I know I got a sucker on my fucking hands because every single one of them doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Well, pocket pool doesn't count, but
Why were
I
you
guess that wasn't
around
funny.
so many people like that? It says something about you.
Yeah, Mojo.
Yeah.
What?
You heard what he said.
I didn't hear what he said.
Associating with very bad people. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Why are you around so many of those people? What's up with you?
What people?
Oh, now he's trying to play it off. Okay.
I don't know what people
We
you're
see
talking
through you,
about.
Mojo.
What people are you talking about? People that play pool, people that go to bars, people that have drinks? What
No,
kind
you
of
said
people
you
are you
said
talking about?
you said that you were surrounded by people who make poor decisions, right? Let's put it that way, right?
I said nothing of
Why?
the sort.
Huh?
He's
I said
taking
nothing of the
advantage of
sort.
people. Unreal. You are
Sorry, I
such a
didn't-
capitalist, Mojo. It's unbelievable.
Mojo, I didn't hear you. Say it one more time, please.
I said nothing of the sort.
Mojo,
You kind of did. You
I kind of didn't.
associate yourself with people who make bad decisions, right?
Yeah, you.
Well, not me.
Yeah, just you. Just
No,
you.
not me. Not me.
Just you.
I never did.
Mojo was the corporation in that example, and the person was the worker, and he just took
Bobby,
advantage
did you
of
want
the
up
worker.
here?
Unreal.
Bobby never wants up here.
Dude, you don't like the pressure when it's put on you, right? But you like putting pressure on other people, right?
He's a little rascal,
Bobby
this
B.
Mojo.
I didn't think
You're
so.
a little raffled.
He's a little rascal.
A little raffled. Your feathers are fluthered, right?
What are you guys doing?
It's ruffled. What the fuck?
That's what I said.
He said ruffled just with an A, all right, Brobot?
Raffled.
No, I didn't buy
I'm gonna
raffle
say
tickets.
you're a fucktard just with a U.
Hey, bazinga!
Thank you.
Bobby
So-
was tapping that ass, he said.
Who the fuck is Donovan?
What?
Who are you? What's your what do you have to say?
What's
What
your
do I-
credentials, Donovan?
My credentials
you know
speak
what?
for myself.
I guarantee you Donovan's fucking sober, Lift.
Correct.
Why'd you say that in that way?
Because
What
you're
way?
not.
Oh, man. I think Lift doesn't recognize his own innocence sometimes, and like when you say things and it kind of just goes in one ear right up the other and he's not listening. I think it's so funny.
No, I expect the best out of people, and so when I hear somebody say something
Always fucking
not the
hammer.
best of them, then I question it. That's it. Not that complicated.
Wait, you expect the best out of Mojo all the time? Is that what you
I
said?
expect the best out of everyone. You fucking Mojo, fucking actually. I have a lot of respect for you because I saw you on a different panel where they were talking some bullshit and you stood up against it. But like, yeah, I
Yeah,
expect
get
the best out of
violated.
everyone. Huh?
Hateful behaviors, hate speech. Robot.
What?
What about hate speech?
Yeah, they don't like
Oh.
the FUC.
There you go.
Deported.
Okay, so that is a word we cannot say at all anymore.
Interesting.
Which word?
Well, robot.
FUCTA.
URD.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Not something you can say anymore, I guess.
Yeah, I heard an R slur the other day, and you let it slide.
I didn't get a violation. Like twice, I didn't get a violation for it.
I'm sure it had nothing to do with the fact that slur was used on me.
Oh, maybe.
Mojo, when's the last time
TikTok
you got a
doesn't like you.
violation and what was it for?
I got a violation?
No, I'm asking you, when's the last time you got a violation and what was it for?
Right now, I got a violation for Brobot for saying that word. Are you okay?
I didn't hear the word.
I think the implications are becoming true as the time has passed here.
Okay,
Alrighty.
so yeah, topic. Has anyone seen the report about John Ratcliffe going to Russia?
No.
Anybody? No.
Didn't he go there secretly?
He did, but it has been discussed in the mainstream briefly. Trump brought it up.
Once
Did
the
he go
secret
there?
found out.
Did he go there
Trump brought it
to
up, and there
do
was one article today. I think it was in the New York Times. I'd have to look to see what the actual source was, but they did bring it up. It's the only
Did he
reason
go
I'm
there
talking
to
about
do
it now.
ballet?
What?
Did he go there to do ballet?
No, but that would be a W. No, he went there. Apparently, he went there to warn Putin not to attack the Baltic states.
It's fucking stupid. What the fuck? What a fucking idiotic waste of a trip.
Well, the intelligence was pointing to the fact that Putin may be considering attacking the Baltic states.
Okay, the Baltic states have their own fucking nukes. What the fuck?
Yeah,
I'm
go
aware
for
of
it.
that. Some of the former Baltic states are also NATO members now.
Yeah. There's no reason to go over there and give him a fucking warning. That's fucking dumb.
So you're telling me Captain fucking Deep State gets fed a story about him going over there to talk about not attacking the Baltic states, and your fucking red yarn fucking ass
How do I
is
get
just like
fed a story?
teeming right now?
How do I get fed a story? If I happen to see a story in the media and read it, is that me eating or me being fed?
Well, it's called an algorithm, right, of things that you look up and look into. But again, how is your like conspiracy theory ass not just like brimming through the edge of being like, wow, they fed me a bullshit story for some fuck reason that this guy went to Russia?
Wow, you are really a simple creature, CT. You understand the implications of this if it's true, right?
If it's true that he went there?
Well, that at this point is a foregone conclusion. What we're speculating on is why. I'm glad you found that funny. What intelligence does John Ratcliffe have that leads him to believe that Putin is preparing to attack the Baltic states?
I would say probably none. And even if they do have intelligence, they don't fucking listen to it anyway. That's why we're in Iran.
So none. So your position is that he just went there for the lulz?
I think that when we have a president like we have right now that has literally been subservient to this fucking country, then yeah, he's probably there to do a payoff or some other shit.
So subservient, in fact, that he dispatched the head of the Central Intelligence Agency to warn him not to attack the Baltic states.
Yep, that's what he was there doing, for sure. For sure.
Anybody remember?
Look, I'm sure that makes sense in your head with all of the White Claw and spider webs, but to the rest of us, it's compelling.
Well, Donovan, I understand your last four teeth are rotting out of your head, moving its way to their brain. But hey, being inbred's okay too.
I have.
Anybody remember Anybody remember when Russia was attacking Ukraine shortly after Trump did like tried to do some kind of deal? Trump just tweeted, "Putin, stop." That was about it. Maybe he went to go do the same thing.
You're talking about the meeting in Alaska.
I forgot which one, but I just know it was funny how Trump just tweeted, "Putin, stop." Like he was begging, like, "Daddy, stop."
If Netanyahu does anything else, we're going to take action. 5 minutes later, Netanyahu bombs parts of fucking Gaza again. Hits Iran twice. It's like, whoa, so much for that fucking threat. I don't know why you guys think this guy has control, power, influence, and nobody fucking listens to him. The only people that benefit are the
doesn't
fucking
have
shareholders.
power and influence.
You're fucking shitty fat ass president.
So just to be clear, you're saying that the president of the United States has neither power nor influence. Is that right?
This president, this feckless fucking worthless president has zero fucking influence, zero power, zero control.
And that's because you say so?
That's because every time he says we're going to do something and these countries don't listen, they laugh, put out a fucking AI video, and then fucking do it. And they're like, go for it. And then you know what he does? He goes, terrorists in America.
And that's because your troop of homeless, demonic clowns told you so?
I don't know any homeless people. I don't live in West Virginia like you.
I said homeless, demonic clowns, is what I said.
I know some demonic people for sure, but just they're not homeless. They're doing quite well, actually. They're fine.
Yeah, and I don't live in West Virginia either, CT.
Oh, you're just built that way? That's fucking crazy.
I live in Virginia, in the shadow of the largest military base on the planet.
You guys are all pretty much fucking same. You should become one state. I don't know why there's two of you.
How do you feel about global
We
warming?
used to be all one state until the Democrats got all hippity hoppity and jumped, and then West Virginia broke off from Virginia.
How do you feel about global warming, Donovan?
You mean climate change?
Sure.
Global warming is 2012. Today it's climate change.
How do you feel about it?
I think
global
that
warming is a type of climate change.
I asked Donovan. Right. I'm sorry. I just want to see how you feel about it.
The climate is constantly changing. I think, to crystallize your question, it should be, how do you feel about man-made climate change? I think that it's used as a vehicle for various forms of graph.
Okay, so obviously humans then, you think, are not causing it. Did you see Nepal? What happened in Nepal today?
Was there an avalanche?
It was a glacier snapping off, melting and snapping off.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very compelling. I don't know how that relates to man-made climate change, though. I mean, the climate's been changing long before our presence here.
Well, we can't use science because you don't believe in it. So we have to give you perfect examples, like a child being like, hey, do you see how this works? Because you don't believe the scientists.
There's certain bits of compelling evidence that one can absorb to draw a conclusion. Like, why is it that every Democrat leader who decries climate change and talks about the world ending because of climate change miraculously and mysteriously also owns a beach house?
Oh, yeah, I remember that from like 15 years ago. Buy a house on the beach in 15. Yeah, but that's not how the science works, right? They talk about like 2050 being a very pivotal year, carbon index increasing over the next 30 years, the fact of lack of remission that we can do right now. See, that's actual scientific studies behind climate change, not that you should go buy a fucking beach house and see if it's underwater in 15 years, which I believe was, who said that to Al Gore? Some dipshit fucking Republican. I can't remember which one it was. They all talk in platitudes the same way, but yeah, that's the difference, right?
So the people who really run the world, the insurance companies and the banks, if they really believed that there is no climate change, if they really believe that climate change is a thing, you would not see any permits to build anything on the coast. You would not be able to insure anything on the shore. Nothing. And yet, you can.
So you're saying, yeah, he did. He doesn't realize it. Hold on. Let's walk him there slowly. So you're saying the insurance companies and the banks, they wouldn't give out loans, right? For something on any shores?
Right, because it wouldn't be a good investment, because anything that was built would obviously be destroyed and they wouldn't be able to realize their investment.
You might want to rethink that one. If the insurance company who can deny the claim for payout, right, because they'll just say it's not natural causes, then guess who gets another loan to build another fucking house? The bank. You got a conspiracy theory a little bit better for
not if the water doesn't recede, right? If we're not talking about a storm, if we're talking
they
about
would build a house somewhere else and they would get more money off another loan that they got. You're literally talking about, what's that called? Companies when they make things shittily.
Planned obsolescence.
Obsolescence, thank you. That's literally, you're talking about obsolescence at the highest fucking level. Insurance claim denial rates are like what, 70 some fucking %? So no payout, you're just collecting those funds. Then you come get another loan from the bank. They actually just gain more money off the fucking interest that you have to pay back into them. I would give only fucking loans on the coast if I believe that climate change was going to happen and those houses would be destroyed. That's a fuck ton of money that you're going to get.
Yeah, there's a few elements here that should be observed. First of which being that we know that the left loves to signal their virtue, and what better way to signal one's virtue than to say that we need to do our best to save the planet.
Wait, how are you gonna pivot to virtue signaling when I just proved your point wrong?
What the fuck? When there are
Donovan,
forces at
do you live
play,
on the planet?
especially You guys are fucking morons. Why
Wait.
can't you sit still for a single fucking point?
You brought up a dipshit point. We proved you wrong in 10
Well, I
seconds.
did say
and
there
then
were
you pivoted.
3 elements, and you couldn't sit still for the first one.
Banks are also involved in this little equation as well. You don't think they do their due diligence when they hand out loans?
Have you been listening at all?
Yeah.
We said banks and insurance companies. It was the crux of the conversation there, Lib.
I've heard mostly about insurance companies, but banks do their due diligence 20, 30 plus years out.
Well, I'll tell you
When
what,
they
when you
hand
catch
out
up with the rest of the conversation in 3.5 minutes, go ahead and weigh in.
Yeah, so all of this shit that you're saying that you want to do to save the planet here in the United States, the only effect that it's having is to impede our own mercantile interests, because you have countries like China and India that are not going to affect their economies by observing the type of things that you would like us to do. This is also why I said that the ultimate conclusion of your type of politics with regards to climate change is to eventually attack and subjugate other countries that you perceive are harming the planet.
China's leading the world in renewable
What you're
energy.
trying to say ultimately is disastrous. You just don't have the cognitive ability to carry your own political positions to their ultimate conclusions.
Yeah, well, go ahead and keep up with me here if you can. I'm only a simpleton, but China's leading the world in renewable energies. They're working on multiple plans, of one of which actually just landed last year. They're going to be powering an entire town off of nuclear, clean nuclear energy on top of that. It's going to be pushing out 880,000 kilowatts per year.
Coal-fired plants is China.
I'll just keep going then, since you just interrupted.
They're also one of the largest
They're
polluters.
working on their 32-ton fucking magnetic field reactor called the Sun, something of the Sun. They're hoping that by 2052, I believe, all of China will be living off clean, renewable energy.
China's one of the biggest pollutants on the planet. What are we talking about?
They are leading the world in renewable energy.
It doesn't matter. They're still one of the biggest polluters on the planet.
I don't know if that's true. We looked this up before. It's been a while.
They're actually top 20, I believe.
Well, first you said they were the number one. Now they're the top 20. That tells me
I
you
didn't
don't
say
know.
they were. I did not say they were number one. I said they're one of the biggest.
Maybe
open up your ears.
Yeah, the latest, the last thing I remember that China did that went viral, as a people, like you saw this happen where lots of people in China did this, was that when it got hot in Europe and they were all very uncomfortable because of the lack of air conditioning, because of these climate change policies that you guys have, they were doing videos of them giving air conditioning to their farm animals.
Also, I actually just fact checked that, Lib. So, technically speaking, between the U.S. and China, the U.S. is actually the largest polluter per capita when compared to China. That was like the most simple search that I've ever done.
Go look it up.
Why are you guys always one Google search away from just being full of shit and not knowing anything about what you're talking about?
How does hold on? How the fuck
It's every day with you fucking ingrates.
How does per capita pertain to pollution? That's a fucking asinine correlation. I'm sorry. That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. That is such a dumb argument.
So would you say
Come
that
on.
when people are more centrally located and there's a larger number of people that are
That's
in
like
a
saying New York.
society or in a
Hold on,
country
dude.
that
That's
have
like
more
saying New
pollution-
York City. That's like saying New York City and fucking in Silicon Valley are per capita the highest polluters in the United States. That's such a dumb argument.
That's how per capita works.
That would be how
per capita
works,
when it
right?
pertains to pollution
New
are
York
two
would
different
have-
things.
New York City would have more pollution than rural Arkansas or West Virginia.
That's my
or
whole
Wisconsin.
fucking point. That's
Well,
my
then,
point.
I guess when we're talking about
Right.
regional pollution, that matters.
And
This
again,
is
so based
unbelievable.
on per capita, the U.S. far outpaces China when it comes to pollution.
Doesn't matter. Pollution is pollution. You can't quantify pollution when it comes to per capita. It doesn't matter on the population. Look at fucking
China
Saudi
is the
Arabia.
world's
Look
largest
at Iraq,
polluter.
Pakistan. Look at all these countries. It's insane.
Yeah, it's right here. China is the world's largest polluter. The country emitted 12,289 million tons of fossil CO2 in 2024. That's 31.8% of the world's total, according to the global carbon budget. The United States and India follow China as the second and third largest polluters, respectively. So what were you saying about one fucking Google search away?
Yep. So
per capita. You missed the per.
And when it goes off the per
You
capita,
missed the per capita part.
Yeah, he
You
the per capita
understand
doesn't matter
when it comes to pollution.
Per capita,
You understand. You understand. What the fuck is wrong with you guys?
Per
You
capita
understand that more
pollution.
people means more pollution, right?
Oh my God.
Are we
This is
supposed
such-
to be able to? Are we supposed to be able to put out 5 times more pollution per person than China is, just to equal up to what they're at?
Well, what's China's population?
over 1 billion. India's population over 1
1.6.
billion. The United States is sitting at.
Right. So,
Did you just say allegedly?
we have
Did
these
you just
countries.
say allegedly?
He said
We have-
allegedly.
yes, I said allegedly.
What the?
Wait,
It was like
you've
400.
never. Well, wait a minute. You've never heard this idea that China is not being truthful about the amount of people they have. There's
Allegedly.
a whole lot of metrics. There's a whole lot of metrics coming out of that country that most people do not believe because China has made a habit of lying about the circumstances in the country.
Allegedly.
What the fuck?
Again, making the per capita argument when it pertains to pollution. Pollution as a metric is bad. I would agree. But to say per capita it matters, I think that's asinine. Because Pakistan, again, is one of the leading causes of leading countries in pollution on the planet. So to say per capita to me is just being disingenuous. I'm sorry.
Then they would have a higher per capita pollution rate, wouldn't they?
And not only that,
The
you're
country-
missing the point. If their population trends and their pollution trends continue, our changes, the changes that we're trying to make to quote fix the planet, are going to be like a fart in the wind because of
Their trends
momentum.
are going down. Ours are
correct me if I'm
going
wrong,
up.
but I do believe that chat said at the beginning of the conversation that they're actually making changes, right, to go fully nuclear, versus the U.S., right? As you just said, we're going backwards. So they are making those changes that you're now alleging that they're not. So
China, according to worldometers, as I don't even know if they're fucking factual or not, but they say that China is polluting 3 times the rate of the United States.
They're 5 times the fucking population. That's not a good comparison.
It doesn't matter if we're talking
if they're
about
working
pollution
toward
as-
getting their pollution down, and we're doing nothing but allowing our pollution to go up. See how that's going to weigh out of a country of 1 billion people versus one's 335 million? That's a
What are we
bad thing.
doing? What are we doing that's allowing pollution to increase?
Fracking, regulation, pullbacks.
don't-
We're going to put poo fucking back in the water. What are you talking about?
we can also talk about the data centers that GOP municipalities across the country are greenlighting.
Yeah, you're talking about
How is that adding to CO2 pollution?
In
the fact that
2024,
our country's built off of vehicles. We have more vehicles in this country than probably most other countries combined. We have to drive.
I agree
fucking
with that,
everywhere.
I agree with that, but we
That's
also have a
CO2
lot
emissions.
more EVs
in
that we have in the
2024,
past.
They make up like
began
10%.
That we have in the past.
Right, the same EVs that we also just got rid of the tax incentive on as well. Another rollback of a regulation that was in a positive direction towards.
Well, I mean, the more EVs, the more you have to fucking add to the grid when it comes to pollution. So I think that's a bad choice as well.
Electric power grid is
which
far
is
better than
why
CO2
in
emissions.
2024, China began construction on 94.5 gigawatts of new coal-fired power capacity, marking the highest annual addition since 2015. So they're building coal-fired power plants at a breakneck speed. When was the last time we built a coal-fired power plant?
Let's find out how many Google searches it takes to disprove this one.
That was a question.
And just
That's
is
what I'm about to
coal
do.
like is
Hold on,
coal
I'm
like
sorry, what was
clean
the
burning,
question about
Donovan?
coal?
Well, that's the conventional wisdom, quote, clean coal. But
Yeah.
the context we're talking about here is the amount of pollution that we put out. If we are putting huge constraints on our industry to, quote, fix the planet and have zero effect on China's fucking comings and goings with regards to pollution, or India's comings and goings with regards to pollution, and then we take as fact the nonsense that they feed these fucking leftists who are desperate to signal their virtue, it spells disaster. Simply because you guys.
Let me tell you how we can solve. We can hit 2 birds with 1 stone here. What we can do, since we are very good at innovation and invention, is we can start switching over to green energy. And once we start figuring out how green energy works and making it better than everybody else on the face of the planet, we can start selling that shit to China so they can stop using coal. Because we're going to be much more productive when it comes to creating these types of energy than they are. So that is our opportunity there to get in and both clean up the environment at the same time that we're making a shit ton of money.
So we already tried that with solar panels that we bought from China. It doesn't work.
It's because you
That great-
dipshits don't think that fucking humans cause climate change.
They don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all
What do you
Kyle's
think all the
part of it.
particles
It's all
dissipate to?
Kyle's
So
part of
even
it.
if you
What do you
even if you don't think it causes climate change, the vast majority of the planet does, and they are willing to buy these fucking solar panels and this wind energy and this fucking nuclear energy and everything else you could possibly imagine. So we should take advantage of the fact that everybody else cares about it, even if you don't, and start making a shit ton of money off of it.
So fixing pollution by causing pollution's the answer.
There's no causing pollution.
Producing solar panels causes pollution.
You are incorrect, sir.
Installing
incorrect. You are
installing
incorrect.
solar
You are
panels
incorrect.
causes.
You are incorrect.
It comes from China, Mojo.
You are incorrect. You are incorrect.
They come from Chinese factories. You have to mine the interior parts of these solar panels. What are you talking
Solar
about?
panels
That all
are
adds
90
to climate change.
Solar panels are 99% fucking recyclable now.
Okay, and the material that's used as the conductor to
That
retain the
material is
energy
used
is
once.
mined.
It's used. It's
No, it's-
mined and then
it's
it's
created
used once. It's not like coal where it's spewed and spewing fucking
It's
pollutants
still
into the
being
air every
mined,
single day.
Abundance.
365 days a year.
It still causes pollution.
By the way, that's for solar panels you put on your house and shit. And god damn it, I fucking hate Elon Musk, but they've got some pretty fucking cool ideas for solar panels too. We should be putting solar panels on top of every goddamn parking structure across the United States of America, and we could run our entire energy grid off that shit.
What about solar paint? You like solar paint, Mojo?
I don't know if they have that, but that would be cool if they did.
No, there's a solar paint. Well, there's a paint that you can paint with, and it has particles that retain energy from the sun. You just have to find a way to tie it into a storage apparatus, whether it's a car or.
I would be all for that if it works. Absolutely.
I do believe
I would go.
China also, didn't they just install those a couple years ago and are still in the process of across the country? I believe it's like some sort of, I don't know if it's like a solar panel type thing, but it almost looks like paints for just like the lines that right are on like a street, that they also are harboring energy out of as well.
Yeah, it's the same
This is all
thing, kind of what I was
This
talking
is all
about.
shit we should be doing. This is all shit we should be inventing. This is all shit that we should be making money off of. But because you fuckers think that humans have no fucking control over this shit and you just want to fucking drill baby drill, we're not doing this shit and we're losing a lot of fucking money and we're losing a lot of advantage in the world because of that.
And jobs.
And we're all gonna die.
Yeah. But I did fact
you
check that. So the last coal plant technically built in the U.S. Was in 2013, and while China did make one this year, I also looked into like the actual rates of like CO2 that's emitted from theirs versus ours. It says that the U.S.'s is 33%. They claim like in quotes like effective, whereas theirs is about 55%. However, they also have additional mechanisms that they've tied to them that reduces, I have to go back, but it was like soot, sulfur, methane gases, and then CO2 as well. So even though it's technically coal, they have a whole bunch of other technology that they've now looped in with it that it reduces the amount of CO2 that's actually emitted into the atmosphere.
And Mojo, the U.S. invests a lot of money in innovation when it comes to renewable energy. What are you talking about? I think they're over like $100 billion this year alone already.
That's like fucking nothing. What the fuck?
That's a lot of money, dude.
We give more to privatized companies every year. What are you talking about?
Well, a lot of the innovation actually goes through the oil companies like Chevron and Exxon and stuff.
Oh, see,
they do a lot of research.
They go through
That's
colleges.
fucking stupid as shit too.
Yeah,
What the
innovations go
fuck?
through colleges.
So hold on. Doing research through private companies that are encouraged to do things
Through oil
efficiently is a
companies that
problem.
through oil companies that are encouraged to fucking sell oil? Are you fucking serious?
they're investing in the fact that the future is probably going to become renewable at some point. So they're obviously going to do
I'll
their due
tell you what.
diligence
Fuck the
now.
corporations. Fuck the corporations. Use higher institutes of higher education to do this fucking research, and let's get some shit done. And fuck the corporations.
No way. Fuck the
Live
institutes.
Tears, the what's it? I forgot which company it was. Exxon. Yeah, I think you're right. They did some research and discovered that climate change was actually real and that they were the cause of it. So they decided to fucking hide that information for decades.
Yeah,
Oh, is
that's
that
true. I
true?
remember that. Yeah, that
Is
is
that true? Where's the article on that? The proof?
Just fucking Google it. Christ.
I'm
Yeah,
not. No.
no, hold on. We know your entire argument comes from Google, so go ahead and fucking counter your own research. We know you're there. You don't make any points
I'm
out being
not.
like, hold
No,
on,
no, no.
1
I
second.
didn't make the claim. I didn't make the claim.
I'd
Just
rather
because
my argument come
I
from
feel like
Google
I've
than
now
the back
become the
of a
fact checker,
fucking
I will
chewing
go
gum
pull
wrapper.
up the link to that and I'll go ahead and post it in the chat.
Yeah. Just do that. I'd like to see the claim.
Christ on a cracker.
Yeah. Give him an article he can put into Chat GPT and be like, can you tell me why this is wrong?
Hello? What's going on?
Well, that was weird.
Can you guys hear? Well, power went out at my house, so I think the Wi-Fi kicked out. I was like mid-sentence when it happened. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
No, we can't hear you.
All right. Yeah, Wi-Fi will come back in a minute, but it hasn't stopped fucking raining in this state for
Why
like
did your
a
power
month.
go out?
Because we're in the middle of a bad thunderstorm right now.
Abanez, can you just type the link to the article in the chat, please?
Sure, but I think what's his name was gonna do it already. So
You guys, I'm gonna let a couple more liberals up. Everybody be nice. Nobody pile on. Please let everybody talk, especially the two conservatives on the panel. And if I get conservatives in the request box, I'm gonna drop your asses. Oh, never mind.
Do you have a backup generator, CT?
No, that is my next big purchase though, because the one I want is a little pricey.
Oh, everybody's going. Never mind. Forget I said anything.
Oh, sorry. No, it kept trying to reconnect to my Wi-Fi, but it hasn't booted back up yet. Somebody asked about a generator. No, I don't have one yet. The one I want is a little pricey, but I'll get there.
It's good to have goals. I don't know that, given our proximity to the ocean, that if it did come down to some type of, I mean, we get hurricanes all the time, but there's so much flooding in this area when there is, something bad going on, we would probably just dip until the waters receded, that kind of thing.
Yeah, you guys have the hills. We only have that down south. Like where I'm at, flat as a fucking pancake, man. I can see for miles.
I'm not big on ChatGPT, but there's your link down there from PubMed, which is your .gov source, but they are actually accurate in that. They had actually done a lot of studies that was in the 70s, and it was actually on pace and exactly on par as climate change and temperature regulations and fluctuations were predicted. And then that was published. And then once it came to light, they ended up actually rolling back and removing all of their research and, well, significantly, I should say, reducing the actual amount of research into CO2. But it was found that they were contributing to climate change and that it is real.
What blows my mind is how much coastline we have. They've got these energy plants that pretty much put out these like giant ass inflatable buoys, and they go with the tidal waves that go up and down.
Yeah.
And then they use that up and down. Like, it's fucking awesome.
Yeah, wave energy is fucking cool as shit. You could create a platform. This is what I've been talking about too. Create a platform with as a desalinization plant. Desal. Whatever Blossom said too. But either way, you create it as a desalinization plant and you utilize the wave energy to actually take the salts out of the water, separate the water from the salt, and then you pipe the water back into the mainland, and then we've got fresh water and we've got extra minerals and salt that we can use for other shit.
Yeah, it's self-sustaining. That's the
I
crazy
know
part.
that there's some impurities in there, by the way, and I know it has to go through a couple more processes just in case Pallet's listening.
Well, no, Pallet explained this before, though. We could use that water for things that doesn't require drinking, right? Like fire hydrants, farm reserves, things like that.
No. Oh, no. Oh, no, we could use the water as drinking water, actually. You can desalinize and use it as drinking water. I'm just talking about the actual minerals that are left over afterwards. Those are going to have to be separated in some way, shape, or form because there's some toxic shit in there, too.
We'll probably sell it to Ukraine for some weapons or something.
Yeah.
Reverse minerals deal.
Either way, that's completely self-sustainable way to get fresh water. Wave energy.
Have you ever considered we can combine nuclear reactor technology with desalinization? If a nuclear reactor turns water into steam to turn a turbine, then we can just add a process as it turns to steam to separate it from the salt.
I agree. We could do that too. This is all shit we should be doing.
I'm pretty sure that, hold on, that steam that's used, doesn't that then become, no, hold on, that would become nuclear fucking waste.
Not the steam, I don't think. I think steam would be just what is steam? Is it HO? I don't know what the fuck steam is.
Well, no, the steam is what's used to pressure the fucking boron.
Steam is still H2O.
It is still H2O. It's just in gaseous form because of the temperature. Yeah, no. When you steam off water, it actually gives you pure water. I mean, I don't know if they're.
Steam should still be H2O.
Steam is still H2O. If you're talking about heavy water like H3O or H2O2, that's something different. That's a byproduct around the fission reaction.
Reminds me of that joke. Guy walks into his bar, says, "I'll take H2O." Another guy comes in, says, "I'll take H2O2 as well."
Yeah, it's peroxide.
Yeah. Or it could always be what was it? Was it the radio station down in Florida that got in trouble for the April Fool's joke of telling people that there was dihydrogen monoxide in all of their pipes? And it gave everybody a scare, and people didn't realize that was just the chemical name for H2O.
That is still the chemical name for water. But that was a kid in the science project showing how naming nomenclature and the stupidity of the American public go hand in hand. He was saying all the stuff, like there's dihydrogen monoxide in rat poison. There's dihydrogen monoxide in cleaning chemicals like bleach. Of course, it's all water. But particularly, there is no nuclear waste when you're boiling water. The rods get hot, boils water, steam rises, spins a turbine, creates electricity, steam escapes in the atmosphere.
So if we capture the steam, we have water.
Yes.
The job would be to specifically turn seawater into steam. Not only turning the turbines, but separating the salt from the water.
Well, yes, but the salt is the problem. You don't want to use salt water in a nuclear reactor because you've got a bunch of bimetals. Like the rods are boron and several other elements, including carbon. Your salt water is going to eat at those. It's going to eat at all the seals. It's going to eat at the retaining pool. It's going to eat at all the pipes. Salt water is caustic to most things we consider energy production.
Yeah, that's why we don't use them in computers either.
Yeah, salt is not going to be caustic to uranium.
No,
we don't actually put water on uranium.
Yeah, it's caustic to the things inside of it, that the working parts. Salt will break it down faster.
So
I don't know.
My original master locksmith is a nuclear technician. What he does specifically is when they do maintenance on these power plants, they go in and take those fuel rods, which are blue, not green, by the way. They take the fuel rods and put them in like concrete casings and then store them around the plant, and eventually they get, taken away for internment. That's like real nuclear waste, not the water or any of the other byproducts. And if you can remove those rods like that, all you would have to do is change it so you could slide the rods out and keep the rods, like separate from the actual water. This way you could, whatever corrosion the salt creates, because there is going to be salt buildup, right? To your point, there's going to be corrosion, there's going to be buildup. We have to be able to clean the buildup and then, keep the process going.
There will be a lot of corrosion because, like, a lot of that stuff you don't change out, like the retaining pole, all the piping, all that stuff actually stays there.
Yeah, I think, like, again, using wave energy to do a desalinization plant, that makes the most sense. We can talk about nuclear. I don't think most people are against nuclear anymore. I think the scares kind of fell off. But yeah, using wave energy to fucking create like drinkable water, that's fucking just smart. That's working within nature to help us survive in it.
Blessed be Pallet, please tell us about the steam process.
Why can't we just use like Mount Kilauea or one of the other volcanoes to desalinate our water?
First off, you can't use the primary coolant loop of a reactor to like make water or make drinking water. You can't do that. There's too much decay that goes into like the primary loop itself. If you were going to use a distilling plant, you would need to have like a reboiler off of the like primary loop of the reactor into a secondary loop that would would have like a steam heated evaporator that would have like a tertiary feed water input that would distill water. Like you can't just fucking use water that's cooling a reactor and send it off to drink. But like, yeah, no, just like you guys are asking for cancer. Like,
we're going to end up drinking hydrogen peroxide is what's going to happen.
And then the whole thing with undulating power sources is like you need to be in an area that would create enough like a high enough wavelength to be able to create an AC current that would be powerful enough and have like high enough voltage to be able to operate either like a reverse osmosis plant or a distilling plant.
The ocean.
The
ocean.
Yeah, dog. What I'm saying is like there's only certain places on the planet where like you could do that.
What? Japan's doing it. They've got 2 huge desalinization plants.
Well, it's because of how the tides go in and out. Is what he's saying.
Wait a second. Is Japan a specific place on the planet, or is Japan the planet?
Well, it's a specific place, of course.
I rest my case.
But we do it. Like we have multiple desalinization plants here in Texas, right along the coast.
I understand what you're saying, Pellet. I think it's funny that we mentioned water and poof, Pellet shows up.
Beetlejuice team.
I know.
Well, no, I was listening.
Pallet was already here. Pallet was waiting for water.
I've been working on homework, just kind of listening, and like it's just one thing after another was being said, and I was just like,
I can't take it anymore.
Don't think I didn't miss your comment about S is for Israel.
Oh yeah,
and the FBI.
S is for Israel, dude. Every letter in the alphabet's for Israel.
I thought S meant hope on Krypton. Was I wrong?
Krypton's anti-Semitic, dude. Krypton was promised to Israel 3,000 years ago.
Isn't everybody anti-Semitic nowadays?
That's facts, dude. That's 100% true.
Isn't like everybody on Krypton Aryan? Are they all blonde hair and blue eyed like Superman?
I don't know if you've ever seen Superman. Definitely not blonde hair. The opposite, actually.
That's how he was originally written in the comics.
Hey, that's why he got kicked out.
Oh, that's why they got
No,
rid of
because
him.
that was leading into the plot line later on when Superman loses his shit and like literally does the fascism.
No, that was Red Sun. That was when he landed in Russia instead of America.
Oh yeah. One last thing too. What started out the fucking snowball of me getting up on the panel when I told myself I wasn't going to panel. Was like talking about pollution and shit. There's more than just like carbon dioxide when it comes to pollution, and and the difference between per capita and overall pollution is like in the difference between point source pollution and non-point source pollution. Like one of these things is caused by like a specific or small amount or small group of people that can be traced back like specifically to an area or a factory or a person. The other is just like general pollution, but that's like outside of just carbon dioxide, which is where I think that we as a society kind of fuck up, because we just want to talk about CO2 and methane emissions, but we don't talk about the actual hard pollution that the world is kind of doing to itself, such as forever chemicals, also known as PFAS, industrial runoff, phosphate runoff, bacteriological contamination of groundwater, microplastics. As a matter of fact, like weirdly enough, we have fucked the world so badly with microplastics. There's as much microplastics on the poles right now, like the poles of the planet, if you believe in the round earth, that are in most urban areas. Like in Antarctica right now, there's like per square foot about as much microplastics as there are in Manhattan. And that's kind of fucking scary. But I think that's the conversations that we kind of need to be having as a species. But people kind of want to split hairs about fucking what the World Climate Forum said about fucking Greta Thunberg or some shit.
You think we're going to start talking about pollution? We haven't figured out who the Sky Daddy is superior yet. We got to figure that out first, and then we'll talk pollution.
And then after that, we have to check everybody's genitals to see which sports they can play in.
That's wild.
It's been a good run, Earth. Appreciate the time you gave us.
But lift and shift is going to be The Last of Us.
Oh, yeah. Cockroaches always survive the longest.
Lift and shift and Gene Simmons with all the cockroaches at the very end.
No, it's actually going to be like, if the human race survives long enough, like thousands of years from now, they're going to be able to date like bones based off of the amount of plastic that's in them.
Oh, no
it's
shit.
Yeah, it's some pretty like interesting anthropological stuff. And by interesting, morbid, but like, yeah, it's
You know what else we'll be able to tell by the bones?
I don't know, Donovan. Probably something extremely
Whether they're
politically
male or
charged
female.
that has nothing to do with the topic at hand. But yeah.
Elliot, didn't since you were talking about PFAS, didn't Trump, was it this year, also roll back several regulations in regards to that? There were a couple other forever chemicals I know. I'm drawing a blank on the name. You might know though, but it's able to be like used and like sprayed across like crops and everything again.
Well, all forever chemicals are based off of like Teflon. So I don't know if there's any like
What I think you're talking about, Roundup was the pesticide.
Yeah, it's not Roundup. It's there's one other one. I can't remember. I'm drawing a blank on it too.
Are you talking about DDT?
No, that's the
Would, but no, I
DD-214,
don't
the
think so.
forever chemical.
I'd
What are
have to
you
try to look it
washing?
up. I read about it
What are
a
you
couple
washing,
months
Sammy?
ago.
Are you
My
polishing your
daughter,
countertop? Huh?
no, my daughter, I guess while I was at work today and she was home with my parents, decided to get my makeup and have fun on my vanity. So,
Oh, sweet.
Sammy's back to sound like she's in Radio Shack again. Damn it. We had one time of clarity of voice. She was like, nope, back in the 8-track player.
Well, you
You
guys
want to know
got to get
something?
used to it with me, so.
I don't use my regular voice for free. You got to pay for that shit.
You want to know something interesting that I learned today? There is a mathematical unit for the amount of traffic that is on a highway. Like, not just like congested or bumper to bumper or whatever. There is a fucking mathematical unit, and there is math behind it. It's not cool at all. It's really fucking stupid. But
Do they call it the fuck unit?
Fuck. No, it's called the level of service, and there's a whole bunch of shit, like the peak hour factor, and it's a bunch of really nerdy shit going into building highways.
It sounds like nerdy shit. You know, the one thing I will say about Americans that always irk the shit out of me, have you ever noticed whenever there's a little fucking fender bender, people like will just get out of their cars regardless of where they're fucking at, like in the middle of the street, to like examine like the damage, and they'll be like, we gotta wait for the cops to get here. Like, nobody cares. Get out of the fucking road. You know what I'm saying? Like, if somebody's hurt, you've just backed up traffic for miles. You're making it harder for emergency services to get here. Get out of the road.
Yeah, but how do you prove who did it? Who was at fault then?
What the fuck? Are you one of those people, Mojo? Because I've never wanted to strangle you more.
Better not do that in Dallas, Texas.
I have
The
never
fucking
been
people
in a,
behind you will become part of the problem because they ain't
I-
fucking stopping.
I have never been in a
Right.
car accident.
Thank God. I've seen people that are like, because I drive for a living, right? I've seen people, and I'll ask them because I want to plumb their logic and be like, why are you in the middle of the street? And they say that very same thing. How are they gonna know whose fucking fault it is? And I'm like, do you think they're going to like reposition the satellites to fucking to see who hit who for your fucking $400 fender bender? Like, get out of the fucking street. You're causing millions of dollars of fucking, like, you might be contributing to someone getting hurt or unalive right now because you won't get out of the damn street. Like,
You know what makes me more pissed
crazy
off
people, self-absorbed.
is the rubberneckers that are
That's what I was
staring
gonna
from the
say. It's the
opposite lane,
rubberneckers.
looking at the stupid fender bender, and they're causing accidents
Yes.
because people are having to slam on their brakes.
Yes. I'm that guy in traffic that like 100 meters shy of the fucking incident, I'll lay on my horn just to be like, go, like, because I know everybody up front is, looking. I'm like, that's what the internet's for. If you want to see some gore, pick up fucking Facebook, move your ass,
An interesting little tidbit for anybody that buys into the conspiracy theory that we live in a simulation. Traffic patterns can be predicted in the same way using the same exact math that the flow of a river is modeled. Like to include like how you would think that there would be human not human error, but like the human factor involved with traffic patterns, and how free flow traffic works. If you model it with the Navier-Stokes the same way that you do with a river flowing, it will come out almost exactly the same.
Yeah, there's certain.
I am almost certain that Pallet has switched his major to become a flovial geomorphologist.
Nope, I'm still a civil engineer with an emphasis in water resources.
There are people that deliver food for a living. That's the height of their understanding of life. Uber Eats.
I'm a civil engineer too. I engineer situations where I can fuck with people and see how much they'll take.
I'm a sound engineer. Can we get Pallet to crash out tonight?
I get paid to judge people for a living.
Oh, so you're a MOG engineer. Okay.
MOG engineer. We're all engineers, Pallet. All
Yep.
of us.
You don't need to quit. Keep bragging. We're all engineers at some point.
This is why we shouldn't have corporations, because then they just dub each other like fucking engineers. I'm sure CT's probably just a janitorial engineer or some kind of floor engineer. Lib Tier's over there. He's a fucking sound manufacturing engineer.
I think I do something with like logistics coordination, I believe is the fancy word for it, but I'm a warehouse manager, dude. That's it.
100%. You're all just social engineers. Straight to jail. Straight to jail.
That is the best kind of engineer right there.
Like,
social engineer is literally a scam artist. Good job, Donovan.
That's exactly right.
Robot, how large is your fucking cat water fountain? Because it should not be that loud.
I thought that was a waterfall, like one of them like relaxation things.
Well, it was made for horses originally, but he cut the legs off and he uses it for his cats.
It's the Maine Coon cat, yeah. I've got a couple of those.
God damn, my toilet doesn't flow that good.
So, Robot, it's not a scam artist. It's a negotiator. Do you understand?
That's what I did for a living. That's what I did for a living for 10 years. I negotiated with people.
There you go. Our economy has become so complex. There are places where a good negotiator applying their craft is a game changer. You know, especially in certain parts of industry and certain pieces. Like one of the reasons that I'm most sought after in different companies is they want to bring me in on big jobs to kind of look for where the hidden costs are going to be. Because in my particular industry, all kinds of shit can get fucked up. And the costs for hardware, especially in the commercial field, are staggering. Like you guys would not believe what some of these hardware costs. And you have to be compliant with ADA. You have to be compliant with fire codes. I mean, it's mind-boggling. So being able to negotiate can make the difference between a job that's 5 figures and 6.
Sure, your local high school appreciates you cutting the locks off at the end of every year.
I mean, the
difference between a 5-figure and 6-figure job is $1. But
thank you.
I will have you know, Donovan, that somebody that's on the panel right now, as a matter of fact, made a couple memes of you, and we're not. Nobody is allowed to use them because you're too pretty in them.
It wasn't me. For the first time ever, it wasn't me.
Because I'm too pretty?
Yeah. They made you look too normal. That was our biggest gripe.
I'm flattered.
Oh shit! I forgot about that. That was earlier today.
I don't know what made me just think about that, but he was talking about picking locks, and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that fucking meme. Nobody's allowed to use.
That was there was like 5 of them that were made of Donovan picking locks. Well, the ones with Galt were pretty good too, but yeah, they're like, why does Donovan look like a normal human being?
Well, and CT, if I'm not mistaken, I believe your wife at one point said, wait, where's the V-neck?
Yeah, the V-neck didn't go all the way down to your belly button, so it wasn't deep enough.
All right, so I just fucking noticed I'm wearing a V-neck just now.
You always are. You always
Swear
are.
to God, I think I have one fucking V-neck, and there it is.
Oh shit! I needed that. That was a good laugh. I haven't cried in a while. I need to get that out. Now I ain't got to be sad about anything for a minute.
Yeah, so civil engineering. Every single day, you guys would probably hate that I do this, but whatever, I'm going to tell you anyway.
when the scammers call me, you know, like for what is it, Medicare and Medicaid, right? They want to know if you're Medicare Part A and B, and they say what their name is, and I always emphasize their name. That's like, it's some guy from Rawalpindi, right? And he's like, or Lahore or something. And he's like, my name is David Miller. I'm like, David Miller? Oh my, that's amazing. My name is Dopinder Patel. And they usually hang up on me because you illustrate to them what they're doing and how ridiculous they are just by saying that one thing.
You are the absolute worst old man ever, by the way. You have the same story, and that's fine, but I have to fucking hear the goddamn same story every goddamn day.
I told you that story before. I've never told that story before.
Yes, you have.
You did like 3 months ago.
I've heard you tell that story more than once.
I swear this has nothing to do with Donovan's accent, but has anybody seen Jay Patel lately? He hasn't been around these TikTok
I
streets.
did. He was on a bigger live. Where was he? It was a bigger creator. He was getting just shit on, but
Michael unmuted.
Who was it?
Michael unmuted.
I don't know who that was, but there was like thousands of people watching. I was shocked. I was like, hey, I remember that fucking guy. And yeah, I saw him on there. I haven't seen him in a while, but yeah, he was on a bigger live.
I see he's live every once in a while when I go in, because I tend to follow the conservatives that come in here. So I see him live every once in a while, but he doesn't come in here anymore. I guess I was too mean to him. We were too mean to him. I don't know.
Well,
What?
people do know our
What are
name.
you talking about?
Yeah, they know our name.
I mean, Liv just said that he's also sometimes on Manda Rose. Like, if he's on there with Nemo and Barrister and all of them, they definitely roast the fuck out of him.
I hate to say it, but I've seen it. Yeah, it's not great, Liv.
Thanks, Wilbur. You hadn't said anything, but thanks for being here.
Wilbur's always in a gym or moving something.
I don't have a lot to say, I guess. I'm kind of tired, so.
Boy, he came
Thanks
up
for letting me up.
yesterday or the day before or something, and he was on fire. He was like yelling at everybody and talking over everybody, and he was just like on a rampage.
Me?
Hell yeah, Wilbur.
That was earlier today.
Was
It was
it
with
earlier
Sinjay.
today?
Yeah, it was with Sinjay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, maybe I guess I said all I had to say earlier today or something. I don't know.
Yeah, don't get him all pissed off, because he'll let you know.
Buddy, sometimes you just got to get it out.
No, I'm not. I just like to overtalk me, so I have to talk a little bit louder. That's all. So, anyway.
That's a good plan.
All right. Yeah, well, the end of the day, or later today.
It's good timing. You're breaking up now.
Later, Wilbur. Wilbur did like a trek around America for like 2 months. He was going all over the place. Went to DC. He went to Philly. He was in the Virginias. He came through Ohio. Like, he just kind of did this whole, like, I want to visit some, like, monumental places. And, like, it was kind of cool.
It's called Wanderlust.
No, I think he was actually, like, doing a trip for a family member. And he just had the availability to, like, take some time off. And, yeah, he just visited some really cool fucking places and was, like, showing us some stuff that, you know, not everyone has the time or ability to go and do.
Yeah.
And then he went back to it.
It's a natural human phenomenon. One would call it human nature, Mojo.
Well, no, I have
calls
zero.
Nobody calls anything human nature. Stop it.
Yeah, I have zero desire to fucking leave my domicile. So if I could work from home, I would. And I have before. It's been pretty cool. I have everything I fucking need right here.
Well, lots of humans have it. It's why we have the Navy.
Yeah, and that's fine. But then I don't think you'd call it human nature, right? Because I don't have that bug in me. I have zero fuck ambitions to go out and see the world.
Well, the whole
you basically
reason that
just call the Navy the chair force or some shit.
Well,
The sisterhood of the traveling pants.
The military to a greater extent, yeah, but obviously the Navy. The reason that I brought up that word, wanderlust, is because it seemed like you were grasping for a word, and I thought wanderlust fit well
as a concept.
Well, Wilbur, he was helping his son move. So he eventually ended up, I think it was in Ohio, wasn't it, CT?
Yeah.
I think is where his son was moving to. But like he took the time to go all the way down like the West Coast and then across through like Texas and everything, and then like come back up. So like he hit a good many. Like he even ended up in like Kansas City and went to the place that Paula told him to go for like barbecue and stuff. Like
Yeah.
it got to the point that we told Paula she needed to do like a thing in the morning that was like, where in the world is Wilbur? Just so that we could like guess at which state he was in then.
Have you ever heard the term? Have you ever heard the term "not all who wander are lost"?
Oh, I think that was part of the lyrics of "Ramblin' Man."
Well, yeah, it illustrates the concept. You know, like fucking Gandalf. You know, he was all over the fucking place because he wanted to be all over the place. You know, he had the wanderlust.
Yeah, some people like to travel, some don't. That's why it's not human nature. Because if it's human nature, everyone would want to do that. There wouldn't even be homes. There would just be places set up that you can stay in whenever you get tired to fucking lay down. Some people are perfectly fine in their lives.
Like gypsies.
Gandalf damn near got his ass kicked by a Balrog. I'm not sure if we want to really follow in those footsteps.
Whatever. He'd been sleeping. He had been sleeping, so he was, you know, roused from his slumber. Where Gandalf was tired from all his wandering.
It's just natural nature.
Natural nature. Yeah, I'm sure there are people out there that want to go and explore and do all that shit and be in a car. I'm just not that.
I thought about driving up to PCH, see how far north I can go.
The fuck is PCH?
The Pacific Coast Highway. The one that runs up California.
It's like the most beautiful stretch of highway in the country.
Is that the one that's considered like Highway 1 or Interstate 1?
Thought the interstate started in the east and went west. No, that really doesn't make sense though, because we got 664 and
that's Eastern culture right there.
Yeah, no, I think the interstate system actually goes from west to east because we've got 95, and I'm pretty certain the PCH is number 1.
Yeah, I think some people are like built to like be on the road and go and see things. Like my father-in-law, he's got a couple houses here in Ohio, and he's got one down in Florida. So like usually every year, mind you, he's in his 60s. He'll like go from here, travel down, go into Florida, hang out there for a little bit. Then from Florida, he'll come back up. I don't remember exactly where 66 hits, but that's like his favorite route. He talks about it every year because he does the run every year. He'll take 66 all the way into California. One of his best friends was a guitarist for Brody Lee, the Brian Setzer Orchestra. It's like one of his really good friends. And so he'll go hang out with him, and he takes the northern route back, pretty much through like Colorado, the Montanas, Dakotas. I can't remember what that fucking route is, but yeah, he just does this thing every year where he just like loops around America. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? On a motorcycle, by the way.
Also, interstates, the way that they're numbered, odd-numbered interstates run north and south. Even-number interstates run east to west.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Are y'all talking about Highway 1 or 101? The 101 runs along the coast from like the PNW down to California.
That just reminds me of that Saturday Night Live skit with the Californians.
Yeah.
It's on the 101, Stuart. What are you doing here?
Well, there specifically is a difference between an interstate, which goes between states and is handled federally, and a highway, which is handled by states. Y'all are talking about a numbering system that happens only in California on California state highways.
Hello, we weren't talking about anything. We're just bullshitting.
Y'all weren't talking about something like Sammy specifically, I think. So, like, when someone asks a question, at least fucking acknowledge the person asked a fucking question. Jesus.
Yeah, it's called the California 1 highway.
Oh, I see. So is that different from the 101, or is it adjacent to it? Like, does it connect or not?
No, it doesn't connect. I mean, I know the 101 goes through like downtown LA, but I don't know how far it goes. I never really went. I went to like probably the 91, but can't exactly remember. I just know it cuts through LA.
Oh, I see. Well, if you ever get the
Okay.
opportunity, and this goes for everybody, if you ever get the opportunity to drive to 101, absolutely take it. It is one of the most beautiful experiences you'll ever do.
Sounds
And
awful.
three numbered.
Oh,
Thank
Palace
you.
getting yelled
Thank
at.
you, Pallet. That was the best kernel of wisdom I have ever heard in my life. I will cherish it for eternity.
The three number.
Yes, repeat it. We shall immortalize this in Psalm.
Sorry, I had to grab a little scrunch real quick. But the three numbered highways are normally highways that are branched off of interstates. Like Donovan would recognize like 64 versus 564.
And 664 and 464
Yeah.
and 495 and 295. Yeah.
Right. U.S. Route 1 serves the east coast of the U.S., runs 2,390 miles to Key West, Florida, to Fort Kent, Maine, at the Canadian border. But the PCH is the most beautiful stretch of fucking road in the country, like hands down. Like, I have no illusions about that being on the East Coast.
All I know is I'm near Interstate 35 that runs clear through Chicago and into Canada.
Oh yeah, tattoo one's up.
Yes, I think it was Eisenhower who put it out specifically to be able to move equipment quickly across the country. The way he looked at things was like through the war, right? Brilliant.
All right, you want to explain it to him?
Yeah.
Or pull up the map.
Oh, God.
The
What is this?
North-south are 5.
north-south are 5s. Starting at 5 on California.
15, 25,
15, 20, 25, 30, 35, or no, 35, 45. Yeah. Those are the interstates. North-south? Okay. East-west.
all end in 0, and they start at 10.
And they all end in 0.
And they start at 10 at the bottom of the country, go 90 up.
And they start at 10 at the bottom of the country and go up. I don't know why you can't just say this yourself.
I just did.
Well, isn't this why we have the car culture that we have? Because we have this vast land, and now we can traverse it quickly in our vehicles.
Well, we have it
So
because
is this a bad thing for the planet,
Well-
even though it's an awesome thing for us personally, individually?
well,
It could be a terrible thing for us if we start looking at Mad Max.
I mean,
I
it's
think-
to an extent.
You guys
Something
ever
about
drive
China's
through like
Go, no,
You guys
Striker was trying
Ah,
to.
it's
Striker
lit.
was trying to talk. Let him go.
What I was gonna say, to an extent, I mean, because like the only reason why we have so much car culture is because the auto industry lobbied the government to make sure all our infrastructure, most of our infrastructure is automobile dependent. And I'm not saying on cars. Like I like cars, but I feel like it would be a much better country if like we had more trains more than roads. You know, even though like cars are a symbol of freedom, I feel like inevitably we became more slaves to our cars, slaves to traffic, the cost of owning a car, and everything that comes with it. There's no balance. Like it'll be a lot better if like we had a rail system that just kept up with the development of the highway system as well.
If any of you are interested in photography that I took along the 101 trip, let me know. I'd be happy to share.
I mean, would y'all be really that enthusiastic and excited to be next to like me, Pallet, and Donovan, and probably Libtears eating steaks and brisket and stuff like right next to you for 4 hours?
No.
If you are a heavy masticator, hell no.
Why are we eating steak together?
I can barely stand people, let alone chew on steak. Fuck no.
Because we have a couple of vegans on board.
Oh.
Oh no, it's the sound of people eating. Like, eat all the meat you want. I don't give a shit. But it's the sound you make when you're chewing that I don't like.
There's the dinner I just had.
Amen, Ella.
That's the worst.
I would have both earbuds in. I think Mojo dropped Robot.
Mojo dropped Robot because you mentioned brisket. Unreal.
No, because you talked about torturing me. What the fuck?
Brisket's life.
You're in timeout, Robot.
Because we have vegans on board. Asshole.
That's why you need an Astro minivan. Everyone gets their own captain seat.
My dad was stationed in the East Coast, and I think the best part about because they decided to drive to the East Coast to basically where he was stationed at, and we drove from California. I was a kid at the time, but I think the best thing is like basically finding all the places to eat along the way, aside from all the camping.
Someone in the comments asked me if I did the loop. Are you talking about like the Olympic area there? Because that would be a yes. I was not the one driving because I don't drive.
You don't drive?
No, I am autistic, and I have proven to myself that I am not a safe person to drive, so I don't.
I see.
Wait, my daughter's artistic. She's a really good drawer. You're telling me she can't drive when she grows up?
No, that's not. It depends on the level of autism and the level of assistance that they need and how they perceive sensory input. Like
it was a joke. It was a joke, Ella.
You missed what he said. Artistic. He said
that's
artistic.
autism. Okay, well, autism. It went over my head.
So Ella, do you think it also probably didn't help, like growing up in Belgium and just having like the public transportation?
Not at all. Everybody in my family drives, and some of them are really good drivers. One of my uncles was a race car driver out in Spa. If y'all have heard of Formula One. So yeah, that has nothing to do with it. It really is just me and my brain.
Ooh, racing no Datsuns out there.
Yeah, I didn't know if like also like just kind of like growing up in Europe and just having that availability to like public transportation, if that would have also affected it too.
I think in the inner cities you might see that more, but I didn't grow up in the inner city.
Okay.
As much as I appreciate like high formula racing, Ella, do you guys have any kind of form of like stock or like sprint car racing over there?
Car, is that what you're talking about?
Dirt track.
Dirt track. I don't really know. I mean, I was always happy for my uncle, but I didn't really give a shit what he did, so I couldn't tell you.
I mean, Formula One's pretty fucking high end.
Yeah, Formula. That's what I know because I don't know. That's what I've been to because of him, but I don't know much outside of that.
Ella, make your way to a fucking stock or sprint race one of these days. Just don't sit on the fourth bank. That's where the dirt gets kicked up into the crowd.
Do it in Iowa. We got a pretty good track here.
Yeah, so car culture isn't just American. I think we're establishing that too, right? Like there's the technology involved in these machines that we build is universal. And I don't know, it seems a shame that we allow corporations to kind of force us into some of these positions. Like, why are new trucks $100,000?
I don't usually agree with anything that comes out of your mouth, but I agree with that question specifically. I think the car industry and capitalism is making cars Maybe for the landmass of the US, not as much too big, but in any other circumstance, like we need smaller, more affordable cars for people of all financial ability and for those who only need to go from point A to B for work or to pick up kids from school and who don't really drive other than that. Like the whatever capitalistic influences driving the car industry is screwing a lot of people out of the ability to have a safe, affordable new car. Period.
I mean,
Yeah, rarely do I agree with Donovan, but in America, having a vehicle you need to have to participate in capitalism and survive. So I don't know if it's a car culture necessarily, much more as is a necessity. But as somebody that appreciates vehicles and especially older ones, they're just fucking cool, man.
Well,
they're just fucking cool.
Our layout of how our cities are done are not meant for like walkability or bikeability. That's the problem. I mean, if we went more towards a European model, we wouldn't have as need for cars as much.
Yeah. I think, but the two can exist in the same time. And I think that's where people, like the inner cities probably should be a lot more walkable and laid out like that. And anything outside of that could very easily still be the car reliant universe that it is today. I don't think that is easy to change. Things like light rail and stuff, like I don't know about the cities where all of you live, but here in Seattle, they've been working really hard on expanding the light rail in between like kind of like the major hubs, right? And it is very helpful for people like myself. It allows me to get places further away without relying on Uber or my friends or expensive means of travel. And so it's great, but I also understand that like in mountainous terrain, that's not always an easy thing to do. So
well, Salt Lake City has a really good light rail system. I took it for the first time today. I mean, but Salt Lake City's in a basin, so I mean, it's pretty flat. But I agree. I think most cities should invest in light rail to help people get around. I think it's great.
Yeah, you guys have seen my backyard. I'd have to take a fucking side-by-side just to get to my neighbor's house.
Oh, not a four-wheeler. What the hell? There's another one.
Yeah, I have friends out here that live in the foothills and they use golf carts to get to their neighbors, you know? Like
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Same.
You ever tried a motorcycle, Ella?
I have. I am less scared and I have an easier time navigating a motorcycle than I do a car.
But you like to go fast.
You do a bicycle, right?
Yeah. I don't know if fast is a good place for me because then I feel out of control and overstimulated. So it's I don't know. I have a hard time explaining it. It's just a weird brain twinkle, whatever.
But Ella, do I remember you riding a bicycle at one point?
Oh yeah, I ride my
Or am I
bicycle.
making things up? Okay. Because I know you walk like to a lot of places and stuff like that, but I was like, I think she's ridden a bicycle before at one point.
Well, Donovan, to your point, when we talk about like going fast, right? Like some people have that itch, some people don't. That's why I will probably always agree with Mojo that human nature doesn't make a lot of sense when you think about it. Just the wave of difference outside of like survival of food. I can't even say want to have sex. There are people that don't want to do that. Like there's just no like natural thing other than survival. That would be human nature.
Except there's also different houses in Hogwarts, CT. So human nature is broken down into different types. They're not all uniform. If they were all uniform, we would be more like insects.
Then it's not nature.
Yeah, I can't even say survival. There are people that want to not survive anymore. So
Broken
that's
up
not
into
even human
additional
nature.
categories.
But Donovan, there are people that don't even actually want to survive.
True.
We have suicides. Like
its own category.
But that's what I'm saying is like there's no one singular thing that all people have in commonplace. So human nature doesn't make sense.
So did you say that CT human
I want
nature?
somebody over.
I was just about to say, like, did CT just side with Mojo? What happened?
You're the first person that's ever done that.
It's never made sense to me. It's like
I've often I've been on your side, Mojo, but not 100%. But yeah, anyways.
I don't think that there's any one commonality between all humans. Because you're always going to find variants of people that don't want those things.
Did you get that violation, TT?
Wait, what I get? Oh shit, I did. What the fuck did I get a violation for?
I don't know. Agreeing with me, I assume.
I've added a new subcategory to violations. Great.
Fuck.
I can come back on my
Human
back.
nature violations. That's
fucking wild.
That is
what
crazy.
The, fuck?
the one night I'm not crashing out on somebody or saying something offensive, I get a violation.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
I'll come back.
All right, thank you.
Was he saying that mattress dancing is human nature or is not human nature?
Did you just say the word mattress dancing?
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's what he got a violation for, so I'm changing it up.
Mattress wrestling?
Yeah, that. Would you consider that human nature?
Yep.
Mattress dancing.
Oh, wow. All right, Ella, there are cutscenes that weren't in here before, too, that explain a lot of shit.
Oh, cool. I started my game and all the trees looked funky, so I uninstalled it and I'm reinstalling it.
Oh, the what looked funky?
What's funky?
All
the trees looked funky. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just in the beginning of the game now, and I'm just beat Horn Splitter, and they just told his story in the cutscene.
Oh, interesting.
So you can figure out where he came from and why he was the way he was.
I was going.
Mods update to the enhanced. I'm sorry, CT.
There are new mods, and they all seem to work. So if you go into your mods in Crimson Desert and do latest updated, you can see the ones that are for 2.0.
Like in the Crimson Desert settings or in the mod manager?
If you go into the mods in the Nexus or whatever.
Oh.
If you just go into Crimson Desert and then sort it by newest or latest updated or latest added or something like that, newest, I guess, then all the updates will show up. All the ones for 2.0 will show up. And yeah, they have mods that work for all of it, basically.
Damn, I was going like 20 seconds. We went from human nature to video games.
Well, I was asking if mattress dancing was human nature.
Sex?
Yeah, that one.
No, they're not.
Yay, more violations.
There's asexuals out there. There's people that do not want to have sex.
But yeah, I guess. Yeah, because sometimes it's hormonal, though.
No, I'm just saying.
Doing it wrong.
No, there are people that just don't. They're not built that way. They don't find sex something appealing. They don't find it something that's important. They don't. That's what I'm saying. Like even survival in of itself, the most baseline thing of what should be human nature.
Is that what she tells you?
Yeah, I have 3 kids. I think I'm good.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist.
Yeah. I get it.
Ella, is that technically like asexual?
Yeah, asexual.
Okay, that's what I was thinking, but I wasn't 100% certain.
Yeah, I wasn't either.
Yeah, and then there's people that are hypersexual. Like I'm saying, like that's when you talk about human nature, none of it makes sense.
Yeah, but asexual is a category in like the LGBTQIA community. Hypersexual, I don't think is.
That's why I was wondering too, because I knew it was part of that umbrella, but I didn't know if it would describe that.
Yeah, I wasn't even talking about the LGBTQIA community. I'm just talking about human nature, right?
Yeah.
None of it fits every single person.
True.
Therefore, it's not a nature.
Yeah, because even like you were saying, the will to breathe, not everybody has that, so thus it would not be human nature. So yeah, you're right.
You are not allowed to make people agree with you, CT.
I'm gonna laugh my ass off if I get more people to agree with me than you, just because it's you.
Wait, you probably already did.
Maybe
start keeping tally.
You agreed with me, and now you've already got one person, so I'm fucked. I guess
we're tied. We're tied in one conversation.
Well, see, the unfortunate part is my better half and CT are very similar, and so unfortunately, I agree with both of them just by default.
I'm telling you, it's because the whole argument was with HR, and everybody likes HR and everybody hates me. So
Not everybody hates you, Mojo. Whatever.
I was
So wait.
fighting a losing battle.
So HR believes in human nature?
Yeah, she argued with you. You weren't around for that?
But I hate you, and
No, I don't
I'm
think
with
so.
you on this one. No, I'm kidding. It's fine.
Yeah, I would debate HR and human nature.
Yeah, we went rounds and rounds for a month. We wouldn't shut up about it. Every single time we started talking, we'd start arguing about human nature, and everybody went crazy.
Yeah, there's certain things I wouldn't argue with certain people, like picking any subject with Blossom seems like a death sentence. Picking most subjects with HR, also a death sentence, but like human nature I would take on.
Anything medical related with HR? Nope, I'm tapping out.
Yeah, scientific? No, I'm good.
Nope, I know my place and it is not there.
Well,
yeah,
I have
human
learned
nature's philosophy though. That's not her wheelhouse. Well, I mean, it is her wheelhouse, but
I have learned in this community that no one can beat HR. She is the smartest person that exists on the face of the planet, and everybody loves her, and you're fucked if you get in an argument with her.
all right, so let's just say we had a
HR several times.
Hold on, let's
I
say
like
we had
that though.
let's say we had a commonplace 3-subject debate. HR versus Blossom, who wins?
Probably HR.
Blossom.
Oh, depends on the subject.
I don't think it matters. I don't think the subject matters.
It depends on the subject.
Well, how about this? There's prep time.
Wait. I don't think the subject matters because I think HR is too. She's not good enough to debate. She's more like a teacher rather than a debater. And Blossom can actually make debate points, and she's pretty good at debating. So I think Blossom would win hands down, simply because of her style.
I take Blossom every time too, but not just because of her style. I think because of her knowledge. And her
think that's
delivery
a bit
is
of
part of it.
simping, because if you get into economy, which HR actively teaches to other human beings, I don't care how good your style is. I mean, she has more of the facts.
Yeah, but she lost to Slayer, or well, according to the people that were listening, she lost to Slayer on fucking economy.
Well, she didn't lose on economy. She lost on semantics, first of all. And I don't even think she actually lost. She made one mistake that they joked about for 20 fucking minutes, and that became the entirety of the debate, not the fucking depth of it.
I agree, but that's the problem with HR. She doesn't like to debate. She doesn't want to debate, and she doesn't have that kind of style. So, sure, she had all the facts. She knew way more than Slayer did. It was pretty obvious that she kicked his ass on the actual topic, but it wasn't about the topic. It was about the debate itself.
True. I do think that at least the TikTok debates we do, they definitely come down to what people say, how they say it, how it's delivered, facts brought to it. It doesn't necessarily have to do with who's smarter. It has to do with better who presents it. And I think Blossom has such a unique way of delivering information to people and countering arguments with just baseline knowledge. It's hard to fucking beat her. Like, she's just
wait a minute.
good.
Hold on. I just literally realized you two especially both hate this populist president, and now you're listening to the fucking populist voters at who won that debate. Are y'all fucking high?
Buddy,
hey, you guys are missing a very important proclamation down in the chat. Thank you very much.
I never
Before
watched
we
it.
get to that, you're not supposed to talk to the chat. Brobot, what was the Balrog stand?
Blossom is going to be a communist. I'm so excited.
Dude, I gotta watch the chat more. God damn it.
Who do you guys think on the right is the best debater?
What's going
Welcome, comrade. We love you.
Hold on. She said, I'm leaving the Dems after yesterday, so wait no more. Where's Blossom going?
Wait, get your ass up here, Blossom.
It's communism all the way.
Moskowitz? No way.
What did Moskowitz do?
No. She said, I'm leaving the Dems after yesterday. Now
yeah,
I'm for Moskowitz.
I'm leaving them. I don't think I'm a communist, but I'm pissed.
Ooh. Spicy Blossom, let's fucking go.
Who do you guys think on the right is the best
Wait, hold
debater?
on. Stop talking. Stop talking.
I need to know.
Stop talking. Hold on. What did Moskowitz do?
You guys didn't see this? This was like a 1, 2, 3. Your strikes, you're out on the Dems. They had the story come out in the beginning of the day or the night before about Hakeem Jeffries meeting with Jared Kushner privately.
Yeah.
Then you get to the next day, and the Dem Party appoints Jared Moskowitz to the head of MENA. So he's going to be in charge of the subcommittee for the Middle East, national affairs or something. And then they put Wesley Bell on there too, the guy that just won his primary against Cori Bush, who is highly supported by AIPAC, and one other guy onto the Committee for Foreign Relations minority. And then after that, they have a coordinated social media campaign across every Democrat they know gets AIPAC money or is pro-Israel, attacking Hassan Piker and by proxy Abdul El-Sayed, who is one of the most important candidates for ensuring their control of the Senate.
Blossom, I'd like to talk to you about a little organization called the DSA.
That's brutal.
I mean, that is somewhat brutal, but it's also really smart.
No, it's
because
on
they're a minority on that particular committee, and the active majority fucking hates the Middle East. They're bombing countries in the Middle East as we speak. So if you can literally just blame all of the bullshit that comes out of the next 2 years, like surrounding the Middle East and everything, not only on the Trump administration, but the AIPAC money receivers, I mean, like, it's an easy talking point for 2028.
This is a shitty talking point. Jared Moskowitz is on record in the last 6 months saying that he is farther right than, I can't remember who it was, Marco Rubio or somebody like that. He's actually more aligned with Lindsey Graham in this regard on foreign relations. That's the guy they put in charge of Middle East policy making for the Democrat minority part. Like, this is a fuck you to voters.
Wasn't he a big fundraiser?
Is he more aligned with Lindsey Graham or Darlene?
Darlene doesn't have foreign policy, all right? That woman is about the phone.
Yeah, Brobot, this
was
is
Moskowitz.
This is
fundraiser guy.
No, this is a fuck you to Democrats. By what it's saying is that the moderate Democrats realize that, like, how they're losing in primaries. This is their grab to try and set themselves up to have a fucking potential talking point, while more progressive candidates are coming out with actual fucking policies. This is embarrassing, actually.
Here's the thing.
For who? Who's embarrassed by this exactly?
Moderate Democrats should be fucking embarrassed.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, this is the corporate Democrats. This is what I've been saying for the last week.
You just want to be Republican light.
You guys can do the local primaries, but when you need national campaign money, none of your donors are going to go with the DSA. I mean, the DSA's policy is essentially eat the rich. So you're expecting
the donors.
You're
didn't need it in Michigan. Okay. Didn't need it in New York. 2 pretty big fucking states. They got by just fine. In fact, they outpaced the fucking spending, right? By what? 75%?
Yeah.
I think Abdul El-Sayed was outspent like 12-1 or something like that.
Yeah, y'all are all going to vote for Hillary Clinton in 2028.
Yeah, I'm with her.
Oh, the fuck we aren't.
That's the thing.
Putting that hate on us. She's going to turn Republican, and you're going to vote for her ass.
No, but I was ready to support John Ossoff. John Ossoff voted for Lake and Riley Act, which is one of the most horrific things that we've done from an immigration policy perspective that's been bipartisan. John Ossoff is pro-Israel, is not in favor of, cutting ties. He is straight down the middle centrist. I'm prepared to vote for him, or I was. Until yesterday, the House and the Senate demonstrated they have no interest in listening to their voters.
Yeah, we need actual change, especially on this side. I don't give a fuck about your guys' side of the aisle. You guys are going to try and vote for Trump for a 3rd time, even if he's fucking buried in his own golf course. I don't give a shit about you guys. I need people on the left to start realizing that we need actual progressive change in this country. We need people that represent the fucking American people. They have the potential to do that. The first party to actually, in the last, 50 fucking years, actually represent the American people. Fuck yes, Democrats.
Oh.
Is it you? Is it you The ones that are giving tax
Steve,
breaks to the fucking billionaires.
If you could get the football of socialized healthcare across the goal line in time, congratulations. The problem is that you have all these other horrible ideas that you're trying to foist on the American people, and you're doing it without a smile on your face.
No horseshit. What you have is
wild.
5 talking points of a political movement party that aren't being pushed by any fucking politician. Everything they are talking about doing when it comes to like child tax breaks, expanding them, affordable housing, expanding it, job opportunities, job protections, union worker rights. That's what the fucking people that are the progressives are fighting for. You guys want to clamor on and scream about the DSA national fucking website talking about getting rid of the Senate. When you know damn well ain't a fucking person running on it.
CT, the right doesn't even have a platform yet, and we're still breaking even. So, I mean, we don't have a unifying message yet.
You're breaking even? What does that mean?
Absolutely. That means, like, as far as voters, I mean, it's about 50-50 split.
By what standard? What poll? What information?
If you're talking about the Senate, generally,
yeah, I wasn't.
We're probably going to hold the Senate.
You guys, you think you're going to hold the Senate?
You don't have the voters, Libtears. Like even here in Texas, the Democrats outvoted the Republicans 2-1.
That doesn't mean anything. That was a primary.
That matters.
What fucking voting are you talking about? These are all primaries so far.
Yeah, but usually primaries, it drops off when it comes to the state elections.
Equally on both.
What the fuck are you actually talking about? Because these are all primaries. If you're saying that you have the votes from the primary elections, and I just straight up proved to you, even in Texas, Democrats outvoted Republicans 2-1. Where are you getting your information? What the fuck are you citing?
They outvoted Republicans in 2024 and they still lost. They outvoted Republicans in 2022 and they still lost.
By like 7%. This was almost 100%. They doubled the vote. Twice as many people voted for the Democratic primary as they did the Republican primary.
The Republicans typically never show out in midterms. I mean, it is what it is.
Okay, so when you lose the House and the Senate, don't be upset about it because you don't understand how fucking polling works. That's your problem.
We're not gonna lose the Senate. Collins is gonna hold Maine. Abdul Al-Sayed's not winning Michigan. Tallarico's not winning Texas. Those are the 3 that we need, and we're good. Simple.
What if the other Booker wins South Carolina? Wouldn't that be so fun?
It wouldn't matter.
What if Ohio flips completely blue like all the fucking polling is suggesting it will?
God, can you imagine a blue Ohio?
Are you talking about governor?
I grew up in a blue Ohio. What senator and governor? What the fuck? Do you know anything?
Oh, what's his face? Fucking
Sherrod Brown, Dr. Amy Acton.
Sherrod Brown, yeah.
He lost by less than 1%.
Ohio was what, 10 or 11 points under Trump? I don't see it flipping by that much. That's fucking. I don't think so.
It was 13 points, and Dr. Amy Acton is up by 8 right now. There's a 21 point.
There's 6 toss-up states currently, or seats: Maine, Ohio, Michigan, Iowa, Texas, and Alaska. And in 5 of the 6, the Democratic candidates are leading in the polls.
What do polls even mean anymore? Are we going to believe the polls again?
Even our polls.
Yeah. What's a poll? Nothing more than
your mom
a stripper
knows what
holder.
a poll is.
Polls are useless.
It's good.
Mostly Democrats respond to those fucking things. I haven't gotten a damn poll. Fuck them.
I literally get people messaging me all the time asking me about shit, and I'm like, okay.
Hey, Libtears, there's a little blue pill that can help with that.
Yeah, that's right.
Come back.
I don't know what you're talking about. But again, you don't have any predictors outside of polls to back up anything you're saying. You're just talking in the fucking wind.
Well, the Democrats have mentioned polls for the last, 10 years, and they've always seemed to fail in pretty much most of them. So,
no, they've actually been pretty much accurate with all within the, was it 3% or 4% margin of error that they pertain to?
3%. When it pertains to a presidential election, 3% is what, like 5-6 million votes? I mean, come on.
You should figure out how numbers work. No, it's not.
Yeah. 3% of 150 million people is what? 5 million voters, CT.
Yep, a little bit more than 3. Like I said, figure out numbers, then come talk to me about predictive fucking polling.
Open an Excel, libtears.
Yeah, pussy.
I work with math 24/7.
You work
so
with
let's not
math?
even go there. Yes.
It's a protractor.
As a machinist, I am required to know math.
I'm glad you know math.
But you actually do.
Can we get a round of applause
To the left.
for learning how to know math?
Comrade Blossom.
I'm required to do math all day long.
Let's give it up for libtears knowing math. Round of applause.
Let's go math.
Thank you.
Let's go math.
Thank you.
It's crazy.
Next week on Mathletes tonight.
Does anybody know what thousandths of an inch is?
What'd you say?
Does anybody know what a thousandth of an inch is?
Yeah, every time you look down while you're shaving.
Does anybody want to answer the question?
You talk about CNC machining, my guy. You're talking about microscopic
Yes.
fucking shaving indifferences. I'm aware. I've worked in manufacturing for 20 years.
What's a thousandth of an inch, CT?
About the most microscopic fucking change you can make.
No, that would be a tenth of an inch, CT. What's a thousandth of an inch, CT?
Yeah, I'm aware. It's the pressure difference between literally the fucking inner shavings of any kind of compartment that has to hold pressure.
It's an actual number, a metric, a number.
So what's the
I
number?
don't know what you mean by shavings.
Yeah, CNC machines do that kind of level of things. Humans don't. CNC machines specifically.
Humans have to measure the parts of their machining.
It's the second number behind the decimal. Does that help you?
Yeah, it's just that's all it is. What?
It would be the third.
Yeah, the third.
The third.
0.001. And if you're talking about tenths,
doesn't matter. It's still measured by a fucking micrometer. It's still fucking laid out whether it's thick enough or not thick enough for the pressure gauge, oriented by the engineering fucking blue plans. That's all it is.
Pressure gauge. What do you?
We're running people off. Just tell us.
Well, we already kind of figured it out, I guess, collectively. Yay. Go team.
No,
So
I
now you're
understand.
into collectivism?
No, collectivism sucks.
Special name for it? What are we doing?
He's just
It was
talking
just a
about
s-
math. It's the third number place behind the decimal. That's it.
Yeah, like 1.001, 1.002.
Yeah, but Midge makes a really good point. Like all the cool people use the metric system.
Fuck the metric system.
Well, those cool people have never been to the moon.
We have to convert
Russians
metrics
have.
sometimes. It's annoying.
Yeah, it does.
Too.
The Russians weren't using the metric system at that time.
Using.
Everybody was on an imperial standard, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think Russia was.
Made up. That feels made up for sure.
Yeah, I would say I don't think Russia was. You know, in their failed state of communism, they only like helped start the fucking space race because they were so far behind.
Speaking of, I have to tell you guys, I work with somebody who is Italian national. He's here on secondment to work at my company. He told me yesterday, number one, he could have gone either way on Trump in 2024. And I was like, what? Number two, he didn't vote, but like, you know. Number two, he said, I don't know what he's doing now. Like, God, I mean, he's a communist.
Dude, no, that he's not the only person to say that. There was somebody that was on whose live was that? They had a list of 13 things that Trump has done, talked about, or wanted to do, and they were all communist ties. I was like, oh shit! Like we knew about like nationalizing services and getting the chips things in order because now it's up to. I didn't realize this. We're up to 31 fucking companies have been nationalized.
But I was like, you're Italian, like you're from the heart of the fascismo or whatever, fascism, fascili. I was like, wouldn't you recognize it? Like, you don't see? You think it's communism?
Communism doesn't exist.
Communism does exist as a political ideology.
Where? As a theory.
Where has communism existed?
Fully implemented? Never.
Has it existed in any capacity on this planet?
Tanzania. Yeah, Tanzania had a fucking small area. It still was supported by capitalism because the majority of it, but the Tanzanian fucking tribes in themselves believed in communism. They believed in everyone working for one. They believed in a stateless, moneyless. They didn't even own their own homes. They shared checks.
Wait, ask HR. There's a state in India, I think, that is fully communist and has been so for a while.
Yeah, I can't remember what part of Tanzania it was, but I was actually just looking this up yesterday because somebody had asked that. Like, has communism ever been implemented? I found like 5 little subset countries. It's never worked on a large scale. I can give you that. But to say that communism's never worked in a place, that's just not true.
I love it.
So the Tanzanian formal, they called it Ujamaa, which was familyhood or brotherhood in Swahili. The core principle and policy was villagization, where rural farmers were encouraged or forced to move into collective cooperative villages to share land, resources, and labor. But that particular system used forced labor.
Ooh,
so
slave labor.
Slavery with extra words.
Yeah. Capitalism also uses slave labor for its survival.
Which slave labor are we using for our survival in the United States?
The fact that it requires an exchange of currency to buy goods of survival. So for goods of survival to be me, I'm forced to provide my labor.
So you say that selling your labor is the same thing as forced labor?
Yes. If I'm forced to provide labor for currency to exchange for goods, then that is forced labor.
Like
where's the gunpoint that's forcing you to go to work?
The fact that if I don't go to work and get money, then I die.
But nobody's pointing a gun at you to do that.
Yeah, I don't think anybody was pointing a gun there either. They were saying if you didn't participate.
Oh no, they were. That was forced labor. If you didn't go out to the fields, you were going to be buried in them.
The gun is poverty and homelessness. Starvation.
Sure, but you can go to the churches or a food bank. I mean, most of society in America will help you if you're starving.
Most of the churches that do food drives do it once a week. That's not enough for sustainability or survival. Even the food drive banks themselves are not open every day of the week. So I don't think that that's the same. You have to participate in capitalism in America or you die.
That's still not true. We do have homeless. We do have hungry. And yet we are still able to keep them alive for quite long periods of time.
Hundreds of thousands of people die from the elements every year from being homeless, and hundreds of thousands of people die from malnourishment every year in this country. The richest country in the fucking world.
No, I agree. We can do a better job, but still, there's no gun point. You're
Yes,
getting
it
away
is.
from the topic.
The gun point is if you don't participate in capitalism, you die. It's no different than any other economical fucking figure like communism, socialism, whatever.
Wait, if
you don't participate,
work
you die.
at all. No, if you don't work at all anywhere on this planet, you don't feed yourself, you die.
Yep. So that's my point. Every economical.
So you're saying that coming out of the womb, we are immediately subjugated into slavery.
Correct.
That is the dumbest point I have ever heard you make, CT.
If you do not participate in communities, you die.
That doesn't make any sense.
Name a community that if you don't participate in, you survive.
Appalachian Mountains, like you've got a whole bunch of individualistic motherfuckers that sit up there for decades, not participating in jack shit. They're all fucking hermits, social hermits.
Yeah, when you say
and they've
decades,
been alive for decades.
Yeah, decades. You mean like 40 because they usually die from fucking dry rot of the tooth. They don't participate.
Yeah.
They fucking die.
Well, no, they participate. They're obviously growing their own fucking food. They're doing the whole commune thing just by themselves.
That's not true. That's the worst part is they die. Their biggest trade is drugs.
What's wrong with drugs?
Done did that.
I mean, it's kind of rude. CG.
Really, Blossom? Really?
Sorry.
That's hilarious. Wait, does that still play when I'm like just listening to it?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. We can hear it. Stop it. Stop it.
Where's that one that talks about like trading pussy or whatever?
I don't know, but Ella got booted
That's
from
the
earlier for doing that shit.
That's the Sil pushed me, but in French.
That shit was hilarious.
I was on a live with MJ. Oh.
Yeah.
Hello.
Where's L? Oh, it was Ella. W Ella.
What were you saying, Mojo? I got kicked off where? I didn't.
No, L. L. I'm sorry.
Oh.
It was L, not Ella. I'm sorry. My bad.
Oh, did L come up just to start some personal drama with somebody in the comments section and take over the conversation?
Never. She never does anything like
Ever.
that.
Ever. Yeah, Robot, you can't name one society that has any kind of economical standpoint that if you don't participate in, you'll either starve, be homeless, or die.
You can't name anything on this planet where if you just lay there like you're trying to make photosynthesis, that you're going to somehow survive. Never. No human, ever.
Sorry, I couldn't hear what you were saying. I was jamming to fucking South Korean fucking K-pop.
If you don't participate at all, you go lay out in the middle of the fucking road or in a field or something and try to photosynthesize, you will unalive. Promise you.
Well, that's not true though, because like in other countries, right? Especially like, again, if you take the Tanzanian fucking model that they had, people that provided services were not required to or held to any kind of standard, right? Like I've told you guys about this. Like I'm doing some like kind of just fun shit on the side because I have so many days off work now. I've just been working on like mowers and like leaf blowers and shit. That's just like a fun thing to do on the side. But I wouldn't need to actually even go to the job I have if that was like my basic needs were provided for. That's an economic model of saying, hey, I can provide, small motor services repairs to people because people need those things to survive. And in such, the government will make sure from the revenue that they get from whether it be taxes or the pay-ins that we decide to agree upon as a society, that trade-off is done as long as universal basic income or universal basic needs are met. That trade-off is then fair. We just have to figure out that balance and that formula of what that trade-off is.
And I widely agree with most of that. I'm just rooted in the reality part. Like they used forced labor. If you're going to advocate for that system, then I guess you would be on Donald Trump's side of like repealing the 14th, because you're gonna need it if you're going to model after that system.
The same amount of forced labor that's put into our system currently, which is a mixed economy, is still there. There are companies that say you have to work 40 hours. When people say, why 40, not 32? They said, because we said so. The force is still there. It is.
Requirements before like 12, 13? Before Henry Ford. Because Henry Ford made that as a benefit. You could come to work here for 40 hours a week and achieve the same amount of money as you would, working your 80, 90, 100 hours a week, whatever.
Yeah. And then 8 years later, he was the first person that actually issued the same thing as what's called overtime mandates. So the advocate that everyone screams about with fucking Ford being like, oh, he was the one that made sure unions got 40-hour work weeks, was the same one that fucking mandated overtime. The only thing that he did that was great was that he got additional pay for it.
If you really want to make capitalism better, because it sounds like that's what you want to advocate for, just open up a business and chop it down to 32 hours a week. Give them full pay, full benefits, and everything for meeting 32 hours of work week.
Robot, I work 33 hours a week on the weekend schedule. It's called a weekend warrior program, where our output expectations are the same as the 40-hour-a-week people that work 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday. But the expectation is the same. I just happen to have more workers to make sure that we meet that output. That is the trade-off for the company that I work for, and they understand that, like, hey, if we want to have the same output, you need to have more inputs. It works the same way that electrical waves work, same way that fucking currency works. If you want to have the same output, you have to have the additional input to make that fucking indifference change. I work for a company that is doing this currently.
It's doing it currently, yet you're saying it's shit. I mean, I don't really get it.
I
You're
didn't say it was
advocating
shit.
for Tanzania's system
I did
that
not
has
say it was
literal
shit.
slave labor.
I didn't say
I
it
don't
was
know
shit.
where you're going with this.
I did not say it was shit. I think that way of governance, or that way of like their economical system, is really cool. I think it's something that's viable. We're not there in this country yet, but I'm telling you, like, things like what you're saying, that we need to have a 40-hour work week, is just something we were told that we need to do. It's not true.
No. I never said that we needed a 40-hour work week. That is simply one of the benefits that was given over 100 years ago. And as I said, you can make it better. Go down to 24 hours now. 24-hour work week. Like, you can do that in this system without having slaves. What you are advocating for out of Tanzania is going back to 1850. And that's like super conservative, and fuck you for that.
I don't know how, like, if you require people to work for money and to exchange that money for goods to survive, how that isn't slavery as well. It's just different form. You just did slavery with more steps.
Absolutely not. I'm not going to end up in a ditch because I took a day off.
Hey, wait, hold on. I thought the 40-hour work week wasn't implemented until like the 1950s, 1960s.
Correct, because the Dodge brothers sued Ford for offering that particular notion and stealing their workforce.
Well, no, the 40-hour work week was a fucking union rights fucking advocacy change.
Union rights really didn't exist in the. I mean, they did ish. You had the Teamsters and stuff, but
yeah, unions
that was wildly different from what unions are today.
Yeah, for sure. But unions existed in the like 1800s. What the fuck are you talking about?
As I said, those were Teamsters, and they are wildly different than what exists today.
They were advocacy groups that stood up for workers' rights. They would go on strike. They would stop working. They would
those were advocacy groups that would go in and kidnap somebody's family until they signed some paperwork.
Yeah, for sure. It was a lot more extreme, especially during Prohibition. But I'm just saying, like you said, what the union workers of today were not the same as back then. I agree. They were far more extreme in getting representation for the people that were doing the fucking labor.
I can't set the music up as a gift goal.
But the songs suck.
No, the ones Ella found have been pretty fucking hilarious.
What do you have to go to? What do you have to go to? Well, I'll tempt you. What do you have to go to? You said there was a record player or something?
Yeah. So if you click on gifts, if you haven't played, if you have played a song before, it'll just show up on the bottom where like you can scroll left to right as songs. But if you haven't done that yet in the regular gifts, if you scroll all the way down, I think it's about halfway, you will see a little like teal colored record gift. If you click on that, you'll be able to open up the songs menu. And that's where you can find everything.
I don't think it sets up for the gift goal.
For gifts? I don't know.
How much is it? Like $150?
$199? $199.
Yeah, it's $200.
I'm looking.
I found several poop ones, Blossom. They're hilarious to me, but I don't know if everybody agrees with that.
So, Lib,
You're spilling my water bottle. Say it again.
Oh, I said I found several poop ones that made me laugh really hard, but I don't know if everyone would agree with that.
There's two. There's like a pee one and a poop one.
Poop are always funny.
The pin one is also on there, which is hilarious.
Hold on, we got Jim motherfucking Sardonic on the panel, the king of the gulag. Hello,
That's what I'm
Jim.
saying.
I didn't mean to join, but I joined accidentally, and I think Blossom was excited, so I was like, all right, fuck it, I'll hang out.
No way. All right, so Libtears, I know you sit on places like Montana's and Penny's and don't say words for hours, just to kind of be up there. But like, do you have any opinions on the things that we're saying here?
I always have opinions. You just don't listen long enough.
Well, we're listening right now. What do you think about anything that we've said in the last 30 minutes that you haven't talked?
I think that the 40-hour work week is good structurally for humans because I think we need structure in order to provide a fulfilling life to some extent. Because I think traditionally humans have always worked on something, and we kind of need that in order to have some type of fulfillment in life. I think people that sit at home all day are just miserable and lazy.
Does someone? Okay, does someone have
socialism, isn't it?
Does someone have
What's that?
Google handy? Does someone have Google handy? Because I know for a fact, and I'm messing with mods. I can't Google right now, but I know for a fact that in the Scandinavian countries, they have shown that a 32-hour work week has shown higher productivity and higher efficiency and better work outcome and better work product. So you would be incorrect.
I would agree with that, Ella. I wouldn't disagree with that point. Because I think the more hours you work, the less efficiency you're going to get just naturally over time. But I think the way the work week is structured now, people generally look more forward to weekend activities and other types of fulfillment. And it's just a different type of economy.
People run themselves ragged. There's not enough free time to do things like take care of the kids, pick them up, drop them off, get them to after-school activities. It's running people ragged. 40 hours work week is too much.
Do you have kids, Ella?
Hold on.
Do I need to have kids to observe this among my friends and to count all the times that they've asked me for help because they can't do it? Like, come on.
Well, having your own children is different than taking care of somebody else's.
Okay, people on the panel that have kids, can you please chime in? Would you be happier with a shorter work week so you'd have more time to spend on your kids?
No, my kids
biggest
suck
gripe
ass.
with my job.
Yes.
My kids are awful. Fuck them.
My biggest gripe with my job is the experiences I've missed in the life of my kids because I've been away working.
Yeah, nobody ever says, I wish I was at work instead of hanging out with my fucking kids. Isn't that the whole idea that you guys advocate for when it comes to homeschooling? Is that you can have more of an influence in their lives, not let them be fucking indoctrinated?
Homeschooling is a privilege, but you still need to provide for your family.
Okay, well, homeschooling requires somebody that's not fucking working to be at home every single day to do that.
Sure, but you still need a provider to provide for your family in order to help
then
facilitate
you're advocating for a welfare queen. Whether it be your wife or yourself, you want to be a welfare queen. You want somebody else to provide your existence for you, to take care of the education of your children.
I don't advocate for homeschooling. I think people should have the decision to do that if they'd like. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I mean, I'm sure people have their reasons.
But wait, that person then has to survive off somebody else's dollar, right?
Depending on how you look at it, if you're talking about family, I mean, family, if the father's providing for the family, then it's a family dollar. It's not a father dollar.
Okay, well, then you need increased wages to make sure that that can be provided for everyone, right? That's how equality works.
So Liv, how does that...
No. So then how does everyone homeschool?
How is raising... hold on. How is raising wages in that scenario going to equate to equality?
Because if everyone has increased wages, they only need one person working to be able to pay for things. And that means mom and or dad can stay home and teach the kids, right? So they're not indoctrinated. That's what you guys advocate for?
Well, teaching inherently breeds indoctrination to some extent, some levels. So I don't know how
So
that's
homeschool
untrue.
kids are indoctrinated by their own parents' outlook?
Absolutely, there's a form of indoctrination in any type of teaching.
How about that? So
Teaching
then maybe
is a form of indoctrination.
So then maybe public education isn't so indoctrinating.
No, I think all type of learning and educational understanding is a form of indoctrination.
Well, that's just stupid, right?
No, it's the reality. That's
Yeah, if I teach you 1 + 1 = 5 and you believe it, that's stupid indoctrination. If I teach you 1 + 1 = 2, that's just a mass understanding of how the fucking world works, right?
It's still a form of indoctrination, either way.
Indoctrination is learning how fucking basic fundamental exchange of fucking information is?
Yes.
You're just being stupid to be stupid at this point, then.
It's
part of the math cult.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait, hold
Learn
on.
without being indoctrinated?
How is learning not indoctrinate? I don't understand your point, CT. Like that doesn't make
Learning
sense to me.
learning is the opposite of indoctrination. Indoctrination is the removal of information to get people to believe in things that aren't true. That's indoctrination. Learning basic things that people agree upon, right? Like math, science, history. That's just learning. That's not indoctrination. Indoctrination usually has a backing point of something that doesn't have to do with actual reality. There's a secondary motive behind indoctrination, and it usually takes away from the facts of general understandings of